The common skunk, Mephitis mephitica. The common skunk, M. mephitica, figure 263, is an animal of about the size of a small cat, ranging from Hudson's Bay to Guatemala. The following account of its habits is given by Dr. C. H. Merriam in his Mammals of the Adirondack region. The skunk preys upon mice, salamanders, frogs, and the eggs of birds that nest on or within reach from the ground. At times he eats carrion, and if he chances to stumble upon a hen's nest, the eggs are liable to suffer, and once in a while he acquires the evil habit of robbing the hen roost, but as a rule skunks are not addicted to this vice. Of all our native mammals, perhaps no one is so universally abused and has so many unpleasant things said about it as the innocent subject of the present biography, and yet no other species is so valuable to the farmer. Preeminently an insect eater, he destroys more beetles, grasshoppers, and the like than all our other mammals together, and in addition to these he devours vast numbers of mice. He does not evince that dread of man that is so manifest in the great majority of our mammals, and when met during any of his circumambulations rarely thinks of running away. He is slow in movement and deliberate in action, and does not often hurry himself in whatever he does. His ordinary gait is a measured walk, but when pressed for time he breaks into a low shuffling gallop. It is hard to intimidate a skunk, but when once really frightened he manages to get over the ground at a very fair pace. Skunks remain active throughout the greater part of the year in this region, and hibernate only during the severest portion of the winter. They differ from most of our hibernating mammals in that the inactive period is apparently dependent solely on the temperature, while the mere amount of snow has no influence whatever upon their movements. Skunks, particularly when young, make very pretty pets, being attractive in appearance, gentle in disposition, interesting in manners, and cleanly in habits, rare qualities indeed. They are playful, sometimes mischievous, and manifest considerable affection for those who have the care of them. Their flesh is white, tender, and sweet, and is delicious eating. Skunks have large families, from 6 to 10 young being commonly raised each season, and as a rule they all live in the same hole until the following spring. The two ducts leading from the anal glands open at the tips of two small conical papillae placed in such a position that the animal can protrude them externally, and can thus guide the direction of the jet of nauseous fluid, which can be propelled by the powerful muscles surrounding the glands to a distance of from 8 to 12 feet. The long-tailed skunk, M. macrura, from central and southern Mexico, has 2 lateral stripes, and a longer and more bushy tail than the common species. M. putorius, of the southern United States and thence southwards to Yucatan and Guatemala, is of a much smaller size, with 4 interrupted white lateral stripes, and a skull differing considerably in form from that of the type species. It is regarded by some writers as representing a distinct genus, Spilogale, and has been recently divided by Dr. C. H. Merriam into several nominal species. Conepidus, 498, the skunk of tropical America, C. mapacito, ranging from Texas to Chile and Patagonia, differs considerably from the true skunks, although in color it is almost precisely similar to the common species, with which it also agrees in the variation of the relative development of the black and white. Its build is heavier than that of Mephitis, the snout and head are more pig-like, and the nostrils open downwards and forwards instead of laterally on the sides of the muzzle. The skull also has many special characters, and the teeth are different in shape and, as a rule, in number also, the first minute premolar of Mephitis being almost invariably absent, so that the dental formula is I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 2/3, M superscript 1/2, total 32. Remains of Conepidus, which have been referred to 3 species, are found in the cavern deposits of Brazil. Arctonix, 499, dentition, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 1/2, total 38. Incisor line curved, the outer teeth being placed posteriorly to the others. Lower incisors proclivus. First premolars often rudimentary or absent. Upper molar much larger than the carnassial, longer in the antero-posterior direction than broad, lower carnassial with a very large, low, tuberculated talon. Cranium elongated and depressed, face long, narrow, and concave above. Bony palate extending as far backwards as the level of the glenoid fossa, palatal bones dilated, suborbital foramina very large. Vertebrae, C7, D16, L4, S4, C20. Snout long, naked, mobile, and truncated, with large terminal nostrils, much like that of a pig. Eyes small. Ears very small and rounded. Body compressed rather than depressed. Limbs of moderate length and digitigrade in walking. Tail moderate, tapering. A full soft under fur, with longer, bristly hairs interspersed. The best-known species is A. calaris, the sand badger, or balusoer, 500, i.e. bear pig, of the natives, found in the mountains of the northeast of India and Assam. It is rather larger than the English badger, higher on its legs, and very pig-like in general aspect, of a light gray color, with flesh-colored snout and feet, and is nocturnal and omnivorous in habits. The imperfectly known A. taxoides from Assam and Arakan, and perhaps China, is a much smaller species. A third form probably exists in eastern Tibet. Professor Mavart remarks that the brain case of Arctonix is narrower than in any other arctoid, while the palate is relatively longer than in any other carnivore except Procyon, and the metatarsus is relatively shorter than in any other member of the order. Midas, 501, dentition as in the last genus, but the cusps of the teeth more acutely pointed. Cranium elongated, face narrow and produced. Suborbital foramen small, and the palate, as in all the succeeding genera of this group, produced backwards about midway between the last molar tooth and the glenoid fossa. Vertebrae, C7, D14-15, L6-5, S3, C12. Head pointed in front, snout produced, mobile, obliquely truncated, the nostrils being inferior. Limbs rather short and stout. Tail extremely short, but clothed with rather long bushy hair. Anal glands largely developed, and emitting an odor like that of the American skunks. One species, M. meliceps, the teludu, a small burrowing badger, found in the mountains of Java at an elevation of 7,000 or more feet above sea level. Meles, 502, dentition, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 1/2, total 38. The first premolar in both jaws extremely minute and often deciduous. Upper molar very much larger than the carnassial, subquadrate, as broad as long. Lower carnassial with a broad, low, tuberculated talon, more than half the length of the whole tooth. The postglenoid processes of the skull are so strongly developed, and the glenoid fossa is so deep, that the condyle of the lower jaw is firmly held in its place even after all the surrounding soft parts are removed. Vertebrae, C7, D15, L5, S3, C18. Muzzle pointed. Ears very short. Body stout, broad. Limbs short, strong, subplantigrade. Tail short. The best-known species is the common badger, M. taxus, of Europe and northern Asia, still found in many parts of England, where it lives in woods, is nocturnal, burrowing, and very omnivorous, feeding on mice, reptiles, insects, fruit, acorns, and roots. Other nearly allied species, M. leucurus and M. chinensis, are found in continental Asia, M. canescens in Persia, and M. anakuma in Japan. The appearance of the common badger is too well known to need description, but it may be mentioned that a full-grown individual stands about a foot in height at the shoulder, and measures from 2.5 to 3 feet in length. The young are born in a naked and blind condition, usually in litters of 3 or 4. It appears that the usual period of gestation is about 11.5 months, but instances are recorded where the period has been protracted to upwards of 15 months. Fossil remains of the common badger are found in the Pleistocene deposits of Europe, while extinct species have been described from the lower Pliocene beds of Moraga, in Persia. Taxidea, 503, dental formula as in Meles, except that the rudimentary anterior premolar appears to be always wanting in the upper jaw. The upper carnassial much larger in proportion to the other teeth. Upper molar about the same size as the carnassial, triangular, with the apex turned backwards. Talon of lower carnassial less than half the length of the tooth. Skull very wide in the occipital region, the lambdoidal crest very greatly developed, and the sagittal but slightly, contrary to what obtains in Meles. Vertebrae, C7, D15, L5, S3, C16. Body very stoutly built and depressed. Tail short. The animals of this genus are peculiar to North America, where they represent the badgers of the Old World, resembling them much in appearance and habits. T. americana is the common American badger of the United States. T. berlandieri, the Mexican badger, is perhaps only a local variety. Mellivora, 504, dentition, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 1/, total 32. Upper carnassial large, with its inner tubercle quite at the anterior end of the blade, as in the following genera, molar much smaller and transversely extended, having a very small outer and a larger rounded inner lobe. Talon of lower carnassial very small, scarcely 1/4 of the whole length of the tooth, and with but one cusp, lower tubercular molar absent. Vertebrae, C7, D14, L4, S4, C15. Body stout, depressed. Limbs short, strong. Head depressed, nose rather pointed. External ears rudimentary. Tail short. The animals of this genus are commonly called radals. M. indica from India, and M. radal, figure 264, from South and West Africa, have nearly the same general appearance and size, being rather larger than a common badger. Their coloration is peculiar, all the upper surface of the body, head, and tail being ashy gray, while the lower parts, separated by a distinct longitudinal boundary line, are black. The two species may be distinguished by the circumstance that the African one has a distinct white line round the body at the junction of the gray of the upper side with the black of the lower, while in the Indian form this line is absent. The teeth also of the former are, on the whole, larger, rounder, and heavier than those of the latter. In spite of these differences the two are, however, so nearly allied that they might almost be considered as local races of a single widely spread species. Figure 264. The African radal, Mellivora radal. The following account of the Indian species is extracted from Dr. Jerdon's Mammals of India. The Indian badger is found throughout the whole of India, from the extreme south to the foot of the Himalayas, chiefly in hilly districts, where it has greater facilities for constructing the holes and dens in which it lives, but also in the north of India in alluvial plains, where the banks of large rivers afford equally suitable localities wherein to make its lair. It is stated to live usually in pairs, and to eat rats, birds, frogs, white ants, and various insects, and in the north of India it is accused of digging out dead bodies, and is popularly known as the grave digger. It doubtless also, like its Cape congener, occasionally partakes of honey. It is often very destructive to poultry, and I have known of several having been trapped and killed whilst committing such depredations in central India and in the northern Sircars. In confinement the Indian badger is quiet and will partake of vegetable food, fruits, rice, etc. A fossil species of Mellivora, apparently closely allied to the existing forms, occurs in the Pliocene Sawaliks of India. The same deposits have also yielded remains of an extinct genus described as Mellivorodon. Figure 265. Halictus personata. From Blanford, Mammalia of British India, page 175. Halictus, 505, dentition, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 1/2, total 38. Upper carnassial with a large bicuspid inner tubercle, upper molar smaller, wider transversely than in the anteroposterior direction. Lower carnassial with talon about 1/3 the length of the tooth. Skull elongated, rather narrow and depressed. Facial portion especially narrow. Infraorbital foramen very large. Head rather small and produced in front, with an elongated, obliquely truncated, naked snout. Ears small. Body elongated. Limbs short. Tail short or moderate, bushy. Several species are described: H. orientalis, personata, figure 265, muscata, suborantiaca, all from Eastern Asia. They are all small animals compared with the other members of the subfamily, climbing trees with agility and living much on fruit and berries as well as on small mammals and birds. The two first named species occur in British India, H. orientalis also ranging into Java, the Chinese H. suboranthiaca is brilliantly colored in the region of the throat, 506, figure 266. Left lateral and superior aspect of the brain of Halictus suboranthiaca. From Garrod, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1879, page 307. The brain of Halictus, represented in the accompanying figure, shows the general type of cerebral structure characteristic of the Mustelidae. The brain of this genus differs, however, from that of every other carnivore in that the hippocampal gyrus rises to the surface on either side of the great longitudinal fissure, in consequence of which there is no crucial fissure, and the so-called ursine lozenge, so characteristic of the Arctoidea, is incomplete behind. The superior gyrus, as in Ictinix and Mustela, ceases at the superior posterior angle of the hemisphere. Ictinix, 507, dentition, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 1/2, total 34. In general characters the teeth much resemble those of the polecats, Mustela, being more delicately cut and sharply cusped than in most of the foregoing. Upper molar smaller than the carnassial, narrow from before backwards. Lower carnassial with a small narrow talon and distinct inner cusp. General form of body mustline. Limbs short. 4 feet large and broad, with 5 stout, nearly straight, blunt, and non-retractile claws, of which the first and fifth are considerably shorter than the others. Tail moderate, with longer hairs towards the end, giving it a bushy appearance. Hairs generally long and loose. The best-known species of this genus, I. zorilla, the Cape polecat, was placed by Cuvier in the genus Mustela, and by Lichtenstein in Mephitis, and in many characters it forms a transition between these genera. It is about the size of an English polecat, but conspicuous by its coloration, having broad, longitudinal bands of dark brown, alternating with white. Its odor is said to be as offensive as that of the American skunks. From the Cape of Good Hope it ranges as far north as Senegal. Another species, I. frenata, from Sennar and Egypt, has been described. Subfamily Mustelini. Toes short, partially webbed, claws short, compressed, acute, curved, often semi-retractile. Upper molar of moderate size, wide transversely. Kidneys simple. Terrestrial and arboreal in habits. Galictus, 508, dentition, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 1/2, total 34. Molar small but stout. Upper carnassial with the inner tubercle near the middle of the inner border of the tooth. Lower carnassial with talon small, and inner cusp small or absent. Body long. Limbs short, claws non-retractile. Palms and soles naked. Head broad and depressed. Tail of moderate length. The best-known species are G. vittata, the grison, genus Graysonia, gray, and G. barbara, the tyra, genus Galera, gray, both South American. G. alamandi is an intermediate form. Remains of Galictus occur in the Pleistocene cavern deposits of Brazil, and also in the Pleistocene of North America. Mustela, 509, dentition, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/34, M superscript 1/2, total 34 or 38. Upper carnassial with inner tubercle close to the anterior edge of the tooth. Molar nearly as large as carnassial. Lower carnassial with small or no inner cusp. Vertebrae, C7, D14, L6, S3, C18 to 23. Body long and slender. Limbs short, digitigrade. Feet rounded, toes short, with compressed, acute, semi-retractile claws. Tail moderate or long, more or less bushy. The genus Mustela, as restricted by Cuvier, Regni Animal, 1817, contains a very natural assemblage of animals commonly called martens, sables, polecats, stoats, ermines, and weasels, all closely allied in structure and habits. A structural division, however, occurs between the two first named and all the others, especially shown in the presence of an additional small premolar tooth on each side of the jaw, and, availing himself of this and some other minor characters, Cuvier divided the genus into two subgenera, for the first of which he retained the name of Mustela, and to the second assigned that of Putorius. 3 years later Nielsen, Skund. Fauna, 1820, definitely constituted the two groups into genera, applying to the first the name of Martes, by which the animals composing it had been generally designated by the Latin writing zoologists of the preceding century, and keeping Mustela for the more typical weasels and their immediate allies. Later zoologists have been divided between the nomenclature of Cuvier, which has the priority, and that of Nielsen, which on other grounds is preferable. Those who adopt the latter affirm that Cuvier's names, being only used by him in a subgeneric sense, and not binomially, need not be applied generically, but this is contrary to the practice usually followed in such cases, and therefore, if the original genus be divided, the name Mustela should be retained for the martens, and Putorius for the polecats and weasels. Here, however, the genus will be employed in its wider sense, and divided into two groups. The typical group of the martens, 510, presents the following distinctive features. Body long, slender, and very flexible, though less so than in the true weasels. Head somewhat triangular, muzzle pointed, the nose extending a little beyond the lips, eyes large and prominent, ears conspicuous, broad, somewhat triangular, rounded at the ends, furred outside and in. Limbs short, feet rounded, toes short, 5 on each foot, all with short, compressed, curved, sharp-pointed claws, soles densely furred between the naked pads. Tail moderately long, more or less bushy. Outer fur long, strong, and glossy, a very abundant soft underfur. Skull elongated and depressed. Facial portion moderate and rather compressed. Zygomata arched and wide, but slender. Postorbital processes small. Auditory bulli large, but not very globose. Mandible with a strong triangular vertical coronoid process and a well-developed angular process. Premolar/4. Upper incisors in a straight transverse line, rather long and compressed, first and second subequal, third considerably larger. Lower incisors very small, especially the first, and crowded together, the second placed rather behind the others. Canines long and sharp-pointed. Upper premolars, first very small, with simple crown and one root, second and third nearly equal in size and two-rooted, with simple compressed sharp-pointed crowns, with very slightly developed accessory cusps, fourth, the carnassial, with blade consisting chiefly of the central and posterior lobes, the anterior being rudimentary, inner tubercle small and confined to the anterior part of the tooth. True molar tubercular, about twice as wide transversely as in the antero-posterior direction, having an outer, more elevated, but smaller portion, bearing 3 blunt tubercles. To the inner side of this the crown is contracted, and its surface deeply hollowed. It then expands again into a broad low lobe, with the central part elevated, and a raised, even, semicircular, slightly crenate internal border. Lower premolars, first very small, simple, and one-rooted, second, third, and fourth increasing slightly in size, with high compressed pointed crowns and posterior accessory cusps, best marked in the third. First molar, carnassial, with well-marked bilobed blade, talon scarcely more than 1/3 of the length of the tooth, and a very small inner cusp. Second molar small, single-rooted, with a low, flattened, subcircular or oval tubercular crown. In geographical distribution the martens are limited to the northern hemisphere, ranging throughout the greater part of the temperate regions of both Old and New Worlds, as far north as conditions of existence suited to their habits are met with, and southwards in America to 35 degrees north lat, while in Asia one species is met with as far in this direction as the island of Java. The various species appear to be very similar in their habits. They live in woods and rocky places, and are thoroughly arboreal, spending most of their time in trees, although descending to the ground in quest of prey. They climb with great facility, and are agile and graceful in their movements. Some species are said occasionally to resort to berries and other fruit for food, but as a rule they are strictly carnivorous, feeding chiefly on birds and their eggs, small mammals, as squirrels, hares, rabbits, and moles, but chiefly mice of various kinds, of which they destroy great numbers, and occasionally snakes, lizards, and frogs. In proportion to their size they are among the most bloodthirsty of animals, though less so than the true weasels. The female usually makes her nest of moss, dried leaves, and grass in the hollow of a tree, but sometimes in a hole among rocks or ruined buildings, and produces several young at a birth, usually from 4 to 6. Though wild and untamable to a great degree if captured when fully grown, when taken young they are very docile, and have frequently been made pets of, not having the strong unpleasant odor of the smaller mustelidae. The common European marten appears to have been partially domesticated by the Greeks and Romans, and to have been used to keep houses clear from rats and mice before cats were introduced. 511. In the same way, according to Hodgson, the yellow-bellied weasel, M. cathia, is exceedingly prized by the Nepalese for its service in ridding houses of rats. It is easily tamed, and such is the dread of it common to all murine animals that not one will approach a house where it is domiciled. It is, however, to the great value attached to the pelts of these animals that their importance to man is chiefly due. Though all yield fur of serviceable quality, the commercial value varies immensely, not only according to the particular species from which it is obtained, but according to individual variation, depending upon age, sex, season, and other trifling circumstances. The skins from northern regions are more full and of a finer color and gloss than those from more temperate climates, as are those of animals killed in winter compared with the same individuals in the summer season. The caprices of fashion have, moreover, set wholly factitious values upon slight shades of color, recognized and named by experienced furriers, but not indicating any specific or other distinctions of which zoologists have any cognizance. Enormous numbers of animals are annually caught, chiefly in traps, to supply the demand of the fur trade, Siberia and North America being the principal localities from which they are obtained. With the exception of the pecan, M. pennanti, all the martens are so much alike in size, general coloring, and cranial and dental characters that the discrimination of the species, and assignment of the proper geographical distribution to each, has been a subject which has sorely perplexed the ingenuity and patience of zoologists. The following description by Dr. Elliott Cowes of the external characters of the American pine marten, M. americana, will apply almost equally well to most of the others. It is almost impossible to describe the color of the pine marten, except in general terms, without going into the details of the endless diversities occasioned by age, sex, season, or other incidents. The animal is brown, of various shades from orange or tawny to quite blackish. The tail and feet are ordinarily the darkest, the head lightest, often quite whitish, the ears are usually rimmed with whitish, on the throat there is usually a large tawny yellowish or orange-brown patch, from the chin to the 4 legs, sometimes entire, sometimes broken into a number of smaller, irregular blotches, sometimes wanting, sometimes prolonged on the whole under surface, when the animal is bicolor-like. A stoat in summer. The general brown has a grayish cast, as far as the underfur is concerned, and is overlaid with rich lustrous blackish-brown in places where the long bristly hairs prevail. The claws are whitish, the naked nose pad and whiskers are black. The tail occasionally shows interspersed white hairs, or a white tip. The species generally recognized as distinct are the following, the first 5 belonging to the Old and the last 2 to the New World, M. foina, the beech marten, stone marten, or white-breasted marten. Distinguished from the following by the greater breadth of the skull, and some minute but constant dental characters, by the dull grayish-brown color of the fur of the upper parts, and the pure white of the throat and breast. It inhabits the greater part of the continent of Europe, but is more southern than the next in its distribution, not being found in Sweden or Norway, nor, according to the investigations of Mr. Alston, in the British Isles, although included in their fauna by all earlier writers. To the eastward it ranges into Afghanistan and the Himalaya. Figure 267. The pine marten, Mustela martes. M. martes, the pine marten, Figure 267. Outer fur rich dark brown, under fur reddish-gray, with clear yellow tips, breast spot usually yellow, varying from bright orange to pale cream color or yellowish-white. Length of head and body 16 to 18 inches, of tail, including the hair, 9 to 12 inches. This species is extensively distributed throughout northern Europe and Asia, and was formerly common in most parts of Great Britain and Ireland. Though commonly called pine marten, it does not appear to have any special preference for coniferous trees, except that, inasmuch as they constitute the greater proportion of the forests of the countries which it inhabits, it is more often met within them than in any other. With regard to its recent occurrence in the British Isles, Mr. Alston writes in the Proc. Zol SOC 1879, although greatly reduced in numbers by persecution, it still maintains its ground in the wilder districts of Scotland, the north of England, Wales, and Ireland, and occasionally specimens are killed in counties where the species was thought to have been long extinct. In Scotland it is still found, though comparatively rarely, in the Lewes and in most of the Highland mainland counties, being perhaps most abundant in Sutherland and Ross-shire, especially in the deer forests. In the lowlands a marten is now a very great rarity, but a fine example was killed in Ayrshire in the winter of 1875–76. In the north of England Mr. W. A. Durnford says the species is still plentiful in the wilder parts of Cumberland, Westmoreland, and Lancashire, and in Lincolnshire several have been recorded, the latest killed in 1865, by Mr. Cordeaux. In Norfolk one was shot last year, and I have myself examined a fine example which was shot in Hertfordshire, within 20 miles of London, in December 1872. In Dorsetshire the last is said to have been killed in 1804, but a specimen occurred in Hampshire about 40 years ago, and another in Surrey in 1847. In Ireland the following counties were enumerated by Thomson as habitats of this species: Donegal, Londonderry, Antrim, Down, Armagh, Fermanagh, Longford, Galway, Tipperary, Cork, and Kerry. The catcran is probably now a rarer animal in Ireland than it was when Thomson wrote, but it still exists in various districts, especially in County Kerry, whence the Society has received several living examples, and Professor A. Leith Adams states that it has been seen of late years even in County Dublin. M. Zibelina, the sable, German, Zobel and Ziebel, Swedish, sable, Russian, sobel, a word probably of Turanian origin, closely resembling the last, if indeed differing from it except in the quality of the fur, which is the most highly valued of that of all the group. Found chiefly in eastern Siberia. M. flavigula, the Indian marten, inhabits the southern slopes of the Himalaya, the Nilgiri Hills, the interior of Ceylon, the Malay Peninsula, and Java. The coloration of this species is very striking, the upper parts being blackish-brown, and the throat and breast yellow or orange, in the bright-colored variety. It differs from the other species in having the soles of the feet more or less naked. M. milampus. Japan. M. americana, the North American sable or marten, a species so closely allied to the European pine marten and Asiatic sable that it is very difficult to assign constant distinguishing characters between them. The importance of the fur of this animal as an article of commerce may be judged from the fact that 15,000 skins were sold in 1 year by the Hudson's Bay Company as long ago as 1743, and the more recent annual imports into Great Britain have exceeded 100,000. It is ordinarily caught in wooden traps of very simple construction, being little enclosures of stakes or brush in which the bait is placed upon a trigger, with a short upright stick supporting a log of wood, which falls upon its victim on the slightest disturbance. A line of such traps, several to a mile, often extends many miles. The bait is any kind of meat, a mouse, squirrel, piece of fish, or bird's head. It is principally trapped during the colder months, from October to April, when the fur is in good condition, as it is nearly valueless during the shedding in summer. Dr. Cowes tells us that, notwithstanding the persistent and uninterrupted destruction to which the American sable is subjected, it does not appear to diminish materially in numbers in unsettled parts of the country. It holds its own partly in consequence of its shyness, which keeps it away from the abodes of men, and partly because it is so prolific, bringing forth 6 to 8 young at a litter. Its home is sometimes a den underground or beneath rocks, but oftener the hollow of a tree, and it is said frequently to take forcible possession of a squirrel's nest, driving off or devouring the rightful proprietor. M. pennanti, the pecan or Pennant's marten, also called fisher marten, though there appears to be nothing in its habits to justify the appellation. This is the largest species of the group, the head and body measuring from 24 to 30 inches, and the tail 14 to 18 inches. It is also more robust in form than the others, its general aspect being more that of a fox than a weasel. In fact, its usual name among the American hunters is black fox. Its general color is blackish, lighter by mixture of brown or gray on the head and upper forepart of the body, with no light patch on the throat, and unlike the other martens generally darker below than above. It was generally distributed in wooded districts throughout the greater part of North America, as far north as Great Slave Lake, 63 degrees north lat., and Alaska, and extending south to the parallel of 35 degree, but at the present time it is almost exterminated in the settled parts of the United States east of the Mississippi. Fossil remains of a marten from the Pliocene Sawaliks of India indicate a species which cannot be distinguished from those now inhabiting the same region, while remains of M. martes occur in European cavern deposits, and in the fens of Cambridgeshire. With the Putorine group, genus Putorius, we come to those smaller forms distinguished by having only 3 premolars in each jaw, by the absence of an inner cusp to the blade of the lower carnassial, as well as by certain external characters. This group contains a few species known as minks, differing from the rest by slight structural modifications, and especially by their semi-aquatic habits. They are distinguished from the polecats, stoats, and weasels, which constitute the remainder of the group, by the facial part of the skull being narrower and more approaching in form that of the martens, by the premolar teeth, especially the anterior one in the upper jaw, being larger, by the toes being partially webbed, and by the absence of hair in the intervals between the naked pads of the soles of the feet. The 2 best-known species, so much alike in size, form, color, and habits that although they are widely separated geographically some zoologists question their specific distinction, are M. lutriola, the Norse or sumpfotter, marsh otter, of Eastern Europe, and M. bison, the mink of North America. The former inhabits Finland, Poland, and the greater part of Russia, though not found east of the Ural Mountains. Formerly it extended westward into central Germany, but is now very rare, if not extinct, in that country. The latter is found in places which suit its habits throughout the whole of North America. Another form, M. sibirica, from Eastern Asia, of which much less is known, appears to connect the true minks with the polecats. For the following description, chiefly taken from the American form, though almost equally applicable to that of Europe, we are mainly indebted to Dr. Cows's Fur-Bearing Animals of North America. In size it much resembles the English polecat, the length of the head and body being usually from 15 to 18 inches, that of the tail to the end of the hair about 9 inches. The female is considerably smaller than the male. The tail is bushy, but tapering at the end. The ears are small, low, rounded, and scarcely project beyond the adjacent fur. The pelage consists of a dense, soft, matted under fur, mixed with long, stiff, lustrous hairs on all parts of the body and tail. The gloss is greatest on the upper parts, on the tail the bristly hairs predominate. Northern specimens have the finest and most glistening pelage. In those from southern regions there is less difference between the under and over fur, and the whole pelage is coarser and harsher. In color different specimens present a considerable range of variation, but the animal is ordinarily of a rich dark brown, scarcely or not paler below than on the general upper parts, but the back is usually the darkest, and the tail is nearly black. The under jaw, from the chin about as far back as the angle of the mouth, is generally white. In the European mink the upper lip is also white, but as this occasionally occurs in American specimens it fails as an absolutely distinguishing character. Besides the white on the chin, there are often other irregular white patches on the under parts of the body. In very rare instances the tail is tipped with white. The fur, like that of most of the animals of the group to which it belongs, is an important article of commerce. The principal characteristic of the mink in comparison with its congeners is its amphibious mode of life. It is to the water what the other weasels are to the land, or martens to the trees, being as essentially aquatic in its habits as the otter, beaver, or muskrat, and spending perhaps more of its time in the water than it does on land. It swims with most of the body submerged, and dives with perfect ease, remaining long without coming to the surface to breathe. It makes its nest in burrows in the banks of streams, breeding once a year about the month of April, and producing 5 or 6 young at a birth. Its food consists of frogs, fish, freshwater mollusks, and crustaceans, as well as mice, rats, muskrats, rabbits, and small birds. In common with the other animals of the genus, it has a very peculiar and disagreeable effluvium, which, according to Cows, is more powerful, penetrating, and lasting than that of any animal of the country except the skunk. It also possesses the courage, ferocity, and tenacity of life of its allies. When taken young, however, it can be readily tamed, and lately minks have been extensively bred in captivity in America, both for the sake of their fur and for the purpose of using them in like manner as ferrets in England, to clear buildings of rats. Figure 268. The common polecat, Mustela putorius. The polecats include 4 species confined to the northern hemisphere, the best known of which is the common polecat, M. putorius, figure 268. The ferret is a domesticated variety of this species, generally of a yellowish-white color, whereas the wild polecat is dark brown above and black beneath, the face being variegated with dark brown and white markings. The skull is rough, strongly ridged, and of a far more powerful type than that of the stoats, weasels, or martens, being in the female much smaller and lighter than in the male. The fur, which is long, coarse, and of comparatively small value, changes its color very little, if at all, at the different seasons of the year. The distribution and habits of this species have been described by Blasius, the following being an abstract of his account. The polecat ranges over the greater part of Europe, reaching northwards into southern Sweden, and in Russia to the region of the White Sea. It does not occur in the extreme south, but is common everywhere throughout Central Europe. In the Alps it ranges far above the tree line during the summer, but retreats in winter to lower ground. In fine weather it lives either in the open air, in holes, fox-earths, rabbit warrens, under rocks, or in wood stacks, while in winter it seeks the protection of deserted buildings. During the day it sleeps in its hiding place, sallying forth at night to plunder dovecots and henhouses. It climbs but little, and shows far less activity than the marten. It feeds ordinarily on small mammals, such as rabbits, hamsters, rats, and mice, on such birds as it can catch, especially poultry and pigeons, and also on snakes, lizards, frogs, fish, and eggs. Its prey is devoured only in its lair, but, even though it can carry away but a single victim, it commonly kills everything that comes in its way, often destroying all the inhabitants of a henhouse in order to gratify its passion for slaughter. The pairing time is towards the end of the winter, and the young, from 3 to 8 in number, are born in April or May, after a period of gestation of about 2 months. The young, if taken early, may be easily trained, like ferrets, for rabbit catching. The polecat is very tenacious of life, and will bear many severe wounds before succumbing. It is also said to receive with impunity the bite of the adder. Its fetid smell has become proverbial. For other species of polecats are known, viz. The Siberian polecat, M. eversmani, of western and northern Asia is nearly allied to the European species, but the head and back are almost white, and the skull is stouter and more constricted behind the orbits. The Tibetan M. larvata is distinguished from the last by the presence of a process connecting the pterygoid with the auditory bulla, and by a difference in the shape of the upper molar. The American polecat, M. nigripes, inhabiting the central plateau of the United States, and extending southwards into Texas, is another closely allied species, although some zoologists have made it the type of the genus Cynomyonex. Finally, the mottled polecat, M. sarmatica, is a species sparsely distributed in Eastern Europe and parts of Western Asia, but common in southern Afghanistan. Its skull, although smaller, resembles that of the common species, but the coloration is very different, all the upper parts being mottled with large irregular reddish spots on a white ground, and the underside, limbs, and tail deep shining black. The tail is long. The common polecat occurs in a fossil condition in the cave deposits of Europe. Figure 269. The common weasel, Mustela vulgaris. The remaining members of the genus comprise the true weasels and stoats, which are of almost cosmopolitan distribution. In the common weasel, M. vulgaris, figure 269, the upper parts, outside of limbs and tail, are a uniform reddish-brown, the under parts pure white. In very cold regions, both in Europe and America, it turns completely white in winter, but less regularly and at a lower temperature than the stoat, from which it is easily distinguished by its smaller size, and by its wanting the black end of the tail. The length of the head and body of the male is usually about 8 inches, that of the tail 2.5 inches, the female is smaller. This species is pretty generally distributed throughout Europe, northern and central Asia, British North America, and the northern portions of the United States. It possesses in a full degree all the active, courageous, and bloodthirsty disposition of the rest of the genus, but its diminutive size prevents it attacking and destroying any but the smaller mammals and birds. Mice, rats, voles, moles, and frogs constitute its principal food. It is generally found on or near the surface of the ground, but it can not only pursue its prey through very small holes and crevices of rocks and under dense tangled herbage, but follow it up the stems and branches of trees, or even into the water, swimming with perfect ease. It constructs a nest of dried leaves and herbage, placed in a hole in the ground or a bank or hollow tree, in which it brings up its litter of 4 to 6, usually 5, young ones. The mother will defend her young with the utmost desperation against any assailant, having been often known to sacrifice her own life rather than desert them. The stoat or ermine, M. erminia, has nearly the same distribution as the weasel, but in Asia it is said to extend into parts of the Kashmir Himalaya. Its size, as already mentioned, considerably exceeds that of the weasel, and its most distinctive feature is the black tip at the end of the tail, which remains when the rest of the pelage turns white. The white winter skins from the northern regions of its habitat, where the fur is thick and close, form the well-known and valuable ermine of commerce. Remains of the stoat are found in the Pleistocene cavern deposits of Europe. The other species of weasels are very numerous and widely distributed. Extinct mustelines. A number of European Miocene carnivores may be referred to the genus Mustela in its wider sense, and serve to confirm the propriety of this use of the term. Thus M. sectoria is a species of somewhat larger size than the stoat, with p/4, while in M. angustifrons the number of premolars is superscript 3/4, and in M. mustelinus/3, the latter species agreeing very closely in size with the stoat. The extinct Placictus, in which there are p/4 and the lower carnassial has a large inner cusp, is distinguished from Mustela by the circumstance that the temporal ridges of the skull never unite to form a sagittal crest. Moreover, the inner tubercular portion of the upper molar, as in some of the Miocene species of Mustela, is shorter in an antero-posterior direction than the secant outer moiety, and the auditory bulla is more inflated than in Mustela, although it has no septum. Both these features indicate a decided approximation to the vivaroid genus Stenoplegiotus, page 539, and since there are no well-marked characters of family value by which these two genera can be distinguished, the available evidence points to a transition from the vivaroid to the musteloid type. Mustela lartidi, of the Middle Miocene of France, should perhaps be referred to Ictinix. Poecillegale, 512, this genus has been made for the reception of the South African Mustela albinuca, in which the coloration is similar to that of Ictinix, but the number of cheek teeth is usually reduced to p/2/2, m/1/, although there may be a second lower molar. The auditory bulla is quite flat. Lyncodon, 513, this name has been proposed for a small mustline from Patagonia, with p/2/2, m/1/, which Mr. O. Thomas suggests may be nothing more than an aberrant southern form of Mustela, Putorius, brasiliensis. The auditory bulla is more inflated than in the typical weasels. This animal is somewhat larger than the stoat. Figure 270. The wolverine, Gullo luscus. Gullo, 514, dentition, I3/3, C1/P/4, M1/2, total 38. Crowns of the teeth very stout. Upper molar very much smaller than the carnassial. Lower carnassial large, with very small talon and no inner cusp. Third upper incisor unusually large, almost like a canine. The dentition, though really but a modification of that of the weasels, presents a great general resemblance to that of the hyena. Palate prolonged somewhat behind the last molar. Humerus with an antepicondylar foramen. Vertebrae, C7, D15, L5, S3, C15. Body and limbs stoutly made. Feet large and powerful, subplantigrade, with large, compressed, much curved, and sharp-pointed claws. Soles of the feet, except the pads of the toes, covered with thick bristly hairs. Ears very small, nearly concealed by the fur. Eyes small. Tail short, thick, and bushy. Fur full, long, and rather coarse. The one species, the wolverine or glutton, G. luscus, figure 270, an inhabitant of the forest regions of northern Europe, Asia, and America, much resembles a small bear in appearance. It is a very powerful animal for its size, climbs trees, and lives on grouse, squirrels, hares, foxes, beavers, reindeer, and is said to attack even horses and cows. The wolverine has a curious habit of stealing and secreting articles of which it can make no possible use, as is exemplified in the following instance related by Dr. Cowes. A hunter and his family, having left their lodge unguarded during their absence, on their return found it completely gutted. The walls were there, but nothing else. Blankets, guns, kettles, axes, cans, knives, and all the other paraphernalia of a trapper's tent had vanished, and the tracks left by the beast showed who had been the thief. The family set to work, and, by carefully following up all his paths, recovered, with some trifling exceptions, the whole of the lost property. The pairing season occurs in March, and the female, secure in her burrow, produces her young, 4 or 5 at a birth, in June or July. In defense of these she is exceedingly bold, and the Indians, according to Cowes, have been heard to say that they would sooner encounter a she-bear with her cubs than a carcajou, the Indian name of the glutton, under the same circumstances. Fossil remains of the wolverine are found in cavern and other Pleistocene deposits in various parts of Europe. Suborder Pinnipedia. The eared seals, walruses, and seals differ from the rest of the carnivora mainly in the structure of their limbs, which are modified for aquatic progression, the 2 proximal segments being very short and partially enveloped in the general integument of the body, while the 3rd segment, especially in the hinder extremities, is elongated, expanded, and webbed. There are always 5 well-developed digits on each limb. In the hind limb the 2 marginal digits, 1st and 5th, are stouter and generally longer than the others. The teeth also differ from those of the more typical carnivora. The incisors are always fewer than superscript 3/3. The cheek series consists generally of 4 premolars and 1 molar of very uniform characters, with never more than 2 roots, and with conical, more or less compressed, pointed crowns, which may have accessory cusps, placed before or behind the principal one, but are never broad and tuberculated, and there is no differentiated carnassial tooth. The milk teeth are very small and simple, and are shed or absorbed at a very early age, usually either before or within a few days after birth. The brain is relatively large, the cerebral hemispheres being broad in proportion to their length, with numerous and complex convolutions. There is a very short cecum. The kidneys are divided into numerous distinct lobules. There are no Cooper's glands. The mammae are either 2 or 4, and abdominal in position. No clavicles. Tail always very short. Eyes very large and exposed, with flat cornea. The animals of this group are all aquatic in their mode of life, spending the greater part of their time in the water, swimming and diving with great facility, feeding mainly on fish, crustaceans, and other marine animals, and progressing on land with difficulty. They always come on shore, however, for the purpose of bringing forth their young. They are generally marine, but they occasionally ascend large rivers, and some inhabit inland seas and lakes, as the Caspian and Baikal. Though not numerous in species, they are widely distributed over the world, but occur most abundantly on the coasts of lands situated in cold and temperate zones. The suborder is divisible into 3 well-marked families, the Odoridae, fur seals or sea bears, which form a transition from the fissiped carnivora to the seals, the Trichechidae, containing the walrus, and the Phocidae or typical seals. The resemblances between the skull and other parts of the body of the fur seals and the ursoid true carnivora is suggestive of some genetic relationship between the 2 groups, and Professor Mivart, 515, expresses the opinion that the one group is the direct descendant of the other. The same writer goes on to suggest that if the eared seals have been derived from bear-like carnivores, this need not necessarily hold good with the true seals, which may have had another, and possibly lutrine, origin. The presence of an allospheноid canal in Ursus and the Odoridae, and its absence in Lutra and the Phocidae, together with other osteological features, are cited in support of this view, but although these resemblances and differences are certainly remarkable, yet much more evidence is required before the hypothesis can be accepted as even a probable one. It must, moreover, be borne in mind that the true bears are a very modern group, and there is a possibility that the pinnipeds may prove to have been independently derived from the extinct carnivora noticed below under the name of Creodonta. Family Odoridae. When on land, the hind feet are turned forwards under the body, and aid in supporting and moving the trunk as in ordinary mammals. A small external ear. Testes suspended in a distinct external scrotum. Skull with postorbital processes, and an allosphenoid canal. Angle of mandible inflected. Palms and soles of feet naked. Otaria, 516, dentition, I superscript 3/2, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 1 superscript 2/, total 34 or 36. First and second upper incisors small, with the summits of the crowns divided by a deep transverse groove into an anterior and a posterior cusp of nearly equal height, the third large and canine-like. Canines large, conical, pointed, recurved. Molars and premolars usually /5, of which the second, third, and fourth are preceded by milk teeth shed a few days after birth, sometimes, as in Figure 271, a sixth upper molar, occasionally developed on one side and not the other, all with similar characters, generally uniridicular, crown moderate, compressed, pointed, with a single principal cusp, and sometimes a cingulum, and more or less developed anterior and posterior accessory cusps. Vertebrae, C7, D15, L5, S4, C9 to 14. Head rounded. Eyes large. Pinna of ear small, narrow, and pointed. Neck long. Skin of all the feet extended far beyond the nails and ends of the digits, with a deeply lobed margin. The nails small and often quite rudimentary, especially those of the first and fifth toes of both feet, the best developed and most constant being the three middle claws of the hind foot, which are elongated, compressed, and curved. Figure 271. Skull of Otaria firsteri. From Gray, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1872, page 660. The eared seals, commonly called sea bears or sea lions, are widely distributed, especially in the temperate regions of both hemispheres, though absent from the coasts of the North Atlantic. As might be inferred from their power of walking on all fours, they spend more of their time on shore, and range inland to greater distances, than the true seals, especially at the breeding time, though they are obliged always to return to the water to seek their food. They are gregarious and polygamous, and the males are usually much larger than the females, a circumstance which has given rise to some of the confusion existing in the specific determination of the various members of the genus. Some of the species possess, in addition to the stiff, close, hairy covering common to all the group, an exceedingly fine, dense, woolly underfur. The skins of these, when dressed and deprived of the longer harsh outer hairs, constitute the sealskin of commerce, so much valued for wearing apparel, which is not the product of any of the true seals. The best-known species are O. stellari, the northern sea lion, the largest of the genus, from the North Pacific, about 10 feet in length, O. jubata, the Patagonian or southern sea lion, figure 272, from the Falkland Islands and Patagonia, O. californiana, from California, frequently exhibited alive in menageries in Europe, O. acina, the common sea bear or fur seal of the North Pacific, the skins of which are imported in immense numbers from the Pribilof Islands, O. pusilla, from the Cape of Good Hope, O. firsteri and others, from the coasts of Australia and various islands scattered over the southern hemisphere. These have been grouped by some zoologists into many genera, founded upon very trivial modifications of teeth and skull. In a recent memoir Mr. Bedard, 517, concludes that if the genus be split up at all, it should be divided into Otaria, containing only O. jubata, with its numerous synonyms, and Arctocephalus, comprising all the other species. The latter group is distinguished by the more narrow and pointed nose, the longer ears, the palate not excavated nor truncated posteriorly, the presence of a hook-like process to the pterygoids, and by the posterior border of the nasals extending behind the zygoma. Figure 272. The Patagonian sea lion, Otaria jubata. From Sclater, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1866, page 80. The following account of O. acina in the Pribilof Islands is taken, with slight verbal alteration, from Nordenskjöld's Voyage of the Vega, The sea bears are found year after year during summer at certain parts of the coast, known as rookeries, where, collected in hundreds of thousands, they pass several months without the least food. The males or bulls come first to the place, most of them in the month of May or in the beginning of June. The most violent conflicts, often with a deadly issue for one of the parties, now arise regarding the space of about 100 square feet which each bull seal considers necessary for his home. The strongest and most successful in fight retain the best places near the shore, the weaker have to crawl farther up on land, where the chances of getting a sufficient number of spouses are not particularly great. The fighting goes on with many feigned attacks and parades. At first the contest concerns only the proprietorship of the soil. The attacked, therefore, never follows his opponent beyond the area he has once taken up, but haughtily lays itself down, when the enemy has retired, in order to collect strength for a new combat. The animal in such a case grunts with satisfaction, throws himself on his back, scratches himself with his 4 feet, attends to his toilet, or cools himself by slowly fanning with one of his hind feet, but he is always on the alert and ready for a new fight, until he is tired out and meets his match and is driven farther up from the beach. In the middle of June the females come up from the sea. At the water's edge they are received in a very gallant way by some strong bulls that have succeeded in securing for themselves places next the shore, and now are bent by fair means or foul on annexing the females for their harem. But scarcely is the female that has come up out of the water established with male number 1 than he rushes towards a new female on the surface of the water. Male number 2 now stretches out his neck and without ceremony lays hold of the female of number 1, to be afterwards exposed to a similar trick by number 3. In such cases the females are quite passive, never fall out with each other, and bear with patience the severe wounds they often get when they are pulled about by the combatants, now in one direction, now in another. All the females are finally distributed in this way after furious combats among the males, those of the latter who are nearest the beach getting from 12 to 15 consorts to their share. Soon after landing the females bring forth their young, which are treated with great indifference, and are protected by their adopted father only within the limits of the harem. Next comes the pairing season, and when it has passed there is an end to the arrangement and distribution into families at first so strictly maintained. The males, rendered lean by 3 months' absolute fasting, by degrees leave the rookery, which is left in possession of the walruses and the young sea bears, including a number of young males that have not ventured to the place before. In the middle of September, when the young have learned to swim, the place is quite abandoned, with the exception of single animals that have for some reason remained behind. Family Trichechidae. In many characters the single genus representing this family is intermediate between the Otaridae and Phocidae, but it has a completely aberrant dentition. It has no external ears, as in the Phocidae, but when on land the hind feet are turned forwards and used in progression, though less completely than in the Otaridae. The upper canines are developed into immense tusks, which descend a long distance below the lower jaw. All the other teeth, figure 273, including the lower canines, are much alike, small, simple, and one-rooted, the molars with flat crowns. The skull is without postorbital process, but has an alisphenoid canal. Figure 273. Diagram of the dentition of the walrus, Trichechis rosmarus. The denticles placed apart from the others are milk teeth, and disappear soon after birth. The small teeth in connection with the jaws frequently persist throughout life. Trichechis, 518, dentition of young, I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P and M/4. Many of these teeth are, however, lost early or remain through life in a rudimentary state concealed by the gums. The teeth which are usually developed functionally are I superscript 1/C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M/, total 18. Vertebrae, C7, D14, L6, S4, C12. Head round. Eyes rather small. Muzzle short and broad, with on each side a group of long, very stiff, bristly whiskers. The remainder of the hair covering very short and adpressed. Tail very rudimentary. 4 feet with subequal toes, carrying 5-minute flat nails. Hind feet with subequal toes, the fifth slightly the largest, having cutaneous lobes projecting beyond the ends as in Otaria, first and fifth with minute-flattened nails, second, third, and fourth with large, elongated, subcompressed pointed nails. Trichicus is the almost universally accepted generic name by which the walrus or morse, 519, is known to zoologists, but some confusion has been introduced into literature by the revival of the nearly obsolete terms Rosmarus by some authors and Odobinus by others. T. rosmarus is the name of the species met within the Arctic seas. That of the North Pacific, if distinct, is T. obesus. The preceding and following descriptions will apply equally to both. A full-grown male walrus measures from 10 to 11 feet from the nose to the end of the very short tail, and is a heavy, bulky animal, especially thick about the shoulders. The soles of both fore and hind feet are bare, rough, and warty. The surface of the skin generally is covered with short, adpressed hair of a light, yellowish-brown color, which, on the under parts of the body and base of the flippers, passes into dark reddish-brown or chestnut. In old animals the hair becomes more scanty, sometimes almost entirely disappearing, and the skin shows ample evidence of the rough life and pugnacious habits of the animal in the innumerable scars with which it is usually covered. It is everywhere more or less wrinkled, but especially over the shoulders, where it is thrown into deep and heavy folds. Figure 274. The walrus, Trichicus rosmarus. The tusks are formidable weapons of defense, but their principal use seems to be scraping and digging among the sand and shingle for the mollusks and crustaceans on which the walrus feeds. They are said also to aid in climbing up the slippery rocks and ledges of ice on which so much of the animal's life is passed. Although this function of the tusks is affirmed by numerous authors, some of whom appear to have had opportunities of actual observation, it is explicitly denied by Malmgren. Walruses are more or less gregarious in their habits, being met with generally in companies or herds of various sizes. They are only found near the coast or on large masses of floating ice, and rarely far out in the open sea, and, though often moving from one part of their feeding ground to another, they have no regular seasonal migrations. Their young are born between the months of April and June, usually but one at a time, never more than two. Their strong affection for their young, and their sympathy for each other in times of danger, have been particularly noticed by all who have had the opportunity of observing them in their native haunts. When one of their number is wounded, the whole herd usually join in a concerted and intelligent defense. Although harmless and inoffensive when not molested, they exhibit considerable fierceness when attacked, using their great tusks with tremendous effect either on human enemies who come into too close quarters or on polar bears, the only other adversaries they can meet within their own natural territory. Their voice is a loud roaring, and can be heard at a great distance. It is described by Dr. Kane as something between the mooing of a cow and the deepest baying of a mastiff, very round and full, with its bark or detached notes repeated rather quickly 7 or 9 times in succession. The principal food of the walrus consists of bivalve mollusks, especially Maya truncata and Saxicava rugosa, two species very abundant in the Arctic regions, which it digs up from the mud and sand in which they lie buried at the bottom of the sea by means of its tusks. It crushes and removes the shells by the aid of its grinding teeth and tongue, swallowing only the soft part of the animal. It also feeds on other mollusks, sandworms, starfishes, and shrimps. Portions of various kinds of algae or seaweeds have been found in its stomach, but whether swallowed intentionally or not is still doubtful. The commercial products of the walrus are its oil, hide, used to manufacture harness and sole leather and twisted into tiller ropes, and tusks. The ivory of the latter is, however, inferior in quality to that of the elephant. Its flesh forms an important article of food to the Eskimo and Chukchis. Of the coast tribes of the last-named people, the walrus forms the chief means of support. The flesh supplies them with food, the ivory tusks are made into implements used in the chase and for other domestic purposes, as well as affording a valuable article of barter, and the skin furnishes the material for covering their summer habitations, harness for their dog teams, and lines for their fishing gear, scammon. Geographically, the walrus is confined to the northern circumpolar regions of the globe, extending apparently as far north as explorers have penetrated, but its southern range has been much restricted of late in consequence of the persecutions of man. On the Atlantic coast of America it was met with in the 16th century as low as the southern coast of Nova Scotia, and in the last century it was common in the Gulf of St. Lawrence and on the shores of Labrador. It still inhabits the coast round Hudson's Bay, Data Straits, and Greenland, where, however, its numbers are daily decreasing. It is not found on the Arctic coast of America between the 97th and 158th meridians. In Europe, occasional stragglers have reached the British Isles, and it was formerly abundant on the coasts of Finnmark. It is rare in Iceland, but Spitsbergen, Nova Zembla, and the western part of the north coast of Siberia are still constant places of resort, in all of which a regular war of extermination is carried on. The North Pacific, including both sides of Bering Strait, northern Kamchatka, Alaska, and the Pribilof Islands, are also the haunts of numerous walruses, which are isolated from those of the North Atlantic by the long stretches of coast, both of Siberia and North America, where they do not occur. The Pacific walrus appears to be as large as, if not larger than, that of the Atlantic. Its tusks are longer and more slender, and curved inwards, the whiskers are smaller, and the muzzle, of the skull, relatively deeper and broader. These and certain other minor differences have induced some naturalists to consider it specifically distinct under the name of Trichicus obesus. Its habits appear to be quite similar to those of the Atlantic form. Though formerly found in immense herds, it is rapidly becoming scarce, as the methods of destruction used by the American whalers, who have systematically entered upon its pursuit, are far more certain and deadly than those of the native Chukchis, to whom, as mentioned before, the walrus long afforded the principal means of subsistence. Fossil remains of walruses and closely allied animals have been found in the United States, and in England, Belgium, and France, in deposits of Pliocene age. Family Phocidae. The true seals are the most completely adapted for aquatic life of all the pinnipeds. When on land, the hind limbs are extended behind them and take no part in progression, which is affected by a series of jumping movements produced by the muscles of the trunk, in some species aided by the forelimbs only. The palms and soles of the feet are hairy. There is no pinna to the ear, and no scrotum, the testes being abdominal. The upper incisors have simple, pointed crowns, and vary in number in the different groups. All the forms have well-developed canines and /5 teeth of the cheek series. In those species of which the milk dentition is known, there are 3 milk molars, figure 275, which precede the second, third, and fourth permanent molars. The dentition is therefore P/4, M superscript 1/, the first premolar having as usual no milk predecessor. The skull has no postorbital process and no allospheноid canal, and the angle of the mandible is not inflected. The fur is stiff and adpressed, without woolly underfur. Subfamily Phocinidae. Incisors superscript 3/2. All the feet with 5 well-developed claws. The toes on the hind feet subequal, the first and fifth not greatly exceeding the others in length, and with the interdigital membrane not extending beyond the toes. Halicoiris, 520, dentition, I superscript 3/2, C superscript 1/, P/4, M superscript 1/, total 34. Crowns of molars large, simple, conical, recurved, slightly compressed, with sharp anterior and posterior edges, but without accessory cusps, except sometimes in the 2 hinder ones of the lower jaw. With the exception of the last 1 or 2 in the upper jaw and the last in the lower jaw, they are all uniradicular. Vertebrae, C7, D15, L5, S4, C14. One species, H. grypus, the gray seal of the coasts of Scandinavia and the British Isles, see page 604. Figure 275. Upper permanent and deciduous dentition of the Greenland seal, Phoca groenlandica. The first and second deciduous incisors are already absorbed. Phoca, 521, dental formula as the last. Teeth smaller and more pointed. Molars, figures 275 and 276, with 2 roots, except the first in each jaw, and their crowns with accessory cusps. Vertebrae, C7, D15, L5, S4, C12 to 15. Head round and short. 4 feet short, with 5 very strong, subcompressed, slightly curved, rather sharp claws, subequal in length. On the hind feet the claws much narrower and less curved. The species of this genus are widely distributed throughout the northern hemisphere, and include P. barbata, the bearded seal, P. groenlandica, the Greenland seal, P. vitulina, the common seal, figure 277, and P. hispida, the ringed seal of the North Atlantic, P. caspica, from the Caspian and Aral seas, and P. sibirica, from Lake Baikal. Figure 276. Skull of common seal, showing form of teeth. Although the members of this subfamily swim and dive with the greatest ease, often remaining as much as a quarter of an hour or more below the surface, and are dependent for their sustenance entirely on living prey captured in the water, yet they frequently resort to sandy beaches, rocks, or ice floes, either to sleep or to bask in the sun, and especially for the purpose of bringing forth their young. The latter appears to be the universal habit, and, strange as it may seem, the young seals, of some species at least, take to the water at first very reluctantly, and have actually to be taught to swim by their parents. The number of young produced is usually one annually, though occasionally two. They are at first covered with a coat of very thick, soft, nearly white fur, and until it falls off they do not usually enter the water. This occurs in the Greenland and gray seal when from 2 to 3 weeks old, but in the common seal apparently much earlier. One of the species born in the London Zoological Gardens had shed its infantile woolly coat and was swimming and diving about in its pond within 3 hours after its birth. The movements of the true seals upon the ground or ice are very different from those of the eared seals. Thus the hinder limbs, by which mainly they propel themselves through the water, are on land always perfectly passive, stretched backwards, with the soles of the feet applied to each other, and often raised to avoid contact with the ground. Sometimes the fore limbs are equally passive, being placed close to the sides of the body, and motion is then effected by a shuffling or wriggling action produced by the muscles of the trunk. When, however, there is any necessity for a more rapid mode of progression, the animals use the fore paws, either alternately or simultaneously, pressing the palmar surface on the ground and lifting and dragging the body forwards in a succession of short jumps. In this way they manage to move so fast that a man has to step out beyond a walk to keep up with them, but such rapid action costs considerable effort, and they very soon become heated and exhausted. These various modes of progression appear to be common to all species so far as has been observed. Most kinds of seals are gregarious and congregate, especially at the breeding season, in immense herds. Such is the habit of the Greenland seal, Phoca groenlandica, which resorts in the spring to the ice floes of the North Sea, around Jan Mayen Island, where about 200,000 are killed annually by the crews of the Scotch, Dutch, and Norwegian sealing vessels. Others, like the common seal of the British Islands, P. vitulina, though having a wide geographical range, are never met with in such large numbers or far away from land. This species is stationary all the year round, but some have a regular season of migration, moving south in winter and north in summer. They are usually harmless, timid, inoffensive animals, though, being polygamous, the old males often fight desperately with each other, their skins being frequently found covered with wounds and scars. They are greatly attached to their young, and remarkably docile and easily trained when in captivity. Indeed, although there would seem little in the structure or habits of the seal to fit it by nature to be a companion of man, yet there is perhaps no wild animal which attaches itself so readily to the person who takes care of and feeds it. Seals appear to have much curiosity, and it is a very old and apparently well-attested observation that they are strongly attracted by musical sounds. Their sense of smell is very acute, and their voice varies from a harsh bark or grunt to a plaintive bleat. Seals feed chiefly on fish, of which they consume enormous quantities. Some, however, subsist largely on crustaceans, especially species of Gammarus, which swarm in the northern seas, also on mollusks, echinoderms, and even occasionally seabirds, which they seize when swimming or floating on the water. Figure 277. The common seal, Phoca vitulina. Although the true seals do not possess the beautiful under fur, sealskin of the furriers, which makes the skin of the sea bears so precious, yet their hides are still sufficiently valuable as articles of commerce, together with the oil yielded by their fat, to subject them to a devastating persecution, by which their numbers are being continually diminished. Two species of seals only are met with regularly on the British coasts, the common seal and the grey seal. The former, figure 277, is a constant resident in all suitable localities round the Scottish, Irish, and English coasts, from which it has not been driven away by the molestations of man. Although, naturally, the most secluded and out-of-the-way spots are selected as their habitual dwelling places, there are few localities where they may not be occasionally met with. Within the writer's knowledge, one was seen not many years ago lying on the Shingley beach at so populous a place as Brighton, and another was caught in the River Welland, near Stamford, 30 miles from the sea. They frequent bays, inlets, and estuaries, and are often seen on sandbanks or mudflats left dry at low tide, and, unlike some of their congeners, are not found on the ice floes of the open sea, nor, though gregarious, are very large numbers ever seen in one spot. The young are produced at the end of May or beginning of June. They feed chiefly on fish, and the destruction they occasion among salmon is well known to Scottish fishermen. The common seal is widely distributed, being found not only on the European and American coasts bordering the Atlantic Ocean, but also in the North Pacific. It is from 4 to 5 feet in length, and variable in color, though usually yellowish-gray, with irregular spots of dark brown or black above and yellowish-white beneath. The gray seal, Halicoeris grypus, is of considerably larger size, the males attaining when fully adult a length of 8 feet from nose to end of hind feet. It is of a yellowish-gray color, lighter beneath, and with dark gray spots or blotches, but, like most other seals, is liable to great variations of color according to age. This species appears to be restricted to the North Atlantic, having been rarely seen on the American coasts, but not farther south than Nova Scotia. It is chiefly met with on the coasts of Ireland, England, Scotland, Norway, and Sweden, including the Baltic and Gulf of Bothnia, and Iceland, though it does not appear to range farther north. It is apparently not migratory, and its favorite breeding places are rocky islands, the young being born in the end of September or beginning of October. Subfamily Monochinida. Incisors superscript 2/2. Cheek teeth two-rooted, except the first. On the hind feet the first and fifth toes greatly exceeding the others in length, with nails rudimentary or absent. Monicus, 522, dentition, I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 1/, total 32. Crowns of molars strong, conical, compressed, hollowed on the inner side, with a strongly marked lobed cingulum, especially on the inner side, and slightly developed accessory cusps before and behind. The first and last upper and the first lower molar considerably smaller than the others. Vertebrae, C7, D15, L5, S2, C11. All the nails of both fore and hind feet very small and rudimentary. One species, M. albiventer, the monk seal of the Mediterranean and adjacent parts of the Atlantic. The other genera, 523, of this section have the same dental formula, but are distinguished by the characters of the cheek teeth and the feet. They are all inhabitants of the shores of the southern hemisphere. Ogmarinus, 524, all the teeth of the cheek series with 3 distinct pointed cusps, deeply separated from each other. Of these the middle or principal cusp is largest and slightly recurved, the other 2, anterior and posterior, are nearly equal in size, and have their apices directed towards the middle one. Skull much elongated. One species, O. leptonix, the sea leopard, widely distributed in the Antarctic and southern temperate seas. Lobodon, 525, cheek teeth with much compressed elongated crowns and a principal recurved cusp, rounded and somewhat bulbous at the apex, and 1 anterior, and 1, 2, or 3 posterior, very distinct accessory cusps. One species, L. carcinophaga. Poecilophaga, 526, cheek teeth small, with simple, subcompressed, conical crowns, having a broad cingulum, but no distinct accessory cusps. One species, P. waddeli. Omatophaga, 527, all the teeth very small, those of the cheek series with pointed recurved crowns, and small posterior and still less developed anterior accessory cusps. Orbits very large. Nails quite rudimentary on front, and absent on hind feet. The skull bears a considerable resemblance to that of the members of the next subfamily, towards which it may form a transition. There is one species, O. rossi, of which very little is known. Subfamily Cystopharynceid, incisors superscript 2/. Teeth of cheek series generally one-rooted. Nose of males with an appendage capable of being inflated. First and fifth toes of hind feet greatly exceeding the others in length, with prolonged cutaneous lobes, and rudimentary or no nails. Cystophora, 528, dentition, I superscript 2 / C superscript 1 / P / 4, M superscript 1 / total 30. The last molar has generally two distinct roots. Beneath the skin over the face of the adult male, and connected with the nostrils, is a sac which, when inflated, forms a kind of hood covering the upper part of the head. Nails present, though small, on the hind feet. One species, C. cristata, the hooded or bladdernose seal of the polar seas. Macrorhinus, 529, dentition as the last, but cheek teeth of simpler character, and all one-rooted. All the teeth, except the canines, very small relatively to the size of the animal. Hind feet without nails. Vertebrae, C7, D15, L5, S3, C11. Nose of adult male produced into a short tubular proboscis, ordinarily flaccid, but capable of dilatation and elongation under excitement. One species, M. leoninus, the elephant seal, or sea elephant of the whalers, the largest of the whole family, attaining the length of nearly 20 feet. Formerly abundant in the Antarctic seas, and also found on the coast of California. Extinct seals. Remains of animals of this group have been found in late Miocene and Pliocene strata in Europe and America, the most abundant and best preserved being those of the Pliocene Antwerp crag, the subject of an illustrated monograph by Van Beneden. Nothing has, however, yet been discovered which throws any light upon the origin of the group, since all the extinct forms at present known come within the definition of the existing families, and, though annectant forms between these occur, there are as yet no transitions to a more generalized type of mammal. Indeed, all those of which the characters are best known belong to the completely developed Phocine or Trichechine, and not to the Otarian type. The typical genus Phoca occurs in the Antwerp crag, while remains of seals provisionally referred to this genus are found in the Pliocene of the Crimea and the Miocene of Malta and Virginia. Of the other Antwerp forms, Califoca is said to be allied to Phoca groenlandica, Platiphoca to Phoca barbata, Phocanella to Phoca foetida, Graphoca to Halicoiris, Paleophoca and Monotherium to Monicus, and Mesoteria to Cystophora, while Perphoca does not appear to come very close to any existing form. It should be observed that it is extremely doubtful whether all these fossil seals are really entitled to generic distinction. Bibliography of Pinnipedia. J. A. Allen, History of North American Pinnipeds, 1880, St. George Mivart, Notes on the Pinnipedia, Proc. Zol. SOC 1885, page 484, P. J. Van Beneden, Ossements Fossils Danvers, in the MEM. Academic Roy. D. Belgique. Suborder Creodonta. The discovery of fossil remains in Eocene and early Miocene formations both in Europe and North America shows that numerous species of terrestrial carnivorous animals existed upon the Earth during those periods which cannot be referred to either of the sections into which the order has now become broken up. By some zoologists these have been supposed to be marsupials, or at least to show transitional characters between the Metatherian and Eutherian subclasses. By others they are looked upon as belonging altogether to the latter group, and as the common ancestors of existing carnivores and insectivores, or perhaps rather as descendants or relatives of such common ancestors, retaining more of the generalized characters than any of the existing species. They shade off almost insensibly into numerous other forms less distinctly carnivorous, to the whole of which, including the modern insectivora, Cope, to whom we are indebted for much of our knowledge of the American extinct species, gives the name of Bunotheria, those more specially related to the existing carnivora forming the suborder Creodonta. These are instances, however, in which the application of the principles of classification adopted in the case of existing species, of which the entire structure is known, and which have become divided into isolated groups by the extinction of intermediate forms, is almost impossible. If the generally accepted view of evolution is true, and the extreme modifications pass insensibly into each other by minute gradations, a view the paleontological proof of which becomes strengthened by every fresh discovery, there must be many of these extinct forms which cannot be assigned to definitely characterized groups. There are, however, some which stand out prominently from the others as formed on distinct types, having no exact representatives at present living on the Earth. Figure 278. Anterior portion of the skull of Hyaenodon leptorhynchus. After Philhall. The more typical creodonts appear, however, to be so closely related to the true carnivora through the extinct Myosidae, page 539, that it is on the whole advisable to regard them as representing a distinct suborder of carnivora. In the strong development of the canines, figure 278, they are distinguished from the modern insectivora, and they also differ from the latter and resemble the true carnivores in the form of the incisors, the second one in the lower jaw, when three are present, being thrust up above the level of the other two in the manner obtaining in most of the modern carnivora. Some of the most generalized forms included in the present group approximate so closely to the Condylarthris ungulates as to indicate that both groups have probably had a common origin. The creodonta as a whole are characterized by the small size of the brain, the absence of a single differentiated carnassial tooth, and the triangular form or secant character of their upper molars. In the carpus the scaphoid and lunar were usually distinct, the femur has a third trochanter, the upper or tibial surface of the astragalus usually wants the groove found in modern carnivores, and the feet were plantigrade. The curious resemblance of the molars of many of these forms to those of the marsupials may indicate a genetic relationship between the two groups, but, on the other hand, the presence of a full set of milk teeth and the absence of palatal vacuities, or of an inflection of the angle of the mandible, sharply distinguishes them from that order. Space permits of a notice only of the more interesting forms. Hyaenodontidae. This family is taken to include some of the more specialized types, such as the European and American Hyaenodon and Oxyina and the European Pterodon. In Hyaenodon, figure 278, the dental formula is I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 2/3, the fourth premolar above and the first true molar below being formed upon the carnassial plan, but the teeth behind these, instead of being tuberculated as in all existing carnivora, repeat the characters of the carnassial, and also increase in size, especially in the lower jaw, from before backwards. The last lower molar differs from the two preceding teeth, and is very like the carnassial of Felis. The scaphoid and lunar of the carpus were fused together. Some species, as H. leptorhynchus, were as large as a wolf, while others did not exceed a fox in size. Pterodon is readily distinguished by having M superscript 3/3, by the larger size of the inner tubercles of the upper molars, and the similarity in the form of the three lower molars. In some species there were only two upper incisors, and the first lower premolar may be wanting. Oxyina is a specialized form with I superscript 2 superscript 3/, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 2/2, and a very long mandibular symphysis. Provivoridae. The European and American genus Provivora, Cynohyaenodon or Stipolephus, may be regarded as representing a second family. The dental formula in this genus is the typical I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 3/3. The upper molars have a large inner tubercle, while the lower molars are differentiated into a blade and talon, the blade having a large inner cusp. The upper teeth closely resemble the molars of Dasyurus, while the lower molars are like the lower carnassial of Cynodictis and Vivera, and thus indicate how the creodonts may have passed into the true carnivores through the extinct Myosidae. Figure 279. The three right upper molars of Arctocyan duale, A, and the second of A. gervaisi, B, from the lowest Eocene of Reims. PR, protocone, Pa, paracone, Me, metacone, Hi, hypocone, ML, metaconule, PL, paraconule. From Osborne. Arctocyonidae and Mesonychidae. The first of these families is represented by Arctocyan primaevus, one of the oldest known tertiary mammals, from the lowest Eocene beds of La Fère, Department of Aisne, France, and also by other species from corresponding beds at Reims. The dental formula is I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P/34, M superscript 3/3. The upper molars, figure 279, are tritubercular, with an incipient postero-internal column, hypocone, the lower are quadratubercular, and the premolars simple. The typical species was of large size, but the two of which the teeth are figured were considerably smaller. In the American Mesonyx, the dental formula was the typical one. The jaws were comparatively short, the mandibular symphysis was elongated, the cheek teeth were of simple structure, and resembled the premolars of many of the true carnivora, and the astragalus had a grooved tibial surface and distinct distal facets for the cuboid and navicular, resembling in the latter respect the corresponding bone of a perissodactyle ungulate. The terminal phalanges had deeply fissured extremities, and are said to be more like those of rodents than true carnivores. Mesonyx ossifragus was larger than a grizzly bear. Amblyctinus, of the same deposits, differs by the smooth tibial face of the astragalus and the development of an anterior cusp to the lower molars. Chapter 12. The order Insectivora. Figure 280. Right lateral aspect of the anterior portion of the cranium of Erinaceus calaris. Enlarged. From Dobson, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1881, page 403. The Insectivora comprise a number of comparatively small mammals, generally of terrestrial, although rarely of arboreal or aquatic habits, and presenting the following common features. They are unguiculate, and have plantigrade or subplantigrade, and generally pentadactylate feet, in which the pollex and hallux are not opposable to the other digits. They are diffeodont and heterodont, and the teeth are rooted. The molars are studded with sharp cusps, the crowns of the upper molars being either quadrangular or triangular. There are never less than 2 incisors in either side of the mandible, and in many cases the incisors, canines, and anterior premolars are not clearly differentiated from one another, figure 280, the canines being usually weak. Clavicles are present, except in Potamogale. The body is clothed with fur or protected by an armature of spines. The testes are inguinal or placed near the kidneys, and are not received into a scrotum. The penis is pendant or suspended from the wall of the abdomen. The uterus is two-horned and with or without a distinct corpus uteri. The placenta is discoidal and deciduate, and the smooth cerebral hemispheres do not extend backwards over the cerebellum. Figure 281. The projection of the muzzle far beyond the extremity of the lower jaw is a very general feature. The humerus generally has an entepicondylar foramen. Certain forms, such as Talpa and Galeopithecus, are unique among mammals in having ossified intercentra in the dorsolumbar region of the vertebral column. Representatives of this order are found throughout the temperate and tropical parts of both hemispheres, except South America and Australia, and exhibit much variety both in organization and in habits. With the exception of the Tupaiidae, all are nocturnal. The greater number are cursorial, but some, Talpa, Chrysochloris, or Azorix, are fossorial, some, Potamogale, Nectogale, Myogale, are natatorial, and a few, Tupaiidae, arboreal, while the species of the aberrant genus Galeopithecus glide through the air like the flying squirrels. To the great majority the term insectivorous is strictly applicable, Galeopithecus alone being phytophagous, while Potamogale is said to feed on fish, and the different species of moles live chiefly on worms. The general organization of the insectivora indicates a very low type, and were it not for the specialized character of their placentation and the tendency to lose the differentiated characters of the anterior teeth, they might be regarded as closely allied to the ancestral type of many of the heterodont mammals. The strongly marked distinction of the canines from the incisors and anterior premolars in the Mesozoic and most of the tertiary mammals, excepting some of the ungulates, points, however, very decidedly to the conclusion that the want of definition between these teeth in many of the modern insectivora is an acquired feature. Fossil forms apparently indicate a relationship on the one hand with the creodont carnivora, and on the other with the lemuroid primates. Indeed, it is in some instances impossible to say whether extinct genera are really insectivores or lemuroids. Figure 281. Upper surface of the brain of Tupaia ferruginea. From Garrod, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1879, page 304. In most insectivora the cranial cavity is of small relative size, and in none is the brain case elevated to any considerable extent above the facial line. The facial part of the skull is generally much produced, and the premaxillary and nasal bones are well developed. The zygomatic arch is usually slender or deficient, the latter being the case in most of the species, and postorbital processes of the frontals are found only in the Galeopithecidae, Tupaiidae, and Macrocelididae. The number of dorsal vertebrae varies from 13 in Talpa to 19 in Centites, that of the lumbar from 3 in Chrysochloris to 6 in Talpa and Sorex, and of the caudal from the rudimentary series of 8 in centites to the 40 or more of microgale. Not less variable are the characters of the vertebrae themselves, the spinous processes often being very long in one and short in another species of the same genus. In the Cericidae and Myogale, the neural arches of the cervical vertebrae are very slender. In the Cericidae and Gymnura, the 4 anterior vertebrae develop large single hypopophyses. In Galeopithecus, the centrum of each vertebra supports posteriorly a pair of intercentral ossifications, while in Erinaceus, Myogale, and Taupa small oval ossicles are found on the inferior surfaces of the lumbar interspaces. In Erinaceus, owing to the thickness of the neural cord in the cervical region and its abrupt termination, the diameter of the neural canal in the cervical and first 2 dorsal vertebrae greatly exceeds that of any of the succeeding vertebrae. The sternum is variable, but generally narrow, bilobate in front, and divided into segments. The pectoral girdle presents some remarkable adaptive modifications, most fully expressed in Taupa, having relation to the use of the 4 limbs in burrowing, but in the golden moles, Chrysochloris, the forearm and manus alone become specially modified for this purpose. In Galeopithecus and Macrocelides, the bones of the forearm, radius and ulna, are distally united. The manus has generally 5 digits, but in Rhynchocyon and in one species of Orozorix the pollex is wanting, while in the true moles it is extremely modified. The femur has, in most species, a prominent ridge below the greater trochanter representing a third trochanter. In Galeopithecus, Tupaia, centites, hemicentites, auriculus, and Solenodon the tibia and fibula are distinct, but in all the other genera more or less united together. The PES usually possesses 5 digits, rarely 4 by reduction of the hallux, and in some forms, as in the leaping species, Macrocelides, Rhynchocyon, the tarsal bones are greatly elongated. The form of the pelvis, and especially of the symphysis pubis, varies within certain limits, and these differences have been proposed by Leche as a basis for the classification of the families. Thus in the Galeopithecidae, Tupaiidae, and Macrocelidae there is a long symphysis, in the Erinaceidae, Syntetidae, and Potamegalidae the symphysis is short, and in the Cericidae, Taupidae, and Chrysochloриdae there is none. Space does not admit of attempting a sketch of the modifications of the muscular system, which will be found fully described in Dr. Dobson's monograph, referred to in the bibliography. As to the nervous system, it has been already mentioned that the brain throughout the order presents a low type of organization. In none of the members do the cerebral hemispheres present any trace of convolutions, nor do they extend backwards so as to cover the cerebellum, while the olfactory lobes are large and project in front, and the corpus callosum is short and thin. In the hedgehogs, Erinaceus, the spinal column ends abruptly opposite the 3rd or 4th dorsal vertebra in a slender filament, and the dorsal and lumbar nerves, given off in front of this point, are carried backwards in 2 compressed bundles occupying the suddenly narrowed spinal canal as far as the sacrum. Owing to the similarity in the character of the food, the truly insectivorous species, forming more than 9/10 of the order, present little variety in the structure of their digestive organs. Except in Galeopithecus the stomach is a simple, thin-walled sac, but in some, as in centites and allied genera, the pyloric and esophageal openings are very close together. The intestinal canal has much the same caliber throughout, and varies from 3, in the shrews, to 12 times, in the hedgehogs, the length of the head and body. In the arboreal genera, Galeopithecus and Tupaia, as well as in the Macrocelidae, all of which probably feed in part on vegetable substances, most of the species possess a cecum. The liver is deeply divided into lobes, the right and left lateral being cut off by deep fissures, and both the caudate and spigelian lobes being generally well developed. The gallbladder, which is usually large and globular, is placed on the middle of the posterior surface of the right central lobe. In most of the members of the order, Cericidae, Syntetidae, Chrysochloриdae, the penis is capable of being more or less completely retracted within the fold of integument surrounding the anus. In some, Galeopithecidae, Taupidae, it is pendant in front of the anus, while in others, Macrocelidae, Erinaceidae, Solenodontidae, it is carried forwards and suspended from the abdominal wall. In the subfamily Syntetidae and Chrysochloris the testes lie immediately behind the kidneys, but in others more or less within the pelvis. During the rutting season they become greatly enlarged, forming protrusions in the inguinal region. Except in Rhynchocyon, the uterine cornua are long and open into a short corpus uteri, which in many species, Cericidae, Taupidae, Syntetidae, Chrysochloриdae, is not separated from the vagina by a distinct os uteri. With the exception of Galeopithecus, all insectivora appear to be multiparous, the number of young at a birth varying from 2 to 8 in Erinaceus, and from 12 to 20 in Centetes. The position of the mammary glands and the number of the teats vary greatly. Thus in Galeopithecus there are 2 pairs of axillary teats, and in Solenodon a single postinguinal pair, but in most species they range from the thorax to the abdomen, varying from 2 pairs in Gymnura to 12 in Centetes. In Chrysochloris the thoracic and inguinal teats are lodged in deep cup-shaped depressions. Odoriferous glands exist in many species. In most shrews these glands occur on the sides of the body at a short distance behind the axilla, and their exudation is probably protective, since few carnivorous animals will eat the dead bodies of these creatures. In both species of Gymnura and in Potamogale large pouches are situated on either side of the rectum and discharge their secretions by ducts, opening in the first named genus in front of, and in the latter within the margin of the anus. In Centetes the ducts of similarly situated racemose glands open by pores at the bottom of deep pits placed at either side of the anus. The integument is thin, but in many species is lined by a muscular coat, which is probably more developed in the hedgehogs, Erinaceidae, than in any other mammal. In this family and the Syntetidae most of the species are protected by spines implanted in the panniculus carnosus muscle, and more or less replacing the fur of the upper surface of the body. The order is usually divided into 2 suborders, but the very aberrant genus which constitutes the first might well be raised to ordinal rank. It has little in common with the true insectivora, but as it certainly belongs to no other of the recognized mammalian orders it is retained among them chiefly to avoid the inconvenience of increasing the number of ordinal divisions for the sake of a single isolated form. Suborder Dermoptera. Upper and lower incisors compressed, multicuspidate, the lower deeply pectinated, fore and hind limbs connected by a broad integumentary expansion forming a parachute. Family Galeopithecidae. In addition to the characters given under the head of the suborder, it may be mentioned that the orbit is nearly surrounded by bone, the zygomatic arches are well developed, the tympanic forms a bulla, the ulna is distally united with the radius, the tibia and fibula are distinct, the pubic symphysis is long, the penis is pendant, the testes are received into inguinal pouches, the mammae are axillary, the uterus is 2-horned, and there is a large cecum. Galeopithecus, 530, dentition, I superscript 2/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 2/2, M superscript 3/3, total 34. Second upper incisor and canine with 2 roots. 2 species, G. volans and G. philippinensis. The former, which is distinguished from the latter by the form of the upper incisors, has a total length of nearly 2 feet. The long and slender limbs are connected by a broad integumentary expansion extending outwards from the sides of the neck and body, and forming also a web between the fingers and toes as far as the base of the claws, figure 282. The hind limbs are further connected by a similar expansion passing outwards along the back of the feet to the base of the claws, and, inwardly, involving the long tail to the tip, forming a true interfemoral membrane as in the bats. The 2 species of flying lemurs, as the representatives of this genus are commonly but erroneously called, live in the forests of the Malay Peninsula, Sumatra, Borneo, and the Philippine Islands, where they feed chiefly on the leaves and fruits of trees. Their habits are nocturnal, and during the daytime they cling to the trunks or limbs of trees, head downwards, in a state of repose. With the approach of night their season of activity commences, when they may be seen gliding from tree to tree supported on their cutaneous parachute, and they have been observed to traverse in this way a space of 70 yards with a descent of only about 1 in 5. Figure 282. Feet of Galeopithecus philippinensis. Galeopithecus was referred by some of the older zoologists and anatomists to the bats, and by others to the lemurs, but Professor Peters's view, that it belongs to neither of these orders, and should be considered an aberrant insectivore, has been very generally accepted, although, as mentioned above, the association is by no means a close one. Besides differing from the bats in the form of the anterior limbs and of the double-rooted outer incisor and canine, it also contrasts strongly with them in the presence of a large sacculated cecum, and in the great length of the colon, which is so remarkably short in all the Chiroptera. From the lemurs, on the other hand, the form of the brain, the characters of the teeth, the structure of the skull, and the deciduate discoidal placenta completely separate it. In a recent elaborate memoir on the myology and affinities of Galeopithecus, Dr. Leche, 531, considers that we have in this genus an indication of the mode in which the insectivora were modified into the Chiroptera, although it is completely off the direct line of descent. The deeply pectinated crowns of the lower incisors of Galeopithecus are quite unique in the class, and the only approach to the double-rooted canine, except in Erinaceus and Taupa, is found among the marsupials and parameles, where the root of the canine is grooved. Suborder Insectivora vera. Upper and lower incisors conical, unicuspided or with basal cusps only, the lower not pectinated, limbs free, formed for terrestrial progression. The following table gives a key to the distinctive characters of the existing families. Upper molars broad, multicuspidate, with more or less well-defined W-shaped crowns. Symphysis pubis long, generally a cecum, cerebral cavity comparatively large. Orbit encircled by bone, metatarsus moderate, arboreal. Tupiety. B. Orbit not encircled by bone, metatarsus greatly elongated, terrestrial. Macrosolidity. B. Symphysis pubis short or none, no cecum, cerebral cavity small, skull without postorbital processes. First and second upper molars with a central fifth cusp. Tympanic annular, not forming a bulla. Erinaceity. B. No central fifth cusp to upper molars. Tympanic annular, not forming a bulla, no zygomatic arch sericity. B. Tympanic forming a bulla, zygomatic arch developed. Talpity. 2. Upper molars narrow, with V-shaped crowns. Tympanic annular, not forming a bulla, zygomatic arch imperfect. No clavicles. Podomegality. B. Clavicles well developed. Skull constricted between the orbits, penis suspended. Solenodontity. B. Skull not constricted, penis pendant, retractile. Syntetity. B. Tympanic forming a bulla, zygomatic arch well developed. Chrysochloridity. The second section, in which the molars are of the primitive tritubercular type, should probably be regarded as containing the most generalized representatives of the order, and it is noteworthy that the whole of them are confined to Africa, Madagascar, and the West Indies, whereas most of the first section are widely distributed over the Palearctic and Oriental regions. None of the existing families of the second section are known in a fossil condition, although it is suggested that the extinct Leptictidae includes allied types. Family Tupiety. Skull with comparatively large brain case, orbit surrounded by bone, well-developed zygomatic arch, perforated jugal, and a tympanic bulla. Upper molar broad, with cusps arranged in a W. Pubic symphysis long, radius and ulna, and tibia and fibula separate, metatarsus only slightly longer than tarsus. Usually a short cecum. Habits arboreal and diurnal. Confined to the Oriental region. Figure 283. The pen-tailed tree shrew, Tilocercus lowi. From Gray, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1848. 1/2 natural size. Tupaya, 532, dentition, I superscript 2/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3, total 38. Feet naked beneath, the sole furnished with projecting pads, claws moderate, curved, and sharp, head pointed, ears rounded, tail bushy, disticus, with short hair below. The tree shrews, of which there are some 9 species, are found in India, Burma, the Malay Peninsula, the Nicobars, Sumatra, Java, and Borneo. The species closely resemble one another, differing chiefly in size and in the color and length of the fur. Their general appearance is very squirrel-like. Their food consists of insects and fruit, which they usually seek in the trees, but also occasionally on the ground. When feeding they often sit on their haunches, holding the food, after the manner of squirrels, between their forepaws. Tilocercus, 533, represented only by the pen-tailed tree shrew, P. lowi, figure 283, of Borneo, in which the tail is of extraordinary length, with the proximal two-thirds naked, and the remaining third furnished with a bilateral fringe of long hairs, from which the genus takes its name. Extinct genera. An insectivore from the Middle Miocene of France, described as Lantanotherium, is said to be nearly allied to Tupia. The genus Parasaurix, from strata of similar age, has the dental formula I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 3/3, and is regarded as connecting the present with the following family. Family Macrosolidity. Skull with comparatively large brain case, strong zygomatic arch, a tympanic bulla, orbit surrounded by bone, imperforate jugal, and usually no postorbital process. Molars broad, with 4 cusps arranged in a W. Pubic symphysis long, proximal end of tibia and fibula united, radius and ulna united or separate, metatarsus much longer than tarsus. A large cecum. Habits terrestrial, saltatorial, and nocturnal. The family is confined to Africa. Macrocelides, 534, dentition, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 2/23, total 40 or 42. Distal extremity of radius and ulna united. 5 digits in manus, and 5 or 4 in pes. This genus, which is taken to include Petrodermis, comprises 10 species widely distributed throughout the African continent. All are closely related, resembling one another in general form, and even in the color of the fur. They fall into 2 groups, distinguished by the presence or absence of a small third lower molar, 535, M. tetradactylus, figure 284, the type of the genus Petrodermis, differs from all the other species in the absence of the hallux, and of the third lower molar. These animals are commonly known as jumping shrews, and, like the following genus, have the muzzle much produced. Rhynchocyon, 536, dentition, I superscript 1/3, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 2/2, total 36. Upper incisor frequently shed in the adult. Radius and ulna distinct, hind limbs relatively shorter, and proboscis longer than in the type genus, 4 digits in each foot. 4 closely allied species have been described from East Africa. The head and body of the type species measures about 8 inches in length, and the long tail is covered with a ringed skin, sparsely haired. Its habits are fossorial. Figure 284. Macrocelides tetradactylus. Times 1/2. From Peters, Rees-Nock, Mozambique. Family Aranaceidae. Skull with a small brain case, no postorbital process, slender and occasionally imperfect zygomatic arch, and an annular tympanic, which does not form a bulla. Upper molars with 4 principal cusps and a small central median cusp. Acromion of scapula bifid, pubic symphysis short, radius and ulna free, but tibia and fibula united proximally. No cecum, penis carried forward and suspended from the wall of the abdomen. Habits terrestrial. Found in the Palearctic, Ethiopian, and Oriental regions. Subfamily Gymnurinae. Palate completely ossified, pelvis very narrow, fur without spines. Gymnura, 537, dentition, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 3/3, total 44. This genus, if Hylames is rightly included, is represented by the 2 species, G. rafflesi and G. suilla, from the Malay Peninsula and Indian Archipelago. The former has the appearance of a large rat with a long tail and head and projecting mobile snout, the latter, which is much smaller, with a short tail and small third upper premolar, has long been known under the name of Hylames suillus, and classed with the Tupaiidae. Both species present a very generalized type of dentition, in this respect occupying an almost central position in the order. G. suilla is represented in Mount Kinabalu, Borneo, by a variety characterized by the presence of a dark dorsal streak. Many zoologists prefer to retain Hylames as a distinct genus. Subfamily Aranacinae. palate imperfectly ossified, pelvis wide, fur with spines. Arenaceous, 538, dentition, I superscript 3/2, C superscript 1/ P superscript 3/2, M superscript 3/3, total 36. The first pair of upper incisors, figure 285, are considerably larger than the others, and are widely separated from one another in the middle line. The canine is very similar to the third incisor, and, except in E. europaeus, figure 285, each of these teeth is inserted by two distinct roots, figure 280 and P 610. The first lower incisor is large and proclivus. The number of vertebrae is C7, D15, L6, S3, C11. Figure 285. Right lateral aspect of the anterior portion of the skull of the hedgehog, Arenaceous europaeus. Enlarged. From Dobson, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1881, page 403. The hedgehogs comprise nearly 20 species, distributed throughout Europe, Africa, and the greater part of Asia, but not found in Madagascar, Ceylon, Burma, Siam, the Malay Peninsula, or Australia. All the species resemble one another in the armature of spines investing the upper surface and sides of the body, and all possess the power of rolling themselves up into the form of a ball, protected on all sides by the strong spines, the dorsal integument being brought downwards and inwards over the head and tail, so as to include the limbs also, by the action of special muscles. The common hedgehog, E. europaeus, is the most aberrant species, differing from all the rest in the peculiarly shaped and single-rooted third upper incisor and canine, figure 285, and in its very coarse, harsh fur. The dentition of the long-eared North Indian form, E. calaris, figure 280, may be considered characteristic of all the other species, the only important differences being found in the variable size and position of the second upper premolar, which is very small, external, and deciduous in the Indian E. micropus and pictus. The former species, limited to South India, is further distinguished by the absence of the jugal bone. Of the African species, E. diadematus, with long frontal spines, is probably the commonest, while E. albiventris has been made the type of a separate genus on account of the total absence of the hallux. The well-known European species feeds on insects, worms, slugs, mice, rats, lizards, snakes, etc., as well as on eggs, fruit, and roots. It hibernates during the winter. The young are usually produced in July or August in litters of not more than 4, but there may be a second litter in October, and the period of gestation is believed not to exceed a month. The Indian, and probably also the African species, do not hibernate. The existing E. europaeus dates from the Pleistocene period, and extinct species of the genus are found in the upper and middle Miocene of the continent. Extinct genera. The French Lower Miocene genus, Paleoarenaceus, appears to be allied to Arenaceus, but is distinguished by the wider and completely ossified palate. In the Upper Eocene of central France there are two genera, which appear to be most nearly allied to Gymnura, although connected by Paleoarenaceus with Arenaceus. Of these Necrogymnurus, 539, with which Calyxotherium is apparently identical, has teeth like Gymnura, but an imperfectly ossified palate like Arenaceus, and the skull is remarkable for the peculiar rugose structure of the parietal and temporal regions. Comphotherium is distinguished by the presence of a cingulum to the lower molars, like that found in Gymnura. Family Cericidae. Skull, figure 286, long and narrow, with no zygomatic arch or postorbital process, and the tympanic ring-like and not forming a bulla. Upper molars with the cusps arranged in a distinct W. No pubic symphysis. The tibia and fibula united. No cecum. Habits usually terrestrial, rarely aquatic. Distribution extensive. The shrews are rat-like or mouse-like insectivores, with the body covered with hair, and the muzzle long and pointed. Their dentition, figure 286, is peculiar and characteristic. Thus the first upper incisor is large and hook-like, with a more or less developed basal cusp on the posterior border. Between this and the last premolar there are a variable number of small teeth, representing the other incisors, the canine, and the anterior premolars, although, owing to the early obliteration of the maxillopremaxillary suture, their homology is exceedingly difficult to determine. 3 molars are invariably present, of which the third is much the smallest. In the mandible there are always 6 teeth, but in one species of Myosorex there may be a 7th. The first lower incisor is usually directed horizontally forwards. The second incisor, formerly reckoned as the canine, is the smallest tooth of the series, the fourth premolar being slightly larger. This family, which includes considerably more than half the representatives of the order, has a distribution coextensive with the latter. Many classifications of this difficult group have been attempted, but according to the latest proposal of Dr. Dobson, 540, the genera may be divided into 2 subfamilies, distinguished by the apparently trivial character of the color of the teeth. Figure 286. Left lateral view of the cranium and mandible of Sorex variapicis. In the cranium, I, first incisor, C, fourth incisor, P, canine, M, fourth premolar. In the mandible, I, first incisor, C, second incisor, P, fourth premolar, M, first molar. From Alston, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1877. Subfamily Soricinae. Summits of the teeth colored red. Sorex, 541, dentition, I/2, C superscript 1/ P superscript 2/ M superscript 3/3, total 32. Openings of male and female generative organs separated from the anal orifice, penis cylindrical or tapering, ear well developed, tail long, covered with equal or subequal hairs. It has been shown by Brandt that the position of the premaxillomaxillary sutures in the type of the genus is between the 4th and 5th tooth, so that it appears that we must regard this genus as differing from all other eutherian mammals in having 4 upper incisors. Dr. Dobson, in his paper quoted, classes the tooth here reckoned as the upper canine with the premolar series in all the shrews. Habits terrestrial. Species numerous, inhabiting the Palearctic and Nearctic regions. Of the 2 species found in the British Isles, the common shrew, S. vulgaris, figure 287, is by far the most common in England, and is about the size of the house mouse, to which it approximates in general form. The body is clothed with close long fur, very soft and dense, and varying in color from light reddish to dark brown above, rarely speckled or banded with white. The undersurface of both the body and the tail is grayish. The basal 4/5 of all the hairs above and beneath are dark bluish-gray, the hairs of the tail are less densely set and coarser. On each side of the body, at a point about 1/3 of the distance between the elbow and the knee, may be found, especially in the rutting season, a gland covered by 2 rows of coarse hairs. This secretes a peculiar fluid, on which the odor of the animal depends, this odor being evidently protective, and rendering the creature secure against the attacks of many predaceous animals. The geographical range of the common shrew is exceedingly wide, extending eastwards through Europe and Asia, north of the Himalayas, to North America. Figure 287. The common shrew, Sorex vulgaris. The lesser shrew, S. pygmaeus, 542, is far less common in England and Scotland, although more abundant in Ireland, where S. vulgaris is unknown. It is distinguished from the latter not only by its inferior dimensions, but also by the circumstance that the 3rd upper incisor is not longer than the 4th, and by the considerably shorter length of the forearm and manus. This species extends through Europe and Asia as far as the inland of Saghalin. Both this and the preceding species generally live in wooded districts, making their nests under the roots of trees, or in slight hollows. The great mortality noticeable among the shrews in the early part of the autumn is probably due to insufficiency of food. The breeding season extends from the latter part of April to the beginning of August. The young, which are blind, naked, and toothless at birth, are very quickly developed. The number in a litter is usually from 5 to 7, but may be as many as 10. The alpine shrew, S. alpinus, which is restricted to the alpine region of Central Europe, is slightly larger than the common species, from which it is distinguished by the longer tail, the length of which exceeds that of the head and body, by the fur being dark on both surfaces of the body, and also by the larger size of the upper canine. In North America, S. bendirae is by far the largest species of the genus, and, as in many other species of the same country, the 4th upper incisor is relatively small. In S. hoyi, separated by some writers as Microsorex, of the same country, this tooth is rudimentary. Other North American shrews, which are regarded by some zoologists as generically distinct under the name of Neosorex, are aquatic, and thus take the place of the Old World genus Crossopus. These are S. palustris of the Rocky Mountains and S. hydrodromus of Unalaska Island, both of which resemble Crossopus in having the feet provided with swimming fringes, but agree with the other species of Sorex in their dentition and the character of the tail. The former species is about the size of Crossopus fodiens, while the latter is scarcely larger than S. pygmaeus. Soriculus, 543, dentition, I/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 1 superscript 2/M superscript 3/3, total 30, or rarely 32. Opening of male or female generative organs forming with the anal orifice a shallow cloaca. Ear and tail as in Sorex. First upper incisor with an internal cusp. Habits terrestrial. This genus is the only representative in the oriental region of the Sericinae, which are otherwise confined to the Palearctic and Nearctic regions. The Indian and Burmese species comprise S. nigrescens, S. caudatus, and S. macrurus. Noceosorex, 544, dentition, I superscript 3/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 1/M superscript 3/3, total 28. Tail moderate, first upper incisor without an inner cusp, other characters as in Soriculus. Habits terrestrial. This American genus is represented by S. crawfordi and S. ovotus, which are found in Central America and Mexico, and are thus some of the most southerly representatives of the shrews in that continent. Their external appearance is very similar to that of the Old World genus Crocidura. Blarina, 545, dentition, I superscript 3/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 2/M superscript 3/3, total 32 or 30. Ear truncated above, tail short, otherwise as in Soriculus. This group of so-called earless or short-tailed shrews is mainly North American, the common forms being B. decayii and B. brevicauda. The species vary considerably in size, and B. mexicana and micrura extend the range of the genus into Mexico and Guatemala. The following account of the habits of B. brevicauda is taken from Dr. Merriam's Mammals of the Adirondack region. The rigors of our northern winters seem to have no effect in diminishing its activity, for it scampers about on the snow during the severest weather, and I have known it to be out when the thermometer indicated a temperature of -20 degrees FAHR. It makes long journeys over the snow, burrowing down whenever it comes to an elevation that denotes the presence of a log or stump, and I am inclined to believe that at this season it must feed largely upon the chrysalides and larvae of insects that are always to be found in such places. Dr. Merriam has made the interesting discovery that the common short-tailed North American shrew supplements its insectivorous fare by feeding on beechnuts, which will account for the generally very worn state of the teeth in this species. Crossopus, 546, dentition, I superscript 3/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 2/M superscript 3/3, total 30. Opening of male or female generative organs enclosed within the same ring as the anal orifice, penis broad, with lateral processes. Ears small, not truncated. Tail long, with an inferior fringe of elongated hair, feet also fringed. Habits aquatic. The Palearctic water shrew, C. fodiens, is considerably larger than the common shrew, from which it is readily distinguished externally by its shorter and much broader muzzle, comparatively smaller eyes, and larger feet adapted for swimming, the sides of the feet and toes being provided with comb-like fringes of stiff hairs. The tail is longer than the body, and possesses a well-developed swimming fringe of moderately long, regularly arranged hairs, which extend along the middle of the flat under surface from the end of its basal third to its extremity. The fur of the body is long and very dense, varying much in color in different individuals, and this has given rise to descriptions of many nominal species. The prevailing shades are dark brown, almost black, above, and more or less bright ashy tinged with yellowish beneath. Sometimes in the same litter there are individuals with the undersurface more or less dark-colored. In the number as well as in the shape of the teeth the water shrew differs from the common shrew. There is a premolar less on each side above, the bases of the teeth are much more prolonged posteriorly, and their cusps are much less stained brown, so that in old individuals with worn teeth they often appear altogether white. This species resembles the otter in its aquatic habits, swimming and diving with great agility. It frequents rivers and lakes, making its burrows in the overhanging banks, from which when disturbed it escapes into the water. Its food consists of insects and their larvae, small crustaceans, and probably the fry of small fishes. It is generally distributed throughout England, is less common in Scotland, and as yet it has not been recorded in Ireland. Specimens have been obtained from many parts of Europe, and also from Asia as far eastward as the Altai Mountains. Subfamily Crocidurinae. Teeth completely white. Myosorex, 547, dentition, I superscript 3/2, C superscript 1/, P superscript 2/2, M superscript 3/3, total 30 or 32. Penis cylindroid and tapering, male or female generative organs opening close to anal orifice, but not forming a cloaca. Ears well developed, tail long, clothed with equal or subequal hairs. Habits terrestrial. This genus is typically represented by M. varius, a very small shrew from the Cape, which is quite unique among the whole family in having a rudimental seventh pair of lower teeth. Crocidura, 548, dentition, I superscript 3/2, C superscript 1/, P superscript 2 superscript 1/, M superscript 3/3, total 28 or 30. Male or female generative organs forming a short cloaca with the anal orifice. Tail long, with a mixture of long and short hairs. Other characters as in Myosorex. Habits terrestrial. This Old World genus includes over 70 nominal species, which have been divided into 4 subgenera, C. Urania and C. suaviolens of continental Europe, and C. coerulia of India, being well-known forms. The species are very variable and difficult to discriminate. C. urania has a very wide distribution, ranging from Central and Southern Europe to North Africa and Central Asia. The name muskrat is popularly applied in India to C. coerulia, which frequents houses at night, hunting round rooms for cockroaches and other insects, and occasionally uttering a sharp shrill cry. The strong musky odor of this animal arises from large glands situated beneath the skin of the side of the body, a short distance behind the forelimbs. This odor is so powerful and penetrating that it is popularly believed in India that if the animal runs over a corked bottle of wine or beer it will infect the fluid within. Jordan says that certainly many bottles are met with quite undrinkable from the peculiar musky odor of their contents, but, rejecting the possibility of its passing through the glass, he attributes it to the corks having been infected previously to bottling, stating in corroboration of this view that he has never found the odor in liquors bottled in England. Diplomesodon, 549, dentition, I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/, P superscript 1/, M superscript 3/3, total 26. Tail moderate, soles of the feet hairy. Other characters as in Crocidura. Habits terrestrial. This genus is represented only by D. pulchellus of the Kyrgyz steppes, which is allied to the following form, although retaining the normal shrew-like external contour. Anurosorex, 550, dentition, I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/, P superscript 1/, M superscript 3/3, total 26. Ear very short, tail rudimental or short, soles of feet naked. Other characters as in Diplomesodon. The 2 species of this genus are mole-like terrestrial forms, of which the typical A. squamipes occurs in Tibet, while A. assamensis is found in Assam. The latter species has the longer tail. The habits of both are probably fossorial. Chimeragale, 551, dentition, I superscript 3/2, C superscript 1/, P superscript 1/, M superscript 3/3, total 28. Penis broad, with lateral processes, male or female generative organs opening within the same integumentary ring as the anal orifice. Tail long, with an inferior fringe of elongated hairs, ears small, plantar callosities simple, toes free. Habits aquatic. This genus includes C. himalaica of the Himalaya and C. platycephalus of Japan. Both have the feet fringed, and, together with the next genus, may be regarded as the eastern analogues of Crossopus among the red-toothed series. Their structural resemblances to the latter, if Dr. Dobson's classification is a natural one, being probably due to adaptation for a similar mode of life. Nectigale, 552, dentition, I superscript 3/2, C superscript 1/ P superscript 1/ M superscript 3/3, total 28. External ears not forming a conch, valvular. Plantar callosities forming adhesive pads, toes webbed. Other characters as in Chimerigale. Habits aquatic. Figure 288, Nectigale elegans. From Milne Edwards, Mammoth. Tibet. The sole representative of this genus is the Tibetan water shrew, N. elegans, figure 288, which differs from all other members of the family by the webbed toes and the presence of the disc-like adhesive pads on the undersurface of the feet, which are believed to enable the creature to hold on to smooth rocks or stones in the beds of the streams it inhabits. This species is probably more completely aquatic in its habits than the allied Chimerigale. Fossil Soricida. Remains of existing species of Sorex or Crossopus occur in the Norfolk forest bed, while an extinct species has been found in the Pleistocene of Sardinia. Crocidura occurs in the cavern deposits of Madras. Shrews from the Miocene and Upper Eocene of Europe have been referred to Sorex and the genus Amphisorex, which is a synonym of Crossopus. Family Talpidae. Allied to the Soricidae, but distinguished by the presence of a zygomatic arch and auditory bulla in the skull, and by the form of the teeth. The eyes are very small, and in some species covered with skin. The ears are short and concealed by the fur. The four limbs are generally more or less modified for digging. There is no symphysis pubis, the intestine has no cecum, the tibia and fibula are united, and the unicuspid at first upper and lower incisors are not extended horizontally forwards. This family is connected with the Soricidae by Urotrichus and Uropsilus. All the members are limited to the temperate regions of Europe, Asia, and North America, and the majority of them are of fossorial habits, although a few are aquatic or cursorial. The family has been divided into two subfamilies by Professor Mivart, and since this arrangement has been very generally adopted it will be followed here. From the presence of intermediate forms like Scaptonix, Dr. Dobson, in the second part of his monograph of the Insectivora, has proposed a different arrangement, which, with the omission of some forms which are of not more than subgeneric value, is as follows: Myogale, Myogale. Condyluri, Condylura. Scallopes, Scapinus. Scallops. Talpi, Talpa. Urotrichi, Scaptonix. Urotrichus. Uropsili, Uropsilus. Subfamily Myogalinida. Clavicles and humerus moderately elongated, manus without falciform bone. Myogale, 553, dentition, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/ P/4, M superscript 3/3, total 44. Feet webbed. Habits aquatic. This genus is represented by the two species M. muscata, figure 289, and M. pyrenaica, of which the former is by far the largest member of the family, its total length being about 16 inches. Its long proboscis-like snout projects far beyond the margin of the upper lip, the toes are webbed as far as the bases of the claws, and the long scaly tail is laterally flattened, so as to form a powerful instrument of propulsion when swimming. This species inhabits the banks of streams and lakes in southeast Russia, where its food consists of various aquatic insects. M. pyrenaica, living in a similar manner in the region of the Pyrenees, is very much smaller, has a round tail, and a proportionally longer snout. Fossil remains of M. muscata occur in the Norfolk forest bed, and were originally described under the name of Peleus balax. The genus is also represented in the middle and lower Miocene of the continent. Figure 289. The Desman, Myogale muscata. Superscript 1/3 natural size. Urotrichus, 554, dentition, I superscript 2/ C superscript 1/ P/3 or superscript 3/4, M superscript 3/3, total 36. Feet not webbed, manus broad. Habits fossorial. The mole shrews, as these animals are called, are represented by U. talpoids of the mountains of Japan and U. gibsi of North America. These two species are small and closely allied animals. The American form, which it has been proposed to separate subgenerically as Neurotrichus, having P superscript 3/4. Uropsilus, 555, dentition, I superscript 2/C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3, total 34. Manus narrow, tail naked and scaly. Habits cursorial. The single species, U. saurocypes, from the borders of Tibet, is a slate-colored animal with the external form of a shrew but the skull of a mole. Subfamily Talpinidae. Clavicle and humerus very short and broad, manus with a large falciform bone. A first upper incisor much larger than the second, New World moles. Scallops, 556, dentition, I superscript 3/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3, total 36. Extremity of muzzle simple, hind feet webbed, tail short and nearly naked. Represented by 3 species in the United States. Scapinus, 557, dentition, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 3/3, total 44. Extremity of muzzle simple. The 2 North American species of this genus resemble scallops in general characters, but have a dentition like Condylura. The habits are like those of the latter, and the right to generic distinction is doubtful. Condylura, 558, dentition, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 3/3, total 44. Extremity of muzzle surrounded by filiform appendages. The star-nosed mole, C. cristata, derives its name from the star-like ring of appendages at the extremity of the muzzle, with the nostrils in the center. The general contour is mole-like, but the tail is nearly as long as the body, and the manus is somewhat less powerful, with its terminal phalanges not cleft. The length of the head and body is about 5 inches. This species is common in parts of North America, and forms tunnels in the ground like the common mole. B. First upper incisor scarcely larger than the second, Old World moles. Scaptonix, 559, dentition, I superscript 3/2, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 3/3, total 42. Manus moderately broad, as in Urotrichus. Represented only by S. fusicaudatus of eastern Tibet, which may be regarded as connecting Talpa with Urotrichus, having the head of the former and the limbs of the latter. Talpa, 560, dentition, usually I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 3/3, total 44. Manus extremely broad. This genus includes the true moles, of which the common English mole, 561, T. europea, is the type. This animal is about 6 inches in total length, of which rather more than 1 inch is occupied by the tail. The body is elongated and cylindrical, and, owing to the very anterior position of the 4 limbs, the head appears to rest between the shoulders. The muzzle is long and obtusely pointed, terminated by the nostrils, which are close together. The minute eye is almost hidden by the fur. The ear is without a conch, and opens on a level with the surrounding integument. The 4 limbs are rather short and very muscular, terminating in broad, naked, shovel-shaped feet, with the palms normally directed outwards, and each with 5 subequal digits armed with strong flattened claws. The hind feet are long and narrow, and the toes are provided with slender claws. The body is densely covered with soft, erect, velvety fur, the hairs being uniform in length and thickness, except on the muzzle and short tail. The color of the fur is generally black, with a more or less grayish tinge, or brownish-black, but various paler shades up to pure white have been observed. The food of the mole consists chiefly of the earthworm, in pursuit of which it forms its well-known underground excavations. Its habits were many years ago studied and described by M. Henri Lecourt. Like many other mammals, the mole has a lair to which it may retire for security. This consists of a central nest formed under a hillock, placed in some protected situation, as under a bank, or between the roots of trees. The nest, which is lined with dried grass or leaves, communicates with the main run by 4 passages, of which only one joins it directly, leading downwards for a short distance and then ascending again. The other three are directed upwards and communicate at regular intervals with a circular gallery constructed in the upper part of the hillock, which in turn communicates by 5 passages leading downwards and outwards with another much larger gallery placed lower down on a level with the central nest, from which passages proceed outwards in different directions, one only communicating directly with the main run, while the others, curving round, either soon join or end blindly. The main run is somewhat wider than the animal's body. Its walls are smooth, and formed of closely compressed earth, the depth varying according to the nature of the soil, but ordinarily from 4 to 6 inches. Along this tunnel the animal passes backwards and forwards several times daily, and here traps are laid by mole catchers for its capture. From the main run numerous passages are formed on each side, along which the animal hunts its prey, throwing out the soil in the form of mole hills. The mole is one of the most voracious of mammals, and, if deprived of food, is said to die in from 10 to 12 hours. Almost any kind of flesh is eagerly devoured by captive moles, which have been seen by various observers, as if maddened by hunger, to attack animals nearly as large as themselves, such as birds, lizards, frogs, and even snakes. Toads, however, they will not touch, and no form of vegetable food attracts their notice. If 2 moles be confined together without food, the weaker is invariably devoured by the stronger. Moles take readily to the water, in which respect they resemble their representatives on the North American continent. Bruce, writing in 1793, remarks that he saw a mole paddling towards a small island in the Loch of Cluny, 180 yards from land, on which he noticed mole hills. The sexes come together about the 2nd week in March, and the young, generally from 4 to 6 in number, which are brought forth in about 6 weeks, quickly attain their full size. Figure 290. Skeleton of mole times 2/3, lower jaw removed to show base of skull. C. Calcaneum, ch. Clavicular articulation of the humerus, cl. Clavicle, e.c. External condyle of humerus, f. Femur, fb. Fibula, fc. Falciform bone, radial sesamoid, h. Humerus, I.c. Internal condyle of humerus, il. Left ilium, I.p. Ramus of the ilium and pubis, is. Ischium, L.d. Ridge of insertion of latissimus dorsi muscle, L.t. Lesser trochanter, m. Manubrium sterni, o. 4th intercentral ossicle, ol. Olecranon, p. Pubis widely separated from that of the opposite side, pa. Patella. Pm. Ridge for insertion of pectoralis major muscle, pt. Pectineal eminence, r. Radius, rb. First rib, s. Plantar sesamoid ossicle corresponding to the radial sesamoid, os. Falciform, in the manus, sc. Scapula, sh. Scapular articulation of the humerus, t. Tibia, u. Ulna. The mole exhibits in the whole of its organization a perfect adaptation to its peculiar mode of life. In the structure of the skeleton, figure 290, very striking departures from the typical mammalian form are noticeable. Thus the presternum is so much produced anteriorly as to extend forward as far as a vertical line from the 2nd cervical vertebra, carrying with it the very short and almost quadrate clavicle, which is articulated with its anterior extremity and distally with the humerus, being also connected ligamentously with the scapula. The 4 limbs are thus brought opposite the sides of the neck, and from this position a threefold advantage is derived. In the first place, as this is the narrowest part of the body, they add but little to the general width, which if increased, would lessen the power of movement in a confined space. Secondly, this position allows of a longer forelimb than would otherwise be possible, and so increases its power. And, thirdly, although the entire limb is relatively very short, its anterior position enables the animal, when burrowing, to thrust the claws so far forward as to be in a line with the end of the muzzle, the importance of which is evident. Posteriorly, the hind limbs are similarly removed out of the way by approximation of the hip joints to the center line of the body. This is effected by inward curvature of the innominate bones at the acetabula to such an extent that they almost meet in the center, while the pubic bones are widely separated behind. The shortness of the forelimb is caused by the great reduction in the length of the humerus, which has lost all resemblance to its normal shape. In addition to the usual articulation with the glenoid cavity of the scapula, the humerus also has a separate articulation with the extremity of the clavicle. The bones of the manus are enormously expanded laterally, this expansion being increased by the large sickle-like bone on the radial side of the carpus, which is considered by some anatomists to represent the prepollex. The skull is long and tapering, with very slender zygomatic arches and elongated nasals, which are ankylosed together, and in advance of which the mesethmoid is more or less ossified. The vertebrae are usually C7, D13, L6, S6, C10-12, all having very strong surfaces for mutual articulation. The upper incisors are chisel-like, and the canine has two roots. The first three upper premolars are simple and conical, but the fourth is much larger, and canine-like. In the mandible the incisors are small and somewhat proclivus, while the canine can only be distinguished from them by its position. The first lower premolar is larger than the others. The common mole has an exceedingly wide distribution, ranging over the greater part of the Palearctic region, where it is met with in places so widely sundered as England and Japan. It occurs in both the Himalaya and Altai mountains. In Ireland it is unknown, and in Scotland it extends as far north as Caithness. 8 species of the genus are recognized, which may be grouped, from the characters of their dentition, as follows, viz. I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 3/3, T wagura, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 3/3, T europea, Kika, Longerostris, Micrura, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/4, M superscript 3/3, T leucura, Leptura, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3, T muscata. Except in T europea, the eyes are covered by a membrane. In T micrura the short tail is concealed by the fur. T kika is found south of the Alps, the remaining species are Asiatic, and two only, T micrura and T leucura, occur south of the Himalaya. T muscata, of Tibet, is regarded by some zoologists as generically distinct under the name of Scaptochirus. Remains of T europea occur in the Norfolk forest bed, while extinct species are found in the European tertiaries as far down as the lower Miocene, although it has been proposed to separate some of these forms generically. Protalpa, of the Upper Eocene phosphorites of central France, is very closely allied, but the structure of the humerus is somewhat less specialized. Extinct generid. A number of extinct insectivora from the European tertiaries more or less closely allied to the moles have been described, but since our knowledge of most of them is extremely imperfect, their precise affinities are in many instances problematical. Of these, the lower Miocene Tetrachus is said to have affinity both with Myogale and Erinaceus, while the forms described as Misarachne and Echinogale are considered to connect the present with the two preceding families. Plesiosaurus is another lower Miocene type known only by the mandible, in which there are 10 teeth. It is generally referred to the Myogalini. The minid Amphidozotherium of the French phosphorites is considered to be allied to Eurotrichus. Family Adiposauricidae. This extinct family is represented by the genera Adaposaurus and Adaposauriculus, of the lowest Eocene of Reims, which are regarded as allied to the Sauricidae, but somewhat more specialized. In the type genus the formula of the lower teeth is I2, C1, P4, M3, the incisors and canine being proclivus, and the molars, of which the last is small and without a third lobe, quadritubercular. Adaposauriculus is a smaller form with differently shaped molars. Figure 291. The last left upper cheek teeth of Plurispiditherium aumanieri, from the lowest Eocene of Reims. PR, protocone, me, metacone, pa, paracone, b, cingulum cusp. From Osborne. Here also may be mentioned the genera Orthaspiditherium and Plurispiditherium, from the above-mentioned deposits, which are probably members of the present order. They appear to have been animals somewhat smaller than a hedgehog, with quadritubercular upper molars, figure 291, and the hinder premolars more complex than those of the Erinaceidae. In the first named genus the dental formula is I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 3/3, the third and fourth upper premolars having one outer column. Plurispiditherium has apparently only 3 premolars, of which the third and fourth, figure 291, have 2 outer columns. The humerus in both has no antepicondylar foramen, the femur has a third trochanter, and the astragalus is vertically perforated. Family Podomegalidae. Skull with a small brain case, no zygomatic arch or postorbital process, and the tympanic annulate and not forming a bulla. Upper molars with the cusps arranged in a broad V, and somewhat intermediate in structure between those of the preceding and succeeding families. No clavicle, pubic symphysis ligamentous, tibia and fibula typically united distally. No cecum. Confined to the Ethiopian region. Figure 292. Potamegale velox times 1/4. From Allman, Trans-Zol SOC Volume 6. PLI. Potamegale, 562, dentition, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3, total 40. Represented only by P. velox of western equatorial Africa. This animal, figure 292, inhabits the banks of streams, and is thoroughly adapted for an aquatic life. It is nearly 2 feet in length, the tail measuring about half. The long cylindrical body is continued uninterruptedly into the thick laterally compressed tail, the legs are very short, and the toes are not webbed, progression through the water evidently depending wholly on the action of the powerful tail, while the limbs are folded inwards and backwards. The muzzle is broad and flat, and the nostrils are protected by valves. The fur is dark brown above, the extremities of the hairs on the back being of a metallic violet hue by reflected light, beneath whitish. This curious animal was discovered by M. du Chaillu. Geogale, 563, dentition, I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/2, M superscript 3/3, total 34. This genus is known solely by G. orida, a small mouse-like species from Madagascar, agreeing closely with Potamegale in the general form of the skull and teeth. The tibia and fibula are distinct, but it is not known whether a clavicle exists, and the material at present available is insufficient to definitely fix the natural position of the genus. Family Solenodontidae. Skull with a small brain case constricted between the orbits, no zygomatic arch or postorbital process, and the tympanic annulated and not forming a bulla. Upper molars tritubercular, the cusps being arranged in AV pubic symphysis short, tibia and fibula distinct. Vertebrae, C7, D15, L4, S5, C23. No cecum. The penis is carried forwards and suspended from the abdomen, the testes are received into perineal pouches, the mammary glands are postinguinal, the uterine cornua end in caecal sacs. Figure 293. Solenodon cubanus times 1/5, from Peters, ABH. Akkad. Berlin. Solenodon, 564, dentition, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3, total 40. This genus, with S. paradoxus and S. cubanus, figure 293, from Haiti and Cuba respectively, alone represents the family. These species, which differ chiefly in the color and quality of the fur, have a remarkably long cylindrical snout, a long naked tail, feet formed for running, and the body clothed with long, coarse fur. The position of the mammae quite behind on the buttocks is unique among insectivora. The first upper incisor is much enlarged, and this and the other incisors, canines, and premolars, closely resemble those of Myogale. The second lower incisor is, as in Potamegale, much larger than the anterior one, and is deeply hollowed out internally. While thus apparently showing relationship with the Talpidae, the form of the crowns of the molar teeth connects them with the next family. Family Centettidae. Skull, figure 294, with a small cylindrical brain case not constricted between the orbits, no zygomatic arch or postorbital process, and the tympanic annulate and not forming a bulla. Upper molars tritubercular. Pubic symphysis short, and the tibia and fibula either united or free. No cecum. The penis is pendant and retractile within the fold of the integument surrounding the anus, the testes are abdominal, the mammae are thoracic and ventral, and the uterine cornua are terminated by the fallopian tubes. All the species are limited to Madagascar. Figure 294. left lateral view of the skull of the tenrec, Centetes ecaudatus. Reduced. Subfamily Centetinidae. Tibia and fibula distinct, testes near kidneys, fur with spines. Centetes, 565, dentition, I superscript 2/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3, total 38. Vertebrae, C7, D19, L5, S3, C8. The single species is the well-known tenrec, C. ecaudatus, characterized by the absence of a tail. It reaches a total length of from 12 to 16 inches, and is the largest known insectivore. The adult males have long canines, the extremities of the lower pair being received into pits in front of the upper ones, figure 294. It is probably the most prolific of all mammals, since as many as 21 young are said to have been brought forth at a birth. The young have strong white spines arranged in longitudinal lines along the back, but these are lost in the adult animal, which is provided only with a nuchal crest of long rigid hairs. In rare instances a fourth upper molar may be developed. Hemicentetes, 566, dentition, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3, total 40. This genus is represented by the two species H. semispinosus, of which the skull is shown in figure 295, and H. nigriceps. It differs from Centetes by the presence of the third upper incisor, the much smaller canines, and by the form of the skull. Both species are very much smaller than C. ecaudatus, and the dorsal spines are retained in the adult state. Vertebrae, C7, D16, L5, S3, C9. Auriculus, 567, dentition, I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3, total 36. Vertebrae, C7, D17, L6, S4, C9. The single species, E. cetosis, is a hedgehog-like animal, having the whole upper surface and the short tail densely covered with close-set spines. The facial bones are much shorter than in any of the preceding genera, and the first upper incisor is elongated, as in Erinaceus. Judging from the slight development of the cutaneous muscles compared with those of the true hedgehogs, it is probable that complete involution of the body does not take place. Subfamily Orozorictinidae. Tibia and fibula united, testes near urethra, fur without spines. Figure 295. Skull of Hemicentetes semispinosus times 2. From Mivart, Proc. Zol. SOC 1871. Microgale, 568, dentition, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3, total 40. This genus includes M. longicaudata and M. cowani, both of which are small mouse-like species, the former with a tail double the length of the head and body, and having 43 caudal vertebrae, teeth like those of Centetes ecaudatus, but, owing to the comparatively much shorter muzzle, not separated by wide spaces, and the last premolar and molar with internal basal processes. Orozorix, 569, represented by two species, O. hova and O. tetradactylus, the latter distinguished by the presence of only 4 digits in the manus, the 3 inner having long laterally compressed fossorial claws. The general form of the head and body of the two species known is like that of a mole. These animals burrow in the rice fields and do much damage to the crops. Family Chrysochloridae. Skull conical, not constricted between the orbits, without postorbital process, but with well-developed zygomatic arch and tympanic bulla. Upper molars tritubercular, with the crowns very tall. No pubic symphysis, the tibia and fibula united. The eyes are covered by the hairy integument, the ears short and concealed by the fur. The internal generative organs are as in Centetinae, the mammae are thoracic and inguinal and placed in cup-shaped depressions. Habits fossorial. Confined to the southern part of the Ethiopian region, not extending to Madagascar. This family is closely allied to the Centetidae, occupying the same relative position with respect to that family that the Taupidae does to the Cericidae. Compared with the Taupidae, we find the following differences in the structural adaptation to a fossorial life. The manubrium sterni is not anteriorly elongated, neither are the clavicles shortened, but this is compensated for by a deep hollowing out of the anterolateral walls of the thorax, the ribs in these parts and the sternum being convex inwards. The long clavicles have their distal extremities pushed forward, and the concavities on the sides and inferior surface of the thorax lodge the thick muscular arms. Figure 296. The golden mole, Chrysochloris obtusorostris. Chrysochloris, 570, dentition, I superscript 3/3, C superscript 1/ P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3 superscript 2/32, total 40 or 36. Vertebrae, C7, D19, L3, S5, C8. This genus includes some 7 or 8 South African species, commonly known as golden moles, figure 296. Those species, in which the molars are reduced to superscript 2/2, with a basal talon to the lower ones, and without a prominence in the temporal fossa, have been placed in a separate genus, Calcochloris, by Professor Mavart. Nearly all the species have the fur of the upper surface of a brilliant metallic luster, varying from golden bronze to green and violet of different shades. The manus has 4 digits, of which the 2 outer are small, while the middle ones are large, with immensely powerful claws. Extinct types. The only fossil forms which can be referred to the section of the insectivora with tritubercular molars are the Leptictidae, of the Eocene and Miocene of North America. This family includes the genera Leptictus, Mesodex, and Ictops, all of which are regarded by Dr. Schlosser as true insectivora, although they were placed by Professor Cope with the creodont carnivora. Bibliography of Insectivora. Peters, Rees Nach Mozambique, Sagoth. 1852, ID über die Klassifikation der Insectivora, Monatsp. Akkad. Wissenschaft. Berlin, 1865, and other papers, Mavart, on the osteology of insectivora, Journ. Anat and Phys. 1867, 1868, and Proc. Zoll SOC 1871, Gill, Synopsis of Insectivorous Mammals, Bull. Geology and Geography Survey, USA Washington, 1875, includes a general bibliography of the order. Dobson, Monograph of the Insectivora, Systematic and Anatomical, London, 1882-90. Chapter 13 The Order Chiroptera. Mammals, having their 4 limbs specially modified for flight. The forearm consists of a rudimentary ulna, and a long curved radius. The carpus has 6 bones supporting a small pollex and 4 greatly elongated fingers, between which and the sides of the body and the hinder extremities a thin expansion of the integument, the wing membrane or patagium, is extended. The knee is directed backwards, owing to the rotation of the hind limb outwards by the wing membrane, a peculiar elongated cartilaginous process, the calcar, rarely rudimentary or absent, arising from the inner side of the ankle joint, is directed inwards, and supports part of the posterior margin of an accessory membrane of flight, extending from the tail or posterior extremity of the body to the hinder limbs, the interfemoral membrane. The penis is pendant, the testes are abdominal or inguinal, the mammary glands thoracic and generally postaxillary, the uterus is simple or with more or less long cornua, the placenta discoidal and deciduate, and the smooth cerebral hemispheres do not extend backwards over the cerebellum. The dental series includes incisors, canines, premolars, and molars and never exceeds I superscript 2/3, C superscript 1/ P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3, total 38. The animals comprised in this order are at once distinguished by the presence of true wings, and this peculiarity is accompanied by other modifications of bodily structure having special relation to flight. Thus, in contrast to most other mammals, in which the hind limbs greatly preponderate in size over the fore, in the present order the 4 limbs immensely exceed the short and weak hinder extremities. The thorax, as giving origin to the great muscles which sustain flight, and containing the proportionately large lungs and heart, is remarkably capacious, and the ribs are flattened and close together. The shoulder girdle is also greatly developed in comparison with the weak pelvic bones. Linnaeus included the bats among the primates, mainly on account of the number of their upper incisors, supposed to be always 4, the thoracic position of the mammae, and the pendant condition of the penis. Many other zoologists, taking into consideration the placental characters and the form of the uterus, have followed him, but it is evident that the situation of the mammy is related to the necessarily central position of the young during flight, the shortness of the uterine cornua, observable in so many species, to the generally uniparous gestation requiring less room, while the discoidal decidua placenta is equally present in and characteristic of the insectivora, many species of which also have the penis pendant. Thus, the reasons for maintaining the bats in this high position being disposed of, we find in the low organization of their brain a proof of their inferior status, while furthermore, although they differ widely from all other mammals in external form, it is evident that this is only the result of special adaptation to aerial locomotion, and, taking into account their whole bodily structure, we may accept the view of Professor Huxley that they should merely be regarded as exceedingly modified insectivora. So thoroughly, however, has this adaptation for flight been carried out that of all animals the bats are the least terrestrial, not one of them being equally well fitted for progression on the earth. This is due to the hind as well as the fore limbs being pressed into the service of aerial locomotion. Thus the hind limb is so rotated outwards by the wing membrane that, contrary to what obtains in all other vertebrates, the knee is directed backwards, and corresponds in position to its serial homologue the elbow. It necessarily follows from this arrangement that when a bat is on the ground it rests on all fours, having the knees directed upwards, while, in order to bring it into a position for forward progression, the foot rotates forwards and inwards on the ankle. Walking under these circumstances is at best only a kind of shuffle, and that this is fully recognized by the animal is evidenced by its great anxiety to take wing, or, if this be impracticable, to ascend to some point where it can hitch itself up by the claws of the hind legs in its usual position when at rest. Figure 297. Skeleton and flying membranes of the noctial bat, Vesperugo noctiula. Times 1/3. C. Clavicle, H. Humerus, R. Radius, U. Ulna, rudimentary, D superscript 1, pollex, D superscript 2, D superscript 3, D. Other digits of the manus supporting WM, the wing membrane, M, metacarpal bones, PH superscript 1, first phalanx, PH superscript 2, second phalanx, PH superscript 3, third phalanx, M, antebrachial membrane, F, femur, T, tibia, FB, fibula, rudimentary, C, calcar supporting M, the interfemoral membrane, PCL, postcalcaneal lobe. The bones of the skeleton are characterized by their slenderness and the great size of the medullary canals in those of the extremities. The vertebral column is short, and the vertebrae differ very slightly in number and form throughout the species. The general number of the dorsal-lumbar vertebrae is 17, of which 12 are dorsal. The cervicals are very broad, but short from before backwards, their breadth being due to the great transverse diameter of the spinal canal rendered necessary by the comparatively large size of the spinal cord, which, after giving off the nerves to the fore limbs and thorax, rapidly diminishes in size, and in the lumbosacral region is reduced to a fine thread. Except in the frugivorous pteropodidae, the vertebrae, from the third cervical backwards, are devoid of neural spines. From the first dorsal to the last lumbar vertebra the spinal column forms a single curve backwards, which is most pronounced in the lumbar region. The centra of the vertebrae are but slightly movable upon each other, and in old individuals appear to become partially ankylosed together. The caudal vertebrae are simple cylindrical bones without processes, their number and length being extremely variable even in closely allied species, and the anterior caudals are generally united to the ischial tuberosities. The relative development of the caudal vertebrae is, indeed, intimately correlated to the habits of the animals, the long tail in the insectivorous forms supporting and controlling the position of the large interfemoral membrane, which appears not only to aid their rapid motions when in pursuit of their prey by acting as a rudder, but also to assist in the capture and retention of the larger insects. In the frugivorous types, on the other hand, this is not required, and the tail is accordingly rudimentary or absent. In all bats the presternum has a prominent keel for the attachment of the great pectoral muscles. In most species the ribs are much flattened, and in some they are partially ankylosed by their contiguous margins. The skull is subject to considerable structural variations, even within the limits of a single family. Postorbital processes to the frontals are found only in the pteropodidae, and some Nycteridae and Emballonuridae. Pteropus and Turalipex are peculiar in having the orbit completely surrounded by bone. A slender zygomatic arch is present, except in some of the Phelostomatidae. The milk teeth are peculiar in that they are utterly unlike those of the permanent series. They are slender, with sharp recurved cusps, and as a rule are shed at an early period, in the Rhinolophidae before birth, but may coexist with some of the fully developed permanent teeth. The permanent teeth are subject to great variation of form, although they always have distinct roots. In the insectivorous types they are acutely cusped, the cusps in those of the upper jaw being arranged in a more or less distinct W, but in the frugivorous forms, like the Pteropodidae and some of the Phelostomatidae, the molars are longitudinally grooved or hollowed out. The pectoral girdle maintains a very constant type. Thus the clavicle is very long, strong, and curved, and the scapula large, oval, triangular, with a long curved coracoid process. The humerus, though long, is scarcely 2/3 the length of the radius. The ulna is rudimentary, its proximal extremity, which articulates with but a small part of the humerus, being ankylosed to the radius, and immediately beyond the joint it is reduced to a slender splint-like bone, extending about as far as the middle of the radius. In all species a detached sesamoid bone exists in the tendon of the triceps muscle. The radius is very long, in some species actually equal to the length of the head and body. The proximal row of the carpus consists of a single bone formed by the united scaphoid, lunar, and cuneiform, which, with the extremity of the radius, forms the radiocarpal joint. In the distal row the trapezium, trapezoid, and magnum vary in size in the different families, the unciform appearing to be the most constant, and the pisiform being generally very small. The manus is always furnished with 5 digits. The first, fourth, and fifth digits consist of a metacarpal and 2 phalanges, but in the second and third digits the number of phalanges is different in certain families. The pollex always terminates in a claw, which, like the proximal phalanx, is best developed in the frugivorous species. In most of the frugivorous Pteropodidae the second digit is provided with a claw, but in all other bats this and the remaining digits are unarmed. In the genus Trionops alone a very peculiar short bony process projects from the outer side of the proximal extremity of the terminal phalanx of the fourth digit. The relative development of the digits and their phalanges will be noticed under each family. As might be expected from the small size of the posterior limbs, the pelvic girdle is relatively weak. The ilia are long and narrow. In the males of most species the pubic bones of opposite sides are very loosely united in front, while in females they are widely separated, and in the family Rhinolophidae alone do these bones form a symphysis. The iliopectineal eminence develops a long pectineal process, which in the subfamily Hyposidarini is continued forwards to the anterior extremity of the ilium enclosing a preacetabular foramen unique among mammals. The acetabulum is small and directed outwards and slightly upwards, and with this is related the peculiar position of the hind limb already noticed as one of the chief characteristics of the order. The femur is slender and cylindrical, with a small head and very short neck, and scarcely differs in form throughout the order. The bones of the leg and foot are variable. In the subfamily Molossinae alone is there a well-developed fibula, while in all other species this bone is either very slender, or cartilaginous and ligamentous in its upper third, or reduced to a small bony process above the heel, as in Megaderma, or altogether absent, as in Nycteris. The foot consists of a very short tarsus, and of slender, laterally compressed toes, with much curved claws. The hallux is composed of a metacarpal, a proximal and an ungual phalanx, and is slightly shorter than the other 4 toes, each of which has an additional phalanx, except in the subfamily Hyposidarini and in the anomalous genera Thyroptera and Mixopoda, where all the toes have the same number of phalanges as the first digit, and are equal to it in length. In the genus Chiromeles the first digit is thumb-like and separated from the others, and in the typical Molossinae the first and fifth digits are much thicker than the intermediate toes. The most noticeable peculiarities in the myology of the order consist in the separated bands or slips into which the platysma is divided, and in the presence of the remarkable muscle termed occipitopollicalis, which extends from the occipital bone to the base of the terminal phalanx of the pollex. Although, as already mentioned, the brain presents a low type of organization, yet probably no animals possess so delicate a sense of touch as the Chiroptera. It is undoubtedly this perceptive power which enabled the individuals deprived of sight, hearing, and smell, in Spallanzani's well-known experiments, to avoid the numerous threads hung across the rooms in which they were permitted to fly about. In the common bats the tactile organs evidently exist, not only in the delicate vibrissae which spring from the sides of the muzzle, but also in the highly sensitive and widely extended integumentary structures entering into the formation of the wing membranes and ear conchs, while in many other species, notably in the tropical rhinolophine and phylostomatine bats, peculiar foliaceous cutaneous expansions surrounding the nasal apertures or extending backwards behind them are added. These structures, collectively known as the nose leaf, whence the term leaf-nosed bats, have been shown by Dr. Dobson to be made up partly of the extended and thickened marginal integument of the nostrils, and partly of the highly differentiated glandular eminences occupying the sides of the muzzle, in which, in all the common bats, the vibrissae are implanted. In all species of leaf-nosed bats, and especially in the Rhinolophidae, where the nasal appendages reach their highest development, the superior maxillary division of the fifth nerve is of remarkably large caliber. The nasal branch of this nerve, which is given off immediately beyond the infraorbital foramen, is by far the largest portion, the palpebral and labial branches consisting of a few slender nerve fibers only. This branch passes forwards and upwards on the side of the maxilla, but soon spreads out into numerous filaments extending into the muscles and integument above, and into the base of the nose leaf. The nerve supply of the nose leaf is further augmented by the large nasal branch of the ophthalmic division of the fifth nerve. While the many foliations, elevations, and depressions which vary the form of the nose leaf greatly increase the sensory surface supplied by the fifth nerve, and during rapid flight intensify the vibrations conveyed to it, the great number of sweat and oil glands which enter into its structure perform a function analogous to that of the glands of the auditory canal in relation to the membrana tympani in maintaining its surface in a highly sensitive condition. The nasal appendages of the Chiroptera may thus be regarded as performing the office of an organ of a very exalted sense of touch, standing in the same relation to the nasal branches of the fifth nerve as the oral apparatus to the auditory nerve, for, as the latter organ collects and transmits the waves of sound, so the former receives impressions arising from vibrations communicated to the air by approaching objects. In no order of mammals is the ear conch so greatly developed or so variable in form. Thus in most of the insectivorous species the ears are longer than the head, while in some, as in the common long-eared bat, Placotis auritus, their length nearly equals that of the head and body. The form of the conch is very characteristic of the various families. In most the tragus is remarkably large, in some extending nearly to the outer margin of the conch, and its function appears to be to cause undulations in the waves of sound, and so intensify and prolong them. It is worthy of notice that in the Rhinolophidae, the only family of insectivorous bats wanting the tragus, the auditory bulli reach their greatest size, and the highly sensitive nasal appendages their highest development, and that in the typical group of the Molossinae the ear conch is divided by a prominent keel, and the antitragus is unusually large in those species in which the tragus is minute. See Figure 298a. In the frugivorous bats the form of the ear conch is very simple, and but slightly variable, throughout the various types. Figure 298. Head of Molossus glossinus. From Dobson, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1876. A. Antitragus. B. Keel of the ear conch. C. Notch behind antitragus. In all bats the ears are extremely mobile, each moving independently at the will of the animal. This has been observed even in the frugivorous Pteropodidae, in which the peculiar vibratory movements first noticed in Artabeus perspicillatus may also be seen when the animals are alarmed. The opening of the mouth is anterior in most species, but in many it is inferior, the extremity of the nose being more or less produced beyond the lower lip, so much so indeed in the small South American species Rhynchonicterus naso as to resemble that of the shrews. The lips exhibit the greatest variety in form, which will be referred to under each family. The absence of a fringe of hairs is characteristic of all fruit-eating bats, and probably always distinguishes them from the insectivorous species, which they may resemble in the form of their teeth and other respects. The esophagus is narrow in all species, and especially so in the sanguivorous Desmodont Philostomatidae. The stomach presents two principal types of structure, which correspond respectively to the two great divisions of the order, the Megachiroptera and the Microchiroptera. In the former, with the exception of Harpya, the pyloric extremity is more or less elongated and folded upon itself. In the latter it is simple, as in the Insectivora vera. A third exceptional type is met within the Desmodonts where the left or cardiac extremity is greatly elongated, forming a long narrow cecum-like appendage. The intestine is comparatively short, varying from 1.5 to 4 times the length of the head and body, being longest in the frugivorous and shortest in the insectivorous species. Only in Rhinopulma microphyllum and Megaderma spasma has a very small cecum been found. The liver is characterized by the great size of the left lateral lobe, which occasionally equals half the size of the whole organ. The right and left lateral fissures are usually very deep. In the Megachiroptera, Harpya excepted, the spigelian lobe is ill-defined or absent, and the caudate is generally very large, but in the Microchiroptera, on the other hand, the spigelian lobe is very large, while the caudate is small, in most species forming a ridge only. The gallbladder is generally well developed and attached to the right central lobe, except in the Rhinolophidae, where it is connected with the left central. In most species the hyoids are simple, consisting of a chain of slender, elongated, cylindrical bones connecting the small basihyoid with the cranium, while the pharynx is short, the larynx shallow with feebly developed vocal cords, and guarded by a short, acutely pointed epiglottis, which in some genera, Harpya, Vampyrus, is almost obsolete. In Epimaphorus, however, we find a remarkable departure from the general type. Thus the pharynx is long and very capacious, the aperture of the larynx is far removed from the fauces, and, opposite to it, opens a canal, leading from the narial chambers, and extending along the back of the pharynx. The laryngeal cavity is spacious and its walls are ossified. The hyoid bone is quite unconnected, except by muscle, with the cranium. The ceratohyals and epihyals are cartilaginous and greatly expanded, entering into the formation of the walls of the pharynx, and in the males of 3 species at least, supporting the orifices of a large pair of air sacs communicating with the pharynx. Figure 299. Figure 299. Head and neck of Epimaphorus francati, adult male, natural size. The anterior, A.phs, and posterior, P.phs, pharyngeal sacs are opened from without, the dotted lines indicating the points where they communicate with the pharynx. Thin membranous septum and middle line between the anterior pharyngeal sacs of opposite sides. SM, sternomastoid muscle separating the anterior from the posterior sac. Dobson, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1881. In extent, peculiar modifications, and sensitiveness the cutaneous system reaches its highest development in this order. As a sensory organ its chief modifications in connection with the external ear and with the nasal and labial appendages have been described when referring to the nervous system. It remains therefore to consider its relative development as part of the organs of flight. The extent and shape of the flying membranes depend mainly on the form of the bones of the anterior extremities, and on the presence or absence of the tail. Certain modifications of these membranes, however, are met with which do not depend on the skeleton, but are related to the habits of the animals, and to the manner in which the wing is folded in repose. These membranes consist of the antebrachial membrane, extending from the point of the shoulder along the humerus and more or less of the forearm to the base of the pollex, the metacarpal bone of which is partially or wholly included in it, the wing membrane, which is spread out between the greatly elongated fingers, and extends along the sides of the body to the posterior extremities, generally reaching to the feet, and the interfemoral membrane, the most variable of all, which is supported between the extremity of the body, the legs, and the calcar. Figure 297. Figure 300. Frontal sac and noseleaf in male and female of Hippocyterus larvatus. Dobson, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1873. The antebrachial and wing membranes are most developed in those species fitted only for aerial locomotion, which when at rest hang with the body enveloped in the wings, but in the family Emballonuridae, and especially in the subfamily Molossinae, the species of which are the best fitted of all bats for terrestrial progression, the antebrachial membrane is reduced to the smallest size, and is not developed along the forearm, leaving also the pollex quite free, and the wing membrane is very narrow. and folded in repose completely under the forearm. The relative development of the interfemoral membrane has been referred to above in describing the caudal vertebrae. Its small size in the frugivorous and sanguivorous species, in which its presence would be injurious as impeding their motions when searching for food as they hang suspended by their feet, is easily understood. Odoriferous glands and pouches opening on the surface of the outer skin are developed in many species, but in most cases more so in males than in females, and thus constitute secondary sexual characters, which will be referred to when treating of the peculiarities of certain species. All the fossil Chiroptera at present known are true bats in every sense of the word, and therefore throw no light on the origin of the order. The earliest representatives of the order occur in beds of Upper Eocene, Lower Oligocene age. The order is divided by Dobson into the suborders Megachiroptera and Microchiroptera. Suborder Megachiroptera. Frugivorous bats, generally of large size. Crowns of molars smooth, marked with a longitudinal groove, cuspidate and terralapex, bony palate continued behind the last molar, narrowing slowly backwards, 3 phalanges in the index finger, the third phalanx generally terminated by a claw, sides of the ear conch forming a complete ring at the base, tail, when present, inferior to, not contained in, the interfemoral membrane, pyloric extremity of the stomach generally much elongated, the spigelian lobe of the liver ill-defined or absent, and the caudate well developed. Limited to the tropical and subtropical parts of the Eastern Hemisphere. Mr. O. Thomas, 571, considers that the ordinary type of molar dentition found in this suborder is a specialized adaptation from the cuspidate type of the Microchiroptera, the genus Terralapex retaining the ancestral form of teeth. Family Pteropodidae. Since all the forms are included in this family, its characters may be taken to be the same as those of the suborder. Subfamily Pteropodidae. Tongue moderate, molars well developed. Epimaphorus, 572, dentition, I superscript 2 superscript 1/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 2/3, M superscript 1/2, total 28 or 26. Tail absent or very short, when present free from interfemoral membrane, second digit of manus clawed, premaxilla united. This genus includes some 7 species inhabiting Africa south of the Sahara. The head is large and long, and the lips are expansible, and frequently with peculiar folds. The ears have a white tuft of hair on the margin, and in the males of most species there are large glandular pouches in the skin of the side of the neck near the shoulder, from the mouth of which project long and coarse yellowish hairs, forming tufts on the shoulders, from which the genus takes its name. Another male secondary sexual character consists in the presence of a pair of large air sacs extending outwards on each side from the pharynx beneath the integument of the neck, in the position shown in Figure 299. These sacs are evidently capable of being greatly distended at the will of the animal, and their inflation probably occurs under the same circumstances that the wattles of male gallinaceous birds swell up, namely, when engaged in courting the females. Other remarkable conditions in which these bats appear to differ from all other species occur in the form of the hyoid bones and larynx. These bats appear to live principally on figs, the juicy contents of which their large lips and capacious mouths enable them to swallow without loss. Figure 301. Head of foxbat, Pteropus personatus. From Gray, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1866. Pteropus, 573, dentition, I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 2/3, total 34. This genus has more than 40 species, and thus includes more than half the members of the family. All are of large size, and the absence of a tail, the long pointed muzzle, Figure 301, and the woolly fur covering the neck render their recognition easy. They are commonly known as flying foxes, or foxbats, and one of the species, P. edulis, inhabiting Java measures 5 feet across the fully extended wings, and is thus the largest known species of the order. All the species closely resemble one another in dentition, and are mainly distinguished by the form of the ears and the quality of the fur. P. scapulatus, from northeast Australia, approaches the species of the second subfamily in the remarkable narrowness of its molars and premolars. The range of this genus extends from Madagascar and the neighboring islands through the Seychelles to India, Ceylon, Burma, the Malay Archipelago, southern Japan, New Guinea, Australia, and Polynesia, except the Sandwich Islands, Ellis's Group, Gilbert's Group, Tokelau, and the Low Archipelago. Of the islands inhabited by it, some are very small and remote from any continent, such as Savage Island in the South Pacific and Rodrigues in the Indian Ocean. Although 2 species inhabit the Comoro Islands, which are scarcely 200 miles from the African coast, not a single species is found in Africa, but in India, separated by thousands of miles of almost unbroken ocean, a species exceedingly closely allied to the common Madagascar foxbat is abundant. The Malay Archipelago and Australia are their headquarters, and in some places they occur in countless multitudes. Mr. McGillivray remarks of P. conspicuatus, on the wooded slope of a hill on Fitzroy Island I one day fell in with this bat in prodigious numbers, looking while flying in the bright sunshine, so unusual for a nocturnal animal, like a large flock of rooks. On close approach a strong musky odor became apparent, and a loud incessant chattering was heard. Many of the branches were bending under their load of bats, some in a state of inactivity, suspended by their hind claws, others scrambling along among the boughs, and taking to wing when disturbed. Figure 302. Female and young of Xantharpia calaris. From Sclater, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1870, page 127. Xantharpia, 574, dentition as in Pteropus, but a short tail present, and the fur on the back of the neck similar to that of the body. This genus is represented by some 9 species, which have a distribution very similar to that of Pteropus, except that they extend into Africa, and are not found in Australia and Polynesia. X. aegyptiaca inhabits the chambers of the Great Pyramid and other deserted buildings in Egypt, and is probably the species so generally figured in Egyptian frescoes. Figure 302 exhibits an African species of this genus in the attitude assumed by the foxbats when at rest. Bonnie IA, 575, this genus, as represented by B. bidens of Borneo, differs from Xantharpia in having only a single pair of upper incisors. Synopterus, 576, dentition, I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 2/2, total 32 or 30. Muzzle short, grooved like Pteropus in front, tail and fur generally as in Xantharpia, but the former sometimes wholly absent. This genus, with 7 species, is almost limited to the Oriental region. C. marginatus is very common in India, and extremely destructive to ripe fruit of every description. Dr. Dobson states that he gave to a specimen of this bat obtained at Calcutta a ripe banana, which, with the skin removed, weighed exactly 2 ounces. The animal immediately, as if famished with hunger, fell upon the fruit, seizing it between the thumbs and the index fingers, and took large mouthfuls out of it, opening the mouth to the fullest extent with extreme voracity. In the space of 3 hours the whole fruit was consumed. Next morning the bat was killed, and found to weigh 1 ounce, or half the weight of the food eaten in 3 hours. Indeed, the animal when eating seemed to be a kind of living mill, the food passing from it almost as fast as devoured, and apparently unaltered, eating being, as it were, performed only for the pleasure of eating. Harpia, 577, dentition, I superscript 1/C superscript 1/P superscript 2/3, M superscript 2/2, total 24. Premaxilla well developed and united in front, facial bones much elevated above the margin of the jaw, nostrils tubular, figure 303, body and limbs as in Synopterus. Includes 2 species from the Austromalayan subregion, readily recognized by the peculiar tubular and projecting nostrils, as shown in the accompanying woodcut. Figure 303. Head of Harpia major. From Dobson, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1877. Cephalotes, 578, dentition, I superscript 1/C superscript 1/P superscript 2/3, M superscript 2/3, total 28. Premaxilla separate in front, nostrils simple, muzzle short, index finger without a claw, tail short. Includes 1 species, having the same distribution as Harpia. The wing membrane arises from the middle line of the back, to which it is attached by a longitudinal very thin process of the integument, the wings are quite naked, but the back covered by them is clothed with hair. Pteralapex, 579, external characters as in Pteropus, ears short and hairy, wings arising from the middle line of the back. Muzzle very short, plane of orbit directed more upwards than in Pteropus, orbit surrounded by bone, sagittal crest strongly developed. Teeth cuspidate, upper incisors with broad posterior ledges, upper canine short and thick, with a stout secondary cusp in the middle of the posterior border, and two smaller postero-internal basal cusps, cheek teeth short and broad, with their anterior and posterior basal ledges so developed and the main cusps so nearly conical as to obliterate the longitudinal grooving of Pteropus. Lower incisors very disproportionate, the outer pair being nearly 20 times the bulk of the inner, lower canine stout, with a simple posterior basal ledge. Represented by P. atrata of the Solomon Islands. As already mentioned, Mr. Thomas regards the dentition of this genus as the most generalized type found in the suborder. Subfamily Carponycterinidae. Facial part of skull much produced, molars narrow, and scarcely raised above the gum, and the tongue exceedingly long, attenuated in the anterior third, and armed with long recurved papillae near the tip. Notopterus, 580, dentition, I superscript 2/C superscript 1/P superscript 2/3, M superscript 2/2, total 28. Index finger without a claw, wings arising from the middle line of the back, tail long, first upper premolar long, with 2 roots. The single representative of the genus, N. macdonaldi, inhabits the Fiji Islands, Anedium Island, and New Guinea. It is at once distinguished from all other bats of this family by the length of its tail, which is nearly as long as the forearm. Eonycterus, 581, dentition, I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 2/3, total 34. First upper premolar small, with a single root. This genus is likewise represented by a single species, E. spilea, from the farm caves, Moulmein, Burma, which has somewhat the appearance of Xantharpia, but the absence of a claw to the index finger and the characteristic tongue and teeth at once distinguish it. Carponycterus, 582, and Melanicterus, 583, each with a single species, are closely allied. The index finger in both has a claw, and the number of the teeth is the same as in Eonycterus. Carponycterus minima is the smallest known species of the suborder, being much smaller than the common noctial bat of Europe, and its forearm scarcely longer than that of the long-eared bat. It is nearly as common in certain parts of India as Sinopterus marginatus, compared with which it is proportionally equally destructive to fruit, and extends eastward through the Malay archipelago as far as New Ireland, where it is associated with Melanicterus melanops, distinguished from it by its larger size and the total absence of the tail. Nesonicterus, 584, dentition, I superscript 2/C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 2/3, total 32. Allied to Melanicterus, but distinguished by the absence of the inner pair of lower incisors, and of a claw to the index finger. Tail wanting. Represented by N. Woodfordy, of the Solomon Islands. Calonicterus, 585, dentition, I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 2/2, M superscript 3/3, total 32. Allied to the preceding, but with a short tail, no claw to index. One species from Celebes. Trigonicterus, 586, dentition, I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 2/3, total 34. No external tail, a claw on index. One species from West Africa. Suborder Microchiroptera. Insectivorous, rarely frugivorous or sanguivorous, bats, of comparatively small size. Crowns of molars acutely cusped, marked by transverse grooves, bony palate narrowing abruptly, not continued backwards laterally behind the last molar, one rudimentary phalanx, rarely 2 phalanges or none, in the index finger, which is never terminated by a claw, outer and inner sides of ear conch commencing inferiorly from separate points of origin, tail, when present, contained in the interfemoral membrane, or appearing upon its upper surface, stomach simple, except in the desmodont. Philostomatidae, spigelian lobe of the liver very large, and the caudate generally small. Inhabit the tropical and temperate regions of both hemispheres. The members of this suborder may be divided into two sections. Section Vespertilianina. Tail contained within the interfemoral membrane, the middle pair of upper incisors never large, and separated from each other by a more or less wide space. Middle finger with two osseous phalanges only, except in Mixopoda aurita, Thyroptera tricolor, and Mysticops tuberculatus. First phalanx of the middle finger extended, in repose, in a line with the metacarpal bone. Family Rhinolophidae. In all the species of this family the nasal appendages are highly developed, and surround the sides of the nasal apertures, which are situated in a depression on the upper surface of the muzzle. The ears are large and generally separate, without trace of a tragus. The premaxilli are rudimentary, suspended from the nasal cartilages, and supporting a pair of very small incisors. The molars have acute W-shaped cusps, the skull is large, and the nasal bones which support the large nasal cutaneous appendages are much expanded vertically and laterally. In the females a pair of teat-like appendages are found in front of the pubis, and the tail is long and produced to the posterior margin of the interfemoral membrane. This family is found in the temperate and tropical parts of the eastern hemisphere. From whatever point of view the Rhinolophidae may be considered, they are evidently the most highly organized of insectivorous bats. In them the osseous and cutaneous systems reach the most elaborate development. Compared with those of the present family, the bones of the extremities and the flying membranes of other bats appear coarsely formed, and even their teeth seem less perfectly fitted to crush the hard bodies of insects. The very complicated nasal appendages, which evidently act as delicate organs of special perception, here reach their highest development, and the differences in their form afford valuable characters in the discrimination of the species, which resemble one another very closely in dentition and in the color of the fur. Subfamily Rhinolophinidae. First toe with 2, other toes with 3 phalanges each, a leopectineal spine not connected by bone with the antero-inferior surface of the ilium. Figure 304. Head of Indian horseshoe bat, Rhinolophus mitratus. From Dobson, Monagher. Asiat. Chiropt. Rhinolophus, 587, dentition, I superscript 1/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 2/3, M superscript 3/3, total 32. Nose leaf, figure 304, with a central process behind and between the nasal orifices, posterior extremity lanceolate, antitragus large. Includes more than 20 species. R. luctus, in which the forearm has a length of 3 inches, is the largest species, inhabiting elevated hill tracts in India and Malayana. R. hippocyterus of Europe, extending into South England and Ireland, forearm 1-5 inches, is one of the smallest, and R. ferrum equinum, with the forearm 2-3 inches in length, represents the average size of the species, which are mainly distinguished from one another by the form of the nose leaf. The last named species extends from England to Japan, and southward to the Cape of Good Hope. The genus is represented in the Himalaya by the closely allied R. trigatus, distinguished by having 3 vertical grooves on the lower lip, in place of the single groove found in R. ferrum equinum. Rhinolophus is represented in the Upper Eocene phosphorites of central France by R. antiquus and R. dubius. The former appears to have the same dental formula as in the existing species, but differs slightly in the structure of some of the lower molars, so that it is separated generically by some writers under the name of Pseudorhinolophus. The face is also longer than in existing forms, and there are certain differences in the structure of the skull. Alaster, from the same deposits, differs from Rhinolophus by the extreme shortness of the nasal region. Paleonycterus, from the lower Miocene of France, is said to be allied to Rhinolophus, but the premolars are superscript 3/3, and the limb bones are stated to resemble those of Molossus. Subfamily Hipposiderinidae. Toes equal, of 2 phalanges each, a leopectineal spine united by a bony isthmus with a process derived from the antero-inferior surface of the ilium. Figure 305. Head of Hipposiderus calcaratus. From Dobson, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1877. Hipposiderus, 588, dentition, I superscript 1/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 2 superscript 1/2, M superscript 3/3, total 30 or 28. Tail well developed. This genus, of which more than 20 species have been described, differs from Rhinolophus in the form of the nose leaf, which is not lanceolate behind and is unprovided with a central process covering the nostrils. The largest species, H. armiger, appears to be the most northerly, having been taken at Amoy in China, and in the Himalaya at an elevation of 5,500 feet. Many of the species are provided with a peculiar frontal sac behind the nose leaf, rudimentary in females, figure 305, which the animal can evert at pleasure. The sides of this sac secrete a waxy substance, and its extremity supports a pencil of straight hairs. Anthops, 589, like Hippocyterus, but with the tail rudimentary, consisting merely of 3 or 4 vertebrae hidden in the base of the interfemoral membrane. Nose leaf very complicated, its upright transverse portion emarginate above, and the projections rounded and hollowed behind, and their substance quite thin. Premolar superscript 2/2. Represented by A. ornatus of the Solomon Islands. Mr. O. Thomas, the describer of this bat, remarks that it is evidently more nearly allied to the preceding than to the succeeding genera, although it agrees with Coelops in the rudimentary tail. Rhinonycterus, 590, and Trionops, 591, these are two allied genera with well-developed tails, the former being represented by R. aurantia from Australia, and the latter by T. persicus from Persia and eastern Africa. Trionops, figure 306, is characterized by the remarkable form of its nasal appendages and ears, and the presence of a peculiar osseous projection from the proximal extremity of the second phalanx of the fourth finger. Figure 306. Head of Trionops persicus. ×2. From Dobson, Monager. Asiat. Chiropt. Coelops, 592, this genus is known only by a single species, C. frithi, from the Bengal Sundarbans, Java, and Siam, in the roof of the Great Pagoda at Laos, and is distinguished, not only by the form of its nose leaf, but also by the great length of the metacarpal of the index finger, as well as by the shortness of the calcar and interfemoral membrane and the rudimental tail. Family Nycteridae. This small family, including only 2 genera of bats of peculiar aspect, limited to the tropical and subtropical parts of the eastern hemisphere, is distinguished from the Rhinolophidae by the presence of a distinct tragus to the ear, and by the premaxilla being cartilaginous or small and separated from one another in front by a distinct space. Megaderma, 593, dentition, I/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 2 superscript 1/2, M superscript 3/3, total 28 or 26. This genus, which is represented by 5 species, is readily recognized by the absence of upper incisors, the cylindrical narrow muzzle surmounted by an erect naked cutaneous nose leaf, the base of which conceals the nasal orifices, by the immense connate ears with large bifid trachea, and by the great extent of the interfemoral membrane, in the base of which the very short tail is concealed. M. gigas, figure 307, from central Queensland, length of forearm 4.2 inches, is not only the largest species of the genus but also of the suborder. M. lyra, common in India, forearm 2.7 inches, has been caught in the act of sucking the blood, while flying, from a small species of Vesperugo, which it afterwards devoured, so that it is probable that the bats of this genus do not confine themselves to insect prey alone, but also feed, when they can, upon the smaller species of bats and other small mammals. Figure 307. Megaderma gigas. ×1/2. From Dobson, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1880. The Oriental M. spasma and M. lyra differ from the Ethiopian M. cor and M. frons in having 2 upper premolars instead of 1, and also in the shape of the frontals and nasals. Nycterus, 594, dentition, I superscript 2/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 1/2, M superscript 3/3, total 32. This genus, of which there are 7 species, differs so much from Megaderma that it may be considered the type of a separate subfamily. As in that genus, the frontal bones are deeply hollowed out and expanded laterally, the muzzle presents a similar cylindrical form, and the lower jaw also projects, but the single elevated noseleaf is absent, and instead of it the face is marked by a deep, longitudinal, sharp-edged groove extending from the nostrils, which are on the upper surface of the muzzle, near its extremity, to the low band connecting the bases of the large ears, the sides of this depression being margined as far back as the eyes by small horizontal cutaneous appendages. All the species resemble one another closely, and are mainly distinguished by the form of the tragus and the size and relative position of the second lower premolar. With the exception of N. javanica, they are all limited to the Ethiopian region. Family Vespertilionidae. Nostrils opening by simple crescentic or circular apertures at the extremity of the muzzle, not surrounded by distinct foliaceous cutaneous appendages, premaxilla small, lateral, and separated by a wide space in front, tragus distinct. In addition to these characters, it may be observed that the skull is of moderate size, the nasal and frontal bones not being much extended laterally or vertically, nor furrowed by deep depressions. The number of incisors varies from superscript 2/3 to superscript 1/3, rarely, in antrosis only, superscript 1/2, premolars superscript 3/3, or superscript 2/2, or superscript 1/2, rarely, in Vesperugo noctivigans of North America, superscript 2/3, the upper incisors are small, separated by a wide space in the middle line, and placed in pairs or singly near the canine. The molars are well developed, with acute W-shaped cusps. This family, which may be regarded as occupying a central position in the suborder, includes the common simple-faced bats of all countries, of which the well-known pipistrelle and the whiskered bat, Vespertilio mysticinus, may be taken as familiar types, and its species number more than 150, or considerably more than one-third the total number of the known species of the entire order. The various genera may be conveniently grouped into the Plecatine, Vespertilionine, Miniopteran, and Thyropteran divisions. In the Plecatine division, of which the common long-eared bat, Plecotis auritus, is the type, the crown of the head is but slightly raised above the faceline, the outermost upper incisor is close to the canine, and the nostrils are margined behind by grooves on the upper surface of the muzzle, or by rudimentary nose leaves. The ears also are generally very large and united. Plecotis, 595, dentition, I superscript 2/3, C superscript 1/ P superscript 2/3, M superscript 3/3, total 36. Outer margin of ear conch ending abruptly near the angle of the mouth, the inner margin with a more or less prominent rounded projection directed inwardly above the base, tragus very large, tapering upwards, with a lobe at the base of its outer margin, rounded, and placed half horizontally. This genus is represented by the European long-eared bat, P. auritus, and P. macrotis, restricted to North America. The latter is distinguished by the great size of the glandular prominences of the sides of the muzzle, which meet in the center above and behind the nostrils. P. auritus extends over the greater part of the Palearctic region, occurring in Ireland in the west and the Himalaya in the east. Cenotis, 596, dentition, I superscript 2/3, C superscript 1/ P superscript 2/2, M superscript 3/3, total 34. This genus is distinguished from the preceding by the loss of one lower premolar and by the outer margin of the ear being carried forwards above the mouth and in front of the eye. It includes the European barbastelle bat, S. barbastellus, and S. dargelingensis from the Himalaya. Odonicterus, 597, dentition, I superscript 1/3, C superscript 1/ P superscript 1/2, M superscript 3/3, total 30. The reduction in the number of upper incisors readily characterizes this genus, which appears to connect the typical representatives of the section, through Scytophilus, with the Vespertilionine division. It is represented by a single species, O. hemprichi, from North Africa and the Himalaya. Nyctophilus, 598, dentition, I superscript 1/3, C superscript 1/ P superscript 1/2, M superscript 3/3, total 30. This and the following genera are distinguished from all the preceding by the presence of a rudimentary noseleaf. The present genus contains N. timoriensis of the Australian region, and N. microtis of New Guinea. Antrosis, 599, dentition, I superscript 1/2, C superscript 1/, P superscript 1/2, M superscript 3/3, total 28. Readily distinguished from the other members of the whole family by having but two lower incisors, and from the other species of the section by the separate ears. The single species, A. pallidus, inhabits California. The Vespertilianine division includes some 9/10 of all the representatives of the family. They are distinguished from the preceding section by the simple nostrils, opening by crescentic or circular apertures at the extremity of the muzzle, the generally small size of the ears, and the absence of grooves on the forehead. Vesperugo, 600, dentition, I superscript 2 superscript 1/3, C superscript 1/, P superscript 2 superscript 1/23, M superscript 3/3, total 34, 30, or 36. This large genus comprises about 1/3 of the section, and is divided into groups or subgenera, according to the number of premolars and incisors, the latter varying from superscript 2/3 to superscript 1/3 in the subgenera Scoticis and Rogessa, and the premolars from superscript 2/2 to superscript 1/2, in the subgenus Lasionicterus superscript 2/3. The bats of this genus are generally easily distinguished by their comparatively thickly formed bodies, flat broad heads and obtuse muzzles, short, broad, and triangular obtusely pointed ears, obtuse and usually slightly incurved tragus, short legs, and by the presence in most species of a well-developed postcalcareal lobule. This lobule, which is supported by a cartilaginous process derived from the calcar, may act as a kind of adhesive disc in securing the animal's grasp when climbing over smooth surfaces. Vesperugo probably contains the greatest number of individuals among the genera of Chiroptera, and, with the exception of Vespertilio, its species have also the widest geographical range, being almost cosmopolitan, and one of the species, the well-known Ceratin, V. vesperus, serotinus, is remarkable as the only species of bat known to inhabit both the Old and the New World. 1. V. borealis, has been found close to the limits of the Arctic Circle, and another, V. magellanicus, inhabits the cold and desolate shores of the Straits of Magellan, being doubtless the bat referred to by Mr. Darwin in the Naturalist's Voyage. The common pipistrelle, V. pipistrellus, ranging over the greater part of the Palearctic region, is the best known species. Calanolabus, 601, this genus agrees with Vesperugo in the dental formula, but is readily distinguished by the presence of a well-defined lobe projecting near the angle of the mouth from the lower lip, and by the unicuspidate first upper incisor. The species fall into two subgenera, Calanolabus proper, with P superscript 2/2, represented by C. morio from New Zealand, Tasmania, and Australia, and three other species from Australia, and Glauconicterus, with P superscript 1/2, limited to southern and equatorial Africa, and known by C. argentatus and two other species, the bats of this subgenus being especially remarkable for their peculiarly thin membranes, traversed by very distinct reticulations and parallel lines. Figure 308. Head of Scotophilus emarginatus. Dobson, Monagher. Asiat. Chiropt. Scotophilus, 602, dentition, I superscript 1/3, C superscript 1/, P superscript 1/2, M superscript 3/3, total 30. This genus comprises a comparatively small number of species nearly allied to Vesperugo, and some of which approach so closely to the aberrant types of the latter ranged under the subgenus Scoticis, as to render the definition of the present genus almost impossible. 603. The species are restricted to the tropical and subtropical regions of the Eastern Hemisphere, though widely distributed within these limits. The more typical species are distinguished especially by the single pair of unicuspided upper incisors separated by a wide space and placed close to the canines, by the small transverse first lower premolar squeezed in between the canine and second premolar, and, generally, by their conical nearly naked muzzles and remarkably thick leathery membranes. S. coli is probably the commonest species of bat in India, and appears often on the wing even before the sun has touched the horizon, especially when the white ants are swarming, feeding eagerly upon them as they rise in the air. S. gigas, from equatorial Africa, with the forearm measuring 3–4 inches, is by far the largest species. S. albifuscus, from the Gambia, which is readily distinguished from the other species by its white wings, is an aberrant form, in which the lower premolars are long and not crowded together, and thereby so closely resembles Vesperugo, Scoticis, dormeri as to render it almost impossible to distinguish Scotophilus and Vesperugo. The figured species is from India. Nycticegis, 604, this genus, with the same dental formula as Scotophilus, is distinguished by the first lower premolar not being squeezed in between the adjoining teeth, and by the comparatively much greater size of the last upper molar. It includes only the common North American N. humoralis, crepuscularis, a small bat scarcely larger than the pipistrelle. It seems, however, as pointed out by Mr. O. Thomas, that the discovery of Scotophilus albifuscus renders the generic distinctness of Nycticegis no longer tenable, and that the species should be known as Scotophilus humoralis. Atalapha, 605, dentition, I superscript 1/3, C superscript 1/ P superscript 2 superscript 1/2, M superscript 3/3, total 32 or 30. The 5 species of this genus, which are confined to the New World, are generally characterized by the interfemoral membrane being more or less covered with hair, in the 2 commonest species, A. noveboracensis and A. cinerea, wholly covered, and by the peculiar form of the tragus, which is expanded above and abruptly curved inwards. These species have 2 upper premolars, of which the first is extremely small and quite internal to the tooth row. Harpiocephalus, 606, dentition, I superscript 2/3, C superscript 1/ P superscript 2/2, M superscript 3/3, total 34. This genus includes some 8 species of small bats distinguished by their prominent tube-like nostrils and hairy interfemoral membrane. H. swillus, from Java and neighboring islands, is the best-known species, and another closely allied, H. hilgendorfi, has been described by Professor Peters from Japan. The remaining 6 species are known only from the Himalaya and Tibet. All appear to be restricted to the hill tracts of the countries in which they are found. Vespertilio, 607, dentition, I superscript 2/3, C superscript 1/ P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3, total 38. Next to Vesperugo, this genus includes by far the largest number of species, amounting to over 40. It has, however, rather a wider geographical distribution in both hemispheres, 1 species at least being recorded from the Navigator's Islands. The species are easily recognized by the peculiar character of the upper incisors, the crowns of which diverge from each other, by the large number of premolars, of which the second upper one is always very small, and by the oval elongated ear and narrow attenuated tragus. In the British Isles this genus is represented by 4 species, viz. Bechstein's bat, V. bechsteini, the reddish-gray bat, V. natareri, a very local occurrence, Daubenton's bat, V. daubentoni, and the whiskered bat, V. mysticinus. Cerevula, 608, this genus, which has the same dental formula as Vespertilio, is distinguished by the parallel upper incisors, and the comparatively large size of the second upper premolar. Some 10 species have been described from the Ethiopian and Oriental regions, of which C. picta, from India and the Indo-Malayan subregion, is the best known, being well characterized by its brilliantly colored orange fur and conspicuously marked membranes, which are variegated with orange and black. This genus includes the most delicately formed and most truly insectivorous, tropical, forest-haunting bats, which appear to stand as regards the species of Vespertilio in a position similar to that occupied by Calanolabus with respect to Vesperugo. Figure 309. Side and front views of the head of Cerevula hardwickii. Dobson, Monagher. Asiat. Chiropt. The Miniopteran division includes only 2 genera, and is characterized by the great elevation of the crown of the head above the facial line, and also by the upper incisors being separated from the canine and also in the middle line. Nautilus, 609, this genus, while having the divisional characters mentioned above, agrees in the dental formula and its general external form with Cerevula, from which it is distinguished by the short triangular tragus. It includes 3 species, restricted to South and Central America and the West Indies, the head of N. micropus being shown in Figure 310. Figure 310. Head of Nautilus micropus. Times 3. Dobson, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1880. Miniopterus, 610, dentition, I superscript 2/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 2/3, M superscript 3/3, total 36. In addition to the difference in the number of the teeth, this genus is distinguished by the shortness of the first phalanx of the middle finger and the great length of the tail, which is wholly contained within the interfemoral membrane. It includes 4 species, restricted to the eastern hemisphere. Of these, the best known, M. schreibersi, is very widely distributed, being found almost everywhere throughout the tropical and warmer temperate regions of the eastern hemisphere. Specimens from Germany, Madagascar, Japan, and Australia differing in no appreciable respect from one another. The last Orthopteran division, which likewise comprises only 2 genera, is characterized by the presence of an additional osseous phalanx in the middle finger and an equal number of phalanges in the toes, and also by peculiar accessory clinging organs attached to the extremities. Thyroptera, 611, dentition, I superscript 2/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3, total 38. In the single species T. tricolor of Brazil, the clinging organs have the appearance of small, circular, pedunculated, hollow discs, figure 311, resembling in miniature the sucking cups of cuttlefishes, and are attached to the inferior surfaces of the thumbs and soles of the feet. With these, the animal is enabled to maintain its hold when creeping over smooth vertical surfaces. Figure 311. Suctorial discs in Thyroptera tricolor. A. Side and B. Concave surface, of thumb disc, C. Foot with disc, and calcar with projections, all much enlarged. Dobson, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1876. Mixopoda, 612. The second genus is likewise represented only by a single species, M. morita of Madagascar, and is distinguished from the preceding by the characters of the teeth and the form of the ears. The whole inferior surface of the pollex supports a large sessile horseshoe-shaped adhesive pad, with a circular margin directed forwards and notched along its edge, and a smaller pad occupies part of the sole of the foot. Fossil Vespertilionidae. It is not improbable that Vesperugo is represented in the Upper Eocene of the Paris Basin by V. parisiensis, which appears to be allied to V. serratina, although it has been regarded by some writers as generically distinct, under the name of Nyctotherium. Vesperugo, Nyctotherium, also occurs in the Bridger Eocene of the United States, Nyctolestes from the same deposits being an allied extinct genus. A number of European Miocene species have been referred to Vespertilio, but the term in these cases must be used in a somewhat wide sense. Vespertiliavis, of the phosphorites of central France, differs from Vespertilio in the proportions of its premolars. Section Emballonurana. Tail perforating the interfemoral membrane and appearing on its upper surface, or produced considerably beyond the truncated membrane, the middle pair of upper incisors generally large and close together. Family Emballonuridae. First phalanx of the middle finger folded, in repose, on the dorsal surface of the metacarpal bone, except in Noctilio and Mysticops. Nostrils opening by simple circular or valvular apertures at the extremity of the muzzle, not surrounded or margined by foliaceous cutaneous appendages, tragus distinct. The Emballonuridae are generally easily distinguished by the peculiar form of the muzzle, which is obliquely truncated, the nostrils projecting more or less in front beyond the lower lip, by the first phalanx of the middle finger being folded in repose forwards on the upper surface of the metacarpal bone, by the tail, which either perforates the interfemoral membrane or is produced far beyond it, and by the upper incisors, which are generally a single pair separated from the canine and also in the middle line. The family is cosmopolitan like the Vespertilionidae, but rarely extends north or south of the 30th parallel of latitude. Subfamily Emballonuranidae. Tail slender, perforating the interfemoral membrane, and appearing upon its upper surface, or terminating in it, legs long, fibula very slender, upper incisors weak. In the Furypteran division, the tail terminates in the interfemoral membrane, the crown of the head is greatly elevated above the faceline, the thumb and first phalanx of the middle finger are very short, and the dentition is I superscript 2/3, C superscript 1/P superscript 2/3, M superscript 3/3, total 38. represented by two genera, Furipterus, 613, and Amorphochilus, 614, each including one species of peculiar aspect, the latter distinguished from the former by the widely separated nostrils and the great extension backwards of the bony palate. Habitat: South America. In the typical or embalaneurine division, part of the tail is included in the basal half of the interfemoral membrane, the remaining part passing through and appearing upon its upper surface. The crown of the head is slightly elevated, the pollex and first phalanx of the middle finger are moderately long, and the number of the premolars is always superscript 2/2. Embalaneura, 615, incisors superscript 2/3. Extremity of the muzzle more or less produced beyond the lower lip, forehead flat. Contains some 5 species, inhabiting islands from Madagascar through the Malay archipelago to the Navigator's Islands. Figure 312. Ear of Embalaneura raffreyana, ×2. Dobson, Proc. Zul. SOC 1878. Calura, 616, incisors superscript 1/3. Extremity of the muzzle broad, forehead concave. Has 2 species from East Africa and the Seychelles Islands. Rhynchonicterus, 617, this genus is distinguished from Calura by the much produced extremity of the muzzle. The single species, R. naso, from Central and South America, is very common in the vicinity of streams throughout the tropical parts of these countries. It is usually found during the day resting on the vertical faces of rocks, or on the trunks of trees growing over the water, and, owing to the peculiar grayish color of the fur covering the body and growing in small tufts from the antebrachial membrane, so as to counterfeit the weathered surfaces of rocks and the bark of trees, easily escapes notice. As the shades of evening approach, it appears early on the wing, flying close to the surface of the water, and seizing the minute insects that hover over it. Sacopteryx, 618, incisors superscript 1/3. Antebrachial membrane with a pouch opening on its upper surface. This genus contains 6 species from Central and South America. In the adult males, a valvular longitudinal opening is found on the upper surface of the membrane, varying in position in different species. This opening leads into a small pouch, in some species large enough to hold a pea, the interior of which is lined with a glandular membrane secreting an unctuous substance of a reddish color with a strong ammoniacal odor. The presence of this sac only in males indicates that it is a secondary sexual character analogous to the shoulder pouches of Epimetheus and the frontal sacs of Hippocyterus. It is quite rudimentary in the females. Taphazos, 619, incisors superscript 1/2, upper pair deciduous. This genus, represented by some 10 species, inhabiting the tropical and subtropical parts of all the eastern hemisphere except Polynesia, forms the second group of this division, distinguished by the cartilaginous premaxillaries, deciduous upper incisors, and the presence of only 2 lower incisors. Most of the species have a peculiar glandular sac, figure 313, placed between the angles of the lower jaw. This is a sexual character, for, while always more developed in males than in females, in some species, although distinct in the male, it is quite absent in the female. An open gular sac is wanting in both sexes in T. melanopogon, but about its usual position the openings of small pores may be seen, the secretion exuding from which probably causes the hairs to grow very long, forming the black beard found in many male specimens of this species. Figure 313. Heads of Taphazos longimanus, showing relative development of gular sacs in male and female. Dobson, Proc. Zul. SOC 1873. In the Diclitoran division there is but a single genus, represented by 2 species. Diclidurus, 620, dentition, I superscript 1/3, C superscript 1/, P superscript 2/2, M superscript 3/3, total 32. Both species are from the neotropical region, the typical D. albus ranging as far north as Central America. This bat resembles the species of Taphazos in the form of the head and ears, but, besides other characters, differs from all other bats in possessing a peculiar pouch, opening on the center of the inferior surface of the interfemoral membrane. The extremity of the tail enters this, and perforates its fundus. The Noctilionine division is likewise represented only by a single genus, with 2 species. This genus connects the present with the following family: possessing characters common to both, but also so many remarkable special peculiarities as almost to warrant the formation of a separate family for its reception. Noctilio, 621, dentition, I superscript 2 / C superscript 1 / P superscript 1 / 2, M superscript 3 / 3, total 28. The two species N. leperinus and N. albiventer inhabit Central and South America. The typical N. leperinus is a bat of very curious aspect, with strangely folded lips, erect cutaneous processes on the chin, and enormous feet and claws. The first upper incisors are close together, and so large as to conceal the small outer ones, while in the lower jaw there is one pair of small incisors. This apparent resemblance to a rodent actually led Linnaeus to remove this species from the bats and place it in the rodents. This bat is remarkable for feeding on fish, a circumstance which has only recently been fully authenticated. The remaining genus of this subfamily is regarded as representing another division, which may be known as the rhinopomatine division. Rhinopoma, 622, this genus, represented by the single species R. microphyllum, might also be elevated to the rank of a family, for it is difficult to determine its exact affinities, a kind of cross-relationship attaching it to the Nectaridae on the one hand and to this family, in which it is here placed provisionally, on the other. This species, distinguished from all other Microchiroptera as well by the presence of two phalanges in the index finger as by its remarkably long and slender tail projecting far beyond the narrow interfemoral membrane, inhabits the subterranean tombs in Egypt and deserted buildings generally from northeast Africa to Burma. Figure 314. Skull of Rhinopoma microphyllum. ×2. Dobson, Monagher. Asiat. Chiropt. Subfamily Molosinidae. Tail thick, produced far beyond the posterior margin of the interfemoral membrane, except in mysticops, legs short and strong, with well-developed fibula, upper incisors strong. This subfamily includes all the species of Emballonuridae with short and strong legs and broad feet, whereof the first toe, and in most species the fifth also, is much thicker than the others, and furnished with long curved hairs, well-developed callosities at the base of the thumbs, and a single pair of large upper incisors occupying the center of the space between the canines. In all the species the feet are free from the wing membrane, which folds up perfectly under the forearm and legs. The interfemoral membrane is retractile, being movable backwards and forwards along the tail, and this power of varying its superficial extent must confer upon these bats great dexterity in quickly changing the direction of their flight, as when obliged to double in pursuing their swift insect prey, which their extremely expansible lips evidently enable them to secure with ease. Like the preceding subfamily, the genera may be arranged in divisions, of which there are two. The Molossine division is characterized by the production of the tail beyond the posterior margin of the interfemoral membrane. It includes three genera. Chiromeles, 623, dentition, I superscript 1 / C superscript 1 / P superscript 1 / 2, M superscript 3 / 3, total 26. Hallux much larger than the other toes and separable from them, ears separate. This genus is represented by a single species, C. torquatus, of large size, forearm 3–1 inches, and peculiar aspect, inhabiting the Indomalayan subregion. This bat is nearly naked, a collar only of thinly spread hairs half surrounding the neck, and is further remarkable for its enormous throat sac and curious nursing pouches. The former consists of a great semicircular fold of skin forming a deep pouch round the neck beneath, and concealing the orifices of large subcutaneous pectoral glands, which discharge an oily fluid of insufferably offensive smell. The nursing pouch is formed on each side by an extension of a fold of skin from the side of the body to the inferior surfaces of the humerus and femur. In the anterior part of this pouch the mammae are placed. Molossus, 624, dentition, I superscript 1 / 2, C superscript 1 / P superscript 1 superscript 2 / M superscript 3 / 3, total 24 or 28. Upper incisors close together in the middle line. There are some 10 species, restricted to the tropical and subtropical regions of the New World. The woodcut of the head of M. glossinus, figure 315, exhibits the general physiognomy of the bats of this genus. M. obscurus, a small species, is very common in tropical America. It inhabits the hollow trunks of palms and other trees, and also the roofs of houses. The males and females live apart, as, indeed, appears to be the case in most, if not in all, species of bats. In the hollow trunk of a palm 2 colonies were discovered, one consisting of from 150 to 200 individuals, exclusively males, while the other was composed almost entirely of females. Figure 315. Head of Molossus glossinus. Dobson, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1876. Nyctinomus, 625, dentition, I superscript 1/32, C superscript 1/P superscript 2 superscript 1/2, M superscript 3/3, total 32 or 28. Upper incisors separated in the middle line. The genus contains about 25 species, inhabiting the tropical and subtropical parts of both hemispheres. The lips of the bats of this genus are even more expansible than in Molossus, in many of the species, as in the woodcut of the head of N. macrotis, figure 316, showing vertical wrinkles. N. teniotis, one of the largest species, alone extends into Europe, and has been taken as far north as Switzerland. N. johariensis, from the Malay Peninsula, is remarkable from the extraordinary form of its ears. N. brasiliensis is nearly as common as Molossus obscurus in tropical America, and extends farther north, California, and south than that species. In the Mystacopine division, the tail perforates the interfemoral membrane and appears upon the upper surface. Figure 316. Head of Nyctinomus macrotis. Dobson, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1876. Mysticops, 626, this genus includes only M. tuberculatus of New Zealand, where, together with Calanolobus timorio, it represents the whole indigenous mammalian fauna of the islands. There are 3 distinct phalanges in the middle finger. The greater part of the wing membrane is exceedingly thin, but a narrow portion along the forearm, the sides of the body, and the legs is remarkably thick and leathery. Beneath this thickened portion the wings are folded. With the wings thus encased, this species is the most quadrupedal of bats. Other peculiarities of structure are found in the remarkable form of the claws of the thumbs and toes, which have each a small talon projecting from its concave surface near the base, also in the sole of the foot and inferior surface of the leg, as shown in figure 317. The plantar surface, including the toes, is covered with soft and very lax integument deeply wrinkled, and each toe is marked by a central longitudinal groove with short grooves at right angles to it. The lax wrinkled integument is continued along the inferior flattened surface of the ankle and leg. These peculiarities appear to be related to climbing habits in the species. Figure 317. Pollex and leg and foot of Mysticops tuberculatus, enlarged. Dobson, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1876. Fossil Embalanuridide. In the cavern deposits of Madras, remains of the existing Taphazos sacchalimus are not uncommon, while in the corresponding beds of Brazil bones of a Molossus, probably referable to M. teminki, now inhabiting the same region, are met with. It has been suggested that remains from the Upper Eocene phosphorites of central France may indicate the existence of the genus Taphazos at that early epoch. Family Philostomatidae. Middle finger with 3 well-developed bony phalanges, first phalanx of the middle finger short, nostrils in the front part of the cutaneous nasal appendages, or opening by simple apertures at the extremity of the muzzle, chin with warts or erect cutaneous ridges, premaxilla well-developed, united in front. The members of this family are readily distinguished by the 3rd phalanx in the middle finger, associated either with distinct cutaneous nasal appendages, or with well-developed first upper incisors, or with both. Unlike the Rhinolophidae, their eyes are generally large, and the tragus is well developed, maintaining almost the same form throughout the species, however much the other parts of the body may vary. The fur is of a dull color, and the face and back, in the Stenodermatine division especially, are often marked with white streaks, as in the Pteropodidae, of which these bats take the place in the Western Hemisphere. A few species, probably all those with the tail and interfemoral membrane well developed, feed principally on insects, while the greater number of the species of the Vampirine and Glossophagine divisions appear to live on a mixed diet of insects and fruits, and the Desmodontine division, of which 2 species only are known, are true bloodsuckers, and have their teeth and intestinal tract specially modified in accordance with their habits. The family is restricted to the tropical and subtropical parts of Central and South America. Subfamily Chilonycteronid. Nostrils opening by simple apertures at the extremity of the muzzle in front, not margined by a distinct nose leaf, chin with expanded leaf-like appendages. It includes 2 genera. Figure 318. Head of Mormops blainvillei. Dobson, cat. Chiropt. Brit. Muse. Chilonycterus, 627, dentition, I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 2/3, M superscript 3/3, total 34. The crown of the head is moderately elevated above the facial line, and the basic cranial axis is almost in the same plane as the facial. There are about half a dozen species. Mormops, 628. The 2 species of this genus are distinguished from Chilonycterus by the great elevation of the crown of the head above the line of the face, as well as by the basic cranial plane being nearly at right angles to the facial. Both species are noticeable for their peculiar physiognomy, as is shown in the accompanying woodcut, figure 318. Subfamily Philostomatonidae. Nostrils opening on the upper surface of the muzzle, the nasal apertures more or less surrounded or margined by well-developed cutaneous appendages, forming a distinct nose leaf, chin with warts. The numerous genera, most of which can only be mentioned here by name, may be arranged under 4 divisions. In the first or vampirine division, the muzzle is long and narrow in front, the distance between the eyes is generally less than, rarely equal to, that from the eye to the extremity of the muzzle. The nose leaf is well developed, horseshoe-shaped in front, and lanceolate behind, interfemoral membrane well developed, tail generally distinct, rarely absent, inner margin of the lips not fringed. The dentition is, I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 2/23, M superscript 3/3, total 32. The cusps of the upper molars are usually well developed, and arranged in a W. Nearly all the species of this division appear to be insectivorous, so that the name applied to them must not be considered as having any relation to their habits. Vampyrus spectrum, a large bat inhabiting Brazil, of forbidding aspect, which was long considered by naturalists to be sanguivorous in its habits, and named accordingly by Jeffrey, has been shown by the observations of modern travelers to be mainly frugivorous, and is considered by the inhabitants of the countries in which it is found to be perfectly harmless. It is the largest bat in America, the length of the forearm being 4-2 inches. Otopterus waterhousei appears to prey occasionally on small species of bats, like Megaderma lyra of the Eastern Hemisphere, which it resembles in many respects. Loncarina, 629, Otopterus, 630, and Dolichophyllum, 631. These 3 genera are characterized by the tail continuing to the hinder margin of the interfemoral membrane. Loncarina is represented by the single species L. aurita, in which the nose leaf is much elongated, and the ear conch and tragus are unusually large. Vampyrus, 632, etc. In all the remaining genera of this division, the tail perforates the interfemoral membrane, so as to appear upon its upper surface. These genera are Vampyrus, Lophostoma, Micronycterus, 633, Trachyops, Philoderma, Philostoma, Antherina, 634, Mimon, Hemoderma, 635, and Rhinophylla, all, with the exception of the last, being distinguished from one another chiefly by the form of the skull and the presence or absence of the second lower premolar. Trachyops, Philoderma, and the 3 last-named genera are each represented by a single species. Philostoma hastatum, in which the forearm has a length of 3-2 inches, and next in point of size to Vampyrus spectrum, is a well-known species in South America. P. elongatum, figure 319, differs in its smaller size and much larger nose leaf. Hemoderma brevicata is a small species, which forms a connecting link between this and the next division. Rhinophylla pumilio, the smallest known species of the family, is further distinguished by the narrowness of its molars, which do not form W-shaped cusps, and by the very small size of the last upper molar, characters connecting it with the stenodermatine division. Figure 319. Head of Philostoma elongatum. From Dobson, Proc. Zol. SOC 1866. In the second or glossophagine division of the subfamily, the muzzle is long and narrow, the tongue remarkably long and extensible, much attenuated towards the tip, and beset with very long filiform recurved papillae, lower lip with a wide groove above, and in front margined by small warts, noseleaf small, tail short or absent. Dentition, I superscript 1/ C superscript 2/2, P superscript 2 superscript 3/32, M superscript 2/32. Teeth very narrow, molars with narrow W-shaped cusps, sometimes indistinct or absent, lower incisors very small or deciduous. The 10 species included in this division are arranged under 7 genera, 636, distinguished principally by differences in the form and number of the teeth and the presence or absence of the zygomatic arch. The form and position of the upper incisors are extremely variable. In Glossophaga and Phyllonycterus the upper incisors form, as in the Vampirine division, a continuous row between the canines. In Monophylla and Leptonycterus, 637, they are separated into pairs by a narrow interval in front, while in Lonchoglossa, Glossonycterus, and Coeuronycterus they are widely separated and placed in pairs near the canines. In the first 4 genera the lower incisors are present, at least up to a certain age, while in the last 3 they are deciduous even in youth. The zygomatic arch is wanting in Phyllonycterus, Glossonycterus, and Coeuronycterus. The typical species is Glossophaga soracina, which so closely resembles Hemoderma brevicata, both in external form and dentition, that it has frequently been confounded with it. Its long fimbriated tongue, which it possesses in common with other species of the division, led Spix to describe it as a bloodsucker, believing that this organ was used to increase the flow of blood. This view is, however, without foundation, and from later observations it is evident that the peculiarly shaped tongue is used by the animal to lick out the pulpy contents of fruits having hard rinds. The food of the species of this division appears to consist of both fruit and insects, and the long tongue may also be used for extracting the latter from the deep coralli of certain flowers. This type of tongue is shown in the woodcut of the head of Coeuronycterus, figure 320, and it is paralleled among the Megachiroptera by the Carponycterine Pteropodidae. Figure 320. Head of Coeuronycterus mexicana, showing fimbriated tongue. Dobson, cat. Chiropt. Britt. Muse. The Stenodermatine division is characterized by the muzzle being very short and generally broad in front, the distance between the eyes nearly always exceeding, rarely equal to, that from the eye to the extremity of the muzzle, noseleaf short, horseshoe-shaped in front, lanceolate behind, except in Brachyphylla and Centurio, interfemoral membrane always concave behind, tail none, inner margin of the lips fringed with conical papillae. Dentition, I superscript 2/2, P superscript 2/2, M superscript 3 superscript 2/32, the number of the molars being either superscript 3/3, superscript 2/3, or superscript 2/2 in different species. Premolars and molars very broad, except in Sternira, the latter with concave or flat crowns margined externally by raised cutting edges. Although the members of this division are usually distinguished from those of the Vampirine division by the peculiar shortness and breadth of the muzzle and the form of the molars, yet certain species of the latter closely resemble those of the former in external appearance, agreeing almost absolutely in the form of the nose leaf, of the ears and tragus, and of the warts on the chin. These resemblances indicate that, while the form of the teeth and jaws has become modified to suit the nature of the food, the external characters, being but slightly affected by this cause, have remained much the same. The food of these bats appears to be wholly or in great part fruit. The 20 species have been grouped into 9 genera, distinguished by the form of the skull and teeth. Artabeus, with 6 species, includes the well-known frugivorous bat, A. perspicillatus. Waterton believed that A. planarostris, a common bat in British Guiana, usually found in the roofs of houses, and now known to be frugivorous, was the true blood-sucking vampire. Stenoderma acridophyllum, found in Jamaica and Cuba, associated with Artabeus perspicillatus, from which it is scarcely distinguishable externally except by its much smaller size, differs altogether in the absence of the horizontal plate of the palatal bones. Sternira lilium, while agreeing with the above in the form of the noseleaf and ears, differs from all the species of the family in its longitudinally grooved molars, which resemble those of the Pteropodidae more closely than those of any other bats, and the presence of tufts of long differently colored hairs over glands in the sides of the neck shows another common character still more remarkable, which can scarcely be considered the result of adaptive change. Centuriosenex is the type of a genus distinguished from Stenoderma and other genera of this division by the absence of a distinct nose leaf. Its facial aspect, as shown in Figure 321, is altogether bizarre. Figure 321. Head of Centuriosenex. Dobson, cat. Chiropt. Brit. Mews. In the last or Desmodont division, the muzzle is conical and short, there is a distinct nose leaf, the interfemoral membrane is very short, and the tail is wanting. Dentition, I superscript 1/2, C superscript 1/, P superscript 2/3, M superscript 1/, total 24 or 20. Upper incisors very large, trenchant, occupying the whole space between the canines, premolars very narrow, with sharp-edged longitudinal crowns, molars rudimentary or wanting, stomach greatly elongated, intestiniform. There are only 2 genera, the single species of each of which are the true blood-sucking vampires. They appear to be confined chiefly to the forest-clad parts, and their attacks on men and other warm-blooded animals were noticed by some of the earliest writers. Thus Peter Martyr, Anguera, who wrote soon after the conquest of South America, says that in the Isthmus of Darien there were bats which sucked the blood of men and cattle when asleep to such a degree as to kill them. Condamine, a writer of the 18th century, remarks that at Borja, Ecuador, and in other places they had entirely destroyed the cattle introduced by the missionaries. Sir Schomburg relates that at Wiki, on the river Burbus, no fowls could be kept on account of the ravages of these creatures, which attacked their combs, causing them to appear white from loss of blood. Although these bats were known thus early to Europeans, the species to which they belonged were not determined until about 60 years ago, several of the large frugivorous species having been wrongly set down as bloodsuckers and named accordingly, and it fell to the lot of Darwin to determine at least one of the bloodsucking species, the following being his account of the circumstances under which the discovery of the sanguivorous habits of Desmodus rufus was made. The vampire bat is often the cause of much trouble by biting the horses on their withers. The injury is generally not so much owing to the loss of blood as to the inflammation which the pressure of the saddle afterwards produces. The whole circumstance has lately been doubted in England. I was therefore fortunate in being present when one was actually caught on a horse's back. We were bivouacking late one evening near Coquimbo, in Chile, when my servant, noticing that one of the horses was very restive, went to see what was the matter, and, fancying he could detect something, suddenly put his hand on the beast's withers and secured the vampire. These bats present, in the extraordinary differentiation of the mandicatory and digestive apparatus, a departure from the type of other members of the family unparalleled in any of the other orders of Mammalia, standing apart from all other mammals as being fitted only for a diet of blood, and capable of sustaining life upon that alone. Travelers describe the wounds inflicted by the large sharp-edged incisors as similar to those caused by a razor when shaving, a portion of the skin being shaved off and a large number of severed capillary vessels thus exposed, from which a constant flow of blood is maintained. From this source the blood is drawn through the exceedingly narrow gullet, too narrow for anything solid to pass, into the intestine-like stomach, whence it is probably gradually drawn off during the slow process of digestion, while the animal, sated with food, is hanging in a state of torpidity from the roof of a cave or the inner side of a hollow tree. Figure 322. Head of vampire bat, Desmodus rufus. Desmodus, 638, no true molar, and no calcar. The common vampire, D. rufus, is widely spread over the tropical and subtropical parts of Central and South America from Oaxaca to southern Brazil and Chile. It is a comparatively small species, a little larger than the common noctule, the head and body being about 3 inches in length, the forearm 2.5, with a remarkably long and strong thumb. It is destitute of a tail, and has a peculiar physiognomy, well represented in Figure 322. The body is covered with rather short fur of a reddish-brown color, but varying in shade, the extremities of the hairs being sometimes ashy. The teeth are peculiar and admirably adapted for the purposes for which they are employed. The upper incisor is greatly enlarged, and of somewhat triangular shape. Figure 323, the canine, although smaller than the incisor, is large and sharp, but the cheek teeth are very small, with laterally compressed crowns rising but slightly above the level of the gum, their longitudinally disposed cutting edges being continuous with the base of the canine and with each other. The lower incisors are small, bifid, and separated from the canine, with a space in front. The lower cheek teeth are narrow, like those in the upper jaw, but the anterior tooth is slightly larger than the others, and separated by a small space from the canine. Behind the lower incisors the jaw is deeply hollowed out to receive the extremities of the large upper incisors. The exceedingly narrow esophagus opens at right angles into the slender, intestine-like stomach, which almost immediately terminates on the right, without a distinct pylorus, in the duodenum, but on the left forms a greatly elongated fundus, bent and folded upon itself, appearing at first sight like part of the intestines. This cardiac extremity of the stomach is, for a short distance, to the left of the entrance of the esophagus, still very narrow, but soon increases in size, till near its termination it attains a diameter quite 3 times that of the short pyloric portion. The length of this cardiac diverticulum of the stomach appears to vary from 2 to 6 inches, the size in each specimen probably depending on the amount of food obtained by the animal before it was captured. Figure 323. Dentition of Desmodus rufus. A. Front view of upper teeth. B. Left lateral view of upper and lower teeth. Diphylla, 639, a small true molar in each jaw, and a rudimentary calcar. The single species D. ecodata inhabits Brazil, and appears to be much less abundant than Desmodus rufus, from which, in addition to the characters already mentioned, it is distinguished by its slightly smaller size, the absence of a groove in the front of the lower lip, the non-development of the interfemoral membrane in the center, and the peculiar form of the lower incisors, which are much expanded in the direction of the jaws and pectinated, forming a semicircular row touching each other. The outer pair being wider than the inner ones, and having 6 notches, the inner pair having only 3 notches. Fossil Phyllostomatidae. Remains of Vampyrus spectrum, as well as of several species of Phylostoma or closely allied types, are found in the cavern deposits of Brazil. The mandible of a large bat from the Upper Eocene phosphorites of central France, described as necromantis, has been referred to this family, a determination which, if confirmed, will be of great interest from a distributional point of view. Bibliography of Chiroptera. G. E. Dobson, Catalogue of the Chiroptera in the collection of the British Museum, 1878, including descriptions of all the species of bats then known, subsequent papers by the same author in Representative Brit. Association, Proc. Zol SOC, and Mag. Nat. History, and Bull. SOC Zol de France, by Peters and Monitzp. Acad. Wyss. Berlin, by O. Thomason and Mag. Nat. History, Proc. Zol SOC, and Muse Genova, and by J. Scully in and Mag. Nat. History and Journ. As. SOC Bengal, H. A. Robin, Recherches anatomiques sur les mammifères de l'ordre de Chiropteres, Paris, 1881, W. T. Blanford, Notes on Indian Chiroptera, Journ. As. SOC Bengal, Volume 58. 1888, see also papers by Jentinck, Bocage, and others. Chapter 14. The order Primates. This order in the system of Linnaeus includes man, the monkeys, the lemurs, and the bats. By common consent of all zoologists the last-named animals have been removed into a distinct order, but with regard to the association of the others there has been, and still is, much difference of opinion. That all the monkeys, from the highest anthropoid apes to the lowest marmosets, form a natural and tolerably homogeneous group seems never to have been questioned, but whether the lemurs on the one hand and man on the other should be united with them in the same order are points of controversy. If, in accordance with the traditional views of zoologists, the former are still considered to be members of this order, they must form a suborder apart from all the others, with which they have really very little in common except the opposable hallux of the hind foot, a character also met with in the possums, and which is therefore of very secondary importance. 640. Using the term primates in this wider sense, it is not easy to give any precise definition of the order. The dentition is dithyodont and heterodont, the number of incisors being very generally superscript 2/2, and that of the molars, with the exception of the Hapalidae, being superscript 3/3. The cheek teeth are adapted for grinding, the molars being more complex than the premolars, and usually having 4 main tubercles, which may be either subconical or more or less compressed. The orbit is invariably surrounded by a ring of bone, the clavicles are well developed, and the radius and ulna are never united. The scaphoid and lunar of the carpus, and commonly also the central, remain distinct from one another. There are usually 5 digits furnished with well-developed nails in both the manus and the pes, but the pollex may be rudimentary or wanting. The hallux, except in man, is opposable to the other digits, and has a flat nail, absent in simia, and the pollex, when present, is usually also more or less opposable. The terminal phalanges of the digits are flattened, except in the second digit of the pes of the lemuroidea, and not cleft at their extremities. The fingers and toes generally do not taper towards their extremities, but, except in chiromes, are dilated, flattened, and rounded at their tips. The humerus has no antepicondylar foramen, nor the femur a third trochanter. In the alimentary canal, figure 324, the stomach is generally simple, although sacculated in the subfamily Semnopithecinae of the Cercopithecidae, and there is always a cecum, which is generally of large size. The placenta may be either non-deciduous or discoidal and deciduous. There are always 2 mammae in the pectoral region, except in chiromes, and the testes descend into a scrotum. Figure 324. Alimentary canal of Galago, the greater part of the small intestine being omitted. D. Duodenum, I. Ileum, cm. Cecum, R. Rectum. The lemuroidea are decidedly low in the scale of organization, their placentation being of a lower type than that of the insectivora, and all the primates retain generalized features in their pentadactylate limbs and more or less bunodont cheek teeth. In respect to cerebral characters and other features, the higher representatives of the order have, however, acquired a specialization clearly indicating their right to occupy the highest position in the animal kingdom. So far as the available material admits of forming an opinion, fossil forms appear to indicate an intimate connection between the lemuroidea and insectivora, so that in some cases it is almost impossible to determine whether an extinct type should be referred to the former or to the latter group. It is noteworthy that while in all existing primates the upper molars are of a quadrituberculate type, in the extinct lemuroid genus Anaptomorphus they are trituberculate. Suborder Lemuroidea. The Latin term lemur was applied by Linnaeus to the typical representatives of the present group of primates, having been suggested by the nocturnal habits and strange ghost-like appearance of some of its members. As these animals had previously no vernacular appellation in English, this name has been generally adopted, and is now completely anglicized, making lemurs in the plural. The French call them maquis, and the Germans Halbaffen, in allusion to their forming a transition from monkeys to ordinary quadrupeds. For the same reason they are called Persimii by some systematic writers. When the name was bestowed by Linnaeus only 5 species were known, of which one, L. volans, Linn. Galeopithecus volans of modern writers, is now removed by common consent from the group. Notwithstanding the discovery of many new and curious forms, the lemurs remain a very natural and circumscribed division of the animal kingdom, though no longer considered a single genus, but divided up into many genera and even families. The existing species are not numerous, and do not diverge widely in their organization or habits, being all of small or moderate size, all adapted to an arboreal life, climbing with ease, and, as they find their living, which consists of fruits, leaves, birds' eggs, small birds, reptiles, and insects, among the branches of the trees, they rarely have occasion to descend to the ground. None are aquatic, and none burrow in the earth. Many of the species, although by no means all, are nocturnal in their habit. Spending the day in sleeping in holes, or rolled up in a ball, perched on a horizontal branch, or in the fork of a tree, and seeking their food by night. Their geographical distribution is very peculiar, by far the larger proportion of species, including all those to which the term lemur is now especially restricted, being exclusively inhabitants of Madagascar, where they are so abundant and widely distributed that it is said by M. Grandidier, who has contributed more than any other traveler to enrich our knowledge of the structure and manners of these animals, that there is not a little wood in the whole island in which some of them cannot be found. From Madagascar as a center, a few species less typical in character extend through the African continent westward as far as Senegambia, and others are found in the oriental region as far east as the Philippine Islands and Celebes. The following are the essential characters by which the suborder as a whole is distinguished from the Anthropoidea. Skull with the orbit opening freely into the temporal fossa beneath the postorbital bar, except in tarsius, and the lacrimal foramen situated externally to the margin of the orbit, figure 327. The pollex and hallux are always well developed, the latter being especially large. The second or index digit of the manus may be rudimentary, while in the pes the second digit invariably terminates in a long pointed claw. The cerebral hemispheres do not completely overlap the cerebellum, and are but slightly convoluted. The uterus is bicornuate. The placenta is non-deciduate, and either diffused or bell-shaped, the whole of the chorion except the cephalic pole being covered with villi, and the allantois is of very great size. There may be abdominal mammae. Except in chiromes, the first pair of upper incisors are separated in the middle line. In marked contrast to the Anthropoidea, the middle or transverse portion of the colon is almost always folded or convoluted on itself. See figure 324. In subdividing the group for the purpose of a more detailed description of the different animals of which it is composed, it must first be noted that there are two very aberrant forms, each represented by a single species, the little tarsius of the Indian archipelago, and the singular chiromes or II, which, though an inhabitant of Madagascar, the headquarters of the suborder, and living in the same forests and under the same external conditions as the most typical lemurs, exhibits a most remarkable specialization in the structure of its limbs and teeth, the latter being modified so as to resemble, at least superficially, those of the rodents, in which order it was once placed. The differences between these two forms and the remaining lemurs are so great that the whole suborder naturally divides itself into three families, the first of which may be again divided into four subfamilies. Family Lemuridae. Upper incisors 2 on each side, small and separated by an interval in the middle line. Upper canine large, conical, compressed, and pointed. Premolars 2 or 3, molars 3 on each side above and below, with numerous more or less pointed cusps. In the front of the lower jaw are on each side 2 or 3 closely approximated, long, slender teeth lying almost horizontally and projecting forwards. These are generally considered to represent the incisors and canine, but there is some doubt about their homologies, and they may be all considered as incisors, the canine being absent. The first lower premolar larger than those behind it, and shaped like a canine, of which it performs the function, figure 327. The orbit and temporal fossa widely continuous beneath the bar of bone, formed by the frontal and jugal, constituting the posterior boundary of the former cavity. The fibula well developed and distinct from the tibia. All the digits of both feet, except the second of the hind foot, with flat nails, and corresponding form of ungual phalanges. Subfamily Androzanidae. The dentition of the adult consists of 30 teeth, usually expressed by the formula I superscript 2/C superscript 1/P superscript 2/2, M superscript 3/3, but, as indicated above, they may be I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 2/2, M superscript 3/3. In the milk dentition there are 22 teeth, the true molars of course not being represented, but there are 2 additional teeth in the forepart of the lower jaw which have no successors in the permanent series. Hind limbs greatly developed, but the tarsus normal. Hallux of large size, and very opposable. The other toes united at their base by a fold of skin, which extends as far as the end of the first phalanx. Mammae 2, pectoral. Cecum very large, and colon extremely long and spirally coiled. The animals of this group are, as their organization indicates, essentially arboreal, and feed exclusively on fruit, leaves, buds, and flowers. They are restricted geographically to the island of Madagascar. Among them are the largest members of the suborder. A detailed and beautifully illustrated account of their characters, external and internal, and distribution and habits, is given in the Histoire naturelle de Madagascar, by A. Grandidier and Alphonse Milne-Edwards, 1875. The species are not numerous and are distributed into 3 genera. Injuries, 641, upper incisors subequal in size. Upper canine larger than the first premolar. Muzzle moderately long. Ears exerted. Carpus without an os central. Tail rudimentary. Vertebrae, C7, D12, L9, S4, C9. The only well-established species is the Indres, I. brevicaudata, figure 325, discovered by Sonnerat in 1780. It is the largest of the lemurs, the length of the head and body being about 2 feet, and the tail 2 inches. It is very variable in color, for although usually nearly black, marked with whitish spots principally in the lumbar region and forearm, individuals have been found quite white. It inhabits exclusively the forests of a part of the east coast of Madagascar, living in small troops of 4 or 5 in number, and resembling in most of its habits the animals of the next genus. Propithecus, 642, second upper incisor much smaller than the first. Upper canine larger than the first premolar. Muzzle rather short. Ears short, concealed by the fur. An os central in the carpus. Tail long. Vertebrae, C7, D12, L8, S3, C28. Figure 325. Indres brevicaudata. From Milne Edwards and Grandidier, Mammifers de Madagascar, PL12. The species are all subject to great variations in color, which has led to much difficulty in discriminating them, and to much confusion of synonymy. Grandidier and Milne Edwards recognize 3 as certainly distinct: P. diadema, P. veroxii, and P. coronatus, figure 326. Some of these are to be found in almost every part of the island of Madagascar, living in the woods in small bands of 6 or 8 together, and feeding exclusively on buds, flowers, and berries. Their powerful hind limbs enable them to leap from tree to tree, often to a distance of 10 yards, without any apparent effort, and thus seeming to fly through the air. When obliged to descend to the ground to pass from one clump of trees to another, they do not run on all fours, but stand erect, and throwing their arms above their heads progress by a series of short jumps, producing an effect which is described by travelers who have seen them thus in their native haunts as exceedingly ludicrous. They are not nocturnal, but most active in the morning and evening, remaining seated or coiled up among the branches during the heat of the day. They are naturally of a quiet and gentle disposition, and do not show much intelligence. All the species are also less vociferous than the true lemurs, only when alarmed or angered making a noise which has been compared to the clucking of a fowl. Like the rest of the subfamily, they never have more than a single young one at a time. Figure 326. Propithecus coronatus. From Milne Edwards and Grandidier, Mammifers de Madagascar, PL7. Ava his, 643, second upper incisor larger than the first. Upper canine scarcely larger than the first premolar. Muzzle very short. Ears very small and hidden in the fur, which is very soft and woolly. Carpus without an os central. Tail long. Vertebrae, C7, D11, L9, S3, C23. One species, A. loniger, the woolly lemur, or Ava his, considerably smaller than any of the last genus. It differs from them in its habits, being quite nocturnal, and not associating in small troops, but being always met with either alone or in pairs. It is very slow in its movements, and rarely descends to the ground, but when it does it walks upright like the other Andrysini. It is found throughout the forests which clothe the mountains on the east coast of Madagascar, and also in a limited district on the northwest coast, the specimens from the latter locality being of smaller size and rather different in color. Subfamily Lemurinidae. The dentition in the adult consists of 36 teeth, which, as usually enumerated, are I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3. In the forepart of the lower jaw are on each side 3 elongated, compressed, procumbent teeth, of which the outer, usually considered the homologue of the canine, is larger than the others. All the forms have long tails. Hind limbs not of the same disproportionate size as in the last group, and the cecum much less developed. Tarsus but slightly elongated, the calcaneum being always less than 1/4 the length of the tibia. Toes of the hind feet free to the base. Habitat, Madagascar, and some of the adjacent Comoro Islands. Figure 327. Skull of ring-tailed lemur, Lemur cata. Times 1/3, UC, upper canine, LC, lower canine, PM, premolars, M, molars. This group contains the typical lemurs, or rather those to which the term is now chiefly restricted. Two somewhat aberrant members make it necessary to divide it into three genera. Lemur, 644, upper incisors separated by an interval in the middle, and not in contact with each other or the canine, in front of which they are both placed. Muzzle elongated. Ears conspicuous and tufted. Mammy 2, pectoral. Vertebrae, C7, D12, L7, or D13, L6, S3, C27. Figure 328. The ring-tailed lemur, Lemur cata. Animals much about the size of a common cat, with fox-like faces, soft thick fur, and long tails well clothed with hair. Not having the same disproportionate size of the limbs as the last group, they are much more quadrupedal in their actions, walking on the ground or running along the branches of trees on all 4 feet, but also jumping with marvelous agility. They are gregarious, living in small troops, are diurnal in their habits, but most active towards evening, when they make the woods resound with their loud cries. They feed not only on fruits and buds, but also on eggs, young birds, and insects. When at rest or sleeping they generally coil their long, bushy tails around their bodies, apparently for the sake of the warmth it affords. They have either 1 or 2 young ones at a birth, which are at first nearly naked, and are carried about, hanging close to and almost concealed by the hair of the mother's belly. After a while they change their position and mount upon the mother's back, where they are carried about until they are able to climb and leap by themselves. Though no member of the Androzini has as yet lived long enough in captivity to be brought alive to Europe, various species of Lemurini are commonly seen in menageries, and often breed in England. They present a great tendency to variation in their coloring, in consequence of which many nominal species have been made. The most distinct, and at the same time most beautiful, is the ring-tailed lemur, L. cata, figure 328, of a delicate gray color, and with a long tail marked with alternating rings of black and white. This is said by Mr. G. A. Shaw, 645, to be an exception to all the other lemurs in not being arboreal, but living chiefly among rocks and bushes. Pollen, however, says that it inhabits the forests of the southwest parts of Madagascar, living, like its congeners, in considerable troops, and not differing from them in its habits. He adds that it is extremely gentle, and active and graceful in its movements, and utters at intervals a little plaintive cry like that of a domestic cat. All the others have the tail of uniform color. The largest species is L. varius, the ruffed lemur, sometimes black and white, and sometimes reddish-brown, the variation apparently not depending on sex or age, but on the individual. In L. macaco the male is black and the female red. L. mungos, L. colares, and L. albifrons are other well-known species. Hippolymer, 646, upper incisors very small, subequal, separated widely in the middle line. Those of either side in contact with each other and with the canine, the posterior one being placed on the inside, and not in front of the latter. Muzzle very short and truncated. Mammy 4. There is apparently but one species, H. griseus, smaller than any of the true lemurs, of a dark gray color, with round face and short ears. It is quite nocturnal, and lives chiefly among bamboos, subsisting on the young shoots. A second species has been named H. simus, but it is doubtful if it is more than a variety. Lepidolemur, 647, upper incisors absent or rudimentary. Muzzle more elongated than in the last. No distinct os central in the carpus. L. mustelinus is the best known species. It has, at all events when adult, no upper incisors. It is rare, and like Hippolymer nocturnal in its habits. A second closely allied species, but with better developed premaxilli, containing a pair of small styliform incisors, has been described by Peters, 648, under the name of Myxocebus caniceps. Subfamily Gallaginidae. Dentition as in Lemurini, from which the members of this subfamily are distinguished by the elongation of the tarsus, caused by a peculiar modification of the calcaneum and the navicular, the distal portion of the former and the whole of the latter having the form of almost cylindrical rods placed side by side, while the other bones retain nearly their normal form and proportion. Chirogalius, 649, last upper premolar very much smaller than the first molar, with only one external cusp. The animals included under this name appear to form a transition between the true lemurs and the galagos. The genus was originally established by Geoffrey St. Hilaire in 1812 for the reception of 3 species only known at that time by drawings made in Madagascar by the traveler Commerson. Subsequent discoveries have brought to light several others that may be referred to it, including 1 or 2 which are sometimes considered as forming a genus apart under the name of Microcebus. They are all small, some being less than a rat in size, long-tailed, and nocturnal in their habits. One of the largest, C. furcifer, is of a reddish-gray color, and distinguished by a dark median stripe on its back which divides on the top of the head into 2 branches, one of which passes forwards above each eye. The most interesting peculiarity of these animals, a knowledge of which we owe to M. Grandidier, is that certain species, C. samidi, C. gleroids, C. millii, etc., during the dry season coil themselves up in holes of trees and pass into a state of torpidity like that of the hibernating animals in the winter of northern climates. Before this takes place an immense deposit of fat accumulates upon certain parts of the body, especially upon the basal portion of the tail, which has then dimensions corresponding to that of the well-known fat-tailed sheep of the Cape, but which by the time they emerge from their torpor has acquired its normal proportions. The smallest species, to which many names have been given, C. pusillus, rufus, smithy, etc., lives among the small branches on the tops of the highest trees, feeding on fruit and insects, and making nests which resemble those of birds. Galago, 650, last upper premolar with 2 large external cusps, and nearly equaling the first molar in size. Calcaneum about 1/3 the length of the tibia, and the navicular much longer than the cuboid. Vertebrae, C7, D13, L6, S3, C22 to 26. Tail long, and generally bushy. Ears large, rounded, naked, and capable of being folded at the will of the animal. Mammae 4, 2 pectoral and 2 inguinal. The galagos differ from all the lemuroids previously mentioned, inasmuch as they are inhabitants, not of Madagascar, but of the African continent, being widely distributed in the wooded districts from Senegambia in the west to Abyssinia in the east, and as far south as Natal. They pass the day in sleep, but are very active at night, feeding on fruit, insects, and small birds. When they descend to the ground they sit upright, and move about by jumping with their hind legs, like jerboas and kangaroos. They are pretty little animals, varying in size from that of a small cat to less than a rat, with large eyes and ears, soft woolly fur, and long tails. There are several species, of which G. crassicaudatus, from Mozambique, is the largest. A similar species, or perhaps variety, from Angola is G. montieri. G. garnetti, alini, maholi, demidofi, and senegalensis are other recognized species. The last mentioned was the first known to science, having been brought from Senegal by Adonson, and described in 1796 by Geoffrey, who adopted the name galago, by which it was said to be called by the natives. Subfamily Larizonidae, dental formula as in Lemurini. Index finger very short, sometimes rudimentary and nailless. Fore and hind limbs nearly equal in length. Tarsus not specially elongated. Pollex and hallux diverging widely from the other digits, the hallux especially being habitually directed backwards. Tail short or quite rudimentary. Mammae 2, pectoral. A small group of very peculiar animals, of essentially nocturnal habits, and remarkable for the slowness of their movements. They are completely arboreal, their limbs being formed only for climbing and clinging to branches, not for jumping or running. They have rounded heads, very large eyes, short ears, and thick, short, soft fur. They feed not only on vegetable substances, but, like many of the Lemuridae, on insects, eggs, and also birds, which they steal upon while roosting at night. None of the species are found in Madagascar. One of the greatest anatomical peculiarities of these animals is the breaking up of the large arterial trunks of the limbs into numerous small parallel branches, constituting a rete mirabile, which is found also in the sloths, with which the loris are sometimes confounded on account of the slowness of their movements. The animals of this group are usually divided into 4 genera, though the characters by which they are separated are very trivial. There are more properly 2 natural divisions. A characterized by the index finger being small, but having the complete number of phalanges, and by their Asiatic habitat. These form the genus Loris of Geoffrey St. Hilaire, 1796, Stenops of Iliger, 1811, but they were in 1812 divided by Geoffrey into 2 genera, Nycticebus and Loris, a division which has been accepted by most modern zoologists. Nycticebus, 651, first upper incisor larger than the second, which is often early deciduous. Inner margins of the orbits separated from each other by a narrow flat space. Nasal and premaxillary bones projecting but very slightly in front of the maxillae. Body and limbs stout. No external tail. Vertebrae, C7, D17, L6, S3, C12. The species are N. tardigratus, the common slow lemur or loris, of the Malay countries, Sumatra, and Borneo, N. javanicus, of Java, and N. cinereus, figure 329, of Siam and Cochin China. The habits of all are much alike. They lead a solitary life in the recesses of large forests, chiefly in mountainous districts, where they sleep during the day in holes or fissures of large trees, rolled up into a ball, with the head between the hind legs. On the approach of evening they awake, and during the night they ramble among the branches of trees, slowly and quietly, in search of their food, which consists of tender leaves and fruit, small birds, insects, and mice. When in quest of living prey they move noiselessly till quite close, and then suddenly seize it with one of their hands. The female produces but one young one at a time. L. tardigratus was placed by Linnaeus at the head of the list of species of his genus Lemur, and its habits doubtless suggested the generic name which was transferred by Geoffrey to the less nocturnal and spectre-like Madagascar members of the group, 652, figure 329. The grey loris, Nycticebus cinereus. From A. Milne Edwards, N. Archives du Museum, Vol. 3. PL 3. Loris, 653, upper incisors very small and equal. Orbits very large, and only separated in the middle line above by a thin vertical plate of bone. Nasals and premaxillae produced forwards considerably beyond the anterior limits of the maxillae, and supporting a pointed nose. Body and limbs slender. No external tail. Vertebrae, C7, D14, L9, S3, C6. This genus is represented only by the slender loris, L. gracilis, of southern India and Ceylon, figure 330. This species is common in some of the forest regions of southern India, and may be purchased in the bazaars at Madras, its eyes being regarded as a remedy by the natives for ophthalmic diseases. It is a strange-looking creature, about the size of a squirrel, of a yellowish-brown color, with large, prominent eyes, pointed nose, long thin body, long, angularly bent, slender limbs, and no tail. Its habits, according to Mr. W. T. Blanford, 654, are very similar to those of Nycticebus tardigratus, except that the slender loris is rather quicker in its movements, though still slow in general. Like its ally, it is purely nocturnal and arboreal, living upon shoots and young leaves, insects, birds' eggs, birds, and lizards. It is said to be very fond of honey or syrup. It sleeps rolled up in a ball with its head between its legs, grasping its perch with its arms. Figure 330. The slender loris, Loris gracilis. From Blanford, Mammalia of British India, page 47. B. Index fingers reduced to a mere tubercle without nail. Both the known species are from West Africa. Paradicticus, 655, a short tail, about a third of the length of the trunk. 2 or 3 of the anterior dorsal vertebrae have very long slender spinous processes which in the living animal project beyond the general level of the skin, forming distinct conical prominences, covered only by an exceedingly thin and naked integument. The potto, P. potto, is one of the oldest known members of the Lemuroid group, having been described in 1705 by Bosman, who met with it in his voyage to Guinea. It was, however, lost sight of until 1825, when it was rediscovered in Sierra Leone, and fully described by Bennett in 1830 under the name of Paradicticus geoffroy. Bennett's generic name has been retained, but the specific name bestowed by Gmelin, adopted from Bosman, has been restored. It is also found in the Gabon. It is strictly nocturnal, and slower in its movements even than Nycticebus tardigratus, which otherwise it much resembles in its habits. A second species, the Awantabo, P. calibarensis, rather smaller and more delicately made, with smaller hands and feet and rudimentary tail, constitutes the genus Arctocebus of Gray. It is found at Old Calabar, and is very rare, only a few individuals having as yet been met with. Vertebrae, C7, D15, L7, S3, C9, 656, family Tarsidae. Dentition, I superscript 2/C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3, total 34. The first upper incisor large, and in contact with its fellow of the opposite side. Canine of moderate size. Molars with numerous pointed cusps. Lower canine semi-erect, its apex diverging from that of the single incisor. First lower premolar smaller than those behind it. Orbit to a large extent separated from the temporal fossa by a bony partition. Fibula slender, with its lower half confluent with the tibia. Second and third digits of the hind foot with compressed claws, all the other digits of both feet with flat nails. Calcaneum and navicular bone of the foot elongated as in the chirogales and galagos, but to a still greater extent. Colon short and not folded. Vertebrae, C7, D13, L6, S3, C27. Tarsius, 657, the family contains the single genus Tarsius, of which but one species is known, T. spectrum, the tarsia, a very singular little animal, rather smaller than an English squirrel, with very large eyes and ears, a long thin tail, tufted at the end, and immensely elongated tarsal portion of the foot, in allusion to which its generic name was given to it. It inhabits the forests of many of the islands of the Indo-Malayan archipelago, including Sumatra, Borneo, Celebes, and some of the Philippines, feeds chiefly on insects and lizards, sleeps during the day, but is tolerably active at night, moving chiefly by jumping from place to place, an action for which the structure of its hind legs, which present a curious resemblance to those of a frog, seems particularly well adapted. It is rare, not more than two being generally found together, and only brings forth one young at a time. 658, family Chiromyidae. Dentition of adult, I superscript 1/C/P superscript 1/M superscript 3/3, total 18. Incisors very large, compressed, curved, with persistent pulps and enamel only in front, as in rodents. Teeth of cheek series with flat, very indistinctly tuberculated crowns. In the young the first set of teeth more resemble those of the normal lemurs, being I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/M superscript 2/2, all very small. Orbit surrounded by a ring of bone posteriorly, beneath which it communicates freely with the temporal fossa. Fibula well developed and distinct from the tibia. All the digits of both feet with pointed rather compressed claws, except the hallux, which has a flattened nail. Middle digit of the hand excessively attenuated. Vertebrae, C7, D12, L6, S3, C27. Figure 331. Skull of II, Chiromys madagascariensis. Times 1/6 Muse Roy. Call surgeons. Chiromys, 659, this family, like the last, is formed for the reception of a single genus, Chiromys, 660, containing one species, C. madagascariensis, the II, an animal about the size of a cat, with a broad rounded head, short face, and large and naked ears. It has very large hands and long thin fingers with pointed claws, one of which, the middle or third, is remarkable for its extreme slenderness. The foot resembles that of the other lemurs in its large opposable hallux, with a flat nail, but all the other toes have pointed compressed claws, like that of the second toe in the Lemurini and the second and third in the Tarsidae. Tail long and bushy. General color dark brown, the outer fur being long and rather loose, with a woolly undercoat. Mammy 2, inguinal in position. It is a native of Madagascar, where it was discovered by Sonnerat in 1780. The specimen brought to Paris by that traveler was the only one known until 1860. Since then many others have been obtained, and they may frequently be seen living in the gardens of the Zoological Society of London. Like so many of the lemurs, the ii is completely nocturnal in its habits, living either alone or in pairs, chiefly in the bamboo forests. Observations upon captive specimens have led to the conclusion that it feeds principally on succulent juices, especially of the sugar cane, which it obtains by tearing open the hard woody circumference of the stalk with its strong incisor teeth. It is said also to devour certain species of wood-boring caterpillars, which it obtains by first cutting down with its teeth upon their burrows, and then picking them out of their retreat with the claw of its attenuated middle finger. It constructs large ball-like nests of dried leaves, lodged in a fork of the branches of a tree with the opening on one side. The resemblance of its teeth to those so characteristic of the rodentia caused it to be placed formerly in that order, and it was only when its anatomical characters were fully known that its true affinities with the lemurs became apparent. 661. Extinct lemuroids. The discoveries of the last few years have revealed the former existence, both in Europe and North America, of a number of extinct animals more or less closely allied to the living lemurs, which are of especial interest as showing in some instances characters of a more generalized type than is the case with the living representatives of the suborder. It is, however, in some cases very difficult to determine whether these extinct forms should be referred to the Lemuroidea or Insectivora, and if those naturalists are right who regard these groups as survivors of a very generalized ancestral type of mammalian organization, it is to be expected that as we recede in time we should find that the two groups show more and more marked signs of a natural connection. The earliest reference of one of these extinct Upper Eocene types to the primates was made in 1862 by Professor L. Rudemeyer, of Ball, who described part of an upper jaw with 3 teeth from the so-called Bonners of Ajerkingen, near Soleure in Switzerland, under the name of Caenopathecus lemuroides, regarding the animal to which the specimen belonged as partaking of the characters both of the lemurs and the American monkeys. Most other paleontologists refused, however, to accept this determination, and it was not until many years later that the researches of Gaudry and Philhall showed not only that Caenopathecus was indeed a true lemuroid, but also that it was either identical with or closely allied to a form described by Cuvier in the early part of this century under the name of Adipus and regarded as referable to the Ungulata. Later researches have brought to light other lemuroids in the tertiaries of both the Old and the New World, and it is very noteworthy that all these types seem to have disappeared from both regions with the close of the upper portion of the Eocene period. Figure 332. The last 5 right upper cheek teeth of Microchirus antiquus, A, and Microchirus arenaceus, B. Twice natural size, and natural size. Among the more interesting of the forms which are generally regarded as true lemuroids we may first mention a small species from the Quercy phosphorites, of which the hinder cheek teeth are shown in figure 332 and A, which was originally described as Necrolemur antiquus, but appears to be generically identical with Microchirus arenaceus, of the Upper Eocene of Hampshire, of which the corresponding teeth are shown in B of the same figure. In this genus, according to Dr. Schlosser, the dental formula is I superscript 2/C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3, or the same as in the existing tarsius, but it is not improbable that in some instances the first lower premolar may have been developed. The upper molars of M. arenaceus differ from those of M. antiquus by the simpler structure of their columns and the smaller size of the external cingulum, which lacks the median cusp found in the latter. The angle of the mandible is produced into a large hook-like flange which at once distinguishes the genus from all existing lemurs, and the anterior lower premolar is not canine-like. M. antiquus is of very small size, but the larger M. edwardsi of the same deposits comes nearer in dimensions to M. arenaceus. The upper molars decrease in size from the first to the third, the first and second having a median cusp in the external cingulum, by which they are readily distinguished from the corresponding teeth of the undermentioned genus Hyopsodus. The third upper molar differs from that of Hyopsodus by its small size and the abortion of its posterior columns. The skull approximates to that of the living genus Galago, exhibiting the same inflation of the auditory bulla. The upper molars are also not unlike one species of that genus, but the fourth upper premolar has but one outer cusp, as in Chirogaleus. The small Anaptomorphus, from the North American Eocene, has a skull of about the same size as that of the smallest species of Microchirus, but the dental formula is I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 2/2, M superscript 3/3, and the upper molars are of the tritubercular type. Figure 333. The left upper cheek teeth of Oedipus magna, from the Upper Eocene of Hampshire. The well-known Oedipus, Aphylotherium or Polylemur, of the Upper Eocene of France and England, differs from all existing lemuroids in possessing 4 premolars, 662, the dental formula being I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 3/3. The fourth upper premolar has 2 outer cusps, and the upper molars, figure 333, resemble those of Lepidolemur and Hypalomer, while the lower canine is a well-developed tooth performing the usual function of biting against the canine of the upper jaw. The lower incisors have upright, spatulate crowns, as in the true apes. The skull is said to approximate in contour to that of Propithecus. The typical A. parisiensis is of comparatively small size, but the species of which the upper cheek teeth are shown in the woodcut is of much larger dimensions. The skull of A. magna, which measures upwards of 4 inches in length, resembles that of A. parisiensis in its general characters, but is modified much in the way that the skulls of larger animals differ from the smaller ones of the same natural group. Thus the brain chamber and orbits are relatively smaller, the face larger, the muscular crests more developed, and the constriction between the cerebral and the facial portion of the skull more marked. These modifications remove the skull in its general characters still farther from the existing lemurs, so much so that M. Philhall refers it and the other species of Oedipus to a distinct zoological type, intermediate between the lemurs and the pachyderms, to which he gives the name of pachylemurians, but later researches do not support this view. As mentioned above, it has been suggested that Caenopithecus lemuroides is inseparable from Oedipus parisiensis, but the postero-internal column of the upper molars is said to be larger. The genera Tomatherium and Notharctus, of the Eocene of the United States, appear to be allied to Oedipus, but the second has a larger lower canine. The same deposits have also yielded more or less imperfect remains of other forms departing more widely from the existing lemuroid type. Of these Hyopsodus, of the Wasatch and Bridger Eocene of the United States, has the dental formula I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P/4, M superscript 3/5. The quadratuberculate upper molars have well-developed accessory intermediate columns, protocondyal and metacondyal, and thus resemble those of Microchirus, the external surfaces of the outer columns of their teeth being flattened, with vertical ridges and a distinct cingulum. The third upper molar has its postero-internal column, hypocone, partly aborted, but is otherwise as well developed as the preceding molars. Microcyops, of the North American Eocene, appears to have been an allied form in which there were probably only 3 premolars. Figure 334. The right upper cheek teeth of Plesiodopus ramensis, from the lowest Eocene of Reims. Time superscript 3/2. P. 3, 4, premolars, M. 1, 2, 3, molars. From Osborne. The genera Protodapus and Plesiodopus, from the lowest Eocene of Reims, may not improbably be regarded as primitive lemuroids. The lower molars are quinquatubercular, and not unlike those of Microcyops. The dental formula of the lower jaw is I2, C1, P3-4, M3 in the first named genus, but in the second the dentition is reduced to I superscript 2/C superscript 1/P superscript 2/2, M superscript 3/3. In Plesiodopus the lower and the first upper incisor are enlarged, the upper molars, figure 334, tritubercular, and the lower quadratubercular. Introdon, of the lowest Eocene of the United States, resembles Plesiodopus in its tritubercular upper molars, and appears to have a nearly similar dental formula. Mixodex, of the same deposits, was probably a more or less closely allied type. Polychodus of the Wasatch Eocene of North America, in which the hallux was not opposable, and Cryptopithecus of the German Eocene, may be regarded as very generalized lemuroids. Bibliography. Besides the works and memoirs on particular families and genera referred to above, see St. G. Mivart, Notes on the Crania and Dentition of the Lemuridae, in Proc. Zol. Soc. 1864, pages 611 to 648, and 1867, pages 960 to 975, Mivart and Muri, On the Anatomy of the Lemuroidea, in Trans. Zol. Soc. 1872, Volume 7. Pages 1 to 113, W. Turner, On the Placentation of the Lemurs, in Phil. Trans. Volume Claxvi. Pages 569 to 587, F. Paulin and D. C. Van Dam, Recherches sur la faune de Madagascar. 2-part, Mammifers, 1868. For the fossil type C. M. Schlosser, Die Affen, Lemuren, etc., de Europäischen Tertiärs, in Beeter. Pell. Ostrander, 1888. Suborder Anthropoidea. This suborder includes the whole of the remaining members of the primates, namely, those animals commonly known as marmosets, monkeys, baboons, and apes, together with man himself. The characters by which the Anthropoidea are distinguished as a whole from the Lemuroidea may be summarized as follows. Skull with the orbit separated from the temporal fossa by a vertical plate of bone joining the postorbital bar, and the lacrimal foramen situated within the margin of the orbit. Pollex sometimes rudimentary or absent, second digit of manus always well developed, and that of the pes usually with a flattened nail, not so in Hapality. The cerebral hemispheres of the brain either completely or almost completely cover the cerebellum, and are much convoluted. Uterus not bicornuate. The placenta is deciduate and discoidal, and the allantois is small. There are never abdominal mammae. As additional points of distinction from the Lemuroidea, it may be mentioned that the anterior cornu of the hyoid is shorter than the posterior, the inner pair of upper incisors are in contact in the middle line, and the transverse portion of the colon extends uninterruptedly across the abdomen. The Anthropoidea may be divided into the 5 families, Hapalidae, Cebidae, Cercopithecidae, Simiidae, and Hominidae, of which the first and second are confined to the New, and the third and fourth to the Old World. In noticing some of the salient features in the external and internal structure of the Anthropoidea, it will be found convenient to allude to all the members of the first 4 families as apes, in contradistinction to man. In respect to relative size, the extremes are found in the gorilla on the one hand and Hapale on the other, the difference in this respect between these 2 forms being greater than that between man and a squirrel. The relative proportions between the limbs and the body, and also between the fore and hind limbs, are subject to great variation. Thus in hylobates and atlas both pairs of limbs are much elongated, in the former case the pectoral being much longer than the pelvic pair, figure 335. In other cases, as in the orang, figure 354, while the arms are very long, the legs are short, but in the subfamily Cercopithecinae both pairs are short and subequal. Only in the Hapalidae and some of the Cebidae are the legs proportionately as long as in man. The tail is as much as 3 times the length of the body in Atlas, while in the Simiidae it is totally absent. In the majority of genera it is long in all the species, but in some cases, as in Macacus, it may be either long, short, or absent in the different species of a single genus. Equally marked variations occur in the shape of the head. Thus in Atlas it is rounded, while in the orang it is elevated vertically, in Chrysothrix it is produced posteriorly, and in the baboons, cynocephaly, it is characterized by the great production of the muzzle and the terminal position of the nostrils, whereby a characteristic dog-like form is assumed. The eyes are always directed forwards, and are never more separated from one another than in man, although, as in Chrysothrix, they may be closer together. They are of very large size in Nyctopithecus, while in the baboons they are relatively small in proportion to the size of the head. The ears are invariably well developed, and are usually pointed at their posterior-superior angle. Those of man are characterized by the soft depending portion known as the lobule, of which there is a rudiment in the gorilla. In the majority of apes the nose is but very slightly prominent, but it attains an extraordinary development in Nasalis larvatus, and is scarcely less remarkable in Semnopithecus roxellani, figure 349. Among the gibbons the hullock has a distinctly aquiline nose. The nostrils are terminal in the true baboons, and while in all the Old World apes they are approximated, in those of the New World they are separated by a broad septum. With the exception of the orang, the lips of the apes are thin. The pollex makes a nearer approach in form to the human thumb in the chimpanzee than in any other ape. Man differs from all the apes in having the hallux frequently longer instead of shorter than the other digits of the foot. The hallux of the orang is peculiar in having no nail, but in other cases the nail is flat. The nails of the other digits of the apes are never quite flat, and in some of the cebidae they are decidedly compressed laterally, while in the Hopalidae they assume the form of sharp and curved claws. All the apes have the greater part of the body well clothed with hair. In the gibbons and the Cercopithecidae the buttocks have naked ischiatic callosities, which attain their greatest development in cynocephaly and its allies. The male of the orang has a well-developed beard, and in Cercopithecus diana there is long hair on the cheeks and chin, while in Macacus silenus the face is surrounded by a fringe of long hair, separated by an interval on the forehead. Long hair is found on the head in Hapil-Oedipus and in some species of Semnopithecus, while in the bonnet monkey, Macacus sinicus, it radiates in all directions from a central point on the vertex. Long hair clothes the shoulders in Cynocephaly hamadryas and Hapil humerolifer, and the end of the tail has a tuft in two species of Cynocephaly and in Macacus sinicus. Many of the African colobi and some species of the howlers have very long hair on the flanks, and in Pithecia this development of hair extends to the greater part of the body and the tail, P. satanas also having a long beard. In all the lower apes the hairs on the arm and forearm are directed towards the hand quite down to the wrist, and the same arrangement obtains in hylobates. In the other Simiidae, however, as in man, the points of the hairs of the arm and forearm converge at the elbow. Darwin's explanation of this peculiarity is that these apes are accustomed to sit with the arms bent, so that the rein is thus enabled to run off at the elbow. In one species of Hapil the hair is of a silky texture, and in the South American Ariodes, and Macacus tibetanus, as in all the mammals inhabiting the arid and severe climate of Tibet, it becomes woolly. The development of very brilliant colors on the naked parts of the body, such as the face, sexual organs, and ischiatic callosities is a marked feature of many of the Cercopithecidae and some other apes. With the exception of the long tail found in most forms, the general structure of the skeleton of the apes is very similar to that of man, but there are marked differences in the form of the jaws and of the innominate bones. The proportion of the facial to the cranial region of the skull varies with the shape of the head, of which brief mention has already been made, the greatest development of the facial portion being in the baboons. Curiously enough, some of the lower American monkeys, and more especially Chrysothrix, have the greatest relative development of the cranial part of the skull of all the apes, this character being, however, one common to all the smaller representatives of particular groups, and obviously necessary to provide the requisite amount of brain space. In the convexity of the frontal region of the skull the American forms, and more especially Pithecia, make the nearest approximation to man, and the same is true with regard to the occipital production, which is most developed in Chrysothrix. Most of the Simiidae exhibit, however, a distinct convexity of the occiput, and thereby differ markedly from the Cercopithecidae, in which this region is flat. The rotundity of the cranium is obscured in the larger apes, such as the orang, figure 353, and gorilla, by the development of prominent bony ridges for muscular attachment, these attaining their maximum in the males of the species last named, where the sagittal crests and the supraorbital ridges are very prominent. The mastoid process is always smaller in the apes than in man, and as it diminishes in size the petrosal tends to assume an inflated or bullate condition. The orbits in shape are most like that of man in the gorilla, and, in accordance with the size of the eyes, they are of enormous dimensions in Nyctopithecus. The angle formed by the plane of the foramen magnum with that of the basic cranial axis is subject to variation according to the degree of convexity of the occiput, but is generally smaller than in man, although larger in Chrysothrix. There is an external bony meatus auditorius in man, the Simiidae, and the Cercopithecidae, but none in the Cebidae and Hopalidae. The premaxilli of the apes are always large, and, except in the chimpanzee, the premaxillomaxillary suture persists until after the permanent dentition has been developed. The nasals are smaller and flatter than in man, but are largest in mycetes. The two rami of the mandible are invariably completely ankylosed at the symphysis in the adult. The siamang, Hylobates syndactylus, is the only ape in which the mandibular symphysis slows a slight projection in front corresponding to the human chin. In mycetes, the angle of the mandible attains an enormous development, figure 338, to protect the huge inflated basihiole. The frontal sinuses, though present in the Simiidae, are generally replaced in the Cercopithecidae by a coarse diploe, but they are present in the Cebidae and Hippalidae, being especially large in Cebus. In fully adult individuals, the cranial sutures become obliterated, the intranasal suture disappearing at an early age in the Simiidae and most of the Cercopithecidae. As in many carnivora, the tentorium, or membrane separating the cerebrum from the cerebellum, may become ossified in some of the American forms. The number of the teeth in the Old World apes is invariably the same as in man, namely I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 2/2, M superscript 3/3, total 32, but in the Cebidae the cheek teeth are P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3, and in the Hippalidae P superscript 3/3, M superscript 2/2. It is probable that the two pairs of incisors correspond to the first and third of the typical series of three. In all apes the dental series is interrupted by a diastema, and the canines of the males are large. Man alone has an uninterrupted dental series of a horseshoe form, without prominent canines. According to recent researches, the chimpanzee and some of the other Simiidae exhibit a more or less close approximation to the sigmoid curvature of the vertebral column, which is so characteristic of man, and there is also some approach to it in the baboons. The number of dorsal vertebrae in the apes may vary from 11, as in some species of Cercopithecus and Macacus, to 14 in certain forms of Hylobates, and to 15 in Nyctopithecus. The Cebidae generally have 13, and the same number obtains in the chimpanzee and gorilla, while the orang resembles man in having but 12. The lumbar vertebrae show a range in number of from 4 to 7. In the Simiidae there are 4 or 5 of these vertebrae, the length of the lumbar region being shorter in this family than in the other apes, with the exception of 8 less. The shortness of the lumbar region in the last named genus is compensated by the relative length of the dorsal region, as is shown in Figure 335. Figure 335. Skeleton of the black-handed spider monkey, 8 less Geoffroy. From de Blainville. The sacrum is longest in the Simiidae and man, its greatest absolute length occurring in the gorilla, and the relative greatest length being found in Hylobates. The Simiidae never have less than 5, and may have 6 sacral vertebrae, while in the lower forms there are generally only 2 or 3, although occasionally 4 in some of the American forms. The orang and some of the baboons make the nearest approximation to man in the marked angle formed at the junction of the sacrum with the lumbar vertebrae. Except in the Simiidae and Macacus inuus, the number of caudal vertebrae in the apes always exceeds 4, but they may be reduced to 5 in the mandrill, cynocephaly mammon. In Macacus and Eukarya the shortness of the tail is attained by the small size of the vertebrae themselves, the number of which may be from 15 to 17. Other forms usually have from 20 to 33 caudals, the latter number occurring in 8 less, Figure 335, where the tail is relatively the longest. The tail is, however, absolutely longest in Semnopithecus, Colobus, and their allies, the length being partly due to the size of the component vertebrae. Chevron bones are present in all forms having a distinct tail, and, together with other processes for muscular attachment, attain their greatest development in 8 less. The vertebral processes known as metapophyses and anapophyses, which are generally inconspicuous in man, and are but small in the Simiidae, attain a large development in the lower forms. The metapophyses generally commence in the 8th or 9th dorsal, and continue to the anterior caudals, where they gradually merge in the presagopophyses. The anapophyses, which are most developed in the Cebidae, project outwards and backwards from one vertebra to embrace the presagopophyses of the succeeding one. They occur generally in the same region as the metapophyses, but usually cease at the penultimate lumbar, although in some cases they can be traced on to the posterior cervicals and anterior caudals, in the latter region passing into the transverse processes. In most apes the sternum is narrow, and consists of a more or less enlarged manubrium, followed by a chain of subequal and anteroposteriorly elongated bones, from 3 to 6 in number. In the Simiidae alone is there a broad sternum, or one consisting of a manubrium, followed by a single bone only, as in hylobates. The orang presents a peculiarity, in that the sternum long remains made up of ossifications arranged in pairs, side by side, successively. The true ribs are 7 in number on each side in the highest forms, but in hylobates there are sometimes 8. In atlas there are sometimes 9 pairs. In Hapale the number varies from 6 to 8, and it is 7 or 8 in the other genera. The angles of the ribs are never so marked as in man, although most marked in hylobates. Pithecia is distinguished by the greater relative breadth of the ribs. In no ape is the thorax half as broad again as it is deep from back to breast, but in the Simiidae its transverse diameter exceeds its depth by from about 1/4 to a little under 1/3 of the latter. In atlas, and sometimes in mycetes, the thorax is wider than deep, but in all the rest it is deeper than wide. In regard to the appendicular skeleton, it may be observed that the gorilla and orang make the nearest approach to man in the form of the scapula, and that the supraspinous fossa of this bone is largest in gorilla and mycetes, being remarkably small in Simia. The Cebidae have a distinct suprascapular notch which is often converted by a bar of bone into a foramen, this bar in mycetes giving rise to a peculiar flap process. The acromion and coracoid processes are most developed in the Simiidae and atlas. The relative length of the fore and hind limbs has been already briefly touched upon. The humerus closely resembles that of man throughout the suborder, the nearest approximation occurring in the Simiidae. As in the Lemuroidea, this bone never has an antepicondylar foramen, but in many of the American forms it has a supracondylar perforation. The radius and ulna, like the tibia and fibula, are always perfectly distinct throughout their length, and the hand can be pronated and supinated upon the forearm. Man, the gorilla, and the chimpanzee differ from other forms in having no os central in the carpus. The brain of apes is always much smaller in absolute dimensions than in man. Thus, according to Professor Mivart, 663, the cranial capacity is never less than 55 cubic inches in any normal human subject, while in the orang and chimpanzee it is but 26 and 27.5 cubic inches respectively. The relative size of the brain varies inversely with the size of the whole body, but this is the case in warm-blooded vertebrates generally. The extreme length of the cerebrum never exceeds, as it does in man, 2¼ times the length of the basicranial axis. The proportion borne by the brain to its nerves is less in the apes than in man, as also is that borne by the cerebrum to the cerebellum. In general structure and form the brain of apes greatly resembles that of man. Each half of the cerebrum contains a triradiate lateral ventricle, and though in some Cercopithecidae the posterior cornu is relatively shorter than in man, it again becomes elongated in the Cebidae, and in many of the latter it is actually longer relatively than it is in man. The posterior lobes of the cerebrum are almost always so much developed as to cover over the cerebellum, the only exceptions being the strangely different forms mycetes and hylobates syndactylus. In the latter the cerebellum is slightly uncovered, but it is so considerably in the former. In Chrysothrix the posterior lobes are much more largely developed relatively than they are in man. The cerebrum has almost always a convoluted external surface. In this group, however, as in mammals generally, a much convoluted cerebrum is correlated with a considerable absolute bulk of body. Thus in Hapale, and there only, we find the cerebrum quite smooth, the only groove being that which represents the sylvian fissure. In Simia and gorilla and Anthropopithecus, on the contrary, it is very richly convoluted. A hippocampus minor is present in all apes, and in some of the Cebidae it is much larger relatively than it is in man, and is absolutely larger than the hippocampus major. Of all apes, the orang has a brain which is most like that of man. Indeed, it may be said to be like man's in all respects, save that it is much inferior in size and weight, and that the cerebrum is more symmetrically convoluted and less complicated with secondary and tertiary convolutions. If the brain of Simia be compared with that of gorilla and Anthropopithecus, we find the height of the cerebrum in front greater in proportion in the former than in the latter. Also the bridging convolutions, though small, are still distinguishable, while they are absent in the chimpanzee. Nevertheless this character cannot be of much importance, since it reappears in atlas, while two kinds of the genus Ceibus, so closely allied as to have been sometimes treated as one species, differ strangely from each other in this respect. The corpus callosum, in apes generally, does not extend so far back as in man, and it is very short in Pithecia. In the orang and chimpanzee there are, as in man, 2 corpora albicantia, while in the lower monkeys there is but 1. The vermis of the cerebellum is larger in the Cebidae than in the Simiidae and Cercopithecidae. In all apes below the Simiidae, each lateral lobe of the cerebellum gives off a small lobule, which is received into a special fossa of the petrous bone. Certain prominences of the medulla oblongata, termed corpora trapezoidea, which are found in lower mammals, begin to make their appearance in the Cebidae. The organs connected with the functions of alimentation, circulation, and excretion, as well as the muscles, conform generally to the type obtaining in man, of which full description will be found in works on human anatomy. The tongue is longer in apes than in man, and a uvula is generally present, although rudimentary in the Cebidae. The peculiar sacculation of the stomach in the subfamily Semnopithecinae has been already mentioned. This sacculation is most developed at the cardiac extremity, where it somewhat resembles a colon spirally coiled. In hylobates the stomach is very like that of man, differing only in the more elongated and distinct pylorus. Pithecia has a more globular stomach, while in Hapale the cardiac and pyloric apertures are approximated. The intestine of apes is devoid of valvuli conniventes, and it is only in man and the Simiidae that the colon is furnished with a vermiform appendage. The colon varies from a fully sacculated form in hylobates to a smooth one in Cebus. The liver of apes is subject to a considerable amount of variation. In the Simiidae it comes more or less close to the human type, that of the orangs being usually divided only into 2 principal lobes by the umbilical vein, and showing no trace of lateral fissures. In the gorilla these fissures are present, so as to produce right and left lateral and central lobes. Hylobates has a liver, figure 352, which perhaps is nearer to the human than that of any of the other Simiidae. In the Cercopithecidae the liver differs from that of the Simiidae by the deeply cleft lateral fissures, and has a comparatively small and pointed caudate lobe. The enormous size of the stomach in Colobus causes the liver to be very narrow, and pushed to the left side. The liver of the Cebidae, figure 336, and Hapalidae, in addition to the deeply cleft lateral fissures, is characterized by the great size and quadrangular form of the caudate lobe, c, which attains its maximum development in 8 less. The gallbladder is always present. Figure 336. Under surface of the liver of the black-handed spider monkey, 8 less melanocere. U. Umbilical fissure, VC, vena cava, LL, left lateral lobe, LC, left central lobe, RC, right central lobe, RL, right lateral lobe, S, Spigelian lobe, C, caudate lobe, G, gallbladder. The larynx is in many apes furnished with sac-like appendages, which are variable in different species as regards number, size, and situation. They may be dilatations of the laryngeal ventricle, as in Simia, gorilla, and Anthropopithecus, or they may open above the false vocal cords so as to be extensions of the thyrohyoid membrane, as in hylobates. There may be but a single median opening in the front part of that membrane at the base of the epiglottis, as in the Cercopithecidae. There may be a single median opening at the back of the trachea, just below the cricoid cartilage, as in 8 less. There may be but a single sac, or there may be 5, as sometimes in mycetes. These may be enormous, meeting in the middle line in front and extending down to the axillae, as in the gorilla and orang. A sac may occupy the cavity of the expanded body of the hyoid, as in mycetes. The hyoid has its basilar part generally somewhat more convex and enlarged than in man, but in mycetes it becomes greatly enlarged and deeply excavated, so as to form a great bony bladder-like structure. The posterior cornua of the hyoid, thyrohyals, are never entirely absent, but the anterior or lesser cornua may be so, as in mycetes. The anterior cornua never exceed the posterior cornua in length, but they may be, e.g. in Cercopithecus, more largely developed relatively than in man, and may even be jointed, as in Lagathrix. The lungs have generally the form of those of man, but the right lung may have 4 lobes, as in hylobates. The great arterial trunks in Simia, gorilla, and Anthropopithecus are arranged as in man. In hylobates and the lower apes, however, the left carotid artery may take its origin from the innominate artery. In regard to their distribution in time, the earliest record that we as yet have of the occurrence of apes is in the Middle Miocene of Europe, where forms are met with apparently so closely allied to some of the higher existing types that it is evident we must look much farther back before we can get any clue to the origin of the suborder. Since all the known fossil Old World apes are referable to the Simiidae or Cercopithecidae, and no representatives of these families have been obtained from the tertiaries of America, it would appear that the distinction of the apes of the Old World from those of the New is of very old standing. At the present day, apes are mainly confined to tropical and subtropical regions. In the Old World, Macacus inuus is found as far north as Gibraltar. M. tibetanus and Semnopithecus roxellani inhabit western Tibet, while in Japan we have M. speciosus. In the New World, one species of 8 less is known to occur as far north as latitude 19 degrees in southern Mexico, and may range a few degrees higher. To the southward, species are found near the Cape, in Timor, and the Malay archipelago, while in America they range in Brazil and Paraguay to about latitude 30 degrees. The Tibetan species are found at a very high elevation, and in the outer Himalaya the langurs, Semnopithecus, may be seen in winter and spring leaping from bough to bough of snow-covered pines. Apes are very abundant in the Ethiopian and Oriental regions, as well as in that part of America which extends from Panama to southern Brazil. Ceylon, Borneo, Sumatra, and Java may be mentioned as islands where ape life attains great development, but they are unknown in Madagascar and the West Indian Islands, and of course in the Australasian region. We have already alluded to the circumstance that while the Simiidae and Cercopithecidae are exclusively confined to the Old World, the Cebidae and Hopalidae are equally restricted to the New, and we may accordingly proceed to notice a few points in relation to generic distribution. Of the larger Simiidae, the gorilla and chimpanzee are confined to equatorial Africa, and the orang to Malayana, but there is evidence of the former existence of a species of chimpanzee, Anthropopithecus, and not improbably of an orang, Simia, in northern India. The gibbons, hylobates, are now exclusively oriental. Europe has only Macacus inuus of Gibraltar, also found in Africa north of the Sahara, and therefore strictly Palearctic in distribution. The Ethiopian region includes in the Cercopithecidae the genus Colobus, the African analogue of Semnopithecus, Cercopithecus, and the baboons, Cynocephaly, etc. The baboons range, however, into Arabia and Syria, and also existed during the Pliocene epoch in northern India. Semnopithecus and Macacus are very characteristic of the Oriental region, but, as already mentioned, outlying species extend into various parts of the Palearctic region. Macacus has indeed a very wide distribution, extending from Gibraltar and North Africa to Japan. The allied Cynopithecus, represented only by C. niger of Celebes, approximates to the baboons, while the one species of Nassalis is peculiar to Borneo. Remains of Semnopithecus and Macacus occur in the tertiaries of India and Europe, which also yield allied extinct types noticed in the sequel. In America, north of Panama, the genera known to be represented are Chrysothrix, Nyctopithecus, Cebus, 8 less, Mycetes, and Hapale in Veragua, Nyctopithecus, Cebus, 8 less, and Mycetes in Costa Rica and Nicaragua, 8 less and Mycetes in Guatemala, and 8 less in southern Mexico. Brazil is the headquarters of the American apes, but different portions of that vast region have a somewhat distinct ape fauna. Thus the genus Areodes appears in southeastern Brazil to represent the species of 8 less inhabiting the more northern and western parts of the empire. Southwards, the genera Cebus, Mycetes, Chrysothrix, and Calothrix extend farthest, but they do not probably all extend to the farthest limit yet known, namely 30 degrees south. The species found farthest south are Mycetes caraya, Cebus fatuellus, and Calothrix personatus. Family Hopalidae. Dentition, I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 2/2, total 32. No bony external auditory meatus, a broad internarial septum, and no cheek pouches. Tail non-prehensile, no ischiatic callosities. Pollex not opposable, a long, curved, and pointed claw to all the digits except the hallux. This family, which includes the smallest representatives of the suborder, commonly known as marmosets, is confined to the New World. In addition to the diagnostic characters given above, It may be mentioned that the pollex is elongated and the hallux very small, while the pectoral limbs are not longer than the pelvic pair, and the tail is long and more or less thickly covered with elongated hairs. The dentition of the marmosets sufficiently distinguishes them from all other members of the suborder, although they are evidently nearly allied to the subidae. The small size of the hallux, and the total incapacity of the pollex to oppose itself in the least degree to the other digits, as well as the presence of claws on all the digits of the manus, are, however, equally characteristic features. These animals, figure 337, are not larger than squirrels, and are of active arboreal habits, living in small companies, and adding insects to the ordinary fruit diet. Frequently, as in the figured species, the head is furnished on either side with a long tuft of hair projecting outwards and backwards. They give birth to as many as 3 young ones at a time, and thereby differ from all other members of the suborder, in which one is the normal number. They are divided into 2 genera, according to the proportionate size of the lower canine to the incisors, but some species present an intermediate condition, so as to render this distinction of somewhat doubtful value. Hapale, 664, lower canine not longer than the incisors. A number of species have been described, among which may be mentioned H. jacus, H. albicaulis, H. aurita, and H. humerolifer. Remains of species of this genus have been found in the cavern deposits of Brazil. Figure 337. The golden marmoset, Midas chrysolucas. From Proc. Zoll. SOC 1868, PL 24. Midas, 665, lower canine considerably longer than the incisors. No less than 24 species of this genus have been named, among which the silky marmoset, M. rosalia, of Colombia, the pinch monkey, M. oedipus, of southeastern Brazil, and the golden marmoset, M. chrysolucas, figure 337, are well-known types. Family Subidae. Dentition, I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 3/3, M superscript 3/3, total 36. Tail frequently prehensile, digits with nails, other characters as in the Hapalidae. The members of this American family are at once distinguished by the dental formula, which is numerically higher than in any other apes. The various species range over the whole of tropical America, but are most abundant in the dense forest regions of Brazil, where they live a completely arboreal life, to which the prehensile tails of many of them are so specially adapted. They are in most respects closely allied to the Hapalidae, but the pollex diverges somewhat from the plane of the other digits, while the retention of the third molar is a very distinctive feature. None of the species attain the dimensions of the larger Cercopithecidae of the Old World. The genera are usually arranged in 5 subfamilies. Subfamily Mycetinidae. Lower incisors vertical, hyoid bones enormously inflated, tail long and prehensile, naked beneath at the end, pollex well developed. Figure 338. Side view of skull and hyoid bone of the red howling monkey, Mycetes seniculus. From de Blainville. Mycetes, 666, the sole representatives of this subfamily are the well-known howling monkeys, all of which are included in the genus Mycetes. They are of more bulky build, and have more produced muzzles than the other members of the family. The truncated occipital region, and the extraordinary development of the rami of the mandible, especially of their angular and ascending portions, are the chief peculiarities by which the skulls, figure 338, of the members of this genus are characterized. The last named character, which is more marked in the male than in the female sex, is related to the enormous size of the vocal organs, which the rami of the mandible enclose and protect. The inflated hyoid bone, which forms a deep cup, is shown in the figure. The howlers are subject to great individual and sexual variation of colors, so that the discrimination of species from local races is difficult. In one species the male is black and the female straw-colored, and several of the species have bright red or golden hair on the flanks. In disposition these creatures are sluggish and stupid, but their chief characteristic is their prodigious power of voice. Mr. Bates, in his Naturalist on the Amazons, observes that when howlers are seen in the forest there are generally 3 or 4 of them mounted on the topmost branches of a tree. It does not appear that their harrowing roar is emitted from sudden alarm, at least it was not so in captive individuals. It is probable, however, that the noise serves to intimidate their enemies. Several species have been described, the red howler, M. seniculus, and the ursine howler, M. ursinus, being well-known forms. Remains of this genus probably referable to existing types are found fossilized in the cavern deposits of Brazil. An allied fossil form from the South American Pleistocene has been described as Protopithecus. Subfamily Pithecinidae. Lower incisors inclined forward at their summits, hyoid bone normal, tail long or short, non-prehensile, pollex well developed. 2 genera are included in this subfamily, readily distinguished by the length of the tail. Pithecia, 667, the Sakis, as the representatives of this genus are commonly termed, are readily characterized by the length of the tail. The angle of the mandible is expanded, although less so than in mycetes. A number of species have been described, the black Saki, P. satanas, of the lower Amazons, being one of the best known. While some species, like P. hirsuta, have long hair covering the whole of the head, body, and tail, in others only the head, or the cheeks and chin, are so clothed. Euacaria, 668, the Wakari monkeys differ from all the other Cebidae by their short baboon-like tail. The bald Wakari, U. calva, of the Rio Negro, and the closely allied U. rubicunda of the upper Amazons, are remarkable for their scarlet face, which forms a striking contrast to the long, silky, whitish hair covering the body. According to Mr. Bates, the Wakaris live in forests which are inundated during a great part of the year, and never descend to the ground. They appear to be rare and of local distribution. The third species, U. melanocephala, differs considerably from both the others. The cecum of U. calva, according to Mr. F. E. Bedard, measures upwards of 10 inches along the greater curvature. It is separated from the colon by a very marked constriction. It is not sacculated, and when fully distended with air is curved on itself into a little less than a circle. It is furnished with a well-developed median frenum carrying blood vessels. A similar type of cecum is also found in Calothrix and Pithecia. Subfamily Nyctopithecinidae. Lower incisors vertical, hyoid normal, tail long, non-prehensile, pollex well developed. 3 genera are included in this subfamily, the species being partly insectivorous. Figure 339. The Moloch tt, Calothrix moloch. From Archives du Museum, Volume 4. pt 3. Calothrix, 669, head small, depressed, and not elongated, nares widely separated, canines small, angle of mandible expanded as in Pithecia, tail with long hair. This genus comprises several small species, mostly from Brazil and the Amazons, and commonly known as TTs, one of the best-known species, C. moloch, figure 339, being represented in the accompanying woodcut. The smaller eyes and the more widely separated nostrils distinguish them from Nyctopithecus, while the small canines and the bushy tail readily mark their distinction from Chrysothrix. Remains of Calothrix have been found in the Brazilian caves. Chrysothrix, 670, head greatly elongated, orbits large and closely approximated, canines well developed, tail with comparatively short hair. Figure 340. The Lemurin duriculi, Nyctopithecus lemurinus. From Archives du Museum, Volume 4, PL2. The small squirrel monkeys, of which 4 species have been described, are characterized by the great backward projection of the occipital region of the skull, and by orbits approximating in size to those of the next genus. Nyctopithecus, 671, head rounded, orbits very large, separated by a narrow septum, nares somewhat approximated. The duricules, figure 340, as the members of this genus are called, are of nocturnal habits, in association with which the eyes are of enormous dimensions, as in the lemuroid genus Loris. The following account, of 2 species of this genus is taken from Mr. Bates's Naturalist on the Amazons. They sleep all day long in hollow trees, and come forth to prey on insects and eat fruit only in the night. They are of small size, the body being about a foot long, and the tail 14 inches, and are thickly clothed with soft gray and brown fur, similar in substance to that of the rabbit. Their physiognomy reminds one of the owl or tiger cat. The face is rounded and encircled by a ruff of whitish fur, the muzzle is not at all prominent, the mouth and chin are small, the ears are very short, scarcely appearing above the hair of the head, and the eyes are large and yellowish in color. imparting the staring expression of nocturnal birds of prey. The forehead is whitish, and decorated with black stripes, which in one of the species, N. trivirgatus, continue to the crown, and in the other, N. felinus, meet on the top of the forehead. N. trivirgatus was first described by Humboldt, who discovered it on the banks of the Cassiquiare, near the headquarters of the Rio Negro. Subfamily Sabinida. Lower incisors vertical, hyoid bone normal, tail long and prehensile, pollex present or absent. This subfamily includes the typical members of the family, which are arranged in 4 genera. 8 less, 672, form slender, limbs very long, fur not woolly, pollex absent, tail naked beneath distally, nails not much laterally compressed and pointed. This genus includes the well-known spider monkeys, figure 341, which by their long limbs and tail are admirably adapted to a purely arboreal life, although they lack the active and agile habits of the Old World gibbons. The tail with the under surface of its extremity naked affords the most completely prehensile type of this organ, and can sustain the weight of the whole body. Objects are not unfrequently grasped by it and brought within reach of the hand or mouth. Owing to the absence of the pollex, the power of grasping is very imperfect in the hand. At least 14 species of this genus have been described, among the best known being A. melanochere, figure 341, A. paniscus of Guyana, A. geoffroy of Central America, A. ater of eastern Peru, and A. hybridus of Colombia. Ariodes, 673, form slender, limbs very long, fur woolly, internasal septum narrower than usual in the family, pollex rudimentary, tail naked beneath distally, nails exceedingly compressed laterally, and pointed. This genus is represented by 3 species from southeast Brazil, which, while closely allied to the true spider monkeys, differ by their woolly hair, the narrow internasal septum, the presence of a rudimentary pollex, and the great compression of the nails. The species are E. arachnoides, E. hemidactylus, and E. hypoxanthus. Lagathrix, 674, form rather robust, limbs moderate, fur woolly, pollex well developed, tail distally naked beneath. Figure 341. The black-handed spider monkey, 8 less melanochere. From Proc. Zoll. SOC 1871, PL 15. The woolly monkeys differ from the preceding genera by the presence of a well-developed pollex. They resemble ariodes in their fur and compressed nails, but differ in the more widely separated nares. The tail resembles that of the preceding genera. Speaking of these monkeys, Mr. Bates observes that the barragudos are very bulky animals, whilst the spider monkeys are remarkable for the slenderness of their bodies and limbs. I obtained specimens of what have been considered 2 species, one, L. olivaceus, having the head clothed with gray, the other, L. humboldti, figure 342, with black fur. They both live together in the same places, and are probably only differently colored individuals of one and the same species. I sent home a very large male of one of these kinds, which measured 27 inches in length of trunk, the tail being 26 inches long. It was the largest monkey I saw in America, with the exception of a black howler, whose body was 28 inches in height. The skin of the face in the barragudo is black and wrinkled, the forehead is low, with the eyebrows projecting. In the forests, the barragudo is not a very active animal, it lives exclusively on fruits, and is much persecuted by the Indians on account of the excellence of its flesh as food. 5 species are usually recognized, viz. L. canis, L. humboldti, L. castelnoi, L. pscudii, and L. geoffroy. Figure 342. Humboldt's Lagathrix, Lagathrix humboldti. From Proc. Zoll. SOC 1863, PL 31. Cebus, 675, form rather robust, limbs moderate, fur not woolly, pollex well developed, tail not naked beneath distally. This, the typical, genus includes the sapajous or capuchins, figure 343, which are so commonly seen in this country in captivity, being the favorite monkeys of itinerant musicians. They are smaller and stouter in build than the spider monkeys, from which they are readily distinguished by the well-developed pollex, and the absence of a naked undersurface to the extremity of the tail. At least 20 species have been described, C. fatuellus, C. lunatus, C. capucinus, C. albifrons, C. hypoleucus, etc., but it is probable that some of these are not entitled to stand, since there is a large amount of individual variation. Fossil remains of species of Ceebus have been described from the Pleistocene cavern deposits of Brazil. Figure 343. The white-cheeked sapajou, Ceebus lunatus. From Proc. Zoll. SOC 1865, PL 45. Family Cercopithecidae. Dentition, I superscript 2/2, C superscript 1/P superscript 2/2, M superscript 3/3, total 32. Crowns of molars elongated anteroposteriorly, with the tubercles forming a pair of imperfect transverse ridges, and the last lower molar usually with a hind talon. A bony external auditory meatus. A narrow internarial septum. Tail non-prehensile. Ischiatic callosities present. Cheek pouches present or absent. Pollex, when present, opposable. Pelvic limbs never much longer than pectoral. Sternum narrow. Cecum without vermiform appendage. This family includes all the Old World apes, with the exception of the Simiidae, and may be divided into the subfamilies Cercopithecinae and Semnopithecinae. Subfamily Cercopithecinae. Pelvic and pectoral limbs approximately equal, tail variable, cheek pouches present, stomach simple. This subfamily comprises the African baboons, the common Indian monkeys constituting the genus Macacus, together with the African Cercopithecus and Cercocebus and a few allied types. Cynocephaly, 676, muzzle much elongated, figure 344, with the nostrils terminal, ischial callosities very large, tail more or less short, muzzle swollen by enlargement of the maxillae. Now confined to Africa and Arabia. Figure 344. Skeleton of the Chacma baboon, Cynocephaly porcarius. From de Blainville. This genus comprises the typical baboons, and we may select the well-known mandrill, C. mayman, of tropical West Africa, as a good illustrative example. It may be mentioned in passing that the name mandrill appears to have been first introduced into English literature by William Smith in his New Voyage to Guinea, published in 1744, wherein he mentions among the animals of Sierra Leone one called by the white men in this country mandrill, but adds, why it is so called I know not. 677, Smith gives sufficiently accurate details to show that his animal is not that now called mandrill, but the chimpanzee. Buffon, however, while quoting Smith's description, transferred the name to the very different species now under consideration, and to that it has been attached ever since. The baboons generally are distinguished from most other monkeys by the comparative equality of the length of their limbs, which with the structure of the vertebral column adapts them rather for quadrupedal progression on the ground than for climbing among the branches of trees, and some of them, like the South African chacma, C. porcarius, of which the skeleton is shown in figure 344, live habitually among rocks, and are much less completely frugivorous than other apes. They are also remarkable for the great size of their face and jaws as compared with the part of the skull which encloses the brain. The mandrill, in addition to these characters, is distinguished by the heaviness of its body, stoutness and strength of its limbs, and exceeding shortness of its tail, which is a mere stump, not 2 inches long, and usually carried erect. It is, moreover, remarkable for the prominence of its brow ridges, beneath which the small and closely approximated eyes are deeply sunk, the immense size of the canine teeth, the great development of a pair of oval bony prominences on the maxillary bones in front of the orbits, rising on each side of the median line of the face, and covered by a longitudinally ribbed naked skin, and more especially for the extraordinarily vivid coloring of some parts of the skin. The body generally is covered with a full soft coating of hair of a light olive brown above and silvery gray beneath, and the chin is furnished underneath with a small pointed yellow beard. The hair of the forehead and temples is directed upwards so as to meet in a point on the crown, which gives the head a triangular appearance. The ears are naked and of a bluish-black color. The hands and feet are naked and black. A large space around the greatly developed ischial callosities, as well as the upper part of the insides of the thighs, are naked and of a crimson color, shading off on the sides to lilac or blue, which, depending not upon pigment but upon injection of the superficial blood vessels, varies in intensity according to the condition of the animal, increasing under excitement, fading during sickness, and disappearing after death. But it is in the face that the most remarkable disposition of vivid hues occur, more resembling those of a brilliantly colored flower than what might be expected in the cutaneous covering of a mammal. The cheek prominences are of an intense blue, the effect of which is heightened by deeply sunk longitudinal furrows of a darker tint, while the central line and termination of the nose are a bright scarlet. Notwithstanding the beauty of these colors in themselves, the whole combination, with the form and expression of features, quite justifies Cuvier's assertion that il serait difficile de se figurer un être plus hideux que le mandrill. It is only to fully adult males that this description applies. The female is of much smaller size, and of more slender make, and, though the general tone of the hairy parts of the body is the same, the prominences, furrows, and coloring of the face are very much less marked. The young males have black faces. At the age of 3 the blue of the cheeks begins to appear, but it is not until they are about 5, when they cut their great canine teeth, that they acquire the characteristic red of the end of the nose. Figure 345. The yellow baboon, Cynocephaly babuine. From Archives du Museum, Volume 2. pl. 34. The mandrills, especially the old males, are remarkable for the ferocity of their disposition, as well as for other disagreeable qualities, which are fully described in Cuvier's account of the animal in La Menagerie du Muséum d'Histoire Naturelle, 1801, but when young they can easily be tamed. Like the rest of the baboons, they appear to be rather indiscriminate eaters, feeding upon fruit, roots, reptiles, insects, scorpions, etc., and inhabit open rocky ground rather than forests. Not much is known of the mandrill's habits in the wild state, nor of the exact limits of its geographical distribution. The specimens brought to Europe all come from the west coast of tropical Africa, from Guinea to the Gabon. An allied species, the drill, C. leucophaeus, which resembles the mandrill in size, general proportions, and shortness of tail, but wants the bright coloring of the face which makes that animal so remarkable, inhabits the same district. Other well-known species are the yellow baboon, C. babuine, of West Africa, Figure 345, the Arabian baboon, C. hamadryas, of Arabia and Abyssinia, and the Anubis baboon, C. anubis, of West Africa. It is very noteworthy from a distributional point of view, as showing the former intimate connection between the faunas of the Oriental and Ethiopian regions, that fossil remains of baboons have been found in the Pleistocene cavern deposits of Madras, and also in the older Pliocene beds of the Siwalik Hills in northern India, the two species from the latter deposits having been described as C. subhimalayanus and C. falconeri. Therapithecus, 678, distinguished from cynocephaly by the nostrils not being terminal, but situated as in Macacus. This genus is represented by the Abyssinian gelata, T. gelata, and the allied T. obscurus. Cytopithecus, 679, the black ape of Celebes, C. niger, forms a connecting link between the baboons and the genus Macacus, the skull differing from that of the latter in the development of longitudinal ridges on the sides of the upper surface of the maxillae, as in some of the species of cynocephaly. The muzzle is also more produced than in Macacus. Figure 346. The Tibetan macaque, Macacus tibetanus. From Milne Edwards, Recherches de mammifères, pl. 34. Macacus, 680, muzzle considerably produced, nostrils not terminal, cheek pouches and ischial callosities well developed, tail long, short, or absent, a distinct talon to the third lower molar. With the exception of the Barbary ape, M. inuus, of northern Africa and Gibraltar, the macaques are now exclusively Asiatic, one species, figure 346, occurring in Tibet, and another, M. speciosus, being found in Japan. All these monkeys are of stout build, and it is chiefly by the greater production of the muzzle, the larger ischiatic callosities, and the frequent shortness of the tail that they are distinguished from the undermentioned African genera. The transition from the longer-tailed to the short-tailed forms is so complete that the proposed generic separation of the latter as inus is impracticable. In M. inus the tail is wanting, in M. tibetanus, figure 346, and M. nemestrinus of Tenasserim it is short. In the common Bengal monkey, M. rhesus, it is about 1/2 the length of the head and body, while in M. cytomolgus and its allies it is still longer. In the Indian lion-tailed monkey, M. silenus, it is tufted at the end. The following summary of the habits of the macaques is taken from Mr. W. T. Blandford's Mammals of British India. The species of the present genus resemble each other in their habits. They are found in flocks, often of considerable size, and generally composed of individuals of both sexes and of all ages. They are active animals, though less rapid in their movements, whether on trees or on the ground than the Semnopitheci. Their food is varied, most of the species, if not all, eating insects as well as seeds, fruits, etc., and one kind feeding partly on crustacea. They have occasionally been known to devour lizards, and, it is said, frogs also. All have the habit of cramming food into their cheek pouches for mastication at leisure, a practice that must be familiar to anyone who has fed monkeys in confinement. The voice and gestures of all the species are similar, and differ entirely from those of both the gibbons and Semnopitheci. The majority of the species are very docile when young. They thrive well, and several of them have bred in confinement. The period of gestation is almost 7 months, only a single young one, as a rule, being produced at a birth. They become adult at the age of 4 or 5 years, but breed earlier. The common Indian am rhesus is found in the Himalaya at an elevation of over 8,000 feet. Fossil remains of Macacus are found in India in the Pleistocene of Madras and the Pliocene of the Punjab, and they also occur in the Pliocene of France and Italy, those from the latter deposits having been incorrectly separated as alloxinous. Part of the jaw of a monkey from the Pleistocene of Essex has been described as Macacus pliocenus, and is very interesting as showing the presence of apes in Europe at that late period. Cercocebus, 681, an African genus agreeing with Macacus in the presence of a hind talon to the third lower molar, but with the other characters of Cercopithecus. The species of this genus are known as mangabes, or white-eyelid monkeys, and include C. calaris, C. fuliginosus, C. ethiops, and C. albigena, all being from West Africa. Cercopithecus, 682, muzzle more or less short, ischial callosities moderate, tail long, no talon to third lower molar. Build more slender than in Macacus. Confined to Africa. The members of this and the last genus include those monkeys which in their comparative slender build and length of tail make the nearest approach to the next subfamily. There are numerous species, among which the green monkey, C. calitricus, the grivet, C. grisiovoridus, the vervet, C. lalandi, the Pluto monkey, C. Pluto, figure 347. The patas, C. ruber, the Diana monkey, C. Diana, and the Mona monkey, C. Mona, are well-known types. Subfamily Semnopithecinae, 683, pelvic limbs longer than the pectoral, tail very long, no cheek pouches, stomach sacculated. Build slender. Figure 347. The Pluto monkey, Cercopithecus pluto. From Gray, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1848, page 57. This subfamily is represented by 3 genera, of which one is African and 2 are Asiatic. Mr. W. T. Blandford, in his Mammals of British India, observes that the members of this subfamily are readily distinguished by their slender form, and by the absence of cheek pouches. They are more purely herbivorous than the macaque monkeys, and a considerable portion of their food consists of leaves and young shoots. In consequence probably of the nature of their food, these monkeys are more delicate than the species of Macacus, and are thus less easily kept in captivity. They are consequently far less well represented in European museums, and have been less studied by European naturalists. Very little is known of their general life history or of their feeding habits. Their digestive organs are much modified, the stomach attaining an extraordinary complexity, which may be described as follows. An ordinary stomach must be supposed to lie immensely elongated, and gradually tapering from the cardiac end to a very prolonged, narrow, pyloric extremity. Then 2 longitudinal muscular bands, corresponding in situation to the greater and lesser curvatures of an ordinary stomach, the former commencing just below the fundus, and the latter at the cardiac orifice, and both proceeding towards the pylorus, are developed, so as to pucker up the cavity into a number of pouches, exactly in the same principle as the human colon is puckered up by its 3 longitudinal bands. These pouches are largest and most strongly marked at the esophageal end, and becoming less and less distinct, quite see several inches before the pylorus is reached, the last part of the organ being a simple smooth-walled tube. The fundus, or cardiac end of the stomach, is formed by a single large sac, slightly constricted on its undersurface by the prolongation of the interior longitudinal band, or that corresponding to the great curvature. The esophagus enters into the upper part of the left, or pyloric end of this sac, or rather at the point of junction between it and the second, also a very large, sacculus. Furthermore, the whole of this elongated sacculated organ is, by the brevity, as it were, of the lesser curvature, coiled upon itself in an irregularly spiral manner, so that when in situ the pylorus comes to be placed very near the esophageal entrance. Figure 348. Lateral view of the skull and palatal aspect of the cranium of Semnopithecus nemeus. From de Blainville. Nasalis, 684, skull resembling that of the Cercopithecini in that the lower border of the nasal bones extends considerably below the lower border of the orbits, whereas in the other Semnopithecini the aperture of the nares extends upwards between the orbits. Nose produced into a large proboscis. Other characters as in Semnopithecus. This genus includes only the proboscis monkey, and Liratus, of Borneo, remarkable for the great prolongation of the nose in the adult. In young animals the nose is relatively much shorter, and bent upwards after the manner of that of Semnopithecus roxellani, figure 349. Figure 349. Semnopithecus roxellani. From Milne Edwards, Recherches de Mammifères, pl. 36. Semnopithecus, 685, pollex small, narial aperture extending upwards between the orbits. Now confined to Asia. This genus is characteristic of southeastern Asia from the Himalayas southwards, the oriental region being its headquarters. The development of the muzzle is less than in the macaques, and the facial angle is higher, but it does not appear that this indicates greater intellectual capacity. The outlying S. roxellani, 686, figure 349, of the highlands of eastern Tibet and Kansu, is remarkable for the peculiar upturned nose, in which respect, as already mentioned, it recalls the young of Nasalis larvatus. The genus is represented in India and Burma by no less than 14 species, of which the common Indian langur, or Hanuman monkey, S. entellus, and the larger Himalayan langur, S. schistaceus, are two of the best known. In the former the length of the head and body is about 24, and that of the tail 38 inches in adult males. This monkey, owing to the veneration in which it is held by the Hindus, is a great pest in many parts of India, frequently pilfering grain from the shops in the native bazaars. According to Mr. Blanford, it is usually found in smaller or larger communities, composed of individuals of both sexes and of all ages, the youngest clinging to their mothers and being carried by them, especially when alarmed. An old male is occasionally found solitary, as with so many other mammals. Apart from villages, the high trees on the banks of streams or of tanks, and, in parts of central India, rocky hills are the favorite haunts of these monkeys. Whether on trees, on rocks, or on the ground, they are exceedingly active. The closely allied S. schistaceus attains a larger average size, full-grown males attaining a length of 30 inches, the tail measuring 36 inches. In the spring and winter this species may be observed in the Kashmir Himalaya leaping among the snow-laden trees of the forest. In a fossil state Semnopithecus occurs in the Pleistocene and Pliocene of India, and it has also been recorded from the Pliocene of France and Italy. Colobus, 687, this African genus differs from Semnopithecus in that the pollex is absent or reduced to a small tubercle, which may or may not carry a nail. About 11 species have been described, some of which are remarkable for the beautiful mantle of long silky hair which hangs down from each side of the body, and for their tufted tails. In C. Gariza from Abyssinia these are white, and the rest of the body and limbs black. Others, as C. satanas, are entirely black. The skins of the long-haired species are largely imported into Europe for the manufacture of ladies' muffs, etc. Extinct genera. Certain types of apes from the European tertiaries indicate genera referable to the Cercopithecidae, but distinct from any of those now living. Of these Mesopithecus, 688, from the lower Pliocene Picermi beds of Attica, is known by almost complete skeletons, and resembles Macacus in the shortness and stoutness of the limbs, but agrees with Semnopithecus in the characters of the skull and teeth. An allied monkey from the lower Pliocene of Perpignan, in France, differs from Mesopithecus pentelicei by its superior size, proportionately more produced muzzle, and larger hind talon to the last lower molar. It has been described under the name of Dolichopithecus, 689. The genus Audiobipithecus, 690, was founded upon the remains of an ape from the Middle Miocene of Monte Bamboli, in Tuscany, of somewhat larger size than a gibbon, and apparently presenting characters connecting the Cercopithecidae and Simiidae. According to Dr. Ristori, 691, it resembles the former, especially cynocephaly and Semnopithecus, in the long dental series and the elongation of the last molars, but in the shortness of the face, rounding of the chin, and the diagonal arrangement of the molar tubercles, it approximates to the Simiidae, of which it may have been an ancestral type. Family Simiidae. Crowns of molars relatively wide, with the angles more or less rounded off, the tubercles not forming transverse ridges, and the last lower molar without a hind talon. No tail. No cheek pouches. Ischiatic callosities, if present, small. Pectoral limbs much longer than pelvic. Sternum broad. Cecum with vermiform appendage. Central of carpus sometimes absent. Other characters as in Cercopithecidae. This family contains the true anthropoid Old World apes, namely the gibbons, orangs, chimpanzees, and gorillas, which are the most highly organized of all the apes, and thus make the nearest approach to man. Hylobates, 692, skull not produced at the vertex, body and limbs slender, the pectoral limbs being so elongated that the hands reach the ground when walking upright, hallux well developed, a central in the carpus, and small ischiatic callosities. Size smaller than in the following genera, the height of the largest species, H. syndactylus, not much exceeding 3 feet. Now confined to Asia. The gibbons, or long-armed apes, figures 350, 351, are readily distinguished from the remaining members of the family by the characters given above, as well as by the circumstance that they are the only apes which habitually walk in an upright position. It is in these animals that we meet with the last traces of the ischial callosities so largely developed in the Cercopithecidae. The species are now restricted to southeastern Asia, being especially abundant in the Malay archipelago and adjacent regions. The largest species is the Sumatran siamang, H. syndactylus, which attains a height of 3 feet, and has been generically separated by some writers as siamanga. It is remarkable as having a better developed chin and wider sternum than any other ape, and differs from the other members of the genus by the circumstance that the second and third digits of the pes are united by skin as far as their last joints. Exclusive of this species, the gibbons differ but little from one another in size and general conformation, and since the color of individuals undoubtedly referable to a single species is remarkably variable, there is much uncertainty about the number of species, and much confusion in the nomenclature. Among well-marked species we may mention the hulak, H. hulak, ranging from the south of Assam through Sylhet and Kutcher to the Irrawaddy Valley near Bamo, the white-handed gibbon, H. lar, figure 350, which is found in Tenasserim and throughout Malayana, the dun-colored gibbon, H. enteloides, figure 351, of Malayana, and the tufted gibbon, H. pileatus, of Siam and Cambodia. Figure 350, the white-handed gibbon, Hylobates lar. From Blanford, Mammals of British India, page 8. The following account of the habits of the gibbons is taken from Mr. W. T. Blanford's Mammals of British India. Gibbons are thoroughly arboreal, and hulaks are almost, if not entirely, confined to hill forest. They move chiefly by means of their long arms, by which they swing themselves for prodigious distances from branch to branch and from tree to tree. They descend hillsides at a surprising pace, their descent being accomplished by grasping bamboos or branches that bend beneath their weight, and allow them to drop until they can seize the ends of other bamboos or branches lower on the slope, and take another mighty swing downwards. They also ascend with great rapidity, swinging themselves from tree to tree. When walking on the ground, the hulak rests on its hind feet alone, with the sole flat on the ground, and the great toe widely separated from the other digits. The arms are usually held upwards, sometimes horizontally, their great length giving the animal a very peculiar aspect. Gibbons walk rather quickly, with a waddling gait, and can easily be overtaken by men when on the ground. The food of these apes consists of fruit, leaves, young shoots, spiders, of which they are very fond, insects, birds' eggs, and almost certainly of young birds, if not of any birds they can capture. Anderson found that small birds were killed and devoured by hullocks in confinement with a method and eagerness that showed this prey to be the natural food of the apes. The hullock drinks with its lips, putting its head down to the water as monkeys do. All species of hylobates have a powerful voice, and the common name of the hullock is taken from its peculiar double call, which is repeated several times. At a distance the sound much resembles a human voice. It is a peculiar wailing note, audible from afar, and in the countries inhabited by these animals is one of the most familiar forest sounds. The calls commence at daybreak, and are continued till 9 or 10 a.m., several of the flock joining in the cry, like hounds giving tongue. After 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning the animals feed or rest, and remain silent throughout the middle of the day, but recommence calling towards evening, though to a less extent than in the earlier part of the day. Figure 351. The dun-colored gibbon, Hylobates and Teloids. From Archive. Du Museum, Volume 2. pl. 29. The skull of the gibbons, although agreeing with that of other apes in its prognathism, presents a somewhat human appearance, and the molar teeth are also very like diminutive human molars. In the anterior inward inclination of the two series of cheek teeth and the inward position of the upper premolars the gibbons make an approach to the human type unknown in other apes. The figure of the liver of one species of this genus is introduced to show the general absence of lateral fissures and the small size of the caudate lobe, c. characteristic of the liver of all the Simiidae, except gorilla, see page 706, as well as that of man. Another specimen of the liver of the same species showed scarcely any trace of a caudate lobe. Figure 352. Undersurface of the liver of Hylobates lar. U. Umbilical fissure, P. Portal fissure, VC. Vena cava, L. Left lobe, R. Right lobe, S. Spigelian lobe, C. Caudate lobe, G. Gallbladder. A fossil ape from the Middle Miocene of France, originally described as Pliopithecus, indicates an extinct gibbon which does not appear to be generically separable from Hylobates. Simia, 693, skull, figure 353, produced at the vertex, body and limbs massive, the pectoral limbs reaching to the ankle, a central in the carpus, hallux very small, 16 dorso-lumbar vertebrae, and 12 pairs of ribs, no ischiatic callosities. Oriental. Figure 353. Side view of the skull of adult orang, Simia satyrus. From Trans-Zol SOC Volume 1, pl. 53. This genus includes the large red-haired apes from Sumatra and Borneo commonly known as orangs, or orangutans, 694, of which there is probably only a single species, S. satyrus. These animals inhabit the swampy forests near the coasts, and the males attain a height of about 4 feet 4 inches. The body is very bulky and the legs exceedingly short, but the arms are very long, reaching in the erect posture down to the ankles. The orang walks resting on the knuckles of the hands and the outer sides of the feet, with the soles of the latter turned mainly inwards, as in figure 354. Its movements appear to be slow and deliberate, and in those specimens which have been kept in captivity in this country the demeanor is languid and melancholy, although this is far from being the case with those shown in the more congenial climate of the zoological gardens at Calcutta. The habits of these animals are arboreal, and they build a kind of shelter or nest of boughs and leaves. Their food appears to consist mainly of fruits, and is exclusively of a vegetable nature. The whole of the body is clothed with long hair of a reddish-brown color, and full-grown males have a well-developed beard. The males not unfrequently also develop a large warty protuberance, formed of fibrocellular tissue, on either side of the face. The hands are long, and are characterized by the small size of the pollex, which does not reach to the end of the metacarpal of the index finger. The feet have a similar structure, the hallux only reaching to the middle of the proximal phalange of the adjacent toe, and being often destitute not only of a nail, but likewise of the terminal phalange. The presence of a central in the carpus is a feature in which Simia agrees with Hylobates and the lower apes, and differs from the two following genera and man. With very rare exceptions the number of dorso-lumbar vertebrae is 16, of which 12 carry ribs, and therefore belong to the dorsal series, while the remaining 4 are lumbar. The distinction between the last lumbar and the first sacral vertebrae is clearly marked in young skeletons by the additional pluriepiphyseal ossifications, sacral ribs, in the transverse processes of the latter. Thus, though Simia presents a closer resemblance to man than does Anthropopithecus in the number of ribs, it differs in the more important characters of that of the whole series of trunk vertebrae. 695. The hemispheres of the brain are much convoluted, the whole brain being more human-like than in any other ape. The larynx is remarkable for having a prolongation from each ventricle, which in the adult become of enormous dimensions, and unite in front of the trachea to form one large sac extending downwards between the muscles to the axilla. Figure 354. The orangutan, Simia satyrus. From Mr. Wolf's sketch at the Zoological Gardens. The skull of the orang, figure 353, is characterized by its highly vaulted cranial portion, which is comparatively short, brachycephalic. The sagittal crest is well developed on the vertex, and has a highly convex contour. The superciliary ridges are but moderately developed, and do not stand out in the prominent manner so characteristic of the gorilla. The aperture of the nares in the skull is more pear-shaped than in the two following genera. The canines of the male orang attain a great development, and the molars are characterized by the complex structure of their cusps and the numerous rugosities on the crown surface. The outer border of the upper premolars is placed in the same line as that of the molars. The broken canine tooth of a large anthropoid ape from the lower Pliocene of the Siwalik Hills probably indicates the existence at that period of a species of Simia in northern India. Gorilla, 696, skull not produced at the vertex, body and limbs massive, the pectoral limb not reaching below the middle of the lower leg, figure 355, no central in the carpus, hallux well developed, 17 dorsal-lumbar vertebrae, of which 13 carry ribs, no ischiatic callosities. Male much larger than female, and with very strongly marked cranial ridges, which are wanting in the latter. Mandibular symphysis long. Ethiopian. The well-known gorilla, figure 356, of which there seems to be only one species, G. savagei, is found in western equatorial Africa, chiefly or entirely in the district enclosed by the Cameroon and Congo rivers. It is the largest of all the apes, its bulk considerably exceeding that of man, although from the shortness of the legs it appears never to attain a greater height than 5.5 feet. The first introduction of this animal to the notice of zoologists was made in 1847 by Dr. Thomas Savage, but it was not fully known till many years later. Figure 355. Skeleton of the gorilla. From de Blainville. The skin of the gorilla is entirely black, the hair being blackish, but turning more or less gray in old individuals. The arms reach down as far as the middle of the lower leg, while the pollex extends only a short distance beyond the base of the first phalange of the index finger, and the hallux reaches nearly as far as the distal extremity of the corresponding digit of the foot. The digits of both the hand and foot are united together by integument as far as the distal extremities of the first phalanges. The larynx has very capacious air sacs, which meet in front of the trachea and communicate with the ventricles, and in advanced age these sacs may extend to the axilla. The ears are relatively small. The skull is of an elongated or dolichocephalic type, that of the adult male being characterized by the enormous development of the supraorbital ridges, which form a kind of penthouse over the eyes, and contribute to the peculiarly ferocious appearance of the animal. The sagittal crest is also very large. The canine teeth of the male are very large, and are inclined outwards in both jaws. In the cheek teeth the upper premolars are of considerable anteroposterior extent, with their outer border placed in the same line as that of the molars, and the third upper molar is larger than either of the others. Figure 356. The gorilla, Gorilla savagei. From Trans-Zool SOC Volume 4. PL 43. The posterior cervical vertebrae are characterized by the great height of their neural spines, which thus form a strong basis for the powerful cervical muscles supporting the massive skull. In some instances the fourth lumbar vertebra becomes ankylosed to the sacrum, as is occasionally found to be the case in some of the lower human races. In the absence of a central to the carpus, and also in the number of the dorsal-lumbar vertebrae, the present and following genus resemble man, although they both differ in having 13 in place of 12 pairs of ribs. The brain of the gorilla, according to Dr. Hartmann, resembles that of the orang in the complexity of its convolutions, and is thereby distinguished from that of the chimpanzee. In form it is of the long oval characteristic of man, the brain of the chimpanzee and orang being more rounded. Gorillas live in family parties in the depths of the dense forests of western equatorial Africa, seeking their food during the day, while at night it is said that the female and young ascend a tree at the foot of which the male sleeps. They walk with the backs of their closed hands and the flat soles of the feet placed on the ground. Although there has been much exaggeration on this point, it appears certain that the male gorilla is an extremely ferocious and dangerous animal when brought to bay, but the statements as to its making unprovoked assaults on men do not appear authentic. They utter deep guttural sounds, which on some occasions may be described as grunts and at others as a roar. Anthropopithecus, 697. One of the most important differences of this genus from the preceding is the absence of any marked disparity between the two sexes, either in the size or the conformation of the skull, although the male can always be distinguished by the larger size of the canine teeth. The mandibular symphysis is also much shorter. Differences in the characters of the teeth are described below. The genus is confined at the present day to the Ethiopian region. The chimpanzees, figure 357, inhabit western and central equatorial Africa, and there has been much discussion whether they should all be included under one specific name, troglodytes, or whether there are really two or more species. A female specimen now living in the London Zoological Gardens, characterized among other distinctive features by the nearly bald head, clearly indicates, however, a second species, which probably corresponds to the imperfectly defined A. calvus of Du Chaillu. The region inhabited by the chimpanzees extends from the Gambia to the Benguela, reaching as far inland as 28 degrees east long. The common chimpanzee is a smaller animal than the gorilla, its height not exceeding 5 feet. In color it is darker than the latter, and the ears are relatively larger. In the upright position the arms reach only a short distance below the knee, in which respect the chimpanzee is more human-like than any of the other apes. The face is furnished with distinct whiskers, eyebrows, and eyelashes. The pollex reaches nearly or quite to the base of the first phalange of the index finger, and the hallux to the base of the second phalange of the corresponding digit of the foot. The laryngeal sacs are as largely developed as in the gorilla. Figure 357. The chimpanzee, Anthropopithecus troglodytes. From Mr. Wolf's drawing of a young individual in the Zoological Society's gardens. Although the skull of the chimpanzee has distinct superciliary ridges, yet the high bony crests of the calvarium of the male gorilla are wanting, and the whole coronal region of the skull is more rounded and far less rugged. The canine teeth of the male chimpanzee are relatively much smaller than in the gorilla and orang. The upper molars are characterized by the third one being smaller than either of the other two, as well as by the presence of an indistinct cingulum on their inner surfaces. The upper premolars differ from those of the other genera of the family by the shortness of their anteroposterior diameter, and also by the larger size of their external as compared with their internal cusps, while the outer border of these teeth is placed internally to that of the upper molars. In all these respects the teeth of the chimpanzee make a decided approximation to the human type. Many young individuals of the chimpanzee have been brought to Europe, but they appear to succumb sooner or later to the effects of an unsuitable climate. All these examples show that the disposition of this ape is gentle, lively, and intelligent, and in all respects markedly opposite to that of the orang. In a wild state these apes are essentially forest dwellers, and are more arboreal in their habits than the gorilla. They live either in families, or in small parties of several families. Frequently at least they construct a kind of nest in the trees as a sleeping place, the male being said to sleep on a forked branch below the level of this nest. In walking the chimpanzee usually supports himself on the backs of his closed fingers, and either on the soles of the feet or on the closed toes. From a distributional point of view the discovery of a fossil ape in the Pliocene of the Punjab, apparently closely allied to the chimpanzee, is of great interest. This determination rests upon the evidence of an imperfect palate originally described under the name of Paleopithecus, but subsequently referred to the present genus. The teeth of this jaw present all the essential characters of those of the chimpanzee, but the two series of cheek teeth have a slight anterior convergence, The premolars are shorter in the anteroposterior direction than is usually the case in that species, and the outer incisor is relatively narrower than in the latter. In these features, the extinct A. civalensis makes a nearer approximation to the human type than is the case with its living congeners. Dryopithecus, 698. The extinct Dryopithecus of the Middle Miocene of France is represented by a single species of the approximate size of the chimpanzee, and appears to be the most generalized member of the family. According to the recent observations of Professor Gaudry, 699, while it resembles the gorilla in that the two series of lower cheek teeth diverge anteriorly and the penultimate premolar is larger than the last of that series, it differs in having a much longer and narrower mandibular symphysis, and thus indicates a transition to the cercopithecidae. A gradual transition in the form of the mandible may, indeed, be traced from Dryopithecus, through gorilla, to Anthropopithecus, the latter having a short and wide symphysis, with the two series of cheek teeth slightly converging anteriorly, and the penultimate premolar being not larger than the last. In all these specialized characters, the jaw of the chimpanzee approximates to that of man, in which the symphysis is still further shortened and widened, and the anterior convergence of the cheek teeth so much increased as to produce a horseshoe-like form in the whole dental series. Family Hominidae. In the Systema Naturae of Linnaeus, man was separated only generically from the apes, but in the next great work, which exercised a widespread influence over the progress of zoological science, the Regni Animal of Cuvier, he forms a distinct order under the name of Bimana, the monkeys and lemurs being associated together as Quadrumana. This has been the prevailing arrangement in the zoological systems of the present century, though in the classification of Owen his position is still farther removed from that of the monkeys, as in it the genus Homo forms one of the four primary divisions or subclasses of the Mammalia, called Archencephala, the Quadrumana being united with the carnivora, Ungulata, and others in another division called Gyrencephala. On the other hand, the tendency of most modern systematists, for reasons which have been fully stated by Professor Huxley, 700, is to revert towards the Linnaean position. Considering solely the facts of man's bodily structure, it can be clearly demonstrated that the points in which he differs from the ape most nearly resembling him are not of greater importance than those by which that ape differs from other universally acknowledged members of the group, and therefore, in any natural system, if man is to be made a subject of zoological classification upon the same principles as those applied elsewhere, he must be included in the order which comprises the monkeys. We say upon the same principles as are applied elsewhere, since zoological classification has never taken into consideration the psychological characteristics which distinguish the subjects of its investigations, but only their tangible and physical structure, otherwise endless confusion would result, at all events with our very imperfect knowledge of animal psychology. The essential attributes which distinguish man, and give him a perfectly isolated position among living creatures, are not to be found in his bodily structure, and should therefore either be left entirely out of consideration, or have such weight given to them as would remove him completely out of the region of zoological classification. To profess to classify man as if he were one of the animals, as in all points of the structure and functions of his organs he undoubtedly is, to place him in the class Mammalia, and then to allow other considerations to influence the judgment as to the particular position he should occupy in the class, is most illogical. Man, therefore, considered from a zoological point of view, must be included in the order Primates, even if the lemurs be removed from it, since his structural affinities with the monkeys are far closer than are those of the so-called half-apes. We may, without treading upon debatable ground, go farther, and say that the differences between man and the anthropoid apes are really not so marked as those which separate the latter from the American monkeys. This being admitted, perhaps the best exposition relating to the present condition of the order will be to regard man as representing a fifth family of the Anthropoidea, which should be known as the Hominidae. In thus ranking man as one of the five principal families or sections of the suborder, it should, however, be observed that this course does not in the least degree imply that such families are precisely equivalent to one another, or that the intervals by which they are separated are of equal importance. All that we commit ourselves to being that they are five perfectly distinct groups, all branches from a common stem, and in the present state of nature not united by any intermediate types. The distinctions between the Hominidae and Simiidae are chiefly relative, being greater size of brain and of brain case as compared with the facial portion of the skull, smaller development of the canine teeth of the males, complete adaptation of the structure of the vertebral column to the vertical position, greater length of the lower as compared with the upper extremities, and greater length of the hallux or great toe, with almost complete absence of the power of bringing it in opposition to the other four toes. The last feature, together with the small size of the canine teeth, are perhaps the most marked and easily defined distinctions that can be drawn between the two groups. Man is universally admitted to form a single genus, Homo of Linnaeus, but a question of considerable importance in treating of him from a zoological point of view, and one which has been a subject of much controversy, is whether all men should be considered as belonging to a single or to several species. This question is perhaps of less importance now than formerly, when those who maintained a plurality of species associated with the hypothesis plurality of origin. One of the strongest arguments against the view that the various races of man represent more than one species is that none of those who have maintained it have been able to agree as to how many distinct specific modifications can be defined, almost every number from 3 to 20 or more having been advocated by different authors. If the distinguishing characters of the so-called species had been so marked, there could not be such a remarkable diversity of opinion upon them. Again, the two facts, 1, that, however different the extremes of any two races may be in appearance, and it must be admitted that, as advocated by many polygynists, the differences are greater than many which are considered specific among other animals, every intermediate gradation can be found through which the one passes into the other, and, 2, that all races are fertile inter se, are quite conclusive in favor of considering man as representing a single species in the ordinary sense in which the word is now used, and of treating of all his various modifications as varieties or races. The great problem at the root of all zoology, the discovery of a natural classification which shall be an expression of our knowledge of the real relationship or consanguinity of different forms, is also applicable to the study of the races of man. When we can satisfactorily prove that any two of the known groups of mankind are descended from the same common stock, a point is gained. The more such points we have acquired, the more nearly shall we be able to picture to ourselves, not only the present, but also the past distribution of the races of man upon the earth, and the mode and order in which they have been derived from one another. But the difficulties in the way of applying zoological principles to the classification of man are vastly greater than in the case of most animals. When groups of animals become so far differentiated from each other as to represent separate species, they remain isolated, they may break up into further subdivisions. In fact, it is only by further subdivision that new species can be formed, but it is of the very essence of species, as now universally understood by naturalists, that they cannot recombine, and so give rise to new forms. With the varieties of man it is otherwise. They have never so far separated as to answer to the physiological definition of species. All races, as said above, are fertile with one another, though perhaps in different degrees. Hence new varieties have constantly been formed, not only by the segmentation of portions of one of the old stocks, but also by various combinations of those already established. Without entering into the difficult question of the method of man's first appearance upon the world, we must assume for it vast antiquity, at all events as measured by any historical standard. Of this there is now ample proof. During the long time man existed in a savage state, a time compared to which the dawn of our historical period is as yesterday. He was influenced by the operation of those natural laws which have produced the variations seen in other regions of organic nature. The first men may very probably have been all alike, but when spread over the face of the earth and subjected to all kinds of diverse external conditions, climate, food, competition with members of their own species or with wild animals, racial differences began slowly to be developed through the potency of various kinds of selection acting upon the slight variations which appeared in individuals in obedience to the tendency planted in all living things. These differences manifested themselves externally in the color of the skin, the color, quality, and distribution of the hair, the form of the head and features, and the proportions of the limbs, as well as in the general stature. Geographical position must have been one of the main elements in determining the formation and permanence of races. Groups of men isolated from their fellows for long periods, such as those living on small islands, to which their ancestors may have been accidentally drifted, would naturally, in course of time, develop a new type of features, of skull, of complexion, or hair. A slight set in one direction in any of these characters would constantly tend to intensify itself, and so new races would be formed. In the same way, different intellectual or moral qualities would be gradually developed or transmitted in different groups of men. The longer a race thus formed remained isolated, the more strongly impressed and the more permanent would its characteristics become, and less liable to be changed or lost when the surrounding circumstances were altered or under a moderate amount of intermixture from other races, the more true, in fact, would it be. On the other hand, on large continental tracts, where no mountain ranges or other natural barriers form obstacles to free intercourse between tribe and tribe, there would always be a tendency towards uniformity, from the amalgamation of races brought into close relation by war or by commerce. Smaller or feebler races would be destroyed or absorbed by others impelled by superabundant population or other causes to spread beyond their original limits, or sometimes the conquering race would itself disappear by absorption into the conquered. Thus for untold ages the history of man has presented a shifting kaleidoscopic scene, new races gradually becoming differentiated out of the old elements, and, after dwelling a while upon the earth, becoming either suddenly annihilated or gradually merged into new combinations, a constant destruction and reconstruction, a constant tendency to separation and differentiation, and a tendency to combine again into a common uniformity, the two tendencies acting against and modifying each other. The history of these processes in former times, except in so far as they may be inferred from the present state of things, is a difficult study, owing to the scarcity of evidence. If we had any approach to a complete paleontological record, the history of man could be reconstructed, but nothing of the kind is forthcoming. Evidence of the anatomical characters of man as he lived on the earth during the time when the most striking racial characteristics were being developed, during the long anti-historic period in which the Negro, the Mongolian, and the Caucasian were being gradually fashioned into their respective types, is entirely wanting, or if any exists it is at present safely buried in the earth, perhaps to be revealed at some unexpected time and in some unforeseen manner. Even the materials from which a history of the modifications of the human species as known to our generation must be constructed are rapidly passing away, since the age in which we live is an age in which, in a far greater degree than any previous one, the destruction of races, both by annihilation and absorption, is going on. Owing to the rapid extension of maritime discovery and commerce, changes such as have never been witnessed before are now taking place in the ethnology of the world, changes especially affecting the island populations among which, more than elsewhere, the solution of many of those problems may be looked for. The subject is, however, attracting the attention of observers of all countries to a greater degree than it ever has before, and such progress has been made in perfecting the methods of investigation of racial characteristics that we are beginning to learn what lines of research are profitable and what are barren, so that we may hope the time is not far distant when we may get some clear insight into the knowledge of the natural classification and relationships of the races of man. The following is a brief summary of the principal results which appear to have been attained up to the present time by the study of this somewhat difficult subject. 701. The most ordinary observation is sufficient to demonstrate the fact that certain groups of men are strongly marked from others by definite characters common to all members of the group, and transmitted regularly to their descendants by the laws of inheritance. Thus the Chinaman and the Negro, the native of Patagonia and the Andaman Islander, are as structurally distinct from each other as are many of the so-called species of any natural group of animals. Indeed, it may be said with truth that their differences are even greater than those which mark the groups called genera by many naturalists of the present day. Nevertheless, the difficulty of parcelling out all the individuals composing the human species into certain definite groups, and of saying of each man that he belongs to one or other of such groups, is insuperable. No such classification has ever been, or, indeed, can ever be obtained. There is not one of the most characteristic and most extreme forms, like those just named, from which transitions cannot be traced by almost imperceptible gradations to any of the other equally characteristic and equally extreme forms. Indeed, a large proportion of mankind is made up, not of extreme or typical, but of more or less generalized or intermediate forms, the relative numbers of which are continually increasing, as the long-existing isolation of nations and races breaks down under the ever-extending intercommunication characteristic of the period in which we live. The difficulties of framing a natural classification of man, or one really representing the relationship of the various minor groups to each other, are well exemplified by a study of the numerous attempts which have been made from the time of Linnaeus and Blumenbach onwards. Even in the first step of establishing certain primary groups of equivalent rank there has been no accord. Thus 4 primitive types were sketched out by Linnaeus: the European, Asiatic, African, and American. These were expanded into 5 by Blumenbach by the addition of the Malay, 702, and reduced by Cuvier to 3 by the suppression of the last 2. Many later writers have largely increased the number of these so-called primary divisions, but the conclusion, so often arrived at by various anthropologists, and so often abandoned for some more complex system, that the primitive man, whatever he may have been, has in the course of ages divaricated into 3 extreme types, represented by the Caucasian of Europe, the Mongolian of Asia, and the Ethiopian of Africa, and that all existing individuals of the species can be ranged around these types, or somewhere or other between them, seems, on the whole, to give the clearest view of the facts of the case. Large numbers are doubtless the descendants of direct crosses in varying proportions between well-established extreme forms, for, notwithstanding opposite views formerly held by some authors on this subject, there is now abundant evidence of the wholesale production of new races in this way. Others may be the descendants of the primitive stock before the strongly marked existing distinctions had taken place, and therefore present, though from a different cause from the last, equally generalized characters. In these cases it can only be by most carefully examining and balancing all characters, however minute, and finding out in what direction the preponderance lies, that a place can be assigned to them. It cannot be too often insisted on that the various groups of mankind, owing to their probable unity of origin, the great variability of individuals, and the possibility of all degrees of intermixture of races at remote or recent periods of the history of the species, have so much in common that it is extremely difficult to find distinctive characters capable of strict definition by which they may be differentiated. It is more by the preponderance of certain characters in a large number of members of a group, than by the exclusive or even constant possession of these characters in each of its members, that the group as a whole must be characterized. Bearing these principles in mind, we may endeavor to formulate, as far as they have as yet been worked out, the distinctive features of the typical members of each of the 3 great divisions, and then show into what subordinate groups each of them seems to be divided. We begin with the Ethiopian, Negroid, or Melanian, or black type. It is characterized by a dark, often nearly black, complexion, black hair, of a kind called frizzly or, incorrectly, woolly, i.e. each hair is closely rolled up on itself, a condition always associated with a more or less flattened or elliptical transverse section, a moderate or scanty development of beard, an almost invariably dolichocephalic skull, small and moderately retreating jugal bones, mesopic face, a very broad and flat nose, platyrrhine in the skeleton, moderate or low orbits, prominent eyes, thick, everted lips, prognathous jaws, large teeth, macrodont, a narrow pelvis, index in the male 90 to 100, a long forearm, humeroradial index 80, and certain other proportions of the body and limbs which are being gradually worked out, and reduced to numerical expression as material for so doing accumulates. The most characteristic examples of the second great type, the Mongolian, or Xanthus, or yellow, have a yellow or brownish complexion, black coarse straight hair, without any tendency to curl, and nearly round in section, on all other parts of the surface except the scalp scanty and late in appearing, a skull of variable form, mostly mesocephalic, though extremes both of dolichocephalism and brachycephalism are found in certain groups of this type, a broad and flat face, with prominent, anteriorly projecting jugal bones, platyopic face, nose small, mesorrhine or leptorrhine, orbits high and round, with very little development of glabella or superciliary ridges, eyes sunken, and with the aperture between the lids narrow, in the most typical members of the group with a vertical fold of skin over the inner canthus, and with the outer angle slightly elevated, jaws mesognathous, teeth of moderate size, mesodont. The proportions of the limbs and form of the pelvis have yet to be worked out, the results at present obtained showing great diversity among different individuals of what appear to be well-marked races of the group, but this is perhaps due to the insufficient number of individuals as yet examined with accuracy. The last type, which, for want of a better name, we must still call by the misleading one that has the priority, Caucasian, or white, has usually a light complexioned skin, although in some, in so far aberrant cases, it is as dark as in the Negroes, hair fair or black, soft, straight, or wavy, in section intermediate between the flattened and cylindrical form, beard fully developed, form of cranium variable, mostly mesocephalic, jugal bones retreating, face narrow and projecting in the middle line, proopic, orbits moderate, nose narrow and prominent, leptorine, jaws orthognathous, teeth small, microdont, pelvis broad, pelvic index of male 80, forearm short, relatively to humerus, humeroradial index 74. In endeavoring to subdivide into minor groups the numerous and variously modified individuals which cluster around one or other of these great types, a process quite necessary for many practical or descriptive purposes, the distinctions afforded by the study of physical characters are often so slight that it becomes necessary to take other considerations into account, among which geographical distribution and language hold an important place. The Ethiopian or Negroid races may be primarily arranged as follows: A. African or typical Negroes, inhabitants of all the central portion of the African continent, from the Atlantic on the west to the Indian Ocean on the east, greatly mixed all along their northern frontier with Hamitic and Semitic Melanochroi, a mixture which, taking place in various proportions and under varied conditions, has given rise to many of the numerous races and tribes inhabiting the Sudan. A branch of the African Negroes are the Bantu, distinguished chiefly, if not entirely, by the structure of their language. Physically indistinguishable from the other Negroes with whom they come in contact in the equatorial regions of Africa, the southern Bantu, or Kafirs, as they are generally called, show a marked modification of type, being lighter in color, having a larger cranial capacity, less marked prognathism, and smaller teeth. Some of these changes are probably due to crossing with other races. B. The Negrillos, diminutive subbrachycephalic tribes, inhabiting the dense forests of central and western equatorial Africa, represent a distinct section of the Negro race. They form the only exceptions to the general dolichocephaly of the African branch of the Negroid division, and when found in a pure state are the smallest of all known human races, averaging scarcely more than 4 feet in height. The color of their skin is yellowish rather than black. See the Bushmen, Bosjesmen, men of the woods, of the Dutch colonists of South Africa, constitute a very distinct modification of the Negro type. The hair shows the extreme of the frizzly character, being shorter and less abundant than that of the ordinary Negro. It has the appearance of growing in separate tufts, which coil up together into rounded balls compared to peppercorns. In their yellow complexion, wide cheekbones, and peculiar form of the eyes they so much resemble some of the Mongolian races that anthropologists have been inclined to trace affinities to or admixture with them, although the character of the hair makes such a supposition almost inadmissible. The width of the cheekbones and the narrowness of the forehead and chin give a lozenge shape to the front view of the face. The forehead is prominent and straight, the nose extremely flat and broad, more so than in any other race, the lips prominent and thick, although the jaws are less prognathous than in the true Negro races. The cranium has many special characters by which it can be easily distinguished from that of any other race. The average height of the males is about 4 feet 8 inches. There is every reason to believe that the Bushmen represent the earliest race of which we have any knowledge inhabiting the southern part of the African continent, but that long before the advent of Europeans upon the scene they had been invaded from the north by Negro tribes, who, being superior in size, strength, and civilization, had taken possession of the greater part of their territories, and, mingling freely with the aborigines, had produced the mixed race called Hottentots, who retained the culture and settled pastoral habits of the Negroes, with many of the physical features of the Bushmen. These in their turn, encroached upon by the Kafirs from the north and by Europeans from the south, are now greatly diminished, and threatened with the same fate which will surely soon befall the scanty remnant of the early inhabitants who still retain their primitive type. Oceanic Negroes or Melanesians. These include the Papuans of New Guinea and the majority of the inhabitants of the islands of the western Pacific, and form also a substratum of the population, greatly mixed with other races, of regions extending far beyond the present center of their area of distribution. They are represented, in what may be called a hypertypical form, by the extremely dolichocephalic Kai-Kolos, or mountaineers of the interior of the Fiji Islands, although the coast population of the same group has lost the distinctive characters by crossing. In many parts of New Guinea and the great chain of islands extending eastwards and southwards ending with New Caledonia, they are found in a more or less pure condition, especially in the interior and more inaccessible portions of the islands, almost each of which shows special modifications of the type recognizable in details of structure. Taken all together, their chief physical distinction from the African Negroes lies in the fact that the glabella and supraorbital ridges are generally well developed in the males, whereas in Africans this region is usually smooth and flat. The nose also, especially in the northern part of their geographical range, New Guinea, and the neighboring islands, is narrower, often mesorrhine, and prominent. The cranium is generally higher and narrower. It is, however, possible to find African and Melanesian skulls quite alike in essential characters. The now extinct inhabitants of Tasmania were probably pure, but aberrant, members of the Melanesian group, which had undergone a modification from the original type, not by mixture with other races, but in consequence of long isolation, during which special characters had been gradually developed. Lying completely out of the track of all civilization and commerce, even of the most primitive kind, they were little liable to be subject to the influence of any other race, and there is in fact nothing among their characters which could be accounted for in the way above suggested, as they were intensely, even exaggeratedly, negroid in the form of nose, projection of mouth, and size of teeth, typically so in character of hair, and aberrant chiefly in the width of the skull in the parietal region. A cross with any of the Polynesian or Malay races sufficiently strong to produce this would, in all probability, have also left some traces on other parts of their organization. On the other hand, in many parts of the Melanesian region there are distinct evidences of large admixture with Negrito, Malay, and Polynesian elements in varying proportions, producing numerous physical modifications. In many of the inhabitants of the great island of New Guinea itself and of the islands lying around it this mixture can be traced. In the people of Micronesia in the north and New Zealand in the south, although the Melanesian element is present, it is completely overlaid by the Polynesian, but there are probably few, if any, of the islands of the Pacific in which it does not form some factor in the composite character of the natives. The inhabitants of the continent of Australia have long been a puzzle to ethnologists. Of negroid complexion, features, and skeletal characters, yet without the characteristic frizzly hair, their position has been one of great difficulty to determine. They have, in fact, been a stumbling block in the way of every system proposed. The solution, supported by many considerations too lengthy to enter into here, appears to lie in the supposition that they are not a distinct race at all, that is, not a homogeneous group formed by the gradual modification of one of the primitive stocks, but rather a cross between two already formed branches of these stocks. According to this view, Australia was originally peopled with frizzly-haired Melanesians, such as those who still do, or did before the European invasion, dwell in the smaller islands which surround the north, east, and southern portions of the continent, but that a strong infusion of some other race, probably a low form of Caucasian Melanochroi, such as that which still inhabits the interior of the southern parts of India, has spread throughout the land from the northwest and produced a modification of the physical characters, especially of the hair. This influence did not extend across Bass's Straits into Tasmania, where, as just said, the Melanesian element remained in its purity. It is more strongly marked in the northern and central parts of Australia than on many portions of the southern and western coasts, where the lowness of type and more curly hair, sometimes closely approaching to frizzly, show a stronger retention of the Melanesian element. If the evidence should prove sufficiently strong to establish this view of the origin of the Australian natives, it will no longer be correct to speak of a primitive Australian, or even Australoid, race or type, or look for traces of the former existence of such a race anywhere out of their own land. Absolute proof of the origin of any race is, however, very difficult, if not impossible, to obtain, and there is nothing to exclude the possibility of the Australians being mainly the direct descendants of a very primitive human type, from which the frizzly-haired Negroes may be an offset. This character of hair is probably a specialization, for it seems very unlikely that it was the attribute of the common ancestors of the human race. The fourth branch of the Negroid race consists of the diminutive round-headed people called Negritos, still found in a pure or unmixed state in the Andaman Islands, and forming a substratum of the population, though now greatly mixed with invading races, especially Malays, in the Philippines, and many of the islands of the Indo-Malayan archipelago, and of some parts of the southern portion of the mainland of Asia. They also contribute to the varied population of New Guinea, where they appear to merge into the taller, longer-headed, and longer-nosed Melanesians proper. They show in a very marked manner some of the most striking anatomical peculiarities of the Negro race, such as the frizzly hair, the proportions of the limbs, especially the humeroradial index, and the form of the pelvis, but they differ in many cranial and facial characters, both from the African Negroes on the one hand, and the typical Oceanic Negroes, or Melanesians, on the other, and thus form a very distinct and well-characterized group. Wherever they are still found, they are obviously holding their own with difficulty, if not actually disappearing, and there is much about their condition of civilization and the situations in which they occur to induce us to look upon them, as in the case of the Negrillos of Central and the Bushmen of South Africa, as the remains of a population which occupied the land before the incoming of the present dominant races. 2. The principal groups that can be arranged round the Mongolian type are as follows. A. The Eskimo appear to be a branch of the typical North Asiatic Mongols, who in their wanderings northwards and eastwards across the American continent, where they have been isolated almost as perfectly as an island population would be, hemmed in on one side by the eternal polar ice, and on the other by hostile tribes of American Indians, with which they rarely, if ever, mingled, have gradually developed characters, most of which are strongly expressed modifications of those seen in their allies, who still remain on the western side of Bering Strait. It has also been shown that these special characteristics gradually increase from west to east, and are seen in their greatest perfection in the inhabitants of Greenland, at all events in those where no crossing with the Danes has taken place. A typical Eskimo skull presents a combination of characters by which it can be at once distinguished from that of any other of the groups of mankind. Such scanty remains as have yet been discovered of the earliest inhabitants of Europe do not present any structural affinities to this type, and there is therefore no justification for the supposition that they belong to the same race, although it is not unlikely that similar external conditions may have led them to adopt similar modes of life. B. The typical Mongolian races constitute the present population of northern and central Asia. They are not very distinctly, but still conveniently for descriptive purposes, divided into a northern and a southern group. A. The members of the former, Mongolo-Altaic or Siberic group, are united by the affinities of their language. These people, from the cradle of their race in the Great Plateau of Central Asia, have at various times poured out their hordes upon the lands lying to the west, and thence penetrated almost to the heart of Europe. The Lapps, Finns, the Magyars, and the Turks are each the descendants of one of these waves of incursion, but they have for so many generations intermingled with the peoples through whom they have passed in their migrations, or whom they have found in the countries in which they have ultimately settled, that their original physical characters have been completely modified. Even the Lapps, that diminutive tribe of nomads inhabiting the most northern parts of Europe, supposed to be of Mongolian descent, show so little of the special attributes of that branch that it is difficult to assign them a place in it in a classification based upon physical characters. The Japanese are said by their language to be allied rather to the northern than to the following branch of the Mongolian stock. B. The southern Mongolian or Sinitic group, divided from the former chiefly by language and habits of life, includes the greater part of the population of China, Tibet, Burma, and Siam. C. The next great division of Mongoloid people is the Malay, forming the bulk of the population of the Indo-Malayan archipelago and, mixed with the Negro, of Madagascar, subtypical it is true, but to which an easy transition can be traced from the most characteristic members of the type. D. The brown Polynesians, Malayo-Polynesians, Mahoris, Sawayaris, or Kanakas, as they have been variously called, seen in their greatest purity in the Samoan, Tongan, and eastern Polynesian islands, are still more modified, and possess less of the characteristic Mongolian features, but yet it is difficult to place them anywhere else in the system. The large infusion of the Melanesian element throughout the Pacific must never be forgotten in accounting for the characters of the people now inhabiting the islands, an element in many respects so diametrically opposite to the Mongolian that it would materially alter the characters, especially of the hair and beard, which has been with many authors a stumbling block to the affiliation of the Polynesian with the Mongolian stock. This mixture is physically a fine one, and in some proportions produces a combination, as seen, for instance, in the Maoris of New Zealand, which in all definable characters approaches quite as near, or nearer, to the Caucasian type than to either of the stocks from which it may be presumably derived. This resemblance has led some ethnologists to infer a real extension of the Caucasian element at some very early period into the Pacific Islands, and to look upon their inhabitants as the product of a mingling of all the three great types of men. Though this is a very plausible theory, it rests on little actual proof, since the combination of Mongolo-Malayan and Melanesian characters in different degrees, together with the local variations certain to arise in communities so isolated from each other and exposed to such varied conditions as the inhabitants of the Pacific Islands, would probably account for all the modifications observed among them. The native population, before the changes wrought by the European conquest of the great continent of America, excluding the Eskimo, present, considering the vast extent of the country they inhabit and the great differences of climate and other surrounding conditions, a remarkable similarity of essential characters with much diversity of detail. The construction of the numerous American languages, of which as many as 1,200 have been distinguished, is said to point to unity of origin, as, though widely different in many respects, they are all, or nearly all, constructed on the same general grammatical principle, that called polysynthesis, which differs from that of the languages of any of the Old World nations. The mental characteristics of all the American tribes have much that is in common, and the very different stages of culture to which they had attained at the time of the conquest, as that of the Incas and Aztecs and the hunting or fishing tribes of the North and South, which have been quoted as evidence of diversities of race, were not greater than those between different nations of Europe, as Gauls and Germans on the one hand, and Greeks and Romans on the other, in the time of Julius Caesar. Yet all these were Aryans, and in treating the Americans as one race it is not intended to imply that they are more closely allied than the different Aryan peoples of Europe and Asia. The best argument that can be used for the unity of the American race, using the word in a broad sense, is the great difficulty of forming any natural divisions in it founded upon physical characters. Thus there is no difference throughout the whole continent in the important character of the hair, this being always straight and lank, long and abundant on the scalp, but sparse elsewhere. The color of the skin, notwithstanding the enormous differences of climate under which many members of the group exist, varies but little. It is true that in the features and cranium certain special modifications prevail in different districts, but the same forms reappear at widely separated parts of the continent. Thus skulls almost undistinguishable from one another may be met with from Vancouver's Island, from Peru, and from Patagonia. Naturalists who have admitted but three primary types of the human species have always found a difficulty with the Americans, hesitating between placing them with the Mongolian or so-called yellow races, or elevating them to the rank of a primary group. Cuvier, indeed, does not seem to have been able to settle this point to his own satisfaction, and leaves it an open question. Although the large majority of Americans have in the special form of the nasal bones, leading to the characteristic high bridge of the nose of the living face, in the well-developed superciliary ridge and retreating forehead, characters which distinguish them from the typical Asiatic Mongol, yet in many other respects they resemble them so closely that, while still admitting the difficulties of the case, we are inclined to include them as aberrant members of the Mongolian type. 703, it is, however, quite open to anyone adopting the Negro, Mongolian, and Caucasian groups as primary divisions to place the Americans apart as a fourth. Now that the high antiquity of man in America, perhaps as high as that which he has in Europe, has been discovered, the puzzling problem, from which part of the Old World the people of America have sprung, has lost its significance. It is, indeed, quite as likely that the people of Asia may have been derived from America as the reverse. However this may be, the population of America, except at the extreme north, was, before the time of Columbus, practically isolated from the rest of the world. Such visits as those of the early Norsemen to the coasts of Greenland, Labrador, and Nova Scotia, or the occasional accidental stranding of a canoe containing survivors of a voyage across the Pacific or the Atlantic, can have had little appreciable effect upon the characteristics of the people. It is difficult, therefore, to look upon the anomalous and special characters of the American people as the effects of crossing, as was suggested in the case of the Australians, a consideration which gives more weight to the view of treating them as a distinct primary division. 3. The Caucasian, Eurafrican, or white division, includes the two groups called by Professor Huxley Xanthochroi and Melanochroi, which, though differing in color of eyes and hair, agree so closely in all other anatomical characters, so far, at all events, as has at present been demonstrated, that it seems preferable to consider them both as modifications of one great type than as primary divisions of the species. Whatever their origin may have been, they are now intimately blended, though in different proportions, throughout the whole of the region of the earth they inhabit, and it is to the rapid extension of both branches of this race that the great changes now taking place in the ethnology of the world are mainly due. A. The Xanthochroi, or blonde type, with fair hair, eyes, and complexion, chiefly inhabit northern Europe, Scandinavia, Scotland, and North Germany, but, although much mixed with the next group, they also extend as far as northern Africa and Afghanistan. Their mixture with Mongoloid people has given rise to the Lapps, Finns, and some of the tribes of northern Siberia. B. Melanochroi, with black hair and eyes, and skin of almost all shades from white to black. They comprise the great majority of the inhabitants of southern Europe, northern Africa, and southwest Asia, and consist mainly of the Aryan, Semitic, and Hamitic families. The Dravidians of India, the Vedas of Ceylon, and probably the Ainos of Japan, and the Mautsa of China, also belong to this race, which may have contributed something to the mixed character of some tribes of Indochina and the Polynesian islands, and, as before said, have given at least the characters of the hair to the otherwise negroid inhabitants of Australia. In southern India they are largely mixed with a Negrito element, and in Africa, where their habitat becomes coterminous with that of the Negroes, numerous cross-races have sprung up between them all along the frontier line. The ancient Egyptians were nearly pure Melanochroi, though often showing in their features traces of their frequent intermarriages with their Ethiopian neighbors to the south. The Copts and Fellahs of modern Egypt are their little-changed descendants. In offering this scheme of classification of the varieties of the human species, it is not suggested that it is one universally accepted by anthropologists, or that it is likely to be final. Whatever care be bestowed upon the arrangement of already acquired details, or whatever judgment be shown in their due subordination one to another, the acquisition of new knowledge may at any time call for a complete or partial rearrangement of the system. The difficulties which encompass the subject have, indeed, been already indicated, and will be found abundantly illustrated in the writings of those authors who have specially devoted themselves to its elucidation. Bibliography. P. Topinard, Elements d'Anthropologie Générale, 1885, A. de Caterphages, Histoire générale de races humaines, 1. Questions Générales, 1887, 2. Classification de races humaines, 1889, Caterphages and Hami, Crania Ethnica, 1873–1879, D. G. Brinton, Races and Peoples, 1890. Footnotes, 1. Galton, South Africa, page 187. 2. L. F. E. Rousseau, Anatomie comparée du système dentaire chez l'homme et chez les principaux animaux, 2d edition, 1839, F. Cuvier, Des dents de mammifères considérés comme caractères zoologiques, 1822–25, R. Owen, Odontography, 1840–45, C. G. Giebel, Odontography, 1855, C. S. Tomes, Manual of Dental Anatomy, Human and Comparative, 3d edition, 1889. 3. The lower incisors of some species of shrews are, however, said to become ankylosed to the jaw in adult age. 4. The teeth of the extinct dinosaurian reptile Triceratops have two distinct roots, placed transversely to the axis of the jaws. 5. This and other questions concerning the homologies, notation, and succession of the teeth of mammals are more fully developed in two memoirs by one of the present writers, Remarks on the Homologies and Notation of the Teeth of the Mammalia, in the Journal of Anatomy and Physiology, Volume 3. Page 262, 1869, and Notes on the First or Milk Dentition of the Mammalia, in the Transodontological Society of Great Britain, 1871. See also an important memoir by Oldfield Thomas on the homologies and succession of the teeth in the Desurity, Phil. Trans 1887, pages 443 to 462. 6. By many writers the letters indicating the different kinds of teeth are printed in capitals, as I, C, P, and M, while very frequently the symbol PM is employed in place of P. 7. According to Mr. G. E. Dobson there are 4 upper incisors in some of the Soricidae. 8. See for the principal modifications of the skeleton of the class, the large and beautifully illustrated osteography of de Blainville, 1835-54, the section devoted to the subject in bronze class in und Ordnungen de Theoriques, by Giebel, 1874-79, and an introduction to the osteology of the Mammalia, by W. H. Flower, 3d edition, 1885. 9. This and many of the following figures in this chapter are taken from Flower's Osteology of the Mammalia. 10. For the sake of uniformity, in all the following descriptions of the vertebral column, the long axis of the body is supposed to be in the horizontal position. 11. The opinion has recently been expressed by Bauer that bone termed radial in figure 17 is really a second central, and that the radial is represented by a minute bone generally known as the radial sesamoid. The mammalian scaphoid is accordingly also regarded as a second central. In the same communication, Dr. Bauer expresses his disbelief in the existence of remnants of a prepollex and of a seventh digit in mammals and other vertebrates. See Anat Anzeiger, Volume 4. Pages 49-52, 1889. 12. On the prepollex and prehallux, etc., Proc. Zoll SOC 1889, pages 259-262. 13. Cope and Bauer consider that the astragalus corresponds only with the intermedium, and that the tibial may exist as a distinct element. 14. For further details of these modifications, see Flower's Lectures on the Comparative Anatomy of the Organs of Digestion of the Mammalia, Medical Times and Gazette, February Dec 1872. 15. G. Gulliver, Proc. Zoll SOC, 1862, page 91. 16. The modifications of these bones are fully described by A. Doran, Morphology of the Mammalian Ossicula Auditus, Trans Lin. SOC Ser. 2, Volume 1, pages 371-497, pl 58-64. 1878, 17, C.B.H. Caldwell, The Embryology of Monotremata and Marsupialia, Phil. Transfer 1887, page 463. 18, Proc. Academic, Nat. Sci., Philadelphia, 1881, page 468. 19, Studien über Entwicklungsgeschichte der Thier, pt. 4, Wiesbaden, 1886. 20, Journal of Morphology, Volume 1, page 373, 1887. 21, for a full exposition of the present state of knowledge on this subject, see the various memoirs of Sir William Turner, also F. M. Balfour's Treatise on Comparative Embryology, Volume 2. 1881, and J. A. Ryder in American Naturalist, Volume 21. Page 780, 1887. 22, Proceedings of the Royal Society of London, Volume 28. Page 395, 1879. 23. The relations between the theromorphous reptiles and the monotreme mammalia, Proceedings of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, Volume 33. Page 471, 1885. 24. On the phylogenetic arrangement of the Sauropsida, Journal of Morphology, Volume 1, pages 93-104, 1887. 25. The names of the groups containing only extinct forms are printed in heavier type than those which contain species still existing. 26. On this subject C. A. Murray, Geographical Distribution of Mammals, 1866, and especially A. R. Wallace, The Geographical Distribution of Animals, 2 volumes, 1876, and Island Life, 1881, also A. Halprin, The Geographical and Geological Distribution of Animals, 1887. 27. Distribution of Animals. 28. Generally known as Hyomoscus, but first described as an extinct form under the above name. 29. The forelimb from S. Africa described as Theriodesmus, which appears to be mammalian, and may belong to Tritylodon. 30. The subjects referred to under this heading are mostly described and figured in detail in Owen's Monograph of the Fossil Mammalia of the Mesozoic Formations, Paleontographical Society's Publications, 1871, and in various papers by Marsh, in the American Journal of Science and Arts, 1878-89. Important contributions to our knowledge of these forms have also been made by Professors Cope and Osborne, and the reader should especially consult the memoir by the latter writer on the structure and affinities of the Mesozoic mammals, published in the Journal of the Philadelphia Academy, 1888, Volume 9. 31. The whole discussion is contained in the following memoirs. 1. H. Falconer, Description of 2 species of the fossil mammalian genus Plagiolax, from Purbeck, Court. Journ. Geology, SOC Volume 14. 1857, 2, R. Owen, Art. Paleontology, Encyclopaedia Britannica, 8th edition, 1859, 3, H. Falconer, On the Disputed Affinity of the Mammalian Genus Plagiolax, Court. Journ. Geology, SOC Volume 18. 1862, 4, R. Owen, Monograph of the Fossil Mammalia of the Mesozoic Formation, Paleontographical Society, 1871. 32, Blumenbach, Boyd's Magazine, Volume 2. Page 205, 1800. 33, Proceedings of the Royal Society of London, Volume 43. Page 353, 1888. 34, Ibid, Volume 46. Page 126, 1889. 35, Cuvier, Tableau élémentaire d'Hist. Nat. page 143, 1798. 36, Gervais, Osteographie de monotremes, page 43, 1877. 37. For the detailed characters of all the genera and species of marsupials, the reader should consult the British Museum Catalogue of Marsupialia and Monotremata, by Oldfield Thomas, 1888. 38. Except in Ptoris, Bellideus, Breviceps, Forbes, Proc. Zol. SOC 1881, page 188. 39. Including the transitional Austromalayan region. 40. Illiger, Prod. Syst. Mam. E.T. Aves, page 76, 1811. 41. Lin. Syst. Nat. ed. 12, Volume 1, page 71, 1766. 42. Temminck, Monographies de Mammalogie, Volume 1, page 60, 1827. 43. F. Cuvier, Histoire nat de Mammifères, 4. 1837, 44, Geoffrey, Bull. SOC Philem. Volume 1, page 106, 1796. 45. Temminck, Monographies de Mammalogie, Volume 1, page 56, 1827. 46. Thomas, and Muse Geneve. Serre. 2, Volume 4. Page 503, 1887. 47. Krefft, Proc. Zol. SOC 1866, page 434. 48. Waterhouse, Proc. Zol. SOC 1836, page 69. 49. Geoffrey, Bull. SOC Philem. Volume 3. Page 249, 1803. 50. Gray, in Gray's Australia, Volume 2, page 401, 1841. 51. Ogilby, Proc. Zol. SOC 1838, page 25. 52. Geoffrey, and Du Museum, Volume 2. Page 365, 1803. 53. Owen, Phil. Trans 1872, page 257. 54. Gervais and Verreau, Proc. Zol. SOC 1842, page 1. 55. Storr, Prodromus Math. Mam. Page 33, 1780. Sin. Phalangista, Geoffrey, Bull. SOC Philem. Vol. IP 106, 1796. 56. Lesson, Dictionary Class. D'Hist. Nat Volume 13. Page 333, 1828. 57, Ogilby, Proc. Zol. SOC 1836, page 26. 58, Thomas, Cat. Marsupials Brit. Muse page 163, 1888. 59, Gray, Proc. Zol. SOC 1858, page 109. 60, Shaw, Naturalist's Miscellany, Volume 2. PLLX. 1791, 61, McCoy, and Mag. Nh. 3, XX. Page 287, 1867. 62, Gray, in Gray's Australia, Appendix, Volume 2. Page 407, 1841. 63, Peters, and Muse Geneve. Volume 6. Page 303, 1874. 64, Damarist, Neuve. Dictionnaire des Hist. Nat Serre. 2, Volume 25. Page 405, 1817. 65, CFW.A. Forbes, Anatomy of the Koala, Proc. Zol. SOC 1881, page 180. 66, Blainville, Bull. SOC Film. 1816, page 116. 67, Owen, in Gervais' Zol et Pal. Franceses, 1st edition pt. IP 192, 1849-52. 68, Ramsay, Proc. Lin. SOC NS Wales, Volume 1, page 33, 1876. 69, Davis, Proc. Roy. SOC Queensland, Serre. 2, Volume 3. Page 8, 1888. 70, Damarist, Neuve. Dictionnaire des Hist. Nat Serre. 1, Volume 24. Table Meth. Page 20, 1804. Sin. Hypsopermnus, Illiger, Prodromus syst mam. Page 79, 1811. 71, Gray, Charlesworth's Mag. Nat History Volume 1, page 584, 1837. 72, Thomas, Cat. Marsup. Brit. Muse page 114, 1888. 73, Garrod, Proc. Zol. SOC 1875, page 59. 74, Thomas, Proc. Zol. SOC 1886, page 544. 75, Schlegel and Muller, Ver. Nat Guess. Nederland, page 138, 1839-44. 76, Schlegel and Muller, Ver. Nat Guess. Nederland, page 130, 1839-44. 77, Gould, Monograph of Macropodidae, PL 13. 1841, 78, Gray, in Gray's Australia, Volume 2. Appendix, page 402, 1841. 79, Gray, Charlesworth's Mag. Nat History Volume 1, page 583, 1837. 80, Shaw, Naturalist's Miscellany, Volume 1, PL 33. 1790, 81, for the characters of these species and the undermentioned distinct genera, see Owen's Extinct Mammals of Australia, 1877, and Lydecker's Catalogue of Fossil Mammalia in the British Museum, PTV, 1887. 82, Owen, Phil. Trans 1874, page 264. 83, Owen, opposite page 788. 84, Owen, opposite page 797. 85, Owen, in Mitchell's Eastern Australia, 2D edition volume 2. Page 362, 1838. 86, Owen, Cat. Mam. And Aves, Muser, Call Surgeons, page 314, 1845. 87, the characters of the chief groups of the Eutheria here given are, in some measure, a fuller recapitulation of those already detailed in Chapter 3, pages 83 to 88. 88, the name Paratheria has been suggested for this proposed subclass. 89. In some few armadillos the suture between the premaxilla and maxilla passes behind the first upper tooth, but in all other known members of the order all the teeth are implanted in the maxilla. 90. See flower, on the mutual affinities of the animals composing the order Edentata, Proceedings of the Zoological Society, 1882, page 358. 91. An attempt has been made to represent these views by the following classification: Order Edentata. Suborder Pilosa. Bradipodidae. Megatheridae. Myrmecophagidae. Suborder Loricata. Dasypodidae. Suborder Squamata. Manatea. Suborder Tubulidentata. Oricteropodidae. It may be objected to this arrangement that the present divergence between the sloths and anteaters is hardly sufficiently indicated by their association in one subordered flower. On the arrangement of the orders and families of mammals, Proc. Zool. Soc. 1883, page 178. 92. Linn. Syst. Nat. 12th edition Volume 1, page 50, 1766. 93. Illiger, Prodromus Syst. Mam. Et Avium, page 108, 1811. 94. Burmeister, Sitzp. A.K. Berlin, Volume 28. Page 613, 1882. 95. Lydecker, in Nicholson and Lydecker's Manual of Paleontology, Volume 2. Page 1299, 1889. Originally described under the preoccupied name Coelodon. 96. Cuvier, Tableau Elam. Dehist. Nat de Animo, page 146, 1798. 97. An excellent figure of the skeleton, which unfortunately was incorrectly articulated, and wanted the greater part of the tail, was published by Pander and Dalton in 1821, and has been frequently reproduced in subsequent works. 98. C. E. D. Cape, American Naturalist, Volume 23. Page 152, 1889. 99. Linn. Syst. Nat. 12th edition Volume 1, page 51, 1766. 100. Professor Cope has recently come to the conclusion that there are 3 species, but further evidence is required in support of this view. 101. Gray, Annals of Philosophy, New Series, Volume 10, page 343, 1825. 102. Gray, Annals of Philosophy, New Series, Volume 10, page 343, 1825. 103. Harlan, Anne. New York Lyceum Nat. History Volume 1, page 237, 1824, amended from Chiamiferous. 104. Linn. Syst. Nat. 12th edition Volume 1, page 54, 1766. 105. Wagler, Syst. Amphibian, etc., page 36, 1830. 106. F. Cuvier, Histoire nat de Mammifères, 1822. Priodontes. 107. Illiger, Prodromus Syst. Mam. Et Avium, page 111, 1811. 108. Lesson, Man de Mammalogy, page 309, 1827, xf. Cuvier, Tatusi. 109. A single imperfect skin, brought from the province of Serra in Brazil, indicates a very remarkable form of armadillo, named by A. Milne Edwards Scleroplura brunetti, and Sc. Nat. 16. Page 8, 1872. The dermal scuts are said to be much less developed than in other members of the family, and confined to the sides, all the median portion of the back being clothed with a flexible hairy skin. The head is broad and short, the ears small and far apart. The tail is long, and almost entirely devoid of scuts. The feet are unknown. 110. Linn. Syst. Nat. 12th edition Volume 1, page 52, 1766. 111. Mammalian descent, page 95. 112. Mammalian descent, page 99. 113. Forsyth Major, Comptes Rendus, Volume Quae. Page 1180, 1888. 114. Jeffrey, Decade Philosophique, 1795, Test Agassiz. 115, Proceedings of the Royal Society, Volume 47. Page 246, 1890. 116, Store, Prodromus Math. Mam. Page 41, 1780. 117, Zul, Jarbuch, Volume 1, Page 1, 1886. 118, Illiger, Prodromus Syst Mam. Et Avium, page 140, 1811. 119, Illiger, Prodromus Syst Mam. Et Avium, page 141, 1811. Amended from Ritena. 120, Nordenskiold, during his voyage in the Vega, obtained some information from the natives of Bering Island which led him to believe that a few individuals may have survived to a much later date, even to 1854. But this conclusion is disputed by later writers. 121, Kopp, Nuys Jarbuch, 1838, pages 319 and 536. 122, this is an important distinction from the Sirenia, but a character common to nearly all other mammals. It is doubtful whether there is any foundation for the statement that these epiphyses remain ununited for an exceptionally long period in the Cetacea. 123, a character repeated in some of the seals. 124, these have been described in detail by Professor Struthers in the Journal of Anatomy and Physiology, 1881. 125, the ankylosed mass of cervical vertebrae, on which the genus Paleocetus was established, was regarded by its describer as having probably come from the Kimmeridge clay, but the mineral condition of the specimen points to the red crag as the place of origin. 126, there is much resemblance in the larynx of the hippopotamus, but none in that of the seal, to the same organ in the Cetacea. 127, German Meerschwein, whence the French Marsouin. Porpoise is said to be derived from porcpoisson. 128, Eiselvauer, Dan and Swed. Val, Anglo-Saxon whale, germ. Wall, wallfish. The meaning apparently is roller, the word being closely allied to wheel, skeet. 129, these were discovered in the Greenland whale by Geoffrey St. Hilaire, whose observations were confirmed and extended to other genera by Eschricht. They have been very fully described in Balænoptera rostrata by Julin, Archives de Biologie, I 1880. 130, for the structure of whalebone see Hunter, Observations on the Structure and Economy of Whales, Phil. Trans 1787, Eschricht and Reinhardt, on the Greenland right whale, English translation by the Ray Society, 1866, pages 67 to 78, and Sir W. Turner, in Trans Roy. SOC Eden. 1870, 131, Lynn. SYST Nat 12th edition Volume 1, page 105, 1766. 132, Gray, Supple, Cat. Seals and Whales in Brit. Muse page 39, 1871. 133, Cope, Proc AC Nat Sci Phi Lad. 1869, page 15. 134, Gray, Zoology of Erebus and Terror, page 16, 1846. 135, C.J. Struthers, on the Anatomy of Megaptera longimana, Journ. Anatomy and Physiology, 1887-89. 136, Lassipede, Table de Ordres, Histoire nat de Cetacees, page 36. 1804, 137, C.P.J. van Beneden, Histoire naturelle de Balænopteres, MEM. Academic Belgique, Sly. 1887, 138, in a recent memoir Professor Darcy Thompson has brought forward some arguments to show that the zeuglodonts have no direct affinities with the Cetacea, but have on the other hand the strongest possible relation with the pinnipede carnivora. On the systematic position of zeuglodon, studies from the Museum of Zoology, Dundee, Volume 1, No. 9, 1890. 139, an appearance in one specimen has been described by C.G. Karras as indicating a vertical succession of the teeth, but the evidence upon which this rests is by no means satisfactory, and appears to admit of another explanation. 140, a mutilated humerus of Zeuglodon cetoids has given rise to many conjectures, appearing to some anatomists to indicate seal-like freedom of motion at the elbow joint, while to others its characters appear to be truly cetacean. 141, See Transgeology SOC Ser. 2, Volume 6. Page 67. 142, Lin. SYST Nat 12th edition Volume 1, page 107, 1766. 143, Gray, Zoology of Erebus and Terror, page 22, 1846. Usually spelled Kogia. 144, Lacépède, Table de Ordres, Histoire nat de Cétacés, page 44. 1804, 145, See the figures in the Proc Zol SOC 1882, pages 728, 729. 146, Cuvier, Ossements Fossils, 2D edition volume 5, page 352, 1823. 147, Gervais, and Sy Nat Ser. 3, volume 14. Page 16, 1850. For the very complicated synonymy of this genus, see Trans Zol SOC volume 8. Page 208. 148, Duvernoy, and Sy Nat Zoology, Ser. 3, volume 15. Page 41, 1851. 149, Duvernoy, opposite page 61. 150, Greatlup, Act. ACR Sy Bordeaux, 1840, page 208. 151, Wagler, SYST Amphib. Etc., page 35, 1830. 152, The Anatomy of Platanista is fully described by J. Anderson, Zoological Results of 2 Expeditions to Western Yunnan, 1878. 153, D'Orbigny, Neuve. And Muse Paris, Volume 3. Page 31, 1834. 154, Gray, Zoology of Erebus and Terror, page 46, 1846. 155, Lin. SYST Nat 12th edition Volume 1, page 105, 1766. 156, Lacépède, Histoire nat de Cétacés, Pease Lie. 1804, 157, Cuvier, Regni Animal, Volume 1, page 279, 1817. 158, Zoology of Erebus and Terror, page 30, 1846. The name is preoccupied by Lamarck for a genus of Polyzoa, 1816. 159, Gray, Cat. Cetacea Brit. Muse page 106, 1850. 160, Gray, Cat. Seals and Whales and Brit. Muse page 285, 1866. 161, Anatomical and Zoological Researches, comprising an account of the zoological results of the 2 expeditions to Western Yunnan, in 1868 and 1875, 1878. 162, Gray, Zoology of Erebus and Terror, page 33, 1846. 163, Reinhardt, Overs. Dan. Sesk. 4. 1862, page 151. 164, Lesson, N. Tab. D. Regni Animal, Mam. Page 200, 1842. 165, Gray, Zoology of Erebus and Terror, page 30, 1846. 166, Gray, Proc. Zol. SOC 1870, page 77. 167, Gray, Zoology of Erebus and Terror, page 35, 1846. 168, Lin. SYST Nat 12th edition Volume 1, page 108, 1766. 169, Gervais, Histoire nat de Mammifères, Volume 2. Page 323, 1855. 170, Gervais, Osteographie de Cétacés, page 604, 1880. 171, Gray, Zoology of Erebus and Terror, page 43, 1846. 172, Gray, cat. Seals and Whales Brit. Muse 2D edition page 393, 1866. 173, since this was in type the discovery of transient rudimentary clavicles in the embryo of the sheep has been announced by Wineza, Morphologue. Jarb. 16, page 647. 174, also known as Diplarthra. 175, the pollex is present in the manus of the extinct Cautelops. 176, in the table on page 89 the peccaries are included in the suidae. 177, Linn. Syst Nat 12th edition volume 1, page 101, 1766. 178, Linn. Syst Nat 12th edition volume 1, page 102, 1766. 179, if from any accidental circumstances these teeth are not constantly worn down by friction, they grow into a complete circle, the point penetrating the bone of the jaw close to the root of the tooth. The natives of the Fiji Islands avail themselves of this circumstance to produce one of their most valued ornaments, a circular boar's tusk. The upper canines being extracted, the lower ones are allowed to grow to the desired form. 180, C. Garson, Proc. Zol. Soc. London. 1883, page 413. 181, Lesson, Man D. Mam, page 337, 1827, Barbarossa. 182, Cuvier, Regni Animal, volume 1, page 236, 1817. 183, Cuvier, Regni Animal, volume 1, page 237, 1817. 184, Professor Cope considers that there is a third species, for which he has proposed the name D. angularis. 185, this name, Leidy, 1851, is preoccupied by Oritus, Agassiz, 1838. 186, the stomach of the camel inhabiting the Arabian desert is commonly looked upon as a striking example of specialized structure, adapted or modified in direct accordance with a highly specialized mode of life. It is therefore very remarkable to find an organ exactly similar, except in some unessential details, in the llamas of the Peruvian Andes and the guanacos of the Pampas. No hypothesis except that of a common origin will satisfactorily account for this, and, granting that this view is correct, it becomes extremely interesting to find for how long a time two genera may be isolated and yet retain such close similarities in parts which in other groups appear readily subject to adaptive modifications. 187, Linn. Syst Nat 12th edition volume 1, page 90, 1766. 188, there is much confusion as to the proper use of the names camel and dromedary. It is now generally accepted that the former is the common term for all the members of the genus, and that dromedary should be confined to the lighter and swifter breeds of the one-humped species. One of the oldest pictures of the two-humped camel extant, painted on the wall of the chapter house of Westminster Abbey, has, however, dromedary inscribed under it. 189, Illiger, Prodromus Syst Mam. Page 103, 1811. 190, Natural History of the Strait of Magellan, 1871. 191, Pallas, Spicelegia Zoologica, Volume 13. Page 27, 1779. 192, Kopp, Ossements Fossils de Darmstadt, pt 5, page 92, 1836. This name, which was proposed for a fossil species, antedates Hyamoscus, Gray, applied to the living form. 193, for the anatomy of this group see A. H. Garrod, Proc. Zol. Soc. 1877, page 2. 194, Linn. Syst Nat 12th edition volume 1, page 91, 1766. 195, for the anatomy of Mosca sea flower, Proc. Zol. Soc. 1875, page 159, and Garrod, Ibid. 1877, page 287. 196, Proc. Zol. Soc. 1878, page 889. 197, de Blainville, Bull. Soc. Philem. 1816, page 74. 198, Milne Edwards, Neuve. Arch du Museum, Volume 7. Bull. Page 93, 1872. 199, Lynn. Syst Nat 12th edition Volume 1, page 92, 1766. 200, Hamilton Smith, in Griffith's Animal Kingdom, Volume 5, page 304, 1827. 201, Hamilton Smith, in Griffith's Animal Kingdom, Volume 5, page 303, 1827. 202, Scott, Proc AC Nat Sci Phi Lad. 1885, page 181. 203, Hamilton Smith, in Griffith's Animal Kingdom, Volume 5, page 313, 1827. 204, Swinhoe, Proc Zol SOC 1870, page 90. 205, Gray, Proc Zol SOC 1850, page 237. 206, Gray, Proc Zol SOC 1850, page 242. 207, this accessory column is shown in the figure of the molar of Boselaphus on page 311. 208, Zimmermann, Geograph. Geschichte, Volume 2. Page 125, 1780. 209, or Journ. De Physique, Volume 87. Page 149, 1818. 210, Blainville, Bull. SOC Film. 1816, page 75. 211, Liechtenstein, Berlin Guess. Natureforsche. Freund Magazine, Volume 6. Pages 152, 165, 1814. 212, F. E. Blau, Proc Zol SOC 1889, page 2. 213, Hamilton Smith, in Griffith's Animal Kingdom, Volume 4. Page 258, 1827. Taken to include Grimmia, Turfone, etc., of Gray. 214, Leach, Translin. SOC Volume 14. Page 524, 1823. 215, Hamilton Smith, in Griffith's Animal Kingdom, Volume 4. Page 269, 1827. 216, Geology and Zoology of Abyssinia, page 268. 217, Sandoval, Kongal. Vetinsk. Akkad. Handel. For 1844, page 191. Taken to include Calotragus, Scopophorus, Nisotragus, Pediotragus, and Oreotragus of Gray. 218, C. V. Brooke, Proc. Zol SOC 1872, pages 642 and 875. 219, Gray, Cat. Ungulate Mam. Brit. Muse page 90, 1852. 220, Andrew Smith, Illustrations of Zoology of South Africa, No. 12, 1840, Cobus. Is taken to include Adenota and Onotragus of Gray. 221, de Blainville, Bull. SOC Film. 1816, page 75. Sin. Eleotragus. 222, Pallas, Spicilegia Zoologica, Volume 1, page 3, 1767. 223, Sandoval, Kongal. Vetinsk. Akkad. Handel. For 1845, page 271. 224, Gray, List Mam. Brit. Muse page 160, 1843. 225, Hodgson, Proc. Zol SOC 1834, page 81. 226, de Blainville, Bull. SOC Film. 1816, page 75. Is taken to include Procapra and Tragops. 227, Proc. Zol SOC 1873, page 537. 3 species subsequently described are here added to the list. 228, Sandoval, Kongal. Vetinsk. Akkad. Handel. For 1844, page 196. 229, de Blainville, Bull. SOC Film. 1816, page 75. 230, Raffinesque, Anal. Nat 1815, page 56. 231, de Blainville, Bull. SOC Film. 1816, page 75. Sin. Portax, Hamilton Smith. 232, de Blainville, Bull. SOC Film. 1816, page 75. Includes Uraceros, Gray. 233, Gray, list. Mam. Brit. Muse page 155, 1843. 234, Damarist, Mammalogy, page 471, 1822. 235, de Blainville, Bull. SOC Film. 1816, page 75. 236, Hamilton Smith, in Griffith's Animal Kingdom, Volume 5, page 352, 1827. 237, Hamilton Smith, in Griffith's Animal Kingdom, Volume 5, page 354, 1827. Amended from Aplosaurus. 238, Hodgson, Jern. As. SOC Bengal, Volume 19. Page 65, 1850. 239, CAO Hume, Proc. Zul SOC 1887, pages 483 to 486. 240, Lynn. SYST Nat 12th edition Volume 1, page 94, 1766. 241, Proc. Zul SOC 1886, page 314, and 1887, page 552. 242, specimens referred by Dinnick to C. caucasica have been made the types of another species, C. Severtsovi. 243, Lynn. SYST Nat 12th edition Volume 1, page 97, 1766. 244, there may be a beard on the throat, as in O. Cycloceros. 245, Proc. Zul SOC 1884, page 326. 246, de Blainville, Bull. SOC Film. 1816, page 76. 247, Zoologist, September 1877. 248, Lynn. SYST Nat 12th edition Volume 1, page 98, 1766. 249, Proc. Zul SOC 1873, page 474. 250, Sir V. Brooke states that this species is distinguished from B. pumilis by the absence of a fringe to the ears, but specimens in the British Museum show that this is not the case. 251, The Extirpation of the American Bison, 1889. 252, The Late Mr. Alston, Fauna of Scotland, Mammalia, Glasgow, 1880, page 25. Considers that the Chillingham cattle are descendants of a race which had escaped from domestication. 253, Wanting in the aberrant Calicotherium. 254, C.W.N. Parker, Proc. Zul SOC 1882, page 775. 255, Cuvier, Tableau Element. De Elhist. Nat page 152, 1798, Exberson. 256, C.J. Murray, Jern. Anat and Physial Volume 6. Page 131, 1871, W.N. Parker. Proc. Zul SOC 1882, page 768, and F.E. Bedard, Proc. Zul SOC 1889, page 252. 257, the Swiss P. Siderolithicus has only one cusp in the last upper premolar. 258, Leidy, Proc. AC Nat Sci. Phylad. 1858, page 26. 259, Crystal, and Sci. in Dust. Mid. France, Volume 1, page 180, 1832. 260, Lynn. SYST Nat 12th edition Volume 1, page 100, 1766. 261, Darwin, Variation of Animals and Plants Under Domestication, 1868, Volume 1, Chapter 2. 262, See Nature, August 21, 1884, and Zoll, Garton. Volume 28. Page 453. 263, See Sclater, Proc. Zoll, SOC 1884, page 542. 264, C. Blanford, Zoology and Geology of Eastern Persia, Journeys of the Persian Boundary Commission, page 84. 265, This must not be confounded with the navicular of the tarsus. 266, Want of space and of the necessary illustrations rendered it impossible to give an account of mammalian myology in the earlier chapters of this work. 267, Lynn. SYST Nat 12th edition Volume 1, page 104, 1766. 268, Many authors use Cuvier's name, R. indicus, in preference to this, on the ground that there are more than one species with one horn, forgetting that the name substituted is equally inconvenient, as more than one species live in India. The fact of a specific name being applicable to several members of a genus is no objection to its restriction to the first to which it was applied. Otherwise, changes in old and well-received names would constantly have to be made in consequence of new discoveries. 269, Trans Zoll SOC Volume 12, see also Proc. Zoll SOC 1889, page 9. 270, see Bedard and Treves, Proc. Zoll SOC 1889, page 9. 271, For the Internal Anatomy of R. Sumatrensis C. Garrod, Proc. Zoll SOC 1873, page 92, and Bedard and Treves, Lock Sit, 272, Those external points of distinction from R. Simus are taken from a paper by Sclater in the Proc. Zoll SOC 1886, page 143. 273, Proc. Zoll SOC 1881, page 726. 274, This name is the earliest, but is preoccupied. 275, Hermann, Tab. Affinit. Annam. Page 115, 1783. It has recently been proposed to substitute the earlier name Procavia in lieu of Hyrax. The anatomy of Hyrax was first described by Pallas, Spicilegia Zoologica. Besides minor memoirs, 2 detailed accounts of its structure have appeared, one by Brandt, in MEM. Academic Nat Science. St. Petersburg, 7 Ser. Volume 14. Number 2, 1869, and another by George, in Annales des Sciences Naturelles, 6 Ser. Tom. I 1874, in which references to all the previous literature will be found. The mechanism by which the sole of the foot is enabled to adhere to smooth surfaces is fully described by G. E. Dobson, Proc. Zoll SOC 1876, page 526. 276, Gray, and Mag. Nat History Ser. 4, Volume 1, page 48, 1868. 277, see a paper by J. V. Barboza du Bocage, in the Journ. Sci. Phys. Nat Lisboa, 2, Volume 1, page 186, 1889, where a list of all the known species will be found. 278, These teeth are by some writers classed as canines, as their roots are implanted in the maxillae, but, as in rodents, they are originally developed in the gum covering the premaxilla, in which bones their primitive alveoli are sunk. As growth proceeds, however, firm support for such massive and weighty bodies can only be obtained by their roots gradually sinking through the premaxilla into the great and specially modified alveolar processes of the maxillae, but this does not vitiate their homology with the incisors of other mammals. 279, Lynn. SYST Nat 12th edition Volume 1, page 48, 1766. 280, In the Gulf of Cambay, not the island of the same name in the Red Sea. 281, The word mammoth was introduced into the languages of Western Europe about 2 centuries ago from the Russian, and is thought by Pallas and Nordenskiold to be of Tartar origin, but others, as Witzen, Strahlenberg, and Howarth, have endeavored to prove that it is a corruption of the Arabic word behemoth, or great beast. 282. The best known of these is the etching upon a portion of tusk found in the cave of La Madeleine in the Dordogne, figured in Lartet and Christie's Reliquiae Aquitanicae, and in many other works bearing on the subject of the antiquity of man. 283. Cuvier, and Du Museum, Volume 8. Page 270, 1806. 284. This, and the larger number of ridges in the latter, are the only absolute distinctions which Falconer could find between Mastodon and Elephas, Palaeont. Memoirs, 2. Page 9, and it is clear that they are somewhat arbitrary. The line between the two genera is drawn at this point more as a matter of convenience for descriptive purposes than as indicating any great natural break in the sequence of modifications of the same type. 285, also found beyond the extreme northwestern frontier of India. 286, Kopp, Isis, Volume 22. Page 401, 1829. 287, Leidy, Proc. A.C. Nat. Sci. Phylad. 1872, p. 169. 288, for detailed descriptions and figures of this group, see Marsh, Monograph of the Dinocerata, Representative U.S. Geology, Serv. Volume 10, 1884. 289, Owen, Britt. Foss. Mam. And Birds, page 299, 1846. 290, C.G.E. Dobson, Jern. Anat Phys. Volume 17. 291, Waterhouse, Proc. Zul. SOC 1842, page 124. 292, Proc. Zul. SOC 1882, page 8. 293, Lynn. SYST Nat. 12th edition, Volume 1, page 86, 1766. 294, Gray, and Mag. Nat. History Ser. 3, Volume 20. Page 272, 1867. 295, Hemprich and Ehrenberg, Symbol. Phys. Mam. Volume 1, 1832. 296, Illiger, Prodromus Syst. Mam. Page 83, 1811. 297, some American zoologists have recently proposed to raise a large number of the forms usually regarded as local races to the rank of species. 298, Cuvier, Lekens die Anatomie Comp, 1800. 299, Cuvier, and Du Museum, Volume 10, page 126, 1825. 300, O. Thomas, Jern. As. SOC Bengal, Volume 57. Page 256, 1888. 301, Schreiber, Sagathier, Volume 4. Page 721, 1792. 302, Raffinesque, America Monthly Mag. Volume 2. Page 45, 1817. 303, F. Cuvier, MEM. Du Museum, Volume 6. Page 293, 1822. 304, Richardson, Zoll. Jern. Volume 4. Page 334, 1829. Amended. 305, Lynn. SYST Nat. 12th edition, Volume 1, page 78, 1766. 306, for a monograph of the Myoxidae, CCL Rubens, Dimyoxidae, etc., 4-2, Leiden, 1890. 307, Schreiber, Sagathier, Volume 4. Page 824, 1792. 308, Wagner, ABH. Bayer. Akkad. Volume 3. Page 179, 1843. 309, F. Cuvier, Mammifers, 60 livres. 1845, 310, Gentink, Notes laid. Muse Volume 10, page 41, 1888. 311, Kopp, Entwickel. Europe. Thierwelt, page 139, 1829. 312, A. Milne-Edwards, L'Institut, Volume 35. Page 46, 1867. 313, Smynthus is referred to the Dipodidae. 314, Geoffrey, and Du Museum, Volume 6. Page 81, 1805. 315, For the Anatomy of this Animal CB C.A. Windle, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1887, page 53. 316, O. Thomas, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1889, page 247. 317, Blythe, Proc. As. SOC Bengal, Volume 28. Page 289, 1859. 318, Damarist, Nov. Dictionary de Hist. Nat. Volume 24. Page 22, 1804. 319, Lataste, Lenat. Volume 1, page 314, 1880. 320, Wagner, Weigmann's Archive, 1841, page 132. 321, F. Cuvier, Dents de Mammifères, page 168, 1825. 322, Peters, Monitzber. A.K. Berlin, 1875, page 12. 323, A. Milne Edwards, Bull. SOC Film. Serre. 6, volume 11. Page 9, 1877. 324, Nossotia was included by Alston in this subfamily. 325, Waterhouse, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1839, page 108. 326, Andrew Smith, S. African Quart. Journ. Volume 2. Page 158, 1834. 327, Peters, Risan, Mozambique, Volume 1, page 162, 1852. 328, Peters, Monitzber. A.K. Berlin, 1874, page 234. 329, Cuvier, Regni Animal, Volume 1, page 198, 1817. 330, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1888, page 133. 331, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1884, page 451. 332, Brandt, MEM. Academic Imp St. Petersburg, Serre. 3. Page 428, 1835. 333, Say and Ord, Journ. Academic Philad. Volume 4. Page 352, 1825. 334, Waterhouse, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1837, page 29. 335, Cows, Proc. Academic Philad. 1874, page 184. 336, Say and Ord, Journ. Academic Philad. Volume 4. Page 346, 1825. 337, Grandidier, Rev. and Mag. Zoll. 1869, page 388. 338, Peters, Sitzber. Guess. Nat. Freund, 1870, page 54, 1871. 339, Gunther, Proc. Zoll. SOC 1875, page 79. 340, Gentink, Notes laid. Muse Volume 1, page 107, note 27, 1879. 341, Milne Edwards, and Cy Nat Serre. 6, Volume 20. Art. 1, Bis, page 1, 1886. 342, Merriam, Fauna of North America, No. 2, page 28, 1889. 343, Lassipede, MEM. De l'Institut, Volume 3. Page 495, 1801. Many writers employ the earlier name Microtus for the true voles. 344, Baird, Mam. North America, pages 44. 558, 1857. 345, Pallas, Zogre. Rousseau-Aget. Volume 1, page 173, 1811. 346, Wagler, Isis, 1832, page 1220. 347, Cuvier, Lekens d'Anatomie Compare tab. 1, 1800. 348, True, Proc, U.S. Nat Muse Volume 7. Page 170, 1884. 349, Fisher, Zoognosia, Volume 3. Page 72, 1814. 350, Brantz, Het. Geslacht der Muizen, page 20, 1827. 351, O. Thomas. Proc. Zul Associ 1888, page 130. 352, Lynn. Syst Nat 12th edition volume 1, page 79, 1766. 353, Gray, and Meg Nat History volume 10, page 264, 1842. Amended from Nasokia. 354, Gray, Charlesworth's, Meg Nat History volume 1, page 586, 1837. Sin. Pelamies, Peters, 1852. 355, Peters, Monitzber. A.K. Berlin, 1867, page 343. 356, O. Thomas, Proc. Zul Soc 1888, page 237. 357, Liechtenstein, Darst. New. Sagathier, pt 4. pl 29, 1829. 358, O. Thomas, and Meg Nat History Ser. 5, volume 9. Page 413, 1882. 359, Jeffrey, and Cy Nat Ser. 2, volume 10, page 126, 1840. Ecomies. 360, Gray, Proc. Zul Soc 1867, page 599. Amended from Ecomies. 361, Milne Edwards, Bull. Soc Film. Ser. 6, volume 11. Page 9, 1877. 362, Waterhouse, Proc. Zul Soc 1840, page 2. 363, Peters, Monitzber. A.K. Berlin, 1846, page 258. 364, Goldenstadt, November. Comment. Petrop. Volume 14. Art. 1p 409, 1770. 365, Gray, Proc. Zul Soc 1830, page 95. 366, Illiger, Prodromus Syst Mam. Page 86, 1811. 367, Illiger, Locksit page 87. 368, O. Thomas, Proc. Zul Soc 1890, page 448 equals Heliophobius, Peters, Monitzber. A.K. Berlin, 1846, page 243. Preoccupied. 369, Ruppel, Muse Senkenb. Volume 1, Sagoth. Page 99, 1834. 370, including the Saccomyidae of cows. 371, Raffinesque, America Monthly Mag. Volume 2. Page 45, 1817. 372, Weed, Nova Acta AC Cause Leap Car. Volume 19. PTIP 383, 1839. 373, Gray, and Mag Nat History Volume 7. Page 521, 1840. 374, Weed, Nova Acta AC Cause Leap Car. Volume 19. PTIP 369, 1839. 375, Damarist, Mammalogy, page 313, 1820. 376, Kaiserling und Blasius, Wirbeltier Europe. Page 38, 1840. 377, Cows, Bull. U.S. Geology Serv. Ters. Ser. 2, number 5, page 253, 1873. Sin. Jaculus, Wagler. 378, Gmelin, Syst Nat, Volume 1, page 157, 1788. 379, F. Cuvier, Proc. Zol. Soc. 1836, page 141. 380, Brandt, Bull. A.C. St. Petersburg, 1844, page 209. 381 equals A. Jaculus, Oct. 382, Illiger, Prodromus Syst Mam. Page 81, 1811. 383, Gray, Spicelegia Zoologica, page 10, 1830. 384, Blythe, Jern. As. Soc. Bengal, volume 34. Page 294, 1855. 385, Bennett, Proc. Zol. Soc. 1832, page 46. 386, Waterhouse, Proc. Zol. Soc. 1837, page 30. Amended from Abercoma. 387, Waterhouse, Proc. Zol. Soc. 1841, page 91. 388, de Blainville, Bull. Soc. Philem. 1826, page 62. 389, Wagler, Ibid. page 1219. 390, Andrew Smith, S. African Court. Jern. Volume 2. Page 2, 1831. 391, Jeffrey, and Du Museum, Volume 6. Page 81, 1805. 392, Damarist, Mem. Soc. Dehist. Nat. Volume 1, page 44, 1822. 393, For Description and Anatomy of the Species C. Dobson, Proc. Zol. Soc. 1884, page 233. 394, Temminck, Monographies de Mammifères, Volume 1, page 245, 1827. 395, Cuvier, and Sci. Nat. Ser. 2, Volume 6. Page 347, 1836. Amended. 396, Illiger, Prodromus Syst Mam. Page 90, 1811. 397, Damarist, Neuve. Dictionary Dehist. Nat. Volume 10, page 45, 1817. Amended from Echemes. 398, Wagner, Wiegmann's Archive, 1845, pt 2, page 145. 399, Jeffrey, and Sci. Nat. Ser. 2, Volume 10, page 126, 1838. 400, F. Cuvier, Mammifères, 6 Livre. 1829, 401, Waterhouse, Nat. History of Mam. Volume 2. Page 351, 1848. 402, F. Cuvier, Dents de Mammifères, page 256, 1825. 403, F. Cuvier, Mem. Du Museum, Volume 9. Page 413, 1822. Sinathere. 404, Gray, Proc. Zol. Soc. 1843, page 21. 405, Lynn. Syst Nat. 12th edition, Volume 1, page 76, 1766. 406, Cuvier, Regni Animal, 2d edition, Volume 1, page 215, 1829. Atherur. 407, Gunther, Proc. Zol. Soc. 1876, page 739. 408, Bennett, Gardens, etc. Zol. Soc. Pt. IPI, 1829. 409, Meyer, Nova Acta AC Cause Leap Car. Volume 16. Page 576, 1833. 410, Brooks, Trans. Lin. Soc. Volume 16. Page 102, 1828. 411, Foster, Second Representative Geology of Ohio, page 81, 1838. 412, Illiger, Prodromus Syst Mam. Page 93, 1811. 413, F. Cuvier, and Du Museum, Volume 10, page 203, 1807. 414, Peters, Monitzber. A.K. Berlin, 1873, page 551. 415, Pallas, Miscellaneous Zoll, page 30, 1766, X. Klein. 416, Damarist, Mammalogy, page 360, 1822. 417, Erksleben, Syst Reg. Animal, page 191, 1777, X. Brisson. 418, Cuvier, Table. Element. De Elhist. Nat. page 132, 1798. 419, Lynn. Syst Nat. 12th edition volume 1, page 77, 1766. 420, from the absence of the common hare in Scandinavia it is considered probable that the name L. timidus was really applied to the mountain hare, and some writers accordingly use the name L. europaeus for the former. 421, Variations of Animals and Plants, 2d edition volume 1, page 119. 422, the theory of Linnaeus included all the then known species of the modern orders Carnivora, Insectivora, and Marsupialia. 423, the tusks of the walrus, altogether so aberrant in its dentition, are partial exceptions to this statement, but in old individuals the pulp cavity fills up, and they cease to grow. 424, see Flower, on the value of the characters of the base of the cranium in the classification of the order Carnivora, Proc. Zoll SOC 1869, page 4, Mivart, on the classification and distribution of the Eluroidea, Ibid 1882, pages 135 and 459, see also the cat, An Introduction to the Study of Backboned Animals, especially Mammals, by the same author, 1881. 425, Lynn. Syst Nat. 12th edition volume 1, page 60, 1766. 426, The Cat, pages 392 to 426, 1881. 427, Fauna of British India, Mammalia, pages 56 to 90, 1888. 428, Zoology and Geology of Eastern Persia, 1876. 429, Say. E. Blanford, Fauna of British India, Mammalia, page 57, 1883. 430, Transactions of the Zoological Society, volume 1, page 165, 1835. 431, A Hunter's Wanderings in Africa, 1881, page 258. 432, Mr. Seelis, whose opportunities for obtaining evidence upon this subject were very large, says that in the region of South Africa, between the Zambesi and the Limpopo rivers, he never saw a lion with any long hair under the body, and that the manes of the wild lions of that district are far inferior in development to those commonly seen in menageries in Europe. 433, The Lion and the Elephant, 1873, page 19. 434, Honorable W. H. Drummond, The Large Game and Natural History of South and Southeast Africa, 1875, page 278. 435, Fauna of British India, Mammalia, page 59, 1888. 436, C. W. T. Blanford, Fauna of British India, Mammalia, page 69, 1888. 437, Monographs of the Paleontographical Society, 1872. 438, Sin. F. Macrocelis. 439, Sin. F. Maniculata and Caligata. 440, Wagler, Syst Amphib. Etc. page 30, 1830. 441, Bennett, Trans Zoll SOC volume 1, page 137, 1833. 442, Lynn. Syst Nat. 12th edition volume 1, page 63, 1766. 443, Gray, Proc. Zoll SOC 1864, page 518. 444, Cuvier, Regni Animal, volume 1, page 156, 1817. 445, Horsfield, Zoll Research. Java, 1824. Prionodontidae. 446, Gray, Proc. Zul. SOC 1864, page 520. 447, F. Cuvier, Histoire nat de mammifères, No. 186, 1821. 448, C. W. T. Blanford, Proc. Zul. SOC 1885, page 780. 449, Fauna of British India, Mammalia, page 108, 1888. 450, Gray, Proc. Zul. SOC 1864, page 542, ex petero. 451, Jordan, Comptes Rendus, Volume 5, page 442, 1837. Amended. 452, Temminck, Prospectus de Monographies de Mammifères, March 1824, Monographies, Volume 1, page 21. 1827, 453, Gray, List of Mam. Brit. Muse page 54, 1843. 454, Gray, Proc. Zul. SOC 1836, page 88. 455, Illiger, Prodromus syst. Mam. Page 135, 1811. 456, Gray, Proc. Zul. SOC 1861, page 308. 457, Peters, Myth. Guess. Nat Freund Berlin, November 19, 1850. 458, Ogilby, Proc. Zul. SOC 1833, page 48. 459, Gray, Proc. Zul. SOC 1864, page 573. 460, F. Cuvier, Histoire nat de mammifères, No. 199, 1825. 461, Demarest, Table. Meth. Mam in Neuve. Dictionnaire de Hist. Nat Volume 24. 1804, 462, Geoffrey, Comptes Rendus, 1837, page 578. 463, Geoffrey, Mag. de Zul. 1839, pages 27, 37. 464, Doyer, and Sci. Nat Volume 4. Page 281, 1835. 465, Jordan, Comptes Rendus, 1837, page 422. Amended. 466, Geoffrey, Mem. Du Museum, Volume 11. Page 354, 1824. 467, For Anatomy of Protel C. Flower, Proc. Zul. SOC 1869, page 474. 468, Zimmermann, Specimen Zoologia Geographicae, page 365, 1777. 469, Fauna of British India, Mammalia, page 133, 1888. 470, The anatomical peculiarities of Hyena crocuta have been fully elucidated in a series of papers by Morris and Watson in the Proceedings of the Zoological Society for 1877, 1878, 1879, and 1881, in which references to previous authors on the subject will be found. 471, Lynn. Syst. Nat 12th edition Volume 1, page 56, 1766. 472, In domestic dogs a hallux is frequently developed, though often in a rudimentary condition, the phalanges and claw being suspended loosely in the skin, without direct connection with the other bones of the foot. It is called by dog fanciers the dew claw. 473, Proc. Zul. SOC London, 1880, page 238. See also Mavart, Dogs, Jackals, Wolves, and Foxes, a monograph of the Canidae, 1890. 474, Fauna of British India, Mammalia, pages 153, 154, 1888. 475, Brooks, Griffith's Animal Kingdom, Volume 5, page 151, 1827. 476, Lund, K. Dinks. Vid. Selsk. Affand. Volume 11. Page 62, 1845. 477, Liechtenstein, Weigmann's Archive. 1838, Volume 1, page 290. 478, Archmuse Lion. Volume 3. Art. 1, page 85, 1881. 479, Proc. America Phil. SOC Volume 18. Page 452, 1880. 480, for full details of the Arctoideous seam of art, Proc. Zoll SOC 1885, page 340. 481, Lynn. SYST Nat 12th edition Volume 1, page 69, 1766. 482, Meyer, Übersicht D. New. Zoll in Deckingen, etc. page 155, 1793. 483, A. Milne Edwards, Neuve. Arch du Museum, Volume 7. Bull. Page 88, 1871. Amended from Iluripus. 484, F. Cuvier, Histoire nat de mammifères, 1825. Amended from Ilurus. For Anatomy, see Flower, Proc. Zoll SOC, 1870, page 752. 485, Fauna of British India, Mammalia, page 189, 1888. 486, Store, Prodromus Math. Mam. Page 35, 1780. 487, A corruption of the North American Indian Arathcone or Arathcone. The French raton or raton laveur, German washbar, and other European names are derived from a curious habit the raccoon has of dipping or washing its food in water before eating it. 488, Liechtenstein, Isis, 1831, page 512. 489, Allen, Proc. AC Nat Sci. Philad. 1876, page 20. 490, Store, Prodromus Math. Mam. Page 35, 1780. 491, Illiger, Prodromus Syst. Mam. Et Avium, page 127, 1811. 492, also in two other species noticed below. One extinct otter has two upper molars. 493, Erksleben, Syst. Reg. Animal, page 445, 1777. 494, C. Thomas, Proc. Zoll SOC 1889, page 190. 495, the synonymy of this species is not settled, and the adoption of the name given here only preliminary. 496, Gloger, Nova Acta AC Cause Leap Car. Volume 13. pt 2, page 511, 1827 Sin. Enhydra, Fleming, Philosophy of Zoology, Volume 2. Page 187, 1822. Preoccupied by Enhydrus, Merem, Tent. Syst. Amphib. Page 140, 1820. 497, Cuvier, Table. De Classif in Lekens Dionot. Compar Volume 1, 1800. 498, Gray, and Meg Nat Histoire Ser. 2, Volume 1, page 581, 1837. 499, F. Cuvier, Histoire nat de mammifères, 1825. 500, possibly the name should be Balusoer, Sandpig. 501, F. Cuvier, Histoire nat de mammifères, 1825. 502, Store, Prodromus Math. Mam. Page 34, 1780. 503, Waterhouse, Proc. Zoll SOC 1838, page 154. 504, Store, Prodromus Math. Mam. Page 34, 1780. 505, Gray, Proc. Zoll SOC 1831, page 94. 506, Garrod, Ibid 1879, pl 29. 507, Kopp, Thierreich, Volume 1, page 352, 1835. 508, Bell, Proc. Zoll SOC 1837, page 45. 509, Lynn. Syst. Nat 12th edition Volume 1, page 66, 1766. 510, by all old authors of authority, as Ray, Pennant, Shaw, and Fleming, the word is written Martin, but this form of spelling is now generally reserved by way of distinction for the bird. The term martin cat, often used, is a misnomer. 511, see Ralston, on the domestic cats, Felis domesticus and Mustela foina, of ancient and modern times, Journal of Anatomy and Physiology, Volume 2. Page 47, 1868. 512, O. Thomas, and Mag. Nat. History Ser. 5, Volume 11. Page 370, 1883. 513, Gervais, Dictionary University de Hist. Nat. T. 4. Page 685, 1849. 514, Storr, Prodromus Math. Mam. Page 34, 1780. 515, Proc. Zul. SOC 1885, page 497. 516, Perron, Voyage aux Terres Australes, Volume 2. Page 37. Note, 1816. 517, On the Structure of Hooker's Sea Lion, Arctocephalus hookeri, Trans. Zul. SOC Volume 12. Page 369, 1890. 518, Lynn, Syst. Nat. 12th edition Volume 1, page 49, 1766. 519, the former word is a modification of the Scandinavian valros or valros, whale horse, the latter an adaptation of the Russian name for the animal. 520, Nielsen, Fawn. Scandinav. Volume 1, page 377, 1820. 521, Lynn. Syst. Nat. 12th edition Volume 1, page 55, 1766. 522, Fleming, Philosophy of Zoology, Volume 2. Page 187, 1822. 523, for details of these and the other genera seem of art, Proc. Zul. SOC 1885, page 486, etc. 524, Peters, Monitsp. K. P. Akkad. Wissensch. Zu Berlin, page 393, 1875, substituted for Stenorincus, F. Cuvier, preoccupied for a genus of Crustacea. 525, Gray, Zoology of Erebus and Terror, Volume 1, page 5, 1844. 526, New Name, Sin. Leptonix, Gray, Charlesworth's Mag. Nat. History Volume 1, page 582, 1837, preoccupied by Swainson, 1821. 527, Gray, Zoology of Erebus and Terror, Volume 1, page 7, 1844. 528, Nielsen, Fawn. Scandinav. Volume 1, page 382, 1820. 529, F. Cuvier, Mem. Du Museum, Volume 11. Page 200, 1824, Macrorhine. 530, Pallas, Acta Academic Sci. Imp. Petropoulos, Volume 4. pt 1, page 208, 1780. 531, Uber die Sagathirgetun Galeopithecus. SBAK. Handel. Volume 21. pt 11. 1886, 532, Raffles, Translin. SOC Volume 13. Page 256, 1822. 533, Gray, Proc. Zul. SOC 1848, page 23. 534, Andrew Smith, S. African Court. Journ. Volume 2. Number 1, page 64, 1833. 535, the above correct formula of the dentition of this family has been recently worked out by O. Thomas, Proc. Zul. SOC 1890, pages 445, 446. 536, Peters, Bericht K. Preuss. A.K. Wyss. 1847, page 36. 537, Horsfield and Viggers, Zul. Journ. Volume 3. Page 246, 1828. 538, Lynn. SYST Nat 12th edition Volume 1, page 75, 1766. 539, originally given incorrectly as Neurogymnurus. 540, Proc. Zol. SOC 1890, page 49. 541, Lynn. SYST Nat 12th edition Volume 1, page 73, 1766. 542, Sin. S. Minutus. 543, Blythe, Jern. As. SOC Bengal, Volume 24. Page 36, 1855. 544, Cows, Bull. U.S. Geology Serv. Ters. Volume 3. Page 646, 1877. 545, Gray, Proc. Zol. SOC 1837, page 124. 546, Wagler, Isis, 1832, page 275. 547, Gray, Proc. Zol. SOC 1837, page 124. 548, Wagler, Isis, 1832, page 275. 549, Brandt, in Lehman's Rees Zol on. Page 299, 1852. 550, Milne Edwards, Comtes Rondeus, Vol 70. Page 341, 1870. 551, Anderson, Jern. As. SOC Bengal, Volume 46. Page 262, 1877. 552, Milne Edwards, Comtes Rondeus, Volume 70. Page 341, 1870. 553, Cuvier, Table. De Classif in Lekensdienot. Compar Volume 1, 1800. 554, Temminck, Fauna Japonica, Volume 1, page 22, 1842. 555, Milne Edwards, Arch du Museum, Volume 7. Bull. Page 92, 1872. 556, Cuvier, Table. De Classif in Lekensdienot. Comp Volume 1, 1800. 557, Pommel, Arch Sci Phys. Nat Volume 9. Page 247, 1848. 558, Illiger, Prodromus Syst Mam. Et Avium. Page 125, 1811. 559, Milne Edwards, N. Arch du Museum, Volume 7. Bull. Page 92, 1872. 560, Lynn, SYST Nat 12th edition page 73, 1766. 561, the following account is taken almost entirely from Dr. Dobson. 562, Duchelu, Proc. Boston SOC History Nat Volume 7. Page 363, 1860. 563, Milne Edwards, and Sci Nat Volume 15. Page 5, 1872. 564, Brandt, MEM. AC Imp St. Petersburg, 1833, Volume 2. Page 459. 565, Illiger, Prodromus Syst Mam. Et Avium, page 124, 1811. 566, Mivart, Proc. Zol. SOC 1871, page 72. 567, I. Jeffrey, and Sci Nat Ser. 2, Volume 8. Page 60, 1837. 568, Thomas, Jern. Lynn. SOC, Zol. Volume 16. Page 319, 1882. 569, Grandidier, Rev. and Mag. Zol. 1870, page 50. 570, Lassapede, MEM. De l'Institut, Volume 3. Page 493, 1801, read 1799. 571, Proc. Zul. SOC 1888, page 473. 572, Bennett, Trans. Zul. SOC Volume 2. Page 38, 1835. 573, Jeffrey, and Du Museum, Volume 15. Page 90, 1810. Expression. 574, Gray, List. Spec. Mam. Brit. Muse pages 37, 38, 1843 Sin. Sinonycterus. 575, Gentink, Notes laid. Muse Volume 1, page 117, 1879. Amended. 576, F. Cuvier, Dents de Mammifères, page 39, 1825. 577, Illiger, Prodromus syst mam. Et avium, page 118, 1811. 578, Jeffrey, and Du Museum, volume 16. Page 99, 1810. 579, O. Thomas, and Mag. Nat. History Ser. 6, volume 1, page 155, 1888. 580, Gray, Proc. Zul. SOC 1859, page 36. 581, Dobson, Jern. As. SOC Bengal, volume 42. Page 204, 1873. 582, New Name, Sin. Macroglossus, F. Cuvier, Dents de Mammifères, page 40, 1825. Preoccupied by Macroglossum, Scopoli, 1777. 583, Dobson, Proc. Zul. SOC 1877, page 119. 584, O. Thomas, and Mag. Nat. History Ser. 5, volume 19. Page 417, 1887. 585, Gentink, Notes laid. Muse volume 11. Page 209, 1889. 586, New Name, Sin. Megaloglossus, Pagenstecher, J. B. Muse Hamburg, volume 2. Page 125, 1885. Preoccupied by Megaglossa, Rond, 1865. 587, Jeffrey, Neuve. Dictionary de Hist. Nat. Volume 19. Page 383, 1803. 588, Gray, Proc. Zul. SOC 1834, page 53. The bats of this genus are usually described as Philorhina, but this use has been shown to be incorrect. See Blanford, Proc. Zul. SOC 1887, page 637. 589, O. Thomas, and Mag. Nat. History Ser. 6, volume 1, page 156, 1888. 590, Gray, Proc. Zul. SOC 1847, page 16. 591, Dobson, Jern. As. SOC Bengal, volume 40. Page 455, 1871. 592, Blythe, Jern. As. SOC Bengal, volume 17. Page 251, 1848. 593, Jeffrey, and Du Museum, volume 15. Page 197, 1810. 594, Jeffrey, Neuve. Dictionary de Hist. Nat. Volume 15. Page 501, 1803. 595, Jeffrey, Descript. De l'Egypte, Volume 2. Page 112, 1812. 596, Kaiserling and Blasius, Wirbeltier Europe. Page 55, 1840. 597, Peters, Monitzber. A.K. Berlin, 1859, page 222. 598, Leach, Trans. Lin. SOC Volume 13. Page 78, 1822. 599, Allen, Proc. AC Nat. Sci. Philad. 1862, page 247. 600, Kaiserling and Blasius, Wiegmann's Archive, 1839, page 312. 601, Peters, Monitzber. A.K. Berlin, 1866, page 672. 602, Leach, Translin. SOC Volume 13. Page 71, 1822. 603, C. O. Thomas, and Muse Genova, 2, Volume 9. Pages 84 to 88, 1890. 604, Raffinesque, Journ. De Physique, Volume 88. Page 417, 1819. 605, Raffinesque, Précis de découvertes et travaux somiaux. Page 12, 1814. 606, Gray, and Mag. Nat. History Volume 10, page 259, 1842. 607, Lynn. SYST Nat. 12th edition Volume 1, page 46, 1766. 608, Gray, and Mag. Nat. History Volume 10, page 258, 1842, Caravola. 609, Gray, Mag. Zoll, Bot Volume 2. Page 496, 1838. 610, Bonaparte, Fauna Italica, Fasc 21. 1837, 611, Spix, Sim. And Vesp. Brezel, page 61, 1823. 612, A. Milne Edwards, Bull. SOC Film. Serre. 7, Volume 2. Page 1, 1878. 613, Bonaparte, Fawn. Idle Volume 1, 1832-41 Sin. Furia, F. Cuvier, MEM. Du Museum, Volume 16. Page 150, 1828. Preoccupied by Lynn. 1766, 614, Peters, Monitzber. A.K. Berlin, 1877, page 185. 615, Temminck, van der Hoven, Tidge. Nat. Guess. 1839, page 22. 616, Peters, Monitzber. A.K. Berlin, 1867, page 479. 617, Peters, Loch Sit, page 477. 618, Illiger, Prodromus Syst Mam. Et Avium, page 121, 1811. 619, Geoffrey, Descript. De l'Egypte, Volume 2. Page 126, 1812. 620, Weed, Isis, 1819, page 1629. 621, Lynn. SYST Nat. 12th edition Volume 1, page 88, 1766. 622, Geoffrey, Descript. De l'Egypte, Volume 2. Page 123, 1812. 623, Horsfield, Zoll Research Java, 1824. 624, Geoffrey, and Du Museum, Volume 6. Page 154, 1805. 625, Geoffrey, Descript. De l'Egypte, Volume 2. Page 114, 1812. 626, New Name, Sin. Mysticina, Gray, Voyage of the Sulphur, Mam. Page 23, 1843. Preoccupied by Mysticina, Boy, 1822. 627, Gray, and Mag. Nat. History Volume 4. Page 4, 1839. 628, Leach, Translin. SOC Volume 13. Page 76, 1820-22, amended. 629, Tomes, Proc. Zoll SOC 1863, page 81. 630, New Name, Sin. Macrotus, Gray, Proc. Zoll SOC 1843, page 21. Preoccupied by Macrotis, Dej. 1833, 631, New Name, Sin. Macrophyllum, Gray, Mag. Zoll, Bot Volume 2. Page 489, 1838. Preoccupied by Macrophylla, Hope, 1837. 632, Leach, Translin. SOC Volume 13. Pages 74, 75, 1822. For the references to the other genera see Dobson, Cat. Chiropt. Britt. Muse, 633, Gray, Proc. Zol. SOC 1866, page 113. Sin. Schizostoma, Gervais, 1855. Preoccupied by Brune, 1835. 634, New name, Sin. Tylostoma, Gervais, 1855. Preoccupied by Sharp, 1849. 635, Gervais, Castelnaz expt. Zol. Page 43, 1855. Sin. Corolia, Gray, 1838. Preoccupied by Corolia, Cantrain, 1837. 636, the references to the genera of this and the following division will be found in Dobson's catalogue. 637, New name, Sin. Ischnoglossa, Sacher, 1860. Preoccupied by Krotz, 1856. 638, Weed, Beecher. Natjesh. Brazil, Volume 2. Page 231, 1826. 639, Spix, Sim. E.T. Vesp. Brazil, page 68, 1823. 640, for the arguments in favor of placing the lemurs in a separate order see Milne Edwards. Observations sur quelques points de l'embryologie de lemuriens et sur les affinits zoologiques de ces animaux, in the And de Sciences Nat. October 1871, and P. Gervais, Encephalie de lemurs, in Journ. De Zoology, Tom. 1 p. 7. For those for retaining them among the primates, see Mavart, on Lepolemur and Chirogalius, and on the zoological rank of the Lemuroidea, in Proc. Zol. SOC 1873, page 484. 641, Jeffrey, Mag. Encyclop. 2d and Volume 1, page 46, 1796, Indri. 642, Bennett, Proc. Zol. SOC 1832, page 20. 643, Jordan, Mem. De L'Institut, Volume 2. Page 231, 1834. 644, Lynn. SYST Nat. 12th edition Volume 1, page 44, 1766. 645, Proc. Zol. SOC 1879, page 132. 646, Gray, Proc. Zol. SOC 1870, page 829. 647, I. Jeffrey, Cat. Muse Histoire Nat. Paris, page 75, 1851. Amended from Lepolemur. 648, Monitzp. A.K. Berlin, 1874, page 690. 649, Jeffrey, and Du Museum, Volume 19. Page 171, 1812. 650, Jeffrey, Mag. Encyclop. 2d and Volume 1, page 49, 1796. 651, Jeffrey, and Du Museum, Volume 19. Pages 162, 163, 1812. 652, for the anatomy of this genus, CJLC Schroeder van der Kolk and W. Vrolijk, Recherches d'anatomie comparée sur le genre Stenops d'Illiger, in Bijdergen tot de Dierkunde, Part 1, Amsterdam, 1848-54. 653, Jeffrey, Mag. Encyclop. 2d and Volume 1, page 48, 1796. 654, Mammalia of British India, page 48, 1888. 655, Bennett, Proc. Zol. SOC 1839, page 109. 656, for the anatomy of P. Potto, C. van der Hoven and van Kampen, Ontleedkundige Onderzoek van den Potto van Bosman, 1859, 4 P. Calibarensis, Huxley, Proc. Zol. SOC 1864, page 314. 657, Store, Prodromus Math. Mam. 1780, 658, H. Burmeister, Beitrag zur Näheren Kenntnis der Gattung Tarsius, 1846. 659, Cuvier, Table de Classe, in Lekens Dianot. Comp. Volume 1, 1800. 660, it was first named Daubentonia by Geoffrey, but this name was withdrawn by its author in favor of Chiromes, as it had been previously given to a genus in the vegetable kingdom. This would not, however, constitute preoccupation according to the modern rules of nomenclature. 661, R. Owen, on the II, in Trans Zul SOC 1862, Volume 5, page 33, W. Peters, Über die Saugathiergetum Chiromes, in Abhand. Königl. Akkad. Der Wissenschaften, Berlin, 1865, page 79. 662, one specimen has been seen with only 3 lower premolars. 663, Article Ape, Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th edition. 664, Illiger, Prodromus syst mam. Et avium, page 71, 1811. 665, Geoffrey, and Du Museum, volume 19. Page 120, 1812. 666, Illiger, Prodromus syst mam. Et avium, page 70, 1811. 667, Geoffrey, and Du Museum, volume 19. Page 115, 1812. 668, Gray, Proc. Zul SOC 1849, page 9. Amended from Waccaria, Sin. Brachyurus, Spix, Sim. Et Vesp. Brazil, page 11, 1823. Preoccupied by Fisher, 1814. 669, Geoffrey, and Du Museum, volume 19. Page 112, 1812. 670, Kopp, Thierreich, Vol. IP 51, 1835. 671, Spix, Sim. Et Vesp. Brazil, page 25, 1823. 672, Geoffrey, and Du Museum, volume 7. Page 260, 1806. 673, I. Geoffrey, Dictionary Class. Volume 15. Page 443, 1829. 674, Geoffrey, and Du Museum, volume 19. Page 106, 1812. 675, Erksleben, Syst Regni Animal, page 44, 1777. 676, Lassipede, Neuve. Table. Meth. 1799, in MEM. De L-Institute, Volume 3. Page 490 1801. 677, Mandrill seems to signify a man-like ape, the word drill or drill having been anciently employed in England to denote an ape or baboon. Thus in the 5th edition of Blunt's Glossographia, or a dictionary interpreting the hard words of whatsoever language now used in our refined English tongue, very useful for all such as desire to understand what they read, published in 1681, I find drill, a stonecutter's tool wherewith he bores little holes in marble, etc. Also a large overgrown ape and baboon, so called. Drill is used in the same sense in Charlton's Onomasticon Zoicon, 1668. The singular etymology of the word given by Buffon seems hardly a probable one. Huxley's Man's Place in Nature, page 10, 1863. 678, I. Geoffrey, Arch du Museum, volume 2. Page 576, 1841. 679, I. Geoffrey, Voyage de Belanger, page 66, 1834. 680, Lassipede, MEM. De L-Institute, volume 3. Page 450, 1801. Amended. 681, Geoffrey, and Du Museum, volume 19. Page 97, 1812. 682, Erksleben, Syst Regni. Animal, page 22, 1777. 683, or Colibini. 684, Jeffrey, and Du Museum, Volume 19. Page 90, 1812. 685, F. Cuvier, Histoire nat de mammifères, 1821, Semnopithèque. 686, separated generically by some writers as Rhinopithecus. 687, Illiger, Prodromus syst mam. Et avium, page 69, 1811. 688, Wagner, Gellerdanzeigen, Volume 8. Number 38, page 310, 1839. 689, Deperet, Comptes Rendus, Volume 6. Page 982, 1889, see also Mem. Sociology. France, Paleontology, Volume 1, 1890. 690, Gervais, Comptes Rendus, Volume 74. Page 1217, 1872. 691, Simi Fossili Italiane, Bull. Com Geology 1890. 692, Illiger, Prodromus syst mam. Et avium, page 67, 1811. 693, Lin. Syst Nat 12th edition Volume 1, page 34, 1766. 694, a Malay word, signifying man of the woods. 695, one skeleton in the Museum of the Royal College of Surgeons has 5 lumbar vertebrae, and has thus given rise to the statement that the number of vertebrae in the orang is the same as in man. 696, I. Jeffrey, Comptes Rendus, Volume 34. Page 84, 1852. 697, de Blainville, Leçons orales, 1839. The chimpanzees have been very generally described under the name of troglodytes, but since this name is preoccupied for a genus of birds, it is incumbent to follow the strict rule, and adopt the name Anthropopithecus, although both the present writers have elsewhere expressed the opposite opinion. 698, Lartet, Comptes Rendus, Volume 43. Page 219, 1856. 699, Mem. Sociology. France, Paleontology, Volume 1, Mem. Number 1, 1890. 700, Man's Place in Nature, 1863, and Anatomy of Vertebrate Animals, 1871. See also the more recent investigations of Broca into the comparative structure of man and the higher apes, published mostly in the Revue d'Anthropologie. 701, On the Classification of the Varieties of the Human Species, by W. H. Flower, Journal of the Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland, May 1885. 702, the Malay of Blumenbach was a strange conglomeration of the then little-known Australian, Papuan, and true Malay types. 703, no one can have seen a group of Botocudos from Brazil or of natives of Tierra del Fuego without being struck by their markedly Mongolian external characteristics. Index Aardwolf, 540 Aardvark, 211 Absorbent System, 63 Acanthoglossus, 125 Acanthames, 476 Aceratherium, 411 Echinodon, 292 Acherodon, 114 Acrobats, 155 Acrotherium, 440 Adipus, 697 Adapisarex, 634 Adipisauricidae, 634 Adapisauriculus, 634 Adax, 345 Adenota, 339 Adenotherium, 440 Aelurictus, 524 Aelurodon, 562 Eluroidea, 501 Aeluripus, 560 Aelurus, 562 Epiceros, 341 Epiprimnus, 164 Agabelus, 260 Agouti, 488 Agriocoerus, 293 AI, 182 Airsax, 68 Alactiga, 480 Albinism, 10 Alcelaphus, 334 Alces, 326 Alantois, 77 Alodon, 111 Alops, 413 Alatheria, 109 Alpaca, 303 Amblytherium, 114 Amblypoda, 436 Amorphochilus, 666 Amphictus, 539 Amphicean, 555 Amphidozotherium, 634 Amphilests, 114 Amphipertherium, 135 Amphicerex, 628 Amphitherium, 114 Amphitragulus, 330 Aminodon, 412 Anaptomorphus, 697 Ankylophus, 376 Ancipitus, 441 Anchitherium, 376 Ancylopida, 413 Ancyllotherium, 413 Anoa, 361 Anomaluridae, 449 Anomalurus, 449 Anoplotheridae, 293 Anoplotherium, 294 Anteater, 191 Scaly, 205 Antibrachium, 47 Antechinines, 139 Antelopes, 334 Antops, 657 Antherina, 674 Anthracotheriidae, 292 Anthropoidea, 699 Anthropopithecus, 736 Antilocapra, 333 Antilocapridae, 333 Antelope, 340 Antlers, 308 Antrosus, 661 Anurosorex, 626 Aoudad, 356 Apar, 199 Ape, 699 Aphalops, 411 Aphilotherium, 697 Archaeolurus, 524 Archaeoceti, 246 Archaeames, 484 Archizanurus, 157 Arctictis, 534 Arctocebus, 693 Arctocephalus, 595 Arctocyan, 609 Arctocyonidae, 609 Arctogale, 533 Arctoidea, 556 Arctomyini, 454 Arctomes, 454 Arctonix, 574 Arctotherium, 561 Argali, 355 Armadillo, 195 Artabeus, 676 Artiodactyla, 275 Arvicola, 466 Arvicolini, 465 Ass, 383 Atalapha, 663 Atlas, 715 Atharura, 487 Achinia, 298 Alacotus, 483 Alexinuus, 723 Aurochs, 367 Australasian region, 102 Avahis, 686 Axis, 320 II, 695 Babirusa, 287 Baboon, 719 Bacatherium, 307 Badger, 575 American, 576 Sand, 575 Ballina, 236 Balenidae, 234 Balenodon, 251 Balanoidea, 234 Balanoptera, 242 Balanotus, 240 Bandicoot, 141 Bantang, 365 Bassarician, 566 Baceris, 566 Bats, 641 Bathyergus, 478 Diogale, 537 Bear, 558 Beaver, 458 Bisa, 343 Beluga, 262 Berardius, 256 Batungia, 163 Beryl, 356 Bibos, 360 Bighorn, 355 Binturong, 534 Bison, 362 Blackfish, 269 Bladder, 69 Blarina, 624 Blastomerix, 330 Blabok, 343 Blesbok, 335 Blood, 63 Bolidin, 111 Bonchia, 653 Bontabok, 334 Boschvark, 286 Bocelaphus, 345 Bothriolobes, 291 Bottlenose, 253, 270 Bovidae, 334 Brachium, 47 Brachyphylla, 675 Brachytarsames, 465 Brachyurus, 712 Bradypodidae, 179 Bradypus, 181 Brain, 69 Bramatherium, 333 Brocket, 330 Brontotherium, 413 Brita, 176 Bubulus, 361 Budorcas, 351 Buffalo, 361 Bushdog, 553 Cachalot, 249 Catercotherium, 412 Caecum, 59 Caelogenes, 489 Cenopithecus, 696 Cenotheridae, 294 Cenotherium, 294 Calanicterus, 655 Calothrix, 713 Califoca, 606 Calames, 463 Caloprimnus, 164 Calotragus, 339 Camel, 296 Camelidae, 295 Camelus, 296 Canidae, 544 Canis, 546 Capra, 352 Capreolus, 327 Capermes, 482 Capybara, 491 Caracal, 518 Cardiatherium, 491 Cardiomes, 491 Cariacus, 329 Caribou, 324 Carnivora, 496 Coralia, 674 Carponicterus, 654 Carpus, 48 Carcharodon, 484 Castor, 457 Castoridae, 457 Castoroididae, 488 Castoroids, 488 Cat, 517 Cavia, 489 Cavidae, 489 Cavi, 490 Calyxitherium, 621 Cebidae, 711 Cebochirus, 292 Cebus, 717 Cement, 15 Centites, 637 Centetidae, 637 Centurio, 676 Cephalogale, 562 Cephalophus, 338 Cephalorhynchus, 266 Cephalotes, 653 Cercocebus, 723 Cercoleptes, 567 Cercomes, 483 Cercopithecidae, 718 Cercopithecus, 724 Cerevula, 664 Cervulses, 327 Cervicapra, 340 Cervidae, 313 Cervini, 316 Cervulus, 316 Cervus, 319 Cetacea, 225 Cetotherium, 245 Cinohius, 291 Chietomes, 486 Calcochlorus, 639 Calicomes, 458 Calicotheridae, 413 Calicotherium, 413 Calanolibus, 662 Chamois, 349 Champsidelphus, 259 Cheetah, 523 Chevrotain, 305 Water, 306 Chilonicterus, 672 Chimerigale, 626 Chimpanzee, 736 Chinchilla, 487 Chinchillidae, 487 Chirogalius, 689 Chiromeles, 669 Chiromyidae, 694 Chiromes, 695 Chironectes, 134 Chiroptera, 641 Chiru, 341 Chirurimes, 476 Chlamydophorinae, 196 Chlamydophorus, 196 Chlamydotherium, 201 Cooronicterus, 674 Coropotamidae, 292 Cooropotamus, 292 Coeropsis, 280 Coeripus, 143 Colepus, 182 Corian, 77 Chrysochloridae, 638 Chrysochlorus, 639 Chrysothrix, 714 Simoleames, 113 Circulation, 63 Civet, 526 Palm, 532 Classification, 84, 88 Claviglis, 460 Claws, 12 Coati, 566 Cobus, 339 Coelodon, 184 Coelops, 658 Cogia, 250 Calura, 667 Colobus, 727 Color, 8 Compitherium, 621 Condylarthra, 438 Condylura, 630 Conepidus, 574 Conchetes, 336 Controcavia, 491 Coryphodon, 437 Corphodontidae, 438 Cotylophora, 307 Cotylopidae, 293 Cotylops, 293 Coipu, 482 Cranium, 35 Crassitherium, 223 Creodonta, 606 Chrysotodipus, 479 Chrysotodon, 464 Chrysetomes, 477 Chrysetus, 463 Cryotherium, 349 Crocidura, 626 Crossarchus, 537 Crossopus, 625 Crustipet rosa, 15 Cryptophractus, 201 Cryptopithecus, 699 Cryptoprocta, 525 Tenacodon, 112 Tenodactylus, 481 Tenemes, 482 Cuniculus, 470 Cuscus, 149 Cyclopedius, 293 Cyclocherus, 193 Cinnaluris, 523 Synectes, 537 Cynocephaly, 719 Cynodictis, 555 Cynogale, 534 Cynohyenodon, 608 Cynoidea, 544 Cynemes, 455 Cynonycterus, 652 Cynopithecus, 722 Cynopterus, 653 Cyan, 551 Cystophora, 605 Dacrotherium, 294 Dactylomes, 483 Dactylopsala, 152 Damalus, 351 Daphinus, 555 Dacemes, 462 Dasypodidae, 194 Dasypodini, 197 Dasypitherium, 201 Dasyprocta, 488 Dasyproctidae, 488 Dasypus, 197 Dasyuridae, 136 Dasyurus, 138 Daubentonia, 695 Deer, 317, 319 Delphinapterus, 262 Delphinidae, 260 Delphinoidea, 247 Delphinus, 271 Dendrohyrax, 418 Dendrologus, 165 Dendromes, 463 Dental System, 13 Dentine, 14 Diomes, 473 Dermoptera, 614 Desmon, 629 Desmodus, 677 Desmodulus, 223 Diaphragm, 67 Diceritherium, 411 Dicabunus, 294 Dicodon, 294 Dicodontidae, 294 Diclydurus, 668 Dicopomes, 484 Dicotyles, 289 Dicotylidae, 289 Didelphia, 128 Didelphidae, 133 Didelphes, 134 Didymictus, 539 Digestive System, 53 Dinictus, 523 Dinoceras, 437 Dinocyan, 556 Dinomyidae, 489 Dynames, 489 Dinotheridia, 435 Dinotherium, 435 Dinoziphius, 251 Diabroticus, 458 Diopletherium, 223 Diphylla, 678 Diphyodont, 20 Diplarthra, 275 Diplomesodon, 626 Dipotidae, 479 Dipotomes, 479 Dipodops, 479 Diprotodon, 171 Diprotodontia, 144 Diprotodontidae, 171 Dipus, 480 Distoecurus, 155 Doedicurus, 203 Dog, 551 Dolichophyllum, 673 Dolichopithecus, 728 Dolichotus, 490 Dolphin, 270 Dorcotherium, 306 Dorcopsis, 166 Dormouse, 459 Duraculi, 714 Dremotherium, 330 Dromotherium, 113 Dromitia, 154 Dryolestes, 114 Dryopithecus, 738 Duckbill, 120 Ductless Glands, 65 Dugong, 221 Dikerbach, 338 Duplicidenida, 491 Echidna, 125 Echidnidae, 124 Echinogale, 634 Echinomes, 483 Echinothrix, 477 Edentata, 176 Aphodientia, 178 Eland, 348 Elaphidus, 318 Elasmognathus, 371 Elasmotherium, 411 Eleotragus, 340 Elephant, 424 Elephantidae, 423 Elephas, 424 Eleutherocercus, 203 Iliomes, 459 Eleurus, 465 Elk, 326 Elobius, 472 Eleutherium, 292 Embalanura, 667 Embalanuridae, 666 enamel, 15 anhydra, 570. Anhydriodon, 570 anhydrocyan, 562 entomophaga, 178 eohippus, 374 eames, 464 eonycterus, 654 eotherium, 224 epiblema, 488 epiglottis, 67 epihippus, 374 epimophorus, 650 epeiriodon, 293 equity, 376 equus, 381 erethusan, 484 auriculus, 638 arenaceidae, 619 arenaceous, 620 areodes, 715 ermine, 590 escacious, 303 Ethiopian region, 98 eucaster, 458 eucetus, 251 eupatoris, 454 euplures, 538 euroceros, 346 euryurus, 203 eusmilus, 524 eutatus, 201 eutheria, 173 abotomes, 467 I, 72 fallow deer, 323 felidae, 502 felis, 502 felsinitherium, 223 fennec, 553 phenicus, 553 pharesia, 270 fiber, 470 flying fox, 651 lemur, 615 squirrel, 453 foot, 52 fossa, 527 fossa, 525 fox, 552 foxbat, 651 furia, 666 Furipterus, 666 Galago, 690 Galeopithecidae, 614 Galeopithecus, 614 Galera, 579 Galictus, 579 Galidea, 538 Galadictus, 538 Gaur, 365 Gale, 365 Gazella, 341 Gellicus, 294 Gemsbach, 343 Genet, 528 Genetta, 528 Geogale, 635 Geographical distribution, 93 Geological distribution, 107 Geomyidae, 478 Geomes, 478 Georchus, 478 Gerbillini, 462 Gerbilis, 462 Gibbon, 728 Giraffa, 331 Giraffidae, 330 Glands, 12 Glauconycterus, 662 Globicephalus, 268 Glossonycterus, 674 Glossophaga, 674 Glutton, 591 Glyptodon, 203 Glyptodontidae, 202 New, 336 Galunda, 476 Goat, 352 Gopher, 478 Goril, 351 Gorilla, 734 Grampus, 267 Grampus, 270 Graphiurus, 459 Greenland Whale, 236 Grimmia, 338 Griersonia, 579 Ground Sloth, 184 Graphoca, 606 Grypotherium, 189 Guanaco, 301 Gib, 347 Guinea Pig, 490 Gullo, 591 Gymnobolidius, 154 Gymnopticus, 454 Gymnura, 619 Habercoma, 482 Haberthrix, 464 Hare, 7 Halicoiris, 601 Halicor, 220 Halicoridae, 220 Halithoridae, 222 Halitherium, 222 Halames, 465 Hamster, 463 Hapale, 710 Hapalimer, 689 Hapalidae, 709 Hapalotus, 476 Haploceros, 351 Haplodon, 457 Haplodontidae, 457 Hare, 492 Harpia, 653 Harpiocephalus, 663 Hartbeest, 335 Hearing, 73 Hart, 63 Hedgehog, 620 Helicophora, 340 Helictus, 578 Heliophobius, 478 Helidotherium, 333 Heligale, 537 Hemiakinia, 303 Hemicentites, 637 Hemiderma, 674 Hemigale, 533 Hemigalidia, 538 Hemitragus, 354 Herpes tes, 535 Herpetocetus, 245 Herpetotherium, 135 Heterocephalus, 478 Heterocetus, 245 Heterodont, 23 Heterohyrax, 418 Heteromes, 479 Hipparion, 380 Hippodactylus, 381 Hippoheus, 291 Hippopotamidae, 278 Hippopotamus, 278 Hipposiderus, 657 Hippotigris, 384 Hippotragus, 343 Holoculus, 464 Holomeniscus, 303 Homolodontotherium, 412, 414 Hominidae, 740 Homo, 739 Homodont, 22 Hoofs, 12 Holoc, 729 Hoplocetus, 251 Hoplophonius, 524 Hoplophorus, 202 Horns, 310 Horse, 382 Hunting Dog, 553 Hyena, 540 Hyenarctus, 561 Hyenidae, 540 Hyenosian, 562 Hyenodon, 608 Hyenodontidae, 608 Hydaspitherium, 333 Hydrochirus, 490 Hydromyini, 461 Hydromes, 461 Hydropotes, 328 Hylobates, 728 Hylames, 619 Hyoid, 39 Hyomoscus, 306 Hyopotamus, 292 Hyopsidus, 698 Hyotherium, 291 Hypertragulus, 307 Hypogeomes, 465 Hypsiprimnodon, 162 Hypsiprimnodontini, 162 Hypsiprimnopsis, 111 Hypsiprimnus, 163 Hyraceus, 373 Hyracidae, 415 Hyracodon, 412 Hyracodontotherium, 439 Hyracoidea, 415 Hyracotherium, 373 Hyrax, 417 Hystricidae, 484 Hystricomorpha, 480 Hystrix, 486 Ibex, 353 Ichneumon, 535 Ictisian, 553 Ictotherium, 539 Ictonix, 579 Ictops, 640 Indres, 684 Indrodon, 699 Enea, 259 Insectivora, 610 Intestine, 59 Inuus, 723 Ischnoglassa, 674 Isectolophus, 374 Isiodormes, 491 Ivory, 14 Ixacanthus, 259 Jackal, 550 Jaguar, 521 Jerboa, 480 Kangaroo, 159 Caravola equals Ceravola kidney, 69 Killer, 267 Kinkajou, 567 Koala, 156 Koalamus, 157 Cobus equals Cobus Kogia equals Kogia kudu, 348 Cusamants, 538 Laginorincus, 270 Legidium, 488 Lagomyidae, 491 Lagames, 491 Lagerkests, 166 Lagostomus, 488 Lagostrophus, 165 Lagathrix, 716 Lambdotheridiidae, 413 Lambdotherium, 413 Lungor, 727 Lantinotherium, 618 Larynx, 67 Lasionicterus, 661 Latax, 570 Leg, 51 Lemming, 467 Lemur, 687 Lemuridae, 683 Lemuroidea, 682 Leopard, 514 Lepidolemur, 689 Leporidae, 492 Leptictidae, 640 Leptictus, 640 Leptobos, 367 Leptomeryx, 307 Leptonicterus, 674 Leptonix, 605 Leptotragulus, 304 Lepus, 492 Lestodon, 189 Leucosian, 553 Limnocyops, 413 Linsang, 530 Lion, 504 Liotomus, 113 Listriodon, 291 Liver, 60 Llama, 299, 302 Lobodon, 605 Launchers, 483 Loncoglossa, 674 Loncarina, 673 Lophiodon, 373 Lophiodontidae, 373 Lophiomeryx, 294 Lophiomyidae, 460 Lophiomes, 460 Lophiotherium, 374 Lophocetus, 259 Lophostoma, 673 Loricata, 179 Loris, 692 Loxolophodon, 437 Lungs, 68 Lutra, 567 Lycalopex, 552 Lycaon, 553 Lymphatics, 65 Lyncodon, 590 Lynx, 518 Macacus, 722 Macaritus, 524 Macrocenia, 414 Macroceniidae, 414 Macroglossus, 654 Macrophyllum, 673 Macropodidae, 158 Macropodini, 164 Macropus, 167 Macrorhinus, 606 Macrocelides, 618 Macrocelididae, 618 Macrotherium, 413 Macrotus, 673 Malacomes, 462 Mammary glands, 75 Mammoth, 428 Man, 739 Manatee, 215 Manatidae, 215 Manatus, 215 Mandrill, 719 Manatee, 204 Manus, 204 Manus, 48 Merrill, 322 Markhor, 354 Marmoset, 709 Marmot, 454 Prairie, 456 Marsupialia, 128 Martin, 580 Martes, 580 Masticomes, 476 Mastodon, 431 Megachiroptera, 650 Megaderma, 658 Megaloglossus, 655 Megames, 488 Megaptera, 241 Megatheridae, 183 Megatherium, 185 Melanism, 9 Meles, 575 Mellivora, 576 Melanicterus, 654 Melursus, 560 Menacodon, 115 Meniscoessus, 113 Meniscames, 454 Meniscotherium, 439 Menidus, 413 Mephitis, 572 Merychippus, 380 Merycocoerus, 293 Mesodex, 640 Mesohippus, 376 Mesomes, 483 Mesonychidae, 609 Mesonyx, 609 Mesopathecus, 727 Mesoplodon, 254 Mesoteria, 606 Mesotherium, 440 Mesozoic mammals, 108 Metacarpus, 49 Metamynodon, 412 Metatheria, 128 Metriotherium, 294 Myosidae, 539 Myosis, 539 Microcavia, 491 Microcebus, 690 Microchirus, 696 Microchiroptera, 655 Microconodon, 113 Microgale, 638 Microlests, 111 Micromeryx, 330 Micronycterus, 673 Microsorex, 624 Microcyops, 698 Microtus, 466 Midas, 710 Milk Teeth, 20 Mimon, 674 Miniopterus, 664 Mink, 586 Myohippus, 376 Myosiren, 223 Mixodex, 699 Mole, 630 Golden, 639 Star-Nosed, 630 Mole Rat, 477 Molossus, 670 Monicus, 604 Monotherium, 606 Monkey, 699 Monodelphia, 173 Monodon, 260 Monophylla, 674 Monophyodont, 20 Moose, 326 Mornia, 484 Mormops, 672 Moropus, 413 Moratherium, 413 Morse, 597 Muscini, 314 Moscus, 314 Mufflon, 356 Mouse, 475 Mouth, 54 Melita, 201 Multituberculata, 109 Mungoose, 535 Muntjac, 316 Muridi, 461 Muse, 473 Muscardinus, 460 Musk Deer, 314 Ox, 358 rat, 470, 626 musquash, 470 mustela, 579 mustelidae, 567 mycetes, 711 midas, 575 mylodon, 189 myodes, 467 myogale, 628 myologus, 492 myomorpha, 459 myopotamus, 482 myoscalops, 478 myosorex, 625 myoxidae, 459 myoxus, 459 myrmecobione, 140 myrmecobius, 140 myrmecophaga, 190 myrmecophagidae, 190 mysarachne, 634 mystacina, 671 mystacocidae, 234 mysticops, 671 mystermes, 462 Mixocebus, 689 Mixopoda, 665 nails, 12 nacon, 346 Nandinia, 534 Nanotragus, 339 Nares, 66 Narwhal, 261 Nasalis, 725 Nasua, 566 Nautilus, 664 Nearctic region, 102 Necrogymnurus, 621 Necrolemur, 696 Necromantis, 679 Nectigale, 627 Nectomes, 464 Nemoritus, 350 Neobelina, 241 Neofiber, 472 Neomerus, 266 Neoplagilax, 113 Neosorex, 624 Neotoma, 464 Neotragus, 338 Neotropical region, 103 nerves, 71 Nesoceridon, 491 Nesotia, 475 Nesidon, 439 Nesemes, 465 Nesonicterus, 655 Nesotragus, 339 Neurotrachus, 629 Nilgai, 345 Nimrabus, 524 Noctilio, 668 Nostrils, 66 Notharctus, 698 Nothropus, 183 Nothrotherium, 184 Notiosorex, 624 Notopterus, 654 Nototheridae, 172 Nototherium, 171 Nycterotes, 552 Nycteridae, 658 Nycterus, 659 Nycticebus, 691 Nycticegus, 662 Nyctilests, 665 Nyctinomus, 670 Nyctopithecus, 714 Nyctotherium, 665 Nyctophilus, 661 Ocelot, 521 Ochetodon, 464 Octodon, 481 Octodontidae, 480 Odobenus, 597 Odontoceti, 247 Ogmarinus, 605 Omitophaca, 605 Onotragus, 339 Onychogale, 166 Onychomes, 463 Opossum, 133 Orang, 731 Orca, 267 Orcella, 267 Urias, 348 Oreodon, 293 Oreopithecus, 728 Oreotragus, 339 Oriental region, 100 Ornithodelphia, 117 Ornithorhynchidae, 119 Ornithorhynchus, 119 Orohippus, 374 Ortherium, 374 Orthaspidotherium, 634 Orthomes, 484 Orcteropodidae, 208 Orcterapus, 208 Oryx, 343 Oryzomes, 463 Oryzoryx, 638 Oteria, 593 Otoridae, 593 Otosion, 554 Otomes, 462 Odonicterus, 661 Otopterus, 673 Otter, 568 C, 571 Ounce, 517 Ovaries, 75 Ovibos, 357 Oviduct, 75 Ovis, 354 Oxen, 360 Oxyena, 608 Oxymicterus, 464 Paca, 489 Pachyacanthus, 224 Pachydermida, 87 Pachynolophus, 374 Pachyuremes, 462 Pasiculus, 465 Palearctic region, 97 Paleocastor, 458 Paleocetus, 245 Paleoerinaceus, 621 Paleolemur, 697 Paleomonas, 208 Paleomyrex, 330 Paleonycterus, 657 Paleophoca, 606 Paleopontoporia, 259 Paleoprianodon, 539 Paleorias, 348 Paleoryx, 344 Paleospalax, 629 Paleocyops, 413 Paleodopyrus, 373 Paleotheridae, 375 Paleotherium, 375 Paleotrigoceros, 349 Palachinia, 303 Palhyena, 544 Pala, 341 Pomcivet, 532 Palaplotherium, 375 Palarchests, 170 Panda, 562 Pangolin, 205 Panocthus, 203 Panther, 514 Panthalops, 341 Paradoxurus, 532 Permes, 457 Parasaurus, 618 Peccary, 289 Pecora, 307 Pectinator, 481 Pedites, 480 Pediotragus, 339 Pelli, 339 Pellegrinia, 484 Pelvis, 50 Polychaetus, 699 Paragale, 143 Paralestes, 115 Paramelody, 141 Parameles, 142 Paratherium, 135 Peripticus, 439 Perissodactyla, 368 Paradicticus, 693 Parognathus, 479 Pes, 52 Pteroids, 152 Petaurus, 153 Petrodermis, 618 Petrogale, 167 Petromes, 482 Phacocurus, 288 Phalanger, 149 Phalangeridae, 147 Phalangerini, 149 Phalanges, 49 Phalangista, 149 Phascolarctini, 155 Phascolarctus, 156 Phascologale, 139 Phascolomyidae, 144 Phascolomes, 145 Phascolinus, 146 Phascolotherium, 114 Phenacodus, 439 Phenacomes, 466 Phloiomini, 462 Phloiemes, 462 Phloremes, 484 Phoca, 601 Phocina, 263 Phocanella, 606 Phocidae, 600 Philoderma, 674 Philonycterus, 674 Philophaga, 178 Philorhina, 657 Philostoma, 674 Philostomatidae, 672 Physeter, 248 Physeteridae, 247 Physeterini, 248 Physeterilla, 251 Physetodon, 251 Physidon, 251 Pica, 492 Pichisiego, 196 Pig, 282 Pelosa, 179 Pinnipedia, 592 Pythanotomes, 484 Pithecarus, 477 Pithecia, 712 Placenta, 75 Plagiaulacidae, 113 Plagiolax, 111 Plagiodon, 483 Platycanthomyini, 461 Platacanthomes, 462 Platanista, 258 Platanistidae, 257 Platycercomes, 480 Platygonus, 291 Platyonyx, 188 Platyphoca, 606 Platypus, 120 Placotus, 660 Plesiodopus, 698 Plesiarctomes, 457 Plecictus, 590 Plesiocetus, 245 Plesiometacarpalia, 316 Plesiosaurus, 634 Plesispermophilus, 457 Plurispiditherium, 634 Pleurolicus, 479 Plexocorus, 491 Pliochenia, 304 Pliologostomus, 488 Pliolophus, 374 Pliopithecus, 731 Poabrotherium, 304 Poecilogale, 590 Poecilophaca, 605 Poephagus, 360 Pagonodon, 524 Poiana, 531 Polecat, 587 Polymastodon, 113 Polyprotodontia, 133 Pontistes, 259 Pontoporia, 259 Porcupine, 486 Tree, 485 Porpoise, 263 Potomarchus, 488 Potomacoiris, 286 Potamogale, 635 Potomegalidae, 634 Potomophilus, 534 Potomotherium, 570 Poteroini, 162 Poteru, 163 Poterus, 163 Pouched rat, 478 Priapus, 201 Prehalix, 49 Prepollex, 49 Primates, 680 Priodon, 198 Prianodon, 530 Priscodelphinus, 259 Proelurus, 523 Proboscidea, 418 Probubolus, 361 Procamelus, 304 Procapra, 341 Procavia, 417 Procoptodon, 170 Procyon, 564 Procyonidae, 562 Prodelphinus, 271 Prodremotherium, 307 Proechidna, 126 Prohalocor, 223 Prohyena, 562 Prologostomus, 488 Promegatherium, 189 Promylodon, 190 Prongbuck, 333 Perfoca, 606 Perpithecus, 684 Porastomatidae, 224 Porastomus, 224 Protachynemes, 484 Protoliidae, 539 Protels, 539 Proterotheriidae, 414 Proterotherium, 414 Protodapus, 698 Protohippus, 380 Protolobes, 304 Protoriodon, 293 Prototheria, 117 Protoxodon, 440 Protrogelaphus, 349 Protergoceros, 349 Provivora, 608 Provivoridae, 608 Prox, 317 Pseudolurus, 523 Psittalopex, 552 Pseudochirus, 151 Pseudois, 355 Pseudorca, 268 Pseudorhinolaphus, 657 Pseudosurus, 454 Psittacotherium, 442 Pteralopex, 654 Pterodon, 608 Pteromes, 453 Pteropodidae, 650 Pteropus, 651 Tilocercus, 618 Tilidus, 113 Pugua, 330 Puma, 520 Putorius, 585 Quagga, 384 Rabbit, 494 Bandicoot, 143 Raccoon, 565 Rangifer, 324 Rat.